If you keep playing games, I'll divorce you. Go live with your games then. Song Su slammed the door hard. Liang Yan, open the door right now. A muffled voice came from inside the small room. Stop making a fuss, I'm busy. Song Su's eyes turned red. It's been almost 2 months. You play games day and night, never go to the shop. Do you want your games or this family? It's an important moment right now. I left your porridge on the table. Eat first and go to the shop. Furious, Song Su pounded on the door and shouted, You useless man. They had been married for 7 years and had a 5-year-old daughter. They had never fought before. Liang Yan was a typical man from the Northeast, strong-willed but gentle at heart, always putting his wife first. He adored their daughter even more. But recently, Liang Yan had become obsessed with gaming. The once hardworking man had turned into someone who ignored everything else. He stopped caring about the house, their sick child, and even their shop. He spent all day and night locked in the small room, playing games. From the bedroom came the sound of their daughter crying. Song Su wiped her eyes and hurried over. Their daughter, Bao Bao, was 5 years old but still couldn't speak or sit up on her own. She suffered from a rare genetic degenerative disease called NY6. The doctors said there was little hope for a cure and that she might not live past 10, but the couple had never given up. Song Su helped her daughter wash, eat, and tied her hair into 2 neat braids. Then she strapped the thin little girl onto her back and rushed out the door. It was 4 in the morning, the sky just beginning to lighten. She went to the morning market to buy 20 pounds of meat filling, 40 pounds of flour, and some fresh vegetables. Carrying the heavy bags, she took a motorcycle taxi. The driver grumbled the whole way as she hurried to their shop, Ping and Bun House. The small shop, less than 40 square meters, was their family's only source of income. It could only fit 4 small tables and looked quite simple. But their buns were delicious, clean, and well-made, attracting many loyal customers from the neighborhood. After placing her daughter in a stroller behind the counter, Song Su went into the tiny kitchen. She rolled up her sleeves and started kneading dough, chopping vegetables, mixing fillings, and wrapping buns. Her back ached, and she muttered complaints about Liang Yan as she worked. The day passed quickly, and by the time she returned home, Song Su was completely exhausted. After putting her daughter to sleep, she knocked on the small room's door and said hoarsely, Liang Yan, come out. Let's talk. Bang, 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 bang. Liang Yan, do you hear me? Come out. Song Su couldn't help twisting the doorknob hard. To her surprise, the door that had always been locked suddenly opened. The room was empty. She instinctively ran to the bathroom. Liang Yan? No one there. Not in the kitchen either. Did he go out? Song Su looked toward the door in confusion. His coat and shoes were still there, and he hadn't taken his keys. She took out her phone and called him, but the sharp ringtone came from the bedroom. Rushing back, she found Liang Yan's old second-hand phone stuck between the bed and the wall. Her heart sank. Where could he have gone so late, without saying a word or taking his phone? Lately, she had felt that something was wrong with Liang Yan. He seemed like a different person. He used to never play games, but now he played all night long. At first, she thought he was just stressed and needed to relax. But as time went on, he played endlessly, his temper grew worse, and they argued more and more. Song Su even began to wonder if something was wrong with his mind. Looking at the phone with yet another new password, the veins on her forehead tightened. She had asked him many times what kind of game could be so addictive, but every time she checked, there were only 2 simple ones, 1 puzzle game and 1 snake game. The phone screen was scratched, it had cost only a little over 100 yuan, and even videos lagged on it. Playing games on it wasn't smooth at all. Song Su didn't believe such simple games could make him so obsessed. Since he wasn't home, she decided to look again. After a few tries, she unlocked the phone. As expected, the password was still their birthdays, just in a different order. That fool. He didn't even bother to change it to something she couldn't guess. She opened the phone and checked the call log and messages. All the recent calls were from her, and his messages were clean. Only 2 women in his contacts. Her and the lady who delivered tofu every day. There weren't many apps either, and after searching for a while, she couldn't find any new games. Sitting there in silence for a long time, Song-Soo finally went downstairs to look around and called Liang Yan's friends, but none of them could be reached. Liang Yan was born into an ordinary working-class family. His parents passed away early, and he had little contact with relatives. He only had 2 friends, and they didn't keep in touch often. Song-Soo began to feel uneasy. She ran to the police station, but was told that a missing person report for an adult could only be filed after 24 hours. By the time she got home, it was already midnight. Exhausted in both body and mind, Song-Soo still couldn't fall asleep. She sat on the small bed where her husband used to sleep, her shoulders trembling.
Ugh.
You fool, where did you go? Not even a note. When you come back, just wait and see. The clock struck exactly 12. A flash of white light suddenly appeared before her eyes. Then, as if struck by lightning, Song-Soo fell straight onto the bed. Her consciousness began to plummet rapidly. She tried to scream, but her throat felt stuffed with cotton. No sound came out. Thud. She landed hard on the ground, her whole body shaking from the impact. A clear electronic voice echoed in her ears. Welcome to Dawn Era. Congratulations. You are about to begin your second life. Here you can gain wealth, status, health, and even extend your lifespan, and bring them back to your world. Player ID, Song-Soo. Login successful. Current area, Beginner Canyon number 0627. Skill card detected X1. Would you like to use it now? Supporting herself on the ground, Song-Soo sat up, feeling dizzy and nauseous. Where is this? What skill card? She touched the moss beneath her, sticky and smelling of damp earth. Her clothes were gone, replaced by a simple cotton t-shirt and shorts. Looking up, she saw 3 enormous eyes hanging in the sky, glowing coldly like moons. The blood-red pupils seemed to move, and Song-Soo pinched her thigh hard.
Ow.
The pain told her this wasn't a dream. She looked around. Twisted dead trees surrounded her, and faint mountains loomed in the distance. Skill card? She stared in surprise at the playing card that had suddenly appeared in her hand. Wasn't this the one that old beggar dropped earlier today? She remembered that morning, just after opening her shop, a shabby old man had come by begging for food. Feeling sorry for him as he stared hungrily at the buns, Song-Soo had given him a few. The old man took the steamed buns but didn't leave. Instead, he found a small table and sat down. It was a chilly morning in late autumn, and Song-Soo couldn't bring herself to drive him away. She thought he would leave after eating. But to her surprise, the old man stayed for more than an hour. When he finally left, Song-Soo cleaned the table and found a playing card, the King of Clubs. If it had been an ordinary card, she wouldn't have picked it up, but this one looked unusual. The back was silver-white, and the 4 small black clubs on the front shimmered faintly. She slipped it into her pocket, thinking her daughter might like to play with it when she woke up. But after a busy day, she completely forgot about it. Now, holding the card, Song-Soo's heart was pounding. Use it, she said softly. In the next moment, a faintly glowing, transparent screen appeared before her eyes. Player panel activated. Congratulations. You have successfully used a K-level skill card and gained the skill, Born Foodie. Active Skill 1. See as food. Stare at any object for more than 3 seconds to reveal its properties. Each use consumes 1 stamina point. Active Skill 2. Master Chef. Once a day, you can perfectly process any living creature, obtaining 100% usable materials. Each use consumes 100 stamina points. Passive Skill 1. The Taste of Friendship. Anyone who eats food you personally make will develop a strong liking for you. Passive Skill 2. Endless Appetite. You can store anything related to food without limit, keeping it fresh forever. Before Song-Soo could figure out what all these skills meant, the words on the screen changed again. Beginner Protection Period, 72 hours. Please complete your first mission soon. Silence Rule activated. Revealing the game's existence to non-players is strictly forbidden. Violators will be erased by the system. Your life is now linked to your game character. If you die in the game, your real body will also lose all vital signs. The next second, she jumped up in panic. 72 hours?
No.
I don't want to play. Send me back right now. Her daughter couldn't move. She couldn't just disappear like this. No one answered. What game? What system? This is robbery. This is kidnapping. Song-soo shouted wildly into the empty air. Panicking, she stumbled backward and hit a twisted dead tree. The rough bark scraped painfully against her back. The pain jolted her awake. No, she couldn't panic yet. She took a deep breath and forced herself to open her eyes wide. The dead tree, the strange rocks, the eerie moon that looked like an eye. They were all real. Could Liang Yan have come here too? It had been more than 2 months since he started playing that game. Every night, he would say he was going to play, then shut himself in the small room. He wouldn't come out until morning, looking exhausted with dark circles under his eyes. Morning? Song-soo frowned, thinking carefully. At first, Liang Yan still went with her to the shop every morning to make buns. Later, he started waking up late. When she tried to wake him, he slept like a log. She couldn't wait, so she took the child and opened the shop herself. By the time Liang Yan arrived, it was almost 10 o'clock. Morning rush hour was already over. Annoyed, Song-soo ignored him for several days.
She thought he would change.
But instead, he got worse, sometimes coming at noon and eventually not showing up at all. A chill ran down Song-soo's spine, and she hugged her arms tightly. If Liang Yan had also been pulled into this game, then all his strange behavior made sense. If he could go out during the day, maybe she could too. The panel. Song-soo quickly focused on the small square that had suddenly appeared in her mind. As soon as her thoughts brushed over it, a virtual screen appeared again. Player ID, Song-soo, health, 50/50ths, stamina, 70/70ths, experience, 0/100, basic attributes, spirit, 5, average human level, energy, 7, gained from years of hard work, luck, 10, good fortune and kind fate. Song-soo glanced through it. There were many other stats, attack, defense, accuracy, penetration, critical hit, and more. She rarely played games, so most of it made little sense to her. There was no time to think too much.
She scrolled down to the task list.
Beginner mission. The canyon is dangerous at night. You should build a shelter before dark. Mission objective, small branches x20, straw x15, moss x10, mission reward. Beginner's gift pack, accept mission. Yes/no. Song-soo chose yes. She didn't rush to start the mission but quickly looked through the remaining menus. The ranking list, auction house, and recipes were all empty. Someone was talking in the chat channel. Regional channel, current online 1000. Little rookie. What kind of prank is this? I want to go home. I'm calling the police. Magic fairy. I fainted while taking a shower. Can someone tell me what's going on? Tonsil talk. Help. A giant frog chased me for 3 miles. How can it run faster than a dog? Brother Dao, is this some kind of reality show? Does anyone know how to quit? Hard worker. My son's college entrance exam is soon. How do I get back? Donut. My hand got scratched and it's bleeding. Will it get infected? Is there a doctor here? Song-soo hesitated for a moment, then created a nickname and sent a message. Bag Mom. Liang Yan, are you there? Her message was quickly buried under a flood of cries for help and complaints. Anxious, Song-soo closed the system panel and stood up. Since she couldn't escape, she had to accept the situation. Small branches, straw, moss? The ground was covered with moss. Song-soo scraped some sticky bits off with her fingers. The mission progress didn't change. She remembered her first active skill, see to eat. She tried saying it silently, and a line of white text appeared before her eyes. Damp moss, edibility. Slightly toxic, not edible. Note, has insulation and moisture-proof properties. Can be used to build shelter. When collecting, lift whole pieces from the edges.
Song-soo froze.
Then her heart started pounding. The description was so detailed. No one in the chat had mentioned anything about skills. She quickly crouched down, scanning the ground. More information appeared before her eyes. Gray-white gravel. Main component, limestone. Not edible. Brittle texture, breaks easily under pressure. forming sharp edges. Can be used as a simple cutting tool. Decayed deadwood. The inside is rotten and not edible. The dry parts can be used as kindling. Twisted dead tree. Alive, the wood is hard. Breaking off the lower branches gives small twigs, and cutting the trunk provides wooden planks. Information was everywhere. Isn't this just like the cheat systems in novels?
Who was that old man?
Why did he give her a skill card? Song Su carefully recalled the beggar's face, while keeping her hands busy. She picked up a sharp-edged stone, wedged it into the gap between the moss and soil, and pried upward with force. Rip, a dark green patch of moss, about the size of a wash basin, came off in one piece. The task progress bar flickered slightly. Moss. 1 out of 10 got it. A small smile appeared on Song Su's face. Once she figured out the method, collecting it wasn't hard. She bent down and worked quickly. In less than half an hour, she had gathered enough moss. Next were the small branches. She tried to break one by hand, but the wood was too tough to snap. She activated C to eat again. As she focused longer, more detailed information appeared on the items around her. Words filled her vision. Dry deadwood. The core still has some hardness. Can be used as kindling. When tied with a sharp stone piece, it can serve as a simple axe handle. Gray stone shard. Thin-edged. Can be used as a scraping tool. When tied to a stick, it can serve as a stone axe blade. The two lines appeared side by side. A stone axe. Song Su immediately got to work. She carved a groove into the thicker end of the deadwood, just deep enough to fit the stone piece. It wasn't easy work. Shaping the wood took effort, and her palms soon burned with pain. Once the groove was ready, she found a vine nearby and used it to tie the stone piece tightly to the stick. Words appeared over the tool in her hand. Simple stone axe. Description. Looks like it could fall apart any moment, but it's still a real tool. Effect. Attack 1. Slightly increases chopping and gathering speed. Durability. 10 out of 10 at the same time. A message popped up on the system panel. Crafting successful. Recipe system unlocked. It worked. Song Su chose a low branch, raised the stone axe, and struck it twice. Crack. The branch snapped with a crisp sound. Another message appeared on the system screen. Obtained. Small branch X1. She let out a breath and aimed at the next one. With a tool, her efficiency really improved. However, the stone axe's durability dropped too quickly and soon broke apart. She made 2 more stone axes before finally gathering 20 small branches. Fortunately, she had already learned the stone axe recipe, so she no longer needed to craft it by hand. As long as she had the materials, she could select the stone axe recipe on the system panel and click craft to instantly get a new one. It was truly amazing. Collecting thatch was the easiest part. She picked the dry, yellow wild grass and pulled up a handful to make 1 bundle of thatch. In less than an hour, Song Su had gathered all the required materials. The moment she finished, the system's task panel displayed a new message. Beginner task completed. Rewards are being distributed. Obtained. Simple grass hut X1. Temporary shelter. Resting inside slowly restores stamina. Obtained. Beginner gift pack X1. Points 10. Warning. When night falls in the canyon, stay within a light source or shelter area. Before her eyes, a small, simple triangular hut appeared out of thin air. A curtain of grass hung at the entrance, and only one person could curl up inside. It looked like a big doghouse. Song Su looked up, and her heart tightened. The 3 huge eyes in the sky were half closed, as if about to fall asleep. The already dim light grew even darker. She didn't dare waste time. Grabbing the gift box that appeared with the hut, she quickly opened it. At once, a pile of random items spilled out. There was a rough, slightly worn cloth backpack. When she touched it, it merged into her system panel, adding a backpack section. It had 10 slots, each able to hold up to 99 of the same item. Inside were a small piece of hard black bread, a 500 milliliters bottle of water, and a box of old-fashioned matches. There was also a thin booklet titled Beginner's Survival Guide. Song Su immediately picked it up and started reading. At the same time, the regional chat room exploded with messages. Little rookie. Oh no. It's getting dark. Help! I haven't built my shelter yet. Does anyone have extra branches to share? Tonsil talk. Coordinates 107,203. I got bitten by a toad, and my leg is bleeding. Someone please help me. I'll give you all my stuff. Brother Dao, what do you have? Message me privately. Donut. Ouch, I got a big blister on my hand while pulling grass. It burst and really hurts. Magic Fairy. Hey, did you all see the last page of the guide? The time flow. Time here moves 10 times faster than outside. Is that true? Hardwicker. I saw it. It's true. The guide says you can use points in the shop to buy awake time and return to the real world. Romeo and Pig. How are you all so fast? I haven't even found the guide yet. How do we earn points? Messages flew by so quickly that Song Su didn't have time to read them all. After finishing the guide, she opened the system shop and quickly browsed through it, her heart pounding. 10 times faster time flow. That meant after 72 hours here, only about 7 hours and 12 minutes would pass outside. By then, it would just be morning. Her daughter might still be asleep. The shop showed that 10 points could be exchanged for 1 hour in the real world. She had just completed the beginner task and earned 10 points. She could go back right now. But as she looked at the unbelievable items in the shop, her hands trembled uncontrollably. There were all kinds of recovery potions that could produce amazing effects instantly. What shocked her most was a small blue bottle labeled Basic Gene Repair Serum. Basic Gene Repair Serum slightly repairs genetic errors in the human body, strengthens basic physical fitness, permanently increases the vitality attribute by 1. Each person can use up to 10 bottles. Price: 80 points. The sight of that little bottle struck Song Su's mind like a ray of light piercing through darkness. She had seen it before, in her home's trash bin. Once, while cleaning the house, she had asked Liang Yan what kind of medicine he was taking. And she had wondered why there wasn't a single word printed on the bottle. Liang Yan stammered, saying it was just calcium gluconate. But her daughter's health had started to improve only after that bottle of medicine appeared at home. The doctor had already said that her daughter's severe developmental delay and multiple organ problems were caused by a genetic defect, and that keeping her condition stable was already the best they could hope for. Improvement seemed almost impossible. Yet recently, when her daughter's thin little hand held her finger, there was a bit more strength than before. It was no longer completely weak. The most obvious change was in her eyes. Before, her gaze was unfocused and empty. But now, her eyes followed movement slightly, as if she was beginning to notice things again. Song Su had secretly cried over this, thinking that heaven had finally shown mercy, believing that the expensive herbal medicine was finally working. She had even decided that next month, even if she had to borrow money, she would continue buying it. But it turned out that it wasn't the costly medicine at all. It was Liang Yan. He had earned points in that strange game and exchanged them for a gene repair serum, secretly giving it to their daughter at home.
So,
all those days he spent playing the game like a man obsessed. It was an addiction. He must have discovered a way to save their daughter. And he couldn't explain it because of the game's rule of silence. She bit her lip until she tasted blood, forcing back her tears. She had misunderstood him. The man who once valued her and their child more than his own life had never really changed. But why did he suddenly disappear? Could it be that he failed a mission and was erased? Song Su suddenly looked up. No, that couldn't be right. The beginner's guide clearly said that when a character dies, the real body would die in a way that seems natural, perhaps an accident or sudden illness, but never simply vanish. If he had truly been erased by the game, his body wouldn't be missing. The confusion in her eyes faded instantly. There was still a chance, still time. Go back now?
No.
If she went back now, she could only hold her sleeping daughter and do nothing else. If she stayed here, she could earn points faster and exchange them for more gene repair serum. Liang Yan had already started this path, perhaps at a great cost. Now, she had to continue it herself. She reopened the system store and quickly looked through it. Tools: simple stone axe, 5 points. Simple sickle, 5 points. Simple hoe, 5 points. Survival supplies: black bread, 5 points. Clean water, 3 points / 500 ml. Bandage, 15 points / roll. Torch, 8 points each. There were many more items, but Song-soo didn't check them all. Looking at the piece of black bread in her hand, worth 5 points, she swallowed hard. She was starving. After doing just a little work, her stomach burned painfully, and even her health had dropped by 7 points. But with only this piece of bread left, she decided to hold on a bit longer. Her eyes moved to the task panel. 3 new missions had appeared. One was to defeat 10 red-eyed frogs, with a reward of 20 points and a rusty short sword. The other 2 were to collect 30 small branches and 30 stones. She accepted them all. Song-soo closed the store and took a deep breath. It was almost dark. She had to make a torch first, otherwise, she would have to stay in the shelter all night. With a torch, she could go out and search for supplies. As for food, she opened her big stomach bag. This skill came with a built-in storage space, marked on her wrist like a tattoo, shaped like a round little bun. The space inside seemed endless. She could open it and take things out just by thinking about it. Earlier, while digging up moss, she had found a large bunch of purple mushrooms. They were long and thick, each about the width of a thumb and half a meter in length, twisting together in a bundle. The system identified them as earth dragon mushrooms, edible, delicious, and safe to eat raw or cooked. That meant she could eat them right away. Song-soo pulled one off, wiped it on her pants, and hesitated before bringing it to her mouth. Her stomach growled loudly. She closed her eyes and took a bite. Crunch, crunch. Her eyes flew open. It was crisp like lotus root, smooth like a fresh mushroom, and filled her mouth with cool, refreshing juice. It even had a hint of sweetness and eased her thirst. After eating one, her health recovered by 3 points. She quickly ate another, and the burning pain in her stomach faded away. With a thought, she stored the remaining mushrooms in her large storage bag. Song-soo let out a sigh of relief. With these mushrooms that could be eaten raw, she should be able to last 2 more days. She glanced at the sky outside. The 3 glowing orbs were almost completely closed, leaving only a faint line of light. Strange rustling sounds came from nearby. She needed to make a torch quickly. Widening her eyes, she searched around the shelter and found several pieces of pine wood rich in resin. She also cut some dry bark fibers and twisted them into a torch head. She struck a match. The bark fibers crackled, and the resin caught fire. The simple torch gave off a warm orange glow, pushing back the darkness around her. Holding the torch in one hand and the new stone axe from her mission in the other, Song-soo began gathering the small branches and stones required for her task, moving quickly around the shelter. Some spots looked normal, but her skill C to survive marked them as unstable or hiding poisonous snakes. Without that skill, she would have faced a lot more trouble. As she picked up the 15th suitable stone, the edge of the torchlight revealed something slowly moving. Gray rock snail, edible, rich in calcium, tastes good when fully cooked. Hard shell can be used to make basic armor. Edible. Song-soo rushed forward and struck its head with her axe. The snail's body stiffened, then went limp. A small system message appeared before her eyes. Gray rock snail defeated X1. Experience 1. Obtained. Gray rock snail meat X1. Obtained. Intact gray rock snail shell X1. After she had hunted 3 snails, the torchlight began to flicker. It was about to burn out again. So every now and then, she had to stop and make new torches and axes. By around 1 o'clock in the game's early morning, she finally completed both collection tasks. By then, Song-soo's face and clothes were covered in dirt, and her eyes were red from exhaustion. She had stayed up late many times before, but for some reason, staying up here felt far more tiring. Rubbing her eyes, Song-soo submitted the missions. Stone collection task complete. Reward: Cooking pot blueprint X1. Points 10. Branch collection task complete. Reward: Simple bow and arrows X1. Points 10. Current points 30. The torch was about to go out, and the air around her was turning cold. Song-soo quickly retreated into the shelter, dropped the grass curtain, and put out the torch. In the darkness, her stomach growled again. While working earlier, she had glanced at the chat channel. It turned out that not only using skills but even doing physical work consumed stamina. When stamina dropped below 20, she would become tired. If it fell below 10, her health would start to decrease. Stamina could slowly recover through rest or sleep. Health could only be restored by taking medicine or eating food. The shelter was pitch dark, and Song-Soo could not see her own hand. She groped around, found 2 mushrooms, and slowly chewed them. Suddenly, she froze. Something had just started across the top of the shelter. Her body tensed, and she stopped moving. Rustle, rustle. It sounded like someone stepping on dry grass, or claws scratching at old cloth. The sound grew closer, as if it had returned. Song-Soo's hair stood on end. She held her breath and didn't dare to move. After about 5 minutes, the thing seemed to be crawling around nearby, but didn't come any closer. To calm herself, she opened the chat window. Romeo and Pig overnight. Is anyone there? Something's scratching the tree outside my cave. I'm so scared. Donut. Same here. It sounds like it's trying to get in. Help. Heaven rewards hard work. Don't go out. The guide says as long as we stay inside our shelters, those things can't hurt us. Blade bro. Didn't the starter pack give you matches? Why don't you light a campfire? Little rookie. Bro, if we light a fire, won't the shelter burn down? Blade bro. Unbelievable. You're all hopeless. Song-Soo slapped her forehead. She had been so focused on making torches that she hadn't thought of building a campfire outside. With stones and wood, a big campfire would have been much more useful than a torch. But now it was too late. Her stamina was down to 10, and her eyelids were heavy with sleep. Curling up, she muttered, "Whatever you are, either come in and finish me off, or let me sleep." Before she could finish, her soft snores filled the shelter. No matter how many terrifying sounds the monster outside made, she didn't hear any of them. When she suddenly woke from her dream, she realized it was already daylight. She glanced at the system clock. It was 8 in the morning. She had slept for almost 7 hours without noticing. Since her daughter was born, she hadn't slept that long. Tying up her hair, Song-Soo checked her status panel. Her stamina was fully restored, and her health was 35 out of 50. 14 hours had passed in the game, which meant only about 1 hour and 24 minutes in real life. Her daughter was wearing a diaper and slept deeply at night, so she wouldn't wake up unless something unusual happened. Song-Soo quickly ate a few mushrooms, crawled out of the shelter, and stretched her limbs. When she opened the system panel, she froze for a moment. The number of people online in the area channel had dropped. Current online, 901 players. Nearly 100 fewer than last night? She silently scrolled through the chat logs from the night before. Many desperate messages had suddenly stopped. Some people, without shelter, were caught by a cold, shadowy creature in the middle of the night and lost their lives. Some starved so badly that their health dropped by 10 points every minute. Others, with stamina below 10, suffered splitting headaches and couldn't move, only able to call for help in the chat. Some even shared their coordinates, but even when 2 players were in the same-looking area, they couldn't find each other. One person accidentally set the nearby forest on fire after lighting a campfire. His last message said the flames were everywhere, smoke filled the sky, and there was no way out. Yet no one else saw any sign of a forest fire. Everyone began to suspect that the beginner's valley existed as many separate, parallel spaces. A chill ran down Song-Soo's spine. This wasn't a game. It was a nightmare. She had to get stronger, fast. She still didn't know who that old beggar really was, or why he had suddenly given her such an important skill card. But because of it, she had a head start and no reason to give up. Only one task remained on her panel, to defeat the red-eyed toad. It seemed that until she finished it, no new missions would appear. Song-Soo opened the system's built-in map. The map showed her current location, and every place she had explored was lit up. The unexplored areas were still dark. She decided to head south, where the forest looked misty and damp. She checked her status. Player ID, Song-Soo, level 0, health 47/50ths, stamina 70/70ths, experience 3 out of 100 basic attributes, spirit. 5 energy, 7 luck, 10 equipment, broken stone axe, matches, simple bow and arrow x1, torch x1, cooking pot blueprint x1. Supplies. Black bread x1, about 300 milliliters of clean water, half a lump of mushrooms, 3 pieces of snail meat, 2 intact snail shells. Points. 30.
A cooking pot blueprint.
Song Su suddenly remembered the reward she got last night after completing a task in the dark. It showed that she needed 3 stones. She quickly picked some up nearby. After clicking craft, a grayish-white stone pot appeared before her, about the size of a wash basin, with a lid and quite heavy. The system panel flashed. Congratulations! You have successfully crafted a basic cooking tool. Life skill quest chain unlocked. Available quest. First cooking, quest requirement. Make 1 dish on your own with a taste rating of or higher. Reward. 5 points. 500 milliliters clean water. Note. Completing this quest will unlock the cooking skill interface and recipe list. Song Su accepted the quest right away. She gathered some dry wood away from the forest, built a small stone circle, lit a campfire, and placed the pot on top. She only had 2 ingredients. Carefully, she broke off some mushroom roots and added a piece of snail meat into the pot. Just as she was wondering whether to pour in some water, a line of text appeared above the pot. Earth dragon mushroom gray rock snail meat equals unknown dry pot dish. Taste rating. Song Su was both surprised and excited. The pot actually had a built-in guide function. She quickly covered it with the lid. A 10-minute countdown appeared above the pot. Not knowing what the final dish would be, Song Su rubbed her hands together in anticipation. She took a small sip of water to moisten her throat. She couldn't just sit and wait. Taking out the simple bow and arrows she had earned as a task reward, Song Su couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth when she held the bow. It was ridiculously crude. The bow was just a flexible wooden stick barely bent into shape, its surface uneven with knots. There were only 10 arrows, straight twigs with a few bird feathers roughly attached to the ends. She tried pulling the bowstring. It was harder than she expected, and the rough fibers hurt her fingers. Aiming at a twisted tree trunk not far away, she held her breath and released. The arrow flew off course, grazing the edge of the trunk before landing in the dirt behind it. Archery proficiency, 1. A small line of text appeared at the edge of her vision. Proficiency? Song Su quickly opened her system panel and found a new icon on the skills page. Passive skill. Basic archery proficiency. 1 out of 1,000, 8,000 points to level up? She gasped softly. Time was running out. Only 52 hours left in the beginner protection period. After that, no one knew what would happen. Some people in the chat said stronger monsters might appear. Others guessed they might be sent to even more dangerous places. Players who had seen the red-eyed toads said those creatures were extremely fast, and a single hit from their tongues could take away 10 health points. Close combat was impossible. Only ranged attacks worked. She had to improve her archery as soon as possible. Suppressing her anxiety, she ran forward quickly. Picking up the arrow, she drew the bow again. Recalling the vague archery posture she had seen in TV shows, she knocked the arrow and pulled the string. Whoosh, thud. The arrow still missed the mark, but this time it hit the tree trunk. Archery proficiency 1. Song Su began repeating the process again and again. Aim, draw, shoot. Archery proficiency, 27/1000 sizzle, splash. Suddenly, a sound came from the stone pot. Song Su hurried over. To her surprise, the pot was stirring itself to heat the food evenly. She hadn't expected such a plain-looking stone pot to have such a magical function. A mix of mushroom aroma and roasted meat filled the air. The timer showed 5 minutes left. Song Su kept practicing archery nearby. When the time was up, the pot lid began to rattle noisily. She held down the lid that was about to jump off and lifted it. A cloud of white steam rushed out. Inside, the mushrooms had released a purple juice that coated the golden brown meat. The sight was hard to describe. Cooking successful, obtained, stir-fried earth dragon snail stew x1, deliciousness. The task list flashed, and she chose to submit the mission. Mission first cooking completed. Reward distributing. Obtained, points 5. Clean water 500 milliliters. Life skill cooking unlocked. Current level, beginner, 0/1000. New recipe unlocked. Stir-fried earth dragon snail stew recorded. Her points increased to 35. The pot was now spotless, and her backpack contained a plate of food and a bottle of clean water. Song Su checked the food's description. Stir-fried earth dragon snail stew. Restores 50 HP. Increases stamina recovery speed by 15% for 30 minutes. Freshness. 99%, she gasped. It could restore 50 HP, almost a full life. Song Su took the dish out of her backpack. The food looked dark and strange, but the smell was amazing. She curiously touched the smooth, white ceramic plate. Was this plate a bonus? She broke a small wooden stick, picked up a piece of snail meat, and tasted it. The meat was softer than she expected. The crispy outside mixed with the mushroom's sweet flavor. It was surprisingly good. Just as she was about to take another bite, the dish and plate vanished from her hands. A small icon appeared under her character stats, showing a 15% boost to stamina recovery. Rubbing her now full stomach, Song Su sighed in regret. So eating was just a formality. One bite counted as finishing the whole dish. What a waste. With 2 portions of snail meat left, she tossed another set of ingredients into the pot, covered it, and started cooking again. Then she went back to practicing archery. About 20 minutes later, she stored 2 steaming snail stews into her large storage bag. One of the dishes reached 2 stars because she had carefully chosen the mushrooms, which also increased its attributes. Once placed in the large storage bag, the dish would no longer lose freshness. The cooking pot, being a kitchen tool, could also be stored in the bag, saving another slot in her backpack. Her archery skill was improving too slowly, and it was almost noon. Song Su decided to practice while walking, hoping to find a new quest along the way. The small shelter couldn't be taken apart without falling to pieces. She hoped to make it back before dark. Song Su stepped into the southern forest, where vines tangled thickly around the trees. Whoosh clang. The arrow missed its mark. A gray rock snail, startled, quickly hid inside its shell. Song Su walked over, regretfully broke the shell, and collected the meat. She had checked earlier and found that the shell could be turned into protective gear. Now she wore 2 on her wrists and wanted to make 2 more for her ankles. She was still wearing the short clothes from when she first entered the game, now so dirty that their original white color was barely visible. Next to the snail was a patch of earth mushrooms, which she gathered. For 2 full hours, she walked, practiced shooting, picked mushrooms, and collected grass. When her stamina dropped to about 20, she sat down to rest. Looking at her bow, which had only 1 point of durability left, and her single remaining arrow, Song Su sighed. Her archery skill had just reached 298. She really didn't want to spend points to buy bows and arrows from the shop. But without them, she couldn't keep training. She glanced at the pile of mushrooms in her bag, almost forming a small hill. After a moment of hesitation, she opened the chat room. Many players were posting trade offers, some exchanging basic materials like stones and grass for small branches. But most were looking to buy food and water. One lucky player had found a berry bush. He was selling them at a high price. Each berry restored only 1 point of health but cost 20 basic materials, causing a wave of complaints. Song Su thought for a moment. The place where she had landed barely had any green plants, but basic materials were everywhere. And these purple mushrooms seemed unique to her area. Maybe that was how the game kept things balanced. She hesitated for a moment, then began to post a message. Bag Mom, selling mushrooms can be eaten raw. Each one restores 3 health points. Only trading for bows and arrows. Message me if interested. In an instant, the chat channel exploded. Southwind knows me. Eat mushrooms raw? Restore health? Is that real? Tomato no egg. This place is full of poisonous plants. Yesterday, a guy ate a bad radish and died. Who dares eat mushrooms? Donut. I have 5 stones. Can anyone trade me a piece of bread? Just a small piece. Heaven rewards diligence. My bow broke. Anyone got one? I'll trade straw. Little veggie mushrooms. I saw a whole patch of red ones with white stems before, but I didn't dare eat them. Song-Soo ignored their chatter and kept posting her trade message. After 10 posts, a system message popped up saying she'd reached the limit and had to wait an hour before posting again. Suddenly, a private message appeared from a player named Wicked Stepmother. Wicked Stepmother, please help me. I only have 3 health points left. I'm about to starve. Are those mushrooms really safe to eat? Bag Mom. Yes, I've eaten them. Do you want to trade? Wicked Stepmother. Yes. My bow and arrows are new, all with full durability. Bag Mom. 10 mushrooms for 1 bow, 1 mushroom for 1 arrow. How many do you want? Wicked Stepmother. I'll give you everything. I need 20 mushrooms. Bag Mom. Deal. A glowing message appeared on the screen. Wicked Stepmother requests a trade. Accept. Song-Soo clicked yes. She broke off 20 mushrooms from a large earth fungus and placed them in the trade window. When the other player added the bow and arrows, she confirmed the trade. In the next moment, a new set of bow and arrows appeared in her inventory. Another private message popped up. Wicked Stepmother. Are you sure these purple mushrooms are safe to eat? Bag Mom. Absolutely sure. At that moment, in a rocky crevice of the 233rd Beginner's Canyon, a player named Lulo, with the nickname Wicked Stepmother, was curled up inside. She stared at the 20 glowing purple mushrooms in her backpack, her throat dry. She deeply regretted not thinking before choosing such a silly name. When she asked for help in the chat, no one responded. Some even mocked her, saying she deserved it. No one was willing to help. The mushrooms in front of her were her last hope. Forget it.
If Edie.
She made up her mind, grabbed a mushroom, and shoved it into her mouth with her eyes closed. The strange taste she expected didn't come.
Crunch.
It was surprisingly crisp, like a fresh cucumber, and instantly soothed her dry throat. Wait, this mushroom actually tasted good. After a moment, her stomach didn't hurt. She looked down at her status bar. The glaring red text, HP 3/50ths, flickered and changed to HP 6/50ths. It was real. Lulo was so relieved, she almost cried. She quickly stuffed more mushrooms into her mouth. By the time she had eaten the 10th one, her status bar showed HP 33/50ths. The feeling of near starvation was completely gone.
I'm alive.
I'm really alive, she gasped, leaning against the stone wall, then packed the remaining mushrooms into her bag. These were her life-saving food. She opened the chat channel, wanting to thank Bag Mom. But new messages had appeared. Fortune Seeker. Don't trust that Bag Mom. I traded with her to see the mushrooms. They're dark purple, definitely poisonous. She's trying to scam us for our gear. Tomato no egg. See? I told you she was a liar.
Southwind. Chiocciola Big Mom. Come explain.
How could you trick people with poisonous mushrooms? Fortune Seeker. She's really heartless. We should be helping each other, not scamming people when lives are at stake. Little Veggie. Huh? Are they really poisonous? I almost traded for them, just now. Panicking, Lula quickly typed, Wicked Stepmom. Bag Mom isn't a liar. I traded with her. I ate them. They're not poisonous. They restored 3 HP and even quenched my thirst. I was about to starve, and she saved me. But more mockery followed. Fortune Seeker. Hi, you're working with her, aren't you? Nice act. Hardworker. Miss, you shouldn't say things like that. Eating poisonous mushrooms is no joke. Sweet donut. Ugh, I only have one decent weapon. If I get scammed, I'll be so mad. Lula was so angry that her eyes turned red. She immediately took a screenshot of the mushrooms in her backpack and sent it to the chat channel. Wicked Stepmother. Look for yourselves. Earth Dragon mushroomed.jpg. The chat channel went silent for a moment. Little Rookie. Whoa. It's real. Donut. Oh my gosh, it's really a healing mushroom. Why haven't I found one? Cherry Trouble. Mom of the bag, I want to trade. Can I exchange this small dagger for it? Rough Bone Dagger, JPG. Hard work pays off. Madam Bag Mom, I was rude earlier. May I ask if you'll trade the mushrooms for anything besides a bow?
I have some wood. and stone.
At the edge of the forest, Song Su was walking while practicing archery, not paying attention to the chat channel. Earlier, someone named Fortune from All Directions had sent a private message to trade, but just as he saw the mushrooms, he canceled the deal before it was done. Then he started sending angry messages. Soon, more than a dozen others began sending her rude private messages too. After some effort, Song Su managed to block them all one by one. Now her private message channel was flashing again. She thought it was more people coming to insult her. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, she paused when she saw the messages clearly. Why were there so many trade requests all of a sudden? She opened the chat channel and quickly scrolled through it. So that's what happened. She hadn't known there was a screenshot function in the chat. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been scolded for nothing. She filtered through the private messages. Bows and arrows were still her top priority, but she also started paying attention to other useful items. Soon, she completed several trades. She exchanged 60 mushrooms for 3 sets of fully durable beginner bows. 10 mushrooms for a turtle shell shield with durability 10/20. For mushrooms for 2 complete snail shells, which now protected both her ankles. Then another private message arrived, showing a picture. Song Su's eyes widened in surprise. Skill card fragment, JPG, tonsil talk. This is the only valuable thing I have. I wouldn't trade it if I weren't starving. You know how important skills are in this game. Asking for 500 mushrooms isn't too much, right, Bag Mom? That's too much, tonsil talk. But it's a skill. No one's ever seen one before. I'm the first in the whole server. Bag Mom, you only have 1 fragment now, but maybe you'll find more later. Tonsil talk. Then 400. Tonsil talk. Hey, big sis, say something.
We can talk about the price.
300 is my lowest offer. Tonsil talk. Big sis, please. You're like my real sister. The lowest I can go is 280. I'm really losing here. If you don't trade, I'll go find someone selling berries. Bag Mom. 215. That's all I have left. Tonsil talk. Deal. Let's trade. When the light gray skill card fragment appeared in her backpack, Song Su let out a sigh of relief. Even though she had traded away all the mushrooms she worked hard to collect, she still felt it was worth it. The fragment was only a corner piece, with no numbers or patterns, about a quarter the size of a playing card. That meant 4 fragments could be combined into a new skill, though she didn't know what kind of skill it would be. She decided to keep collecting them for now. Bag Mom, may I ask how you got this fragment? Tonsil talk. That's another secret. I plan to make a fortune with it. Song Su closed the private chat. It made sense, she wouldn't tell others either. But that username was quite unique. Song Su had an excellent memory, almost photographic. If her family hadn't been poor when she was young, she probably could have gone to college. She remembered that yesterday, this tonsil talk had shouted in the chat that he was chased for miles by a giant frog right after landing. Later, he said the frog bit his leg and he couldn't move, thinking he was done for. Then someone named Brother Dao said he would go find him. Since the beginner valleys weren't connected, they probably never met. So how did tonsil talk survive?
Song Su wonder.
That skill fragment was probably related to the frog that had chased him. Thinking of that, she quickened her pace. Her archery skill was already at 735/1000. If she kept using this bow, she should level up soon. But it was getting dark, and she still hadn't left the forest. She needed to find a place to make a fire and build a shelter. The midday heat here made her sweat nonstop, and the 3 red suns in the sky glowed like burning eyes. At dusk, her eyes began to close, leaving only a thin slit. The temperature around her dropped quickly, and the breeze felt damp and cold. In this game, being too cold or too hot would cause her health to decrease. Song Su chose a spot sheltered from the wind, built a small campfire, and lit it. She had plenty of twigs and dry grass in her backpack. Unfortunately, she hadn't gathered enough moss yesterday, so she couldn't make a bed for her dog and had to sleep on the ground. With her stamina running low, Song Su sat by the fire, resting her chin on her hand as she dozed off. When her left hand went numb, she switched to her right. Suddenly, her hand slipped, and she opened her eyes wide. Flutter. A few large moths, each about the size of a palm, were circling the fire. Drawn by the light, they kept flying in loops. Song Su had never seen moths this big before. Instinctively, she activated her skill, See to Eat. Phosphorescent night moth, edible, high in protein. The eyes and wings are slightly toxic and must be removed. The abdomen is tender and tastes best when roasted. It is a main food source for the red-eyed toad. Song Su instantly felt wide awake. She suddenly remembered her passive skill, the gourmet's charm. Any creature that eats food personally made by you will develop a strong liking for you. If she cooked these moths and fed them to the red-eyed toads, would they like her and stop attacking, waiting quietly for her to strike instead? It said any creature, after all. It was worth a try. She quickly opened the system shop. Under tools, there were nets for catching things. The most expensive cost over 100 points, and the cheapest only 5. She gritted her teeth and bought the cheapest one, then quietly stood up. When the moths circled directly above the fire, she swung the net upward. Whoosh! The net brushed the edge of the flames, scattering a few sparks, and caught 2 moths that couldn't react in time. They fluttered frantically inside, their wing dust falling like powder. Song Su quickly pulled the net back, away from the fire. Then she struck it twice against the ground. Carefully, she picked up one of the stunned moths. Its face looked quite frightening. She removed its wings and head, a bit of pale fluid seeping out. Trying not to feel sick, Song Su processed the other moth as well. Then she repeated the process and kept catching more. The firelight continued to attract the moths. In less than 20 minutes, she had caught 11 glowing night moths. That should be enough. She found some thin branches and skewered them together. One by one, the plump white moth skewers were placed near the campfire, slowly roasting in the leftover heat. She turned them from time to time to keep them from burning. Soon, a roasted smell, a bit like seafood, spread through the air. Cooking successful. Obtained. Glowing night moth skewer X1. Restores 10 HP when eaten. Deliciousness. Recipe recorded. The tempting smell filled her nose, and her stomach growled loudly. Not long ago, these things had fuzzy bodies and strange eyes, yet now they smelled so good when cooked. Song Su swallowed hard. Forget it, these were meant for the toad. She shook her head and packed the 11 skewers into her large storage bag. By the time she finished, it was almost dawn. A wave of exhaustion washed over her. Her stamina was nearly gone. If she didn't rest soon, her health would start to drop. She added a few dry branches to make the fire burn brighter, curled up beside it, hugged her bow, and used her stone axe as a pillow before falling asleep. Rustle, rustle. In the darkness, several twisted black shadows, like melted tar, slowly flowed out from the ground. One shadow stretched out a tendril, and as soon as its tip crossed the line between light and dark, it shrank back as if burned. In her sleep, Song Su frowned and curled up tighter. Time passed slowly, guarded by the firelight and watched by the hungry darkness. Just before dawn, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed in Song Su's mind. Wife! She was yanked out of deep sleep and opened her eyes wide. Everything was pitch black. A cold, slippery touch was wrapping around her ankle, creeping upward. The campfire had gone out without her noticing. Ah! Fear gripped her throat, and she couldn't make a sound. The cold touch slid past her knees, up her chest, and toward her neck. Her whole body tensed in terror. Don't panic. Her daughter was still waiting for her. Liang Yan, that was Liang Yan's voice just now. She forced herself to stop trembling and quickly took a match from her backpack. Hurry. Don't let your hands shake. Snap. The moment the flame appeared, the shadow clinging to her neck shrank back an inch. She fumbled to light the torch she had prepared earlier, and the orange glow spread out quickly. Hiss. Like oil sizzling in a hot pan, the shadowy tendrils wrapped around her body hissed sharply, then faded away within seconds. Ha! Ha! Song Su was drenched in cold sweat, staring at the twisting shadows in the darkness. Night Demon LV99, Diet. Non-living matter, inedible, fears light, feeds on player's fear, immune to all attacks, cannot be killed. Hint: night demons exist in every dark corner of the canyon. Keep a light source or stay inside a system-defined safe shelter. Her hand holding the torch trembled slightly. Level 99? And invincible? She was only level 0, with a pitiful 23 experience points. The terrifying shadows were still trying to move closer. To her horror, as they approached, the torch in her hand flickered, and its durability dropped by 2 levels in an instant. No wonder that huge bonfire had gone out so quickly. Shivering, Song Su pulled out another torch, ready to light it as soon as the first one burned out. Just then, the 3 eyes in the sky opened a crack. Dawn had come. In an instant, the night demons vanished without a trace. Song Su let out a long breath. Looking down, she saw faint gray marks around her ankles and calves where the shadows had touched her. They ached slightly, but weren't bleeding. Her status bar showed her health had dropped to 38/50, and a new negative effect appeared. Night Demon Corrosion. Mild, all attributes reduced by 5%. Lasts 30 minutes. It was the 3rd day. Song Su took out the piece of black bread she had been saving and took a bite. Unlike cooked food, this bread restored 5 health points per bite and could be eaten 10 times in total. That voice she heard in her dream, calling her name so softly. Was it an illusion? A hallucination? Or had Liang Yan really sensed her danger somehow, from somewhere far away?
She didn't know.
She steadied herself against a nearby rock and stood up. After checking her condition, she took a few deep breaths. She had to become stronger. As long as Liang Yan was still out there, she would find him. Time to move. Archery skill. 935/1000. Red-Eyed Toad Quest. 0 out of 10. Less than 24 hours remained in the beginner's protection period. Points. 30. As Song Su walked, she thought that she might not be able to earn enough points to exchange for her daughter's gene repair serum this time. She needed at least 100 more points to make sure she could spend enough time with her daughter during the day. 3 hours later, the ground beneath her feet turned muddy. She was close to the red-eyed toad's territory. Picking up the arrow she had just fired, she noticed her archery skill had finally leveled up. Skill update. Basic Archery, Intermediate Archery. Proficiency. 0 out of 2000. Effect. Gains basic aiming assistance, slightly increased range, and 10% damage to stationary targets. A warm current flowed through her arm, making it tingle slightly. When she drew her bow again, it felt smoother and more responsive. She tested it with a shot. Thud. The arrow struck firmly into the tree trunk, with less deviation and deeper penetration. Archery skill 1. Song Su's confidence grew. Even if roasted moth meat didn't work, she could still take down 10 toads with her bow. People in the chat channel had already mentioned that red-eyed toads had strong attacks but weak defense. If she could catch them off guard, 1 arrow would be enough to finish them. It was almost noon. The 3 glowing orbs in the sky were fully open, and the air grew hot and humid. Hiding behind a massive tree that would take several people to encircle, Song Su carefully peeked out and used her scanning skill. Ahead lay a vast swampy wetland, dotted with murky pools and crooked dead trees stretching as far as she could see. Many large toads, each about the size of a basketball, squatted in the mud. Their dark green skin and bright red eyes stood out sharply. Red-eyed toad LV1. Diet. Male toads have tough, mildly toxic flesh and attack quickly with paralyzing tongues. Not suitable for eating. Red-eyed toad LV1. Diet. Female toads have oily bellies rich in fat, a valuable ingredient for cooking. Song Su raised her eyebrows. Male toads couldn't be eaten, but female ones could. The nearest red-eyed toad was about 10 meters away, just beyond her accurate shooting range. She took out a skewer of roasted moth meat, stuck it on a long branch, and stretched her arm as far as she could. Gently shaking the branch, she let the smell spread through the air. The toad's red eyes locked onto the meat, its throat moving as it swallowed. Holding her breath, Song Su slowly lowered the skewer, then quickly hid behind a tree, bow ready. She planned to shoot when the toad hopped over to eat. But the next moment she froze. The toad didn't jump. It stayed still, its neck suddenly stretching and shrinking. Its red tongue shot out and snatched the roasted meat from the branch with a snap. Shangsu. She was still stunned by how long its tongue was when she noticed the white words above its head. Red-eyed toad. Turning light green. Red-eyed toad, friendliness 100%. At the same time, another, slightly larger toad nearby turned its head. Its crimson eyes locked onto Song-Su behind the tree. The name above its head instantly turned bright red.
Croak.
The red-named toad leapt toward her. Song-Su's heart skipped. She quickly raised her bow to shoot. But before she could, something unexpected happened. The green-named toad suddenly jumped up, moving fast, and bit the red-named toad's back leg. -2. A damage number floated above the red-named toad.
Croak.
The red-named one cried out in pain and bit back. -2. Song-Su stared in disbelief at the absurd scene before her. Two identical toads were biting each other fiercely, splashing water everywhere. Numbers like -2, -2, -2, -2 floated in the air. Their health bars dropped quickly. They were about to take each other down. Song-Su hurriedly aimed at the red-named toad, pulled the bowstring tight, and released.
Thud.
The arrow hit the red-named toad right on the back of its head. -18. Critical hit, its health dropped to 0, and it fell to the ground. Defeated red-eyed toad, male, X1. Gained EXP 5.1. Red-eyed toad quest progress. 1 out of 10 done. Song-Su let out a sigh of relief and looked at the green-named toad. It turned around and hopped twice, landing right beside her. Instinctively, Song-Su stepped back and tightened her grip on the bow in her hand. The green-named toad stopped about 2 meters in front of her, lifted its head, and stared at her with bright red eyes. A soft croaking sound came from its throat, as if it were showing off its achievement. Song-Su's mouth twitched, and she slowly took another step back. The toad clumsily shuffled forward a few steps. She moved left. It hopped left. She moved right. It hopped right. Song-Su couldn't help but laugh. The effect of those who recognize food, our wise worked almost instantly. She had only wanted to lower hostility to make hunting easier, but she hadn't expected to gain a toad companion. This skill was amazing. She glanced at her quest list, 9 more to go. A bolder idea came to her mind. Hey, she said to the green-named toad, unsure if it could understand her.
Can you
bring your friends here? One by one? The toad tilted its head, its eyes full of innocent confusion. Song-Su rubbed her forehead. Forget it. She couldn't expect much intelligence from a toad. Stay here. Don't move. It seemed to understand that command, because it didn't follow her when she left. She found another lone toad and offered it a skewer of roasted moth meat as bait. After it finished eating, its name also turned green. 1, 2, 3. By the time all 11 skewers were gone, the scene had become quite a sight. 11 large, ugly toads the size of basketballs stood neatly in a row. Each one lifted its head, staring at Song-Su with bright red eyes that blinked in unison. The sight was so strange it was almost funny. Song-Su's mouth twitched again. She raised her hand and pointed toward a red-named toad napping in the swamp. Target, that one.
Go.
All 11 green-named toads turned at once.
Bang, 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 bang.
One by one, the green cannonballs arced through the air and landed precisely around the red-named toad, surrounding it in an instant. The unlucky red-marked toad had just opened its eyes in confusion when a flurry of attacks came at it. 2 green-marked toads on the left lashed their long tongues like whips, striking its back and tearing off a small patch of skin. -3. -3. 2 more on the right jumped forward and bit down. -2. -2. Behind them, 3 or 4 others couldn't get close, hopping anxiously around the edge. Whenever they saw an opening, they flicked their tongues to attack. -2, -3, -2, -2. The surrounded red-marked toad didn't even have time to react before its health bar was completely emptied. Song-Su stared in shock. The result was faster than she expected. She didn't even need to lift a finger. Red-eyed toad, female, defeated X1. Gained EXP 5 points 1. Red-eyed toad quest progress. 2 out of 10 seeing the 11 toads obediently waiting after finishing the fight. Song Su quickly ran over.
Good job.
She praised as she collected the toad's body. She didn't need to pick up the male ones, but the females could be used to make toad oil, so she kept them. Her eyes turned toward the deeper part of the swamp. With a wave of her arm, she pointed at another lone toad.
Attack.
The toad squad leapt into action, surrounding and striking together.
Quest progress. 3 decimi. Quest progress. 4 decimi.
All Song Su had to do was give commands and collect the toads afterward. It was easy work. Soon, a message popped up on her system panel. Red-eyed toad quest complete. Rewards granted. Received. Rusty short sword X1. EXP 50. Points 20. Congratulations. Level up. A warm energy rushed through Song Su's body, instantly restoring her health and stamina. She quickly opened her status panel. Song Su, level 1, health, 60/60ths, stamina, 80/80ths, EXP, 23/200, base attributes, spirit, 6 energy, 8 luck, 10 points, 60 after leveling up. Both her spirit and energy increased by 1 point. After comparing the detailed data, she discovered that the essence attribute not only affected her maximum health, but also slightly increased her attack and defense. The energy attribute raised her stamina limit and improved her dodge and critical hit rates. As for luck, it didn't change at all. Being at full health and strength felt amazing. She now had 60 points. Looking at the red-eyed frogs in the distance, Song Su felt excited and waved her short sword.
Attack.
At first, she only targeted lone red-eyed frogs. Later, she thought fighting them one by one was too slow. Several green-named frogs, unable to get a chance to attack, bumped into each other in frustration, almost starting a fight among themselves. Feeling bolder, she led her small frog squad to attack groups of 2 or 3 frogs at once. With overwhelming force, her green-named frogs easily defeated their opponents without taking much damage. These green-named frogs could even recover health automatically if they weren't attacked for a while. Song Su hopped around collecting loot. She had no choice, she had to jump. The swamp was full of traps, so she often activated C to survive, which gave her text prompts to avoid danger accurately. Defeated red-eyed frog, female, X1, EXP 5, points 1. Defeated red-eyed frog, male, X1, EXP 5, points 1. Defeated. EXP 5, points 1.
So fast.
This time, it took her less than half an hour to reach level 2. Her 2 main attributes each increased by 1 point. Fighting monsters was definitely the fastest way to level up. Before this, she had done quests for 2 days and hadn't even reached level 1. The only problem was that every time a kill notification appeared, small white text would pop up in the lower right corner of her view. Her skill also marked everything she saw with text prompts. Now her vision was filled with words, white, green, red, crowded everywhere. Before long, her eyes started to ache, and she had to stop using her skill from time to time to rest them. Fortunately, leveling up restored her health and stamina completely. She felt full of energy, not hungry, thirsty, or tired at all. The only issue was that she was going through frogs quickly. The deeper she went, the more red-eyed frogs appeared. Eventually, 4 or 5 of them were gathered together in one spot. Although she had many toads, she couldn't avoid getting hurt. A few green-named toads that couldn't heal in time accidentally died. Song Su carefully picked up her fallen comrade's body, used her short sword to extract the toad oil, and put it into her large bag. This saved time because she was free during the toad battle. Her experience points increased quickly, like riding a rocket, and she soon reached level 3. Level 4. Just as she was about to reach level 5, an unexpected change happened. Out of nowhere, a toad with dark gold markings on its back appeared. It was more than twice the size of a normal toad. Red-eyed toad, elite. This elite toad has high defense. The green-named toads around it bit for a long time, but only took away a third of its health. Meanwhile, Her small toad team was down to only 7 members. Song Su's eyes sharpened. She drew her bow, aimed at the elite toad. Whoosh, -19. Critical hit. In an instant, the elite toad turned around and locked onto her. Her heart raced. She saw its long tongue, faster than her arrow, coming straight at her face. In a life-or-death moment, a green-named toad with a mouthful of tiny teeth opened wide and bit the rushing tongue. Squelch! A sharp biting sound rang out. The elite toad's tongue was caught, and it staggered as it was pulled. Other frogs also didn't stay idle, opening their big mouths. -2, -2, -2, -2, -2. The angry elite toad tried to pull back its tongue but was bitten tightly. Good job. Song Su broke out in cold sweat, rolled backward in a hurry, and drew her bow again. This time, she aimed at the open mouth of the elite toad. Whoosh! -35. Weak point critical hit. The last bit of health of the elite toad was instantly depleted, and it fell backward with a loud thump. Congratulations! You have successfully defeated the red-eyed toad elite. Experience 80. Points 10. Reward: Bronze Chest X1. A warm feeling spread through her body again. Her level instantly increased to 5, and her attributes improved across the board. At this moment, Song Su didn't bother to check her level-up changes. She focused on the ancient-looking treasure chest next to the elite toad's body. Bronze chest. After opening, you will randomly receive a piece of bronze equipment or materials. There is a small chance to get a skill card fragment. Song Su's eyes lit up with excitement. It turns out that the skill fragment for tonsil speech can often be obtained from these elite monster chests. As for how he killed the elite toad, that remains unknown. She quickly stepped forward, touched the chest, and chose to open it. A few soft clicking sounds, and the chest lid slowly opened. There was no skill card fragment inside. Instead, there was a set of bow and arrows. Hunting short bow, quality, bronze, attributes, attack 12, range 20%, accuracy 10%, durability 30/30ths, bronze quiver X1, attributes, holds 40 arrows, with tearing effect on arrows. Durability 10 out of 10. Although it was a bit disappointing not to get a skill fragment, Song Su was quite satisfied. This bow is much better than the simple short bow she used before. She took out the bow and arrows. It felt heavy in her hands. The bow has smooth lines, and the grip is wrapped with leather. A gentle pull, smooth recoil, easily reaching full draw.
She looked at the stats.
Song Su, level 5, health, 100/100, stamina, 120/120ths, experience, 0/900, basic attributes, perception, 10, spirit, 12, luck, 10 points, 360 for there are 5 green-named toads left, 2 of which have almost empty health bars. Song Su checked the game time. There are 6 hours and 40 minutes left before the beginner protection period ends. Night is approaching quickly. She needs to find a place to build a shelter quickly. Song Su ran wildly, with 5 green-named toads still behind her. She reached the edge of the swamp, found a safe spot without monsters, and ordered the toads to surround her, with one stationed every 10 meters. She then built a campfire in the center. Quickly, she dug out 10 pieces of moss and opened the Recipes tab. Items she crafted before, like torches, shelters, cooking pots, and snail wristbands, are all listed here. As long as she gathers enough materials, she can make another one at any time. Song Su placed the newly assembled doghouse within the firelight, making sure it was far enough away to avoid catching fire. She crawled into the doghouse and quickly browsed the shop. Basic gene repair liquid, 80 points, buy. Then she exchanged for longer wakefulness. To ensure she had enough daytime to spend with her daughter, she gritted her teeth and bought 14 hours, costing 140 points. She now had 144 points left. Song Su hesitated, wondering whether to save her points for the next time she needed to stay awake longer. Suddenly, she noticed a very familiar item. Peek screen little bear, I just look, no talking, attributes, monitoring range 10 meters, high definition picture quality, clear sound quality. Durability, 10 out of 10, consumes 1 point daily, Price: 50 points. Seeing the ugly little bear icon, Song-Su's heart started pounding faster. Her home had this doll. It was a brown bear plush toy that Liang Yan had brought back from somewhere. It had button eyes, a crooked head, uneven fur, patches on its bottom, and felt rough to the touch. He casually placed it on their daughter's bedside table. She had asked where he bought such an ugly doll and almost threw it away. But Liang Yan said it was a favorite character from his favorite anime. He rarely liked anything special, so she kept it. Later, a few more identical little bears appeared at home. She even told him to stop wasting money on useless things. Liang Yan just chuckled and scratched his head, saying, "This doll is so cute, I couldn't resist buying one." Now, she understood everything. This wasn't just a toy. It was clearly a surveillance device he had exchanged with points. Each little bear only lasted 10 days, so he kept replacing them. No wonder she could hear his voice when he entered the game and get quick replies. It was all because of this item. Tears welled up in Song-Su's eyes. Without hesitation, she immediately chose to buy it. Points -50, remaining points, 94. Obtained, peak screen Little Bear X1. Night fell, the firelight flickered, and there were 6 hours and 12 minutes left on the countdown. Song-Su crawled into the nest. The beginner's guide said that after exchanging for the wakefulness time, she could return to the real world at any time. Her body in the game world would then fall asleep. The time flow rate is 10:1. She pulled up the task list, which showed 5 available tasks. 4 of them were gathering tasks, giving points, but no experience rewards. One was a kill task, with high experience and point rewards. After accepting all of them, she curled up on the grass mat, opened the system panel, and chose to leave the game. Suddenly, a system prompt appeared, detected that this is the player's first time leaving the game. Rules are as follows. 1. After returning to reality, the system panel can only be viewed. Functions like the shop and backpack will be unavailable.
2.
Items brought back from the game must be held with both hands and require a cross-dimensional fee.
3.
If bringing back items causes disturbances or exposes the game's existence, it will be considered a violation of the silence rule and will be immediately erased.
4.
After the wakefulness time ends, if the player does not actively return to the game, 100 times the player's remaining real-life lifespan will be deducted as compensation. Song-Su's heart tightened. She quickly took out gene repair serum from her big stomach and a small teddy bear from her backpack, clutching it in her hand. Then, the system surprisingly prompted that taking this teddy bear back would require paying a 100% fee. The gene repair serum would need a 1000% fee.
Damn.
This is way too unfair. She looked at her remaining 94 points, grinding her teeth in frustration. It seemed she could only take the teddy bear this time. Points -50, remaining points, 44. Suddenly, a feeling of weightlessness hit her. After a dizzy spin, she saw her familiar ceiling. She was back, lying on her own small bed in her bedroom. The fee is so expensive. Damn it, she cursed as she sat up, but in the next second, her whole body stiffened. She quickly looked down at her wrist. The light pink, round bun tattoo was still there. Big stomach? It had come out too. With a thought, a small bottle appeared in her hand. A faint blue liquid shimmered inside the tiny glass bottle. Song-Su was overjoyed, her hands flying. Suddenly, a bunch of messy things appeared on the ground. Cooking pot, snail meat, frog oil, half a bottle of water. With a wave of her hand, everything returned to the big stomach. She was so lucky. She didn't spend a single point and managed to bring everything out. Could it be a system bug? Ha ha ha, oh my, this is really... Suddenly, her daughter's soft hum came from the bedroom. She clenched the medicine bottle and hurried over. Oh no, sorry, Mom is late. Song-Su hugged her daughter, rocking and patting her. How long has Pak been awake? Are you scared? Wiping away tears from her daughter's eyes, Song-Su gently kissed her twice. Don't cry, don't cry. Mom will take you out for a walk, okay? Hearing her voice, Pak gradually calmed down and blinked her big eyes. Song-Su placed her on the bed and changed her into a new, wet diaper. Good girl, Pack. Mom brought you some medicine. Let's take it first. Carefully opening the blue medicine bottle, she leaned close to her daughter's mouth. Open wide, her daughter instinctively opened her small mouth and sucked, drinking the light blue liquid in a few sips. How do you feel, Pack? Is it tasty? Song-Soo softly asked, trying to check her daughter's condition with her skills. But she found that sight alone wasn't enough. Can only the big stomach be used? Never mind, forget it for now. Just as Song-Soo was about to get up to fetch water, her finger was suddenly grabbed. Moo.
Ah.
Moo. Her daughter pouted her little lips, blew bubbles, and made unclear sounds. Song-Soo was struck like lightning and immediately crouched down. Pack?
Pack.
What do you want to say? She asked, shocked. Her daughter had never spoken before. This was the first time she heard clear words from her.
Moo.
Mom. Pack seemed to gather all her strength, her face turning red as she finally managed to speak. Tears streamed down Song-Soo's face. She cried while wildly kissing her daughter's face. Mom is here. Mom heard you, Pack. My Pack can call Mom now. Oh, finally. You can call me Mom. Pack's small hand brushed her face, and she was so anxious, she almost cried. She quickly held her daughter's hand near her lips. Good. Mom won't cry anymore. You're so brave, Pack. Mom is so happy. It must be the gene repair liquid working. Song-Soo happily hugged her daughter and spun around in place, making the little girl laugh nonstop. After calming down, she poured warm water to brush her daughter's teeth and wash her face, then fed her milk and steamed some baby food. Song-Soo grabbed a steamed bun from the fridge, ate some herself, and fed her daughter carrot puree. Once they finished eating, she took out a carrier and strapped her daughter to her chest. Every time, her daughter's small hand would hang down, but this time it slightly lifted, as if she wanted to hug her. Mua. Song-Soo kissed her daughter's forehead. Let's go, Mom will take you shopping. Countdown to full alertness. 13 hours and 15 minutes. Mother and daughter appeared at the wholesale market. Song-Soo tested it and found that all the food in the fridge could fit into her big stomach, even pots, bowls, and the rice cooker. Anything related to food could be stored. So, what are they waiting for? In this game world, it's like a famine. If she can bring food inside, she wonders how many good things she could exchange for. They still have 4,330 yuan in savings. She first bought 100 pounds of rice, 100 pounds of noodles, 200 eggs, for bottles of cooking oil, spending over 900 yuan. Then she bought 10 boxes of instant noodles, compressed biscuits, mineral water, 2 boxes of ham and luncheon meat and pickles, costing 1,430 yuan. Next, she bought 50 pounds of pork and 10 chickens at the meat stall. Passing by a supermarket, she bought milk powder and diapers for her daughter. She also grabbed some chocolates and 2 barrels of high-quality liquor. Although she doesn't drink, maybe other players might need it. There was less than 300 yuan left in her pocket. Her hired donkey cart was almost full. She wrote down the address of the bun shop and arranged for a tricycle to deliver the goods. Then she sat on a motorcycle with her daughter and returned to the shop. Just as they arrived at the door, they met an old customer. Hey, Xiao Song, why are you so late? Not selling buns today. Song-Soo smiled and said, Sorry, Aunt Wang, something came up at home today. Oh, my husband loves your buns. We've been waiting so long. Will you sell them at noon? Thinking about the remaining balance in her wallet and the remaining time, Song-Soo nodded. Yes, I will. I'll go steam the buns now. Aunt Wang gently pinched her soft little face. Good. Wow, our little Bao is so energetic today. Her small braid looks really cute. Aunt Wang always shows her love whenever she sees Bao. This child is truly very lucky. Her skin is soft and white, her eyelashes are long and thick like little fans, and her big black eyes are shiny like grapes. Although she is a bit thin, her features are very delicate. Anyone who sees her will say she is very beautiful. Aunt Wang sighs quietly. It's a pity. If she hadn't been born with such a serious illness, she could have been a child star in ads just because of her looks. She looks at Song-Soo, who is opening the rolling door. The mother also has a very good appearance. Her features are gentle, her nose is straight, and she looks elegant and attractive. Little Liang is also a hardworking and caring child. These two are supposed to have a happy life. But unfortunately, their luck isn't good. Their parents are both quite old, and they have no one to help. They finally had a child, but then they faced a costly and exhausting illness. Watching these two work so hard every day, running their small bun shop from dawn to dusk, neighbors like Aunt Wang feel very sympathetic. Aunt Wang takes her thoughts back and pats Song Su's arm. Don't tire yourself out. How is Xiao Liang? I haven't seen him in several days. Song Su pauses and smiles.
He's
Been feeling a bit unwell these days. Yes, the weather has turned cold. You all need to take care of yourselves. Yes. Thank you, Aunt Wang. After seeing off the caring Aunt Wang, Song Su places her daughter in the baby chair behind the cash register and covers her with a blanket. She gently pinches her daughter's small nose. Bow bow, be good. Mom has to work now. Her daughter's big eyes look at her drowsily, and she smiles softly. Song Su feels happy like she's eating honey and quickly gets busy. She kneads the dough, chops the filling, and mixes it. While wrapping the buns, she suddenly remembers she needs to go out to deliver goods. After the delivery person leaves, she quietly takes the large pile of supplies at the door into her big bag. Her eyes glance at the cooking pot, and she feels a little curious. She wonders what it would be like to cook with such a magical pot in real life. Maybe she should try making some cabbage and tofu soup? And there's also frog oil. It's said to be very delicious and nutritious. If only my daughter could eat it, she could also help improve her health. She took out a small piece of toad oil and carefully cleaned it. She put the cabbage, tofu, and toad oil into the pot, added a ladle of water and 2 spoons of salt. Just as Song Su withdrew her hand, faint small characters appeared above the stone pot. Cabbage, tofu, toad oil, salt water equals unknown dish. Deliciousness? Song Su's heart skipped a beat. Could others see these words too? She looked up, through the kitchen glass, at her daughter in the baby chair, who was dozing off. In the reflection of the glass, she could see the shape of the stone pot, but no words reflection. She checked several times, even took out her phone to take a picture of the pot. Only when she was sure that only she could see these words and the photo couldn't capture them, did she breathe a sigh of relief. She covered the pot. Immediately, a faint bubbling sound came from inside. 3 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. The lid made a soft sound and automatically opened a small gap. Suddenly, a very fresh aroma burst out, filling the small kitchen. Song Su leaned in closer. The once ordinary cabbage and tofu had transformed dramatically. The broth was rich and milky white, with a few golden oil droplets floating on top. The cabbage leaves spread out, crystal clear. The tofu was pure white, tender and delicate. Golden soup white jade cup x1, deliciousness, effect, data error. Song Su raised an eyebrow in confusion. Data error? Maybe because, in the game, everything has numerical values, but here in the real world? Perhaps she needed to return to the game to see the specific attributes of this dish. She scooped out a small bowl of the soup and ingredients to taste. Now she was worried that, like in the game, the dish might disappear after one bite. She took a sip of the soup. It was incredibly fragrant and tasty, more delicious than meat broth, even though it was just vegetable soup. She took another bite of the vegetables and tofu. The soup in the pot still hadn't disappeared. Song Su pondered for a moment, then used her mind to gather the remaining contents of the pot into her large stomach. Strangely, the system didn't give her any utensils. After the soup entered her stomach, it turned into a lump and floated in midair. It seemed she still needed to prepare her own utensils in the real world. Song Su casually grabbed a stainless steel basin, placed it into her large stomach, and filled it with the remaining soup. The shop didn't lack disposable bowls and chopsticks, so she casually put some into her large bag. This made trading with other players easier. She didn't want to waste time, so she added ingredients to the pot, covered it, and kept simmering the soup. The first batch of buns wasn't steamed yet, but the second pot of soup was ready. She scooped out a small bowl and let it cool slightly. Then she picked up her daughter, used a small spoon to feed her little by little. The smell attracted her daughter's attention. She opened her mouth eagerly, eating more happily than usual. The small bowl of soup was quickly finished. Soon, the little girl's face turned rosy, and she lazily yawned. Song-Soo gently placed her back in the baby chair and covered her with a small blanket. The remaining soup was stored in her large bag. By 11 o'clock, after steaming the first batch of buns and preparing 2 large bowls of cabbage and tofu soup, she had everything ready. The familiar aroma spread through the shop, drawing in a few regular customers. "Hey, Xiaosong, you're opening late today," said old customer Zhang, familiar with the place, as he found a small table in the back. "Give me 5 meat buns and 3 vegetarian ones." "Sure, just a moment." Song-Soo quickly packed the buns and brought them over. Zhang took a bite of a bun and said, "Wait a minute, Xiaosong. What are you cooking back there? It smells so good." 2 other customers who just entered also caught the scent. "Yeah, Sister Song, what's that delicious smell? Are you making a big bone soup?" Song-Soo smiled and said, "I made some cabbage and tofu soup myself." "Cabbage and tofu?" Zhang's eyes widened. "Can cabbage and tofu really make this kind of flavor?" "Oh, I'm drooling just smelling it." "Xiaosong, can I have a bowl?"
Song-Soo hesitated.
She hadn't planned to sell that soup. But seeing Zhang's eager face, she softened her heart.
All right.
She turned to the kitchen, filled 3 small bowls, and casually sprinkled some chopped green onions on top. Although the ingredients were simple, the aroma of the frog oil was so strong that it gave the soup a unique fragrance. "Here, be careful, it's hot," Song-Soo said as she brought the soup to the table. Zhang couldn't wait. He scooped up a spoonful, blew on it, and took a sip. As the soup entered his mouth, he froze. "Is this cabbage and tofu soup?" he asked, his voice trembling. "Incredible. So fresh. It's so fresh, it's like it's melting in my mouth.
So satisfying."
The other 2 customers also looked surprised and amazed. "This is amazing. Sister Song, your skills are amazing. This soup makes my stomach feel so comfortable. How much is a bowl? I want to buy another one." Song-Soo quickly waved her hand. "It's just ordinary cabbage and tofu, not worth much." "No way." Grandpa Zhang took out 10 yuan and slapped it on the table. "This soup is so delicious. 10 yuan a bowl, I'm getting a good deal." Yes, we should pay too." The other 2 customers also took out 10 yuan each. Song-Soo couldn't refuse, so she accepted the money. But she quickly thought to herself, ordinary cabbage and tofu don't cost much, and the frog oil was brought from the game, so there's no cost. Selling a bowl for 10 yuan is a big profit. Her vegetable buns cost 1 yuan each, meat buns 2 yuan. Selling 10 buns earns enough to make the same money as 1 bowl of soup, which is quite profitable. At this time, more customers came to buy buns and asked for takeout. Hearing about the soup, they all spoke up. "Boss, do you have soup today?" "I'll have a bowl too, for meat buns and a bowl of soup." Song-Soo was busy running around, selling buns and packing tofu soup at the same time. In the corner, Zhao Feng was eating quickly, taking bites of buns and soup. He had just finished a late shift, his stomach was empty, and he had no appetite. He thought just eating a bun would be enough. But after a hot bowl of cabbage soup, Zhao Feng immediately took out his phone and started typing rapidly in the neighborhood chat group. Notice. The downstairs Peaceful Bun Shop has a new product. Cabbage and tofu soup, 10 yuan a bowl. It's amazing. So fresh. Hurry up. If you're late, it might be gone. Suddenly, the group filled with question marks and exclamation points. How good can cabbage and tofu soup really be? Zhao, are you hallucinating from hunger? 10 yuan a bowl isn't cheap. Zhao Feng frowned and quickly typed, "I've never had such delicious cabbage soup in my life. If you want it, come get some." Soon, Song-Soo was surprised to find the shop slowing down, and there were still people lining up outside. "Usually, there aren't so many people in noon, right?" she asked, and found out everyone was there for the soup. There was nothing she could do but keep boiling pot after pot. To avoid making it seem too expensive, she even used bigger bowls. 1 pot could serve about 7 or 8 bowls before running out. By around 2 p.m., they ran out of ingredients. Xian looked apologetic. Sorry everyone, we've run out of tofu today. Tomorrow I'll prepare more. A few late-arriving customers looked disappointed. Really? It's all gone? They said it was so tasty. I haven't tried it yet. Boss, what time do you open tomorrow? Yeah, I've been smelling that flavor all day. It made me so hungry. Song-soo smiled. We should open at 5 in the morning. I'll prepare more soup for everyone then. After sending off all the customers and closing the shop, she looked at the money in her hand and counted. Just the soup sold nearly 100 bowls. Plus the buns, today's lunch earned over 1,300 yuan, enough to cover several days of usual income. She leaned against the wall, unable to hide her smile. Adding a bit of toad oil made the ordinary ingredients taste so good. If next time she made a spicy snail dish, what would it be like? She had about 7 hours left of wakefulness. She looked outside the door. Xian thought that the beggar definitely didn't accidentally drop his skill card. Maybe Liang Yan sent him to deliver it. If she could find him, she might learn Liang Yan's whereabouts. Unfortunately, the old man didn't show up again today. She quickly tidied up the shop, carried her daughter on her back, and took the bus home. In her mind, she was still planning how to turn the rice and flour into delicious cooked dishes for future trades. Once home, she gave her daughter a warm bath. Then she did a passive exercise to help restore muscle strength. Afterward, she placed her daughter on the small bed and handed her a teddy bear.
Bao Bao, look.
This is Mom and Dad's favorite doll. Do you like it? Bao Bao seemed familiar with the little bear. She didn't mind that it looked a bit funny and pressed it against her face to cuddle.
Song-soo sợ mai.
Bao Bao likes it too, right? How about letting the little bear sleep with you from now on? Bao Bao giggled happily, smearing a little bear with saliva. Song-soo looked at the new alert on the system panel and sighed with relief. Peak screen little bear activated. Monitoring area, 10 by 10. Will automatically alert in case of danger or intrusion. At the same time, in the top left corner of her view, where the game map usually appeared, a small round video feed suddenly showed up. Whenever her mind focused on it, the image could be instantly enlarged. She could see not only Bao Bao and herself in the three-dimensional room, but also Grandpa's son hanging clothes on the balcony upstairs. Downstairs, the young couple was arguing. Next door, an elderly lady was taking a shower. Song-soo quickly minimized the surveillance screen. Her heart was pounding. Not only could she see the images, but she could also hear sounds. This peak screen little bear was truly amazing. 50 points. Worth it. With it, she could watch her daughter anytime, even when she was inside the game. If her daughter woke up in the middle of the night, she could notice immediately. After playing with her daughter's toys for a while, she turned on the TV. Bao Bao had never liked cartoons. Instead, she watched the news broadcast intently. She played yesterday's news and then went to the kitchen. She took out a cooking pot and added ingredients. Noodles, eggs, salt, water, scallions equals unknown dish. Taste level? Calmly, she covered the pot. A few minutes later, a new dish was ready. Egg drop noodle soup. Taste level. Attribute. Data error. Song-soo used all the large bowls in the house for cooking. She spent 2 hours boiling 4 big pots of egg drop noodle soup. Her alert time was less than 3 hours remaining. She directly added water to rice and steamed a big pot of rice. While steaming the rice, she was not idle. She tidied up the room efficiently, disinfected, and mopped the floor. She also took down all the sheets and pillowcases from Liang Yan's room to wash. Looking at the dirt and some dried dark red bloodstains on the sheets, Song-soo's worry grew. Clearly, her consciousness entered the game, but her body remained in reality. So where did these mud spots and bloodstains come from? Did he bring out something dirty? Suddenly, Song-soo stood up and opened the wardrobe nearby. Inside, there are piles of warm winter clothes. She pulled them all out, even from the corners, and checked carefully. There was nothing. She opened the drawer of the bedside table. The messy items inside were dumped out all at once, but she didn't find anything special. Still not giving up, she crawled under the bed and felt around inch by inch. Finally, in the corner, she found a crumpled piece of paper rolled up. She hurriedly opened it. It was a medical report. Song-soo frowned as she picked up the top sheet. Her eyes scanned the name, Song Su. Her heart skipped a beat. The diagnosis date was 3 months ago. Preliminary diagnosis: ongoing headaches, blurred vision, occasional dizziness. Test: MRI scan of the brain with contrast. Doctor's opinion: highly suspected glioblastoma, GBM. Further tests needed for confirmation. Her hands started to tremble slightly. She had been to the hospital before, but the doctor's results weren't like this. The next pages showed expert consultation notes. The words were shocking: confirmed late-stage brain cancer, surgery very risky, prognosis poor, survival about 4 to 6 months. The last page had Liang Yan's trembling signature. The patient's family is informed, opting for conservative treatment. No hospitalization for now. The date was a week before he got addicted to playing games.
Buzz.
It felt like something exploded inside Song Su's mind. Blood rushed instantly to her head. The papers in her hands trembled violently, almost slipping from her grasp. Late-stage brain cancer? Wasn't her headache just from lack of sleep and nervous exhaustion? Wasn't her weakness just from anemia, and taking some medicine would fix it? Liang Yan never mentioned anything about this. She staggered to the living room and opened her backpack. Soon, she found the empty ferrous sulfate bottle. Clenching it tightly in her hand, tears couldn't be stopped anymore. She had once said that the pills were special, very small, and had a faint scent when taken. Liang Yan had smiled and said it was a new medicine more effective. She had imagined Liang Yan carefully replacing the pills inside. So, these past few months, her brain cancer hadn't worsened, and sometimes she even felt a bit better. It was Liang Yan. He must have been working hard day and night in that dangerous game. Song Su's legs went weak, and she slid down onto the floor from the sofa. Tears burst out uncontrollably. He still had time every morning to prepare breakfast for her. Even on the morning he disappeared, he was still reminding her to drink porridge. Now that she thought about it, maybe there was something mixed into that porridge. "You fool, idiot," she muttered. "I'm already in the game. Why haven't you appeared yet? Where did you go?" The ending music of the news broadcast came from the bedroom. She hurriedly wiped away her tears. She couldn't scare her daughter. Liang Yan didn't give up, and she wouldn't either. Her illness, her daughter's illness, Liang Yan's whereabouts. As long as she entered the game, there was hope. She glanced at the time. She had 2.5 hours left of clarity. She quickly went to the kitchen and put the cooked rice into her large stomach bag. Back in the bedroom, she gently held her rubbing-eyed daughter into her arms and softly rocked her. "Baba, be good, sleep with your little bear," she whispered, touching her daughter's soft hair. "Mom will definitely find Dad." Baba seemed to understand a little, yawning slightly. Song Su carefully placed her back in the crib and covered her with a blanket. Lying by the bed, she held her daughter's small hand and opened the system panel. Her eyes fixed on the option to return to the game.
Yes.
The world spun wildly, and Song Su suddenly opened her eyes. The thatched hut in front of her swayed unsteadily, and outside came the sounds of croaking frogs. Her heart tightened, and she lifted the curtain.
Bang!
A tongue, as fast as lightning and carrying a fishy smell, fiercely whipped across Song Su's left arm.
Ah!
It felt like being pricked by countless tiny needles, and her arm now had a bleeding red mark. Health points -10. Song Su quickly recoiled, backing against the hut. She looked up at the condition of the hut. Simple hut. Durability: 23 out of 100. What was going on? She had chosen a safe place when building the shelter. She took out her bow and arrow and peeked through a crack in the curtain. Outside, the campfire had already gone out. In the morning light, 5 red-eyed frogs circled around her hut, constantly stretching their long tongues to hit the hut. This is the green-named toad she previously tamed. At this moment, the name above its head turned red, and its affection level showed 5 out of 100. So, affection can decrease. Song Su quickly understood. The effect of food connoisseur is not permanent. If she doesn't feed them for a long time, they will rebel.
Bang!
The grass hut shook, and its durability dropped to 19/100ths. Song Su quickly took out a bowl of rice, pinched a piece, and formed a rice ball. She aimed at the wide-open mouth outside and threw it indirectly. Whoosh! The rice ball accurately slipped into the toad's throat. The toad closed its mouth, and the red name above its head flickered briefly. Red-eyed toad, affection 6/100. It increased, but only a little.
上舒服到 when.
The affection level increased so little. Does the toad not like rice? Right now, she doesn't have moth meat to feed it. What a pity. Song Su pulled out her bow and arrow. Aiming carefully, she shot. The toads were only a few meters away, and with the help of intermediate archery skills, her shot hit the red-eyed toad right in the head. 59. Killed red-eyed toad X1. Experience 5. Points 1. It was an instant kill. The other 4 toads still attacked the grass hut ignorantly. Song Su rolled backward, smashing through the hut, and darted out amid the flying grass. Now she is level 5, and her attack power can fully crush these level 1 small monsters. The bowstring vibrated. Whoosh. -78. Critical hit, without pause. Whoosh. 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 5 toad corpses lay on the ground, and the battle ended in less than 10 seconds. Song Su lowered her bow, her chest rising and falling slightly. It wasn't exhaustion. She didn't expect her movements to be this fast. The feeling of adrenaline surging was a bit unfamiliar. She walked to the corpses, skillfully cut open the female toad with her short sword, and dug out a fist-sized piece of toad oil. She stored the materials away, glanced at the broken grass hut. She picked out the good materials and put them in her backpack, surprisingly recovering about half of the basic materials. Originally, she wanted to lure more toads as pets, grind experience points hard, and gather more toad oil. But now it's daytime, and she can't catch moths to feed the toads. She decided to finish the tasks she had accepted earlier. She looked at the task list. 1 was to defeat a scarecrow, and the other 4 were gathering tasks: berries, carrots, iron ore, and wooden planks. She had never seen these items before, but all had rough coordinates marked. Song Su took a stick from the ground and drew on the dirt. 4 coordinates in 4 directions. She frowned. Running back and forth like this was a waste of stamina. In the game, moving, running, gathering, and fighting monsters all consume stamina. She sat down to recover her stamina and casually opened the regional chat channel. As soon as she opened it, her heart sank slightly. Regional channel, current online, 473 people. In less than 4 days, half the players are gone. Messages in the channel scrolled quickly. Romeo and the pig help. I just got home and rested for a bit, and my alert time ran out. The system actually deducted my lifespan. Cute Jiao Jiao, my brother is so strong, he still has points to go home. Boo-hoo, I'm afraid to fight monsters. Can he help me? Diligence rewards. Buying any food at high prices. Water is fine too. I'll trade 30 stones for it. Tomato not scrambled eggs. Are you dreaming upstairs? 30 stones for food? I just traded 5 dozen small branches for 2 sour, wild fruits. Cherry little end. Does anyone have earth dragon fungus? I'll pay a high price. South wind knows my intent. I have earth dragon fungus, but I want to trade for weapons or building blueprints. Private message me. Brother Dao, selling a bronze axe, attack 15. Interested parties send offers. Romeo and the pig. A bronze axe? Big shot. Where did you get it? Brother Dao, haha, no guts, no output. Cute Jiao Jiao. Big shot, please take me along. I'm starving, just give me some food, I'll do anything. Diligence rewards. To the girl upstairs, I advise you to stop begging. Instead of that, gather more supplies. The beginner protection period is over, and the guide says extreme weather could appear at night. Seeing this, Song Su raised an eyebrow. She took out the beginner's guide from her backpack and read it again. Sure enough, a friendly reminder appeared on the blank page at the back. Congratulations on completing the beginner period. The climate cycle system has been activated. In the future, you may encounter extreme weather events such as severe cold, intense heat, heavy rain, or hurricanes. Climate events are unpredictable. Please pay attention to environmental changes and prepare in advance. It is recommended to upgrade your shelter as soon as possible. At this moment, The private chat notification flashed. Vicious stepmother. Sister, help. Is there anything to eat? I'll trade this for it. Iron Oregon JPG. Song Su's mind moved. The task just needed iron ore. Since the earth dragon fungus was gone, she took a portion of rice from her big stomach and put it into a disposable lunchbox. She was about to take a screenshot to show the vicious stepmother and see if she could trade for this. When she looked down and saw the attributes of the rice, she froze. White rice restores 3 health points per second, 1 stamina per second, lasts for 10 seconds. Cross-dimensional ingredient, non-tradable. Can it increase stamina? But it's not tradable.
Why?
The frog oil she brought back also sold quite well in the real world. Song Su then took out a bowl of noodles and a bowl of cabbage soup. Egg drop noodle soup restores 5 health points per second, 3 stamina per second, lasts for 15 seconds. Cross-dimensional ingredient, non-tradable. Golden soup white cloud cup restores 6 health points per second, 4 stamina per second, lasts for 20 seconds, essence, attribute 5 within 1 hour. Cross-dimensional ingredient, non-tradable. Song Su is still not willing to give up and shook out everything from her big stomach.
Instant noodles, luncheon meat, cookies.
Even pork and chicken with attributes marked. Her face showed a look of helplessness and tears. The good news was that most of these foods could restore health and stamina, and some had pretty good additional attributes. The bad news was that none of them could be traded, not even the seasoning packets. Frowning and with a drooping mouth, Song Su felt it was a waste. She had bought so many things, thinking she could get rich overnight. Now that trading was not allowed, she could only eat them herself? When would she finish eating? The private chat messages kept popping up. Vicious stepmother. Dear sister. Reply me. Anything to eat is fine. Don't you need iron ore? I have a good item here. Do you want to see if it's okay? Skill fragment, JPG. Song Su's eyes immediately lit up. She started rummaging through her bag. In the game world, there were only 2 pieces of snail meat and half a black bread left. She took out her cooking pot. After putting in the snail meat, she tried to add a grain of rice. She wanted to see if using fewer real-world ingredients would work. But the recipe still showed a warning that it couldn't be traded.
Oh well.
She carefully took out the rice and added clean water from the game. The cooking pot indicated she could make a 1-star steamed snail, which would increase her health by 20. She didn't cook it right away. Instead, she opened a private chat. Bag Mom, I only have 2 pieces of snail meat and half a black bread right now. Do you want to trade? Vicious stepmom. Yes. Wow, sister, you haven't even finished your bread. Can I trade 5 iron ores for it?
No. 10.
10 iron ores for 2 pieces of meat and half a bread.
Bae Mom, okay.
About that skill fragment you have, what do you want to trade it for? Vicious stepmom. Honestly, sister, I found this when I was mining iron. It was in a treasure chest I accidentally broke open. I haven't seen anyone sell one before. I think this item should at least be worth enough food for 10 or 8 days. Bag Mom. Got it. Keep the fragment for now. Vicious stepmom. Thanks, big sister. The trade was completed. Her backpack now had 10 shiny mineral ores. Song Su didn't immediately click to finish the quest. She instinctively looked at the new items with her seafood ability. Iron ore, hard texture, can be used with a chisel to make derivatives. Song Su raised an eyebrow. A chisel? She remembered seeing one when she bought a fishing net before. She opened the system shop. The tools page had hundreds of items, varied and all sorts. She spent 5 points to buy the cheapest stone chisel and held it in her hand. Then she took out a piece of ore and placed it on the ground. Suddenly, something amazing happened. A row of options appeared above the iron ore, showing possible combinations. Can craft 5 iron nails, craft now? Can craft 2 springs, craft now? Security door needs 10/20ths iron ore, not enough materials. Wolf Fong Club needs 10/40ths iron ore, not enough materials. Song Su stared at the dense list of crafting options. Iron nails, springs, security doors, Wolf Fong Clubs. These were just on the first page. There are many more gray options later on. The more complex things require more iron ore and also need better pickaxes to mine. This iron ore will definitely become a valuable currency in the future. She opened the chat channel and saw that most people were still looking to buy food. Brother Dao, 20 iron ore for some food. Victory, 5 iron ore for a black bread. Who wants to trade? Tomato not fried egg. Iron ore is so hard to find. I mined only 3 in a day, and I broke 2 hoes. How do you all mine so fast? Hard work pays off. Girl above, you need to put in more effort. Don't hold back your stamina, or you'll waste too many hoes. Song Su had a plan in mind. Running around doing these gathering tasks one by one is too slow. Trading food is faster. She immediately stood up and headed back to the damp forest where she found the underground dragon fungus yesterday. On the way, she didn't miss any snails, killing them and collecting their shells and meat. After about an hour, she returned to the area filled with twisted, withered trees. She activated her see-to-eat skill, and a flood of text appeared in her view. Damp moss, rotten deadwood. She quickly filtered the options. Although underground dragon fungus looks like a big clump, it's very good at hiding. Some hide under decayed leaves, others grow inside dead trees. If someone else looked, they might not find it without careful digging. Luckily, her subtitles helped. She could see exactly where they were. She bent down and crawled behind a fallen dead tree. Squatting down, she pried up a cluster of underground dragon fungus, about 20 or so. She kept searching. Using her skills, in less than 2 hours, she gathered over 40 large clusters of underground dragon fungus, with one especially rich one having over 100 intertwined. Whenever she felt tired, she took out a bowl of noodles and ate a few bites. That afternoon, her health and stamina stayed full the whole time. She felt energetic and lively, except for feeling a bit full. Burp Song Su let out a satisfied burp and opened the chat to exchange supplies. Bag Mom, selling a large amount of underground dragon fungus for materials, blueprints, etc. Private messages for prices. As soon as she sent the message, the chat channel became lively. Little party veg. Wow, a large amount? Where did Big Sister find so much underground dragon fungus? Cherry little kid, Mom. I want to trade. Look at my trade info. Tomato not fried egg. I just asked, 1 mushroom for 1 piece of iron ore? That's too expensive. All directions prosperity. Raising prices unfairly, dishonest trader. Heavenly path rewards diligence. If you think it's too expensive, don't trade. I will trade. Mom, I have 48 pieces of iron ore. Private message me. Cute Jiao Jiao sister, I am so hungry. Can I trade some grass? I have a lot of grass. Song Su ignores the private messages begging for trades and chooses reliable ones. Iron ore 16. Iron ore 48. Wood planks 5. Small branches 40. Carrots 4. Beginner small wooden house building blueprint 1. The private chat list is still popping up. Poisonous stepmom. Sister, did you forget about me? Boo-hoo. How many dragon mushrooms do you have? Trade with me first. Song Su replies to poisonous stepmom first, telling her to wait a moment. Then she opens the newly received blueprint. Her eyes light up. Beginner small wooden house blueprint require materials. 30 wood planks, 50 iron nails, 100 grass, 50 stones description. Build a basic wooden house that can resist harsh weather to some extent. With storage runes, it can be carried around. This small house is different from a grass hut. It can actually be taken away. The storage rune in the shop costs 10 points and can be used 10 times. Very cost-effective. Song Su immediately chooses to learn. The recipe now includes the option for beginner wooden house. Then, another private message pops up. Sleepy Master Wang. Do you want to trade skill fragments? 1,000 dragon mushrooms. Song Su raises an eyebrow. Sleepy Master Wang. Skill fragment at JPG. This thing must be useful. Just tell me if you want to trade.
I'm starving.
Mom, I don't have dragon mushrooms anymore, but I can offer other food. If your total health increases to 2,000, is that okay? Sleepy Master Wang, okay. When can we trade? Mom, tomorrow morning. The entire process takes about half an hour, and all trades are completed. Song-Su's backpack now has several new materials, filling all 10 slots. Fortunately, she has collected all the materials needed for the quest, so she chooses to submit everything. The wooden plank task rewarded a sturdy iron axe, with 20 points. The iron ore task gave a pickaxe, with 20 points. Gathering berries rewarded a pair of beginner boots, with 10 points. Collecting carrots provided a sharp kitchen knife, with 10 points. There was plenty of iron ore, so Song-Su immediately crafted a basic wooden house. In the blink of an eye, a small house icon appeared in the last slot of her backpack. Song-Su chose a slightly elevated spot, leaning against a rock wall, and placed the small house there. Basic wooden house has been placed. Current level, 1. Durability, 30/100, space, 5 square meters. Description, a small house that can barely block the wind and rain, upgradable. Song-Su opened her mouth in surprise as a square, roughly 2-meter-high wooden house suddenly appeared before her, made of rough logs with peeling bark and filled with straw in the gaps. She pushed open the creaking, unstable door. Inside was even smaller than she expected, with no furniture. She comforted herself that, although simple, it was still a house, better than a grass hut. She closed the squeaky wooden door with a sigh. This door didn't look very safe. Just as her hand touched the door, a line of gray small characters appeared behind it. Low-level wooden door. Can be upgraded or dismantled. She raised an eyebrow and checked a recipe list. Used 20 iron ores to craft a sturdy security door. Touching the broken wooden door, she chose to dismantle it, gaining a few pieces of dry wood, which she casually tossed aside. She touched the door frame and placed the security door in position. With a click, the iron door fit perfectly into the frame. It had a round peephole in the middle and a sturdy metal latch below. Almost at the same time, the system popped up a new message. Detected upgrade of basic wooden house defense components. Current durability, 58/100, about to reach level 2 sturdy house. Upgrade preview. Expand space to 8 square meters, add a small storage box, and increase durability limit to 150. Song-Su's eyes lit up. Walls, roof, and floor can all be upgraded. Unfortunately, she just used too much iron ore earlier, and there aren't enough wooden planks. Never mind. Let's leave it like this for now. Song-Su took a deep breath, and a white mist appeared in front of her. It's going to get colder. She combined 4 pieces of iron ore to make a simple iron stove. After placing it, a chimney opened automatically on the roof. She filled it with dry wood and straw, lit it, and the room warmed up a bit. Song-Su sat by the stove, took out a bowl of hot noodles, opened a can of luncheon meat, and started eating eagerly. Her eyes glanced at the monitor screen showing her daughter sleeping peacefully with the little bear. Her daughter's tiny feet had kicked off the blanket at some point. Song-Su couldn't help but smile. Her little legs had enough strength to kick off the blanket. So cute. Then she started to worry again. The house hasn't started heating yet, so sleeping like this might be cold in the middle of the night. She looked at her own body, lying beside her daughter, and noticed she was still softly snoring. Anyway, she still had some time left on her last wakefulness exchange. Unable to hold back, Song-Su rolled her eyes and leaned back. She sat up to cover her daughter with the blanket, then lay down again, blinking her eyes. The whole process took less than 30 seconds. Satisfied, she finished her noodles, and her stamina bar refilled to full. It was already dark outside, but she felt no sleepiness at all. She opened the door and built a small fire circle a few steps outside the little wooden cabin with stones, filling it with straw and dry wood, then lit it. The flames flickered and crackled. In less than 10 minutes, the sound of wings flapping approached from afar. 1, 2, 10. Small moths, about the size of a palm, started circling around the firelight. Song-Su grabbed her net, stretched out her arm. Whoosh! She caught one. It fainted from the fall, and she quickly removed its head, wings, and collected the meat, smooth and swift. The moth meat in her stomach was increasing. While catching them, she also opened her chat channel. 18-meter-long legs. It's so cold tonight. My straw shed is leaking all around. I might start losing health. Tomato not fried egg. Does anyone have the blueprint for a small wooden house? I'm almost out of planks. Just need the blueprint. We'll pay high price. Brother Dao, basic small wooden house blueprint, JPG. I have 2 more. Send me a private message if you want them with your offer. Fortune from all directions. Wow. Where do you all get so many blueprints from? Heavenly path rewards diligence. Buying food, exchanging iron ore for planks at 1-to-1 ratio. Cherry little kid. Boo-hoo, sleeping in the grass hut might freeze me to death. I plan to sleep by the campfire tonight. Song Su moved her finger and sent a message. Mom bag, sleep near the fire but not too close. Keep adding firewood. Her message received a few thank yous. She didn't mind and opened the private chat with a vicious stepmom. She sent a screenshot of a freshly roasted glow night moth skewer, 10 health. Mom bag, for this kind of meat, can I trade it for your skill fragments? Almost instantly, she got a reply. Vicious stepmom. 2 days ago, someone ate this moth and got poisoned. But your moth meat can restore 10 health points. Sister. That's much better than the earth dragon fungus. Let's trade. I must have it. Mom bag. How many do you want? Vicious stepmom. How about 300 skewers? Mom bag. I can give you up to 100 cooked and ready. Vicious stepmom. Okay. That way, I can save a lot of stamina. Thanks, sister. By the way, I have a question. Why does my campfire never attract these moths? I've tried for several nights, but only saw 1 or 2. Song Su paused her actions. Why does her campfire attract moths so much? She looked at her attribute panel. She guessed vaguely. Most people's initial luck attribute is 1 or 2, rarely 3. Some joked that people chosen for the game are usually under a lot of stress in real life, barely holding on, so their luck isn't good. But she started with 10, plus a natural foodie skill. Maybe it's related to that, making everything go smoothly for her. Mom bag. Maybe it's also related to the location or fuel. I'm near the jungle and swamp. She casually made up a reason. Vicious stepmom, I knew it. My place is full of stones. Thanks, sister. Shall we trade tomorrow morning? Mom bag. Sure. She closed the private chat, and her hands moved even faster. Before midnight, the moth meat in her stomach had piled into a small mountain. After catching so many moths, she also summarized some experience. Moths don't keep spawning. About 20 come each time. Only after catching the last one will a new group come back. If an ordinary person tries to catch 30 or 40, their stamina will almost run out. But she is not afraid. When her stamina starts to drop, she eats noodles. There are still 3.5 large bowls of noodles left. Song Su happily waves her net, already imagining leading her army of frogs to fight the scarecrow tomorrow. At dawn, Song Su finally stops. Inside her big stomach, the fragrant moth meat piles up into a small mountain, roughly about 500 pieces. These meats are not on skewers. She cooked them all in her cooking pot until they are fully done. If she chooses the right recipe, the taste from this magical cooking pot is exactly the same as roasting. She completed a trade with Vicious Stepmother and Sleepy Master Wong, exchanging 200 pieces of roasted moth meat for 2 skill fragments. Now, she has 3 skill fragments in her hand. She only needs 1 more to combine them. Song Su packs up her things and extinguishes the fire. She spends 10 points to buy a storage rune. This rune has a durability of 10 and can be used 10 times. She sticks it on the door of her small cabin, and it then shows that it can be picked up. Song Su puts the house into her backpack, holding her hunting short bow, and quickly walks toward the red-eyed Toad Marsh. The sky is darker than yesterday, with thick white fog in the air. A system notification pops up. System announcement. The extreme cold tide will arrive in 71 hours and 59 minutes. All players, please prepare. Someone in the chat channel is crying out loud, saying that before the disaster even arrived, 10 or so people froze to death last night. Song Su switches to a light jog. At the same time in the 233 Beginner Canyon, Lula, Vicious Stepmother, takes out a string of roasted moth meat and takes a bite. Crispy on the outside, tender inside, with a strange smoky flavor. Wow, this is so delicious. But no one notices the faint green words flickering above her head. Favorability, 100 out of 100. She eats 2 bites, then suddenly feels her stomach churn. Am I being too greedy? Yesterday, she thought it was a fair trade to exchange 100 skewers of meat for skill fragments. Actually, she told a small lie. Someone had already shared this skill fragment before, but Mama Bao Bao might not always check the public chat, so she didn't notice. Many people have discussed this matter. In the later stages, skills will be very important, but right now, survival is the main focus. As long as you kill elite monsters, you can open treasure chests, which have about a 50% chance to drop skill fragments. So, it's best to level up first. Once your level is higher, you can go back to fight monsters and open chests, which is the most cost-effective. She then immediately used the fragments to exchange for food. Now, her mouth feels delicious, and her stomach is full. She thought about how long Mama Bao Bao must have been gathering so much food. But she didn't tell Mama Bao Bao the truth. She lied to her, using so much valuable food to trade for a skill fragment that isn't very important. Lula felt so guilty, she almost cried. Without much thought, she opened a private chat, selected all the remaining items in her backpack, iron ore X82, stones X265, and sent them to Mama Bao Bao. Vicious stepmom, sister. You can use the ore first. I have plenty of ore here. Skewers are too precious. I can't just give away so much for free. Song Su had just reached the swamp's edge, ready to use moth meat to lure the frogs, when a private message and a trade request popped up at the same time. Seeing the one-way trade, she looked surprised. Mama Bao Bao, what's going on? Vicious stepmom. Sister, you keep the ore. I really have a lot here. I won't worry about trading for things. But I feel bad taking so much of your food. Vicious stepmom. Actually, that skill fragment isn't very useful right now. Once I level up, I can gather more. I didn't tell you yesterday. Vicious stepmom. Sister, that's all for now. I'm going to work. I'll give you good stuff when I find it. Song Su smiled slightly. It seems the food connoisseur skill is working. Anyone can roast moth meat, and she spent so much effort cooking it just to test if it works. Since it's effective on any target, players probably are too. Having more allies is definitely helpful. She just didn't expect it to work so well. That Sleepy King Master didn't seem to do anything. Maybe he hasn't started eating yet? Song Su shook her head. Forget about that for now. She focused on working. The process of feeding the frogs played out again. Soon, more than 10 frogs with green names gathered around her, watching eagerly. Song Su kept feeding them without stopping. 20, 30. After 2 hours, a large army of 40 green-named frogs was assembled at the edge of the swamp. Song Su raised her short hunting bow and pointed it toward the depths of the swamp. Attack! As soon as she spoke, the frogs scattered and leapt forward. Croaking cries filled the air, and chaos broke out. Song Su stood on a dirt hill, shooting her bow repeatedly. Under her command, the frog army swept across the swamp. Her experience points started increasing rapidly. Killed red-eyed frog, 5 experience, 1 points. Killing. Congratulations. You have reached level 6. A warm feeling spread through her, and her attributes improved. Soon, Song Su noticed something was wrong. Some red-named frogs had been bitten and killed, but she gained no experience. She looked at another group of frogs and shot an injured one with her bow. The arrow pierced through, and the frog fell. But there was still no notification. Frowning, Song Su opened the system prompt record she had ignored earlier and quickly checked. Notice, you are more than 5 levels above the target red-eyed frog LV1. Killing it will not grant experience, points, or usual loot. Now she understood. She was level 6, so killing monsters at level 1 no longer gave her rewards. Stop, Song Su raised her voice. The green-named frogs hesitated and stopped moving. She looked at the corpses of the frog army scattered on the ground and sighed. No more experience or points, but she couldn't waste frog oil. She jumped down from the dirt hill, drew her short sword, and began collecting oil from each corpse. Just as she was happily digging away, a deep, drum-like cry suddenly exploded behind her. Water splashed high into the air, mud flying everywhere. A huge dark gold figure slowly rose from the water. It was taller than a person, fat and large, with skin covered in strange golden patterns. Its eyes were blood-red, glowing with a strong sense of oppression. Red-eyed Frog King LV-10 boss. Almost at the same time, over 40 green-named frogs around Song Su instantly attacked the Frog King. Poor damage rises from the Toad King's head. Whoosh! The Toad King sticks out its long tongue and hits a green-named toad, knocking it away instantly, with its health bar emptying immediately. Minus 198. The Toad King's attack is surprisingly strong. Song Su's heart tightens. Her level 6 health bar has only 110 points, and besides a nearly broken turtle shell shield, she has little defense. If it hits her, she might be defeated right away. Taking advantage of the Toad King not noticing her yet, she holds her turtle shell shield in front of her and quickly pulls out some roasted moth meat, then throws it with all her strength toward the Toad King. Eat this! The Toad King pauses, scoops up the roasted moth meat, and a small affection point of 0.1/100 appears above its head. Song Su is about to throw more meat, but her hand freezes. She originally planned to save the roasted moth meat to feed the Toad army. But given the situation, feeding everything to the Toad King isn't enough. She immediately steps back to a safe distance, pulls her bow, and aims. Whoosh! The arrow hits the Toad King's large forehead. Minus 88. Critical hit. The Toad King feels the pain. Its huge body suddenly turns towards Song Su, muscles bulging, ready to pounce. But Song Su is already moving away. After shooting the arrow, she turns and runs, shouting, "Attack! All-out attack!" The green-named toads seem energized, jumping up from all directions. Bite. Claw. Long tongue lash. -1, -2, -3, -1. A flurry of numbers appears above the Toad King's head. The damage is pitifully low, but with so many hits stacking up quickly, it's still quite significant. More importantly, these attacks stick to the Toad King, interrupting its pounce. Seizing the moment, Song Su keeps shooting her bow. Arrows fly one after another into the Toad King's eyes, mouth, and belly. -45, -51, -60. The Toad King's health bar drops rapidly. Finally, after losing about a dozen toads, its massive body crashes to the ground with a loud thud. Successfully defeated the red-eyed Toad King, experience 550, points 120. Reward, Silver Treasure Chest X1. Congratulations on being the first to kill an outdoor boss in the entire zone. Reward title, Pioneer. Wearing it increases experience gain by 5% when defeating monsters. An announcement will soon be made to the entire server. In the next moment, a bright gold message appeared at the center of Song Su's system panel. Global announcement. Congratulations to player Bao Bao Ma for being the first to defeat the outdoor boss, Red-Eyed Toad King, LV-10, and earning the Pioneer title. This is a special recognition. The announcement scrolled 3 times. Silence. The entire chat channel was blank for 3 seconds. Then, a burst of messages exploded. Little noob. Wow.
Bao Bao Ma.
The one selling land dragon mushrooms? Tomato not fried eggs. Defeated a LV-10 boss? How high is her level? That's impossible. Cherry Little Ender. Please accept my respect. No wonder Big Sister has so much food. She's been quietly growing. 8 Directions Wealth. Turns out the clown is myself. Heaven's Way rewards diligence. Amazing. Truly amazing. Just a few days? And she can solo a boss? No, how many small monsters did she have to kill to trigger the boss? Brother Dao. Yeah, I only found 3 elite monsters and I've never seen what the boss looks like. Poisonous Stepmom. Sister. You are my goddess. Song Su didn't have time to read the chat. She eagerly opened the treasure chest. Congratulations. You received 1 skill fragment and 1 silver storage box. There were 2 items. She took out the skill fragment and combined it with 3 other skill cards in her backpack. Suddenly, fireworks exploded on the system screen, and 4 playing cards floated in the air. 2 red and 2 black, hearts, spades, clubs, diamonds, and a long string of text appeared next to them. Detection. Player has combined basic skill cards. Please select one of the 4 cards to activate. Guide. Basic skill cards can only activate passive skills. Hearts focus on attack and damage, spades on defense and evasion, diamonds on attack speed and critical hits, clubs restore stamina and provide support and team buffs. Important. Once activated, skills are bound to the player. Unbinding requires a large amount of points. Skills can be upgraded by consuming cards of the same suit. Song Su frowned, feeling a bit conflicted. She originally wanted to choose the clubs because her king of clubs was incredibly powerful. However, this prompt says that basic cards can only activate passive skills. The club card is also a support type. Now, choosing it probably won't be very useful. Right now, what she needs most is attack power. Taking a deep breath, her finger slides over the heart suit. Suddenly, on the skill panel, a new icon appears below the Born Foodie skill. Hearts 2. Match the pairs. Skill description. A little cow riding a wire, shocking and powerful. Each normal attack hits, then bounces to the nearest enemy target, dealing 80% damage. It also shows the data for this new skill. Song Su carefully reads it. This Hearts 2 card can be upgraded to Hearts 10. Each level increases the number of targets it bounces to, so when it reaches level 10, she can attack 10 enemies at once. Song Su thinks her choice is pretty good. Then she packs up her storage box and puts it into the small wooden house. Her backpack now has 20 slots, an increase of 10. There are also 19 green-named frogs still alive nearby. Song Su pats the mud off her clothes. The swamp is no longer useful to her. She needs to find stronger monsters. With her frog team, she turns north. As she steps out of the marsh, the ground becomes dry and hard, the wind colder, and it stings her face. After walking a while, her path is blocked by endless wild grass. The yellowed grass sways like ocean waves in the wind. The grass reaches her waist, and the distant waves look taller than her. Song Su turns on her. See to eat, skill, and small lines of text pop up in her view. Great Sand Scallion. Spicy and fragrant, edible, chewing restores 3 health points. Can improve special attributes when used in high-level dishes. Carrot. Eating restores 15 health points and slightly improves vision for a short time. 2-Hop Rabbit LV2. Diet. For meat, edible, not very tasty, but very filling. Tip. Neutral creature, very fast. When attacked, kicks for a critical hit. Song Su dives into the grass, pulling and picking as she walks. The Great Sand Scallion is tall, about 1 meter. It's a thin, long stalk in bunches, with more than 10 stems pulled at once. The carrot is harder to find. After digging it out, it's about the size of a thumb, short, thick, and heavy. She wiped off the dirt and took a bite directly. Click. The taste was very crispy and a little sweet. Health 15, temporary status gained. Eagle Eye, slightly improved vision, lasts for 5 minutes. The attributes are pretty good, and she gained quite a bit of health, but they are hard to find. Fortunately, she has skill support, and soon she gathered dozens of large sand onions and over 40 carrots. On the mini-map of the system panel, there are coordinates showing that she is not far from the scarecrow's location. Song Su stood up and pushed aside the weeds in front of her. A bouncing rabbit flashed past. It ran too fast for her to chase. The dry grass under her feet grew thicker and almost blocked her view. After walking forward for about 10 more minutes, the scene suddenly opened up. A nearly 100-meter-wide open space appeared suddenly. There was no grass on the ground, only flattened grass stems and disturbed soil. On the open ground, dozens of humanoid shadows of different heights moved slowly. Some were over 2 meters tall, others only half a person high. They bent over, using their thin arms to tear off the dry grass from the ground, then clumsily wrapped it around themselves. Every time they wrapped a handful, The Scarecrow's body grew stronger. Scarecrow LV4, so this is how this open space came to be. Song Su clenched her short bow and whispered, "Go!" The frogs immediately rushed forward. The nearest scarecrow sensed the movement and slowly stood up. One frog collided like a cannonball with its straw leg, then opened its mouth to bite. -1. As the damage number floated up, a few dry grass pieces fell from the frog's mouth. The scarecrow didn't care at all. It reached down and grabbed the frog. The frog struggled desperately, its tongue flicking wildly. -1, -1. The scarecrow's arms suddenly tightened. Squelch! With a sharp squeezing sound that made her teeth hurt, the frog's health bar instantly emptied, and it was crushed into a lump of flesh. As soon as the first scarecrow was attacked, all the others stopped gathering grass, straightened up, and ran over with loud thuds. The frogs had almost no intelligence, only remembering Song Su's attack command, and they lunged forward to bite without hesitation. Their attacks are like tickling. Although the scarecrow moves slowly, its attacks are fast and fierce.
Songsu-fra.
A level 1 frog can't defeat a level 4 scarecrow, so she can't hide anymore. She draws her bow and aims at a scarecrow turned away from her. Time to try a new skill. Whoosh! The arrow flies out and hits the grass bundle on the back of the scarecrow. -3. Song Su frowns again. Is the damage from the arrow so low? Just as the arrow hits the scarecrow, her skill is triggered. Crack! A faint blue arc of electricity suddenly jumps out and strikes the nearby scarecrow. In the next second, the short scarecrow stiffens all over. -108. It doesn't have time to move. It collapses with a loud crash, turning into blackened grass and ash. Killed level 4 scarecrow, 20 experience for points. Instant kill. Song Su's eyes light up. The chain lightning does a lot of damage to the second target. She quickly draws her bow again, aiming at the same scarecrow she shot earlier, which is now chasing the frog. Whoosh! Another arrow hits its arm. -4. The arc jumps again, connecting precisely to another nearby scarecrow. Crash! The second scarecrow turns into black ash. Help me attract the monsters. Don't let them group together. She orders the frogs while quickly changing her position. Song Su aims at the tool scarecrow again. The third arrow. The fourth arrow. Each shot hits the increasingly angry scarecrow. Every arc of electricity takes away a companion nearby. Gradually, a small empty space appears on the ground. Centered on that scarecrow, the surrounding few meters are cleared of other companions. Finally, the other scarecrows seem to realize something is wrong. Suddenly, a funny scene appears on the empty ground. A scarecrow, stuck like a hedgehog, chases the main group, while the other scarecrows awkwardly dodge and try to keep their distance. Song Su definitely won't miss this chance. Whoosh! Crack! Crash! Whoosh! Crack! Crash! Her experience points and points keep rising rapidly. When only one scarecrow remained alive, it was no longer recognizable as the original. Its upper body was pierced with arrows, and a few heavy frogs hung from its legs. It could no longer move at all. Song Su stepped forward and took a close look. The scarecrow had no facial features, but faint light shone through its straw eye sockets. She reached out and parted its dry straw head, pulling out a small, smooth stone. Core of the scarecrow. Description: poor quality energy material, barely able to make a bundle of straw move. When combined with a construct, it can form an early puppet. Not sure what it's for. She kept it in her bag. Click to submit the task of killing the scarecrow. A dull gray piece of clothing appeared in her backpack. Rabbit fur patchwork cotton coat, bronze. Attributes: Defense 8, keeps warm and windproof. The coat was a bit heavy in her hand, with a faint smell of animal musk. It looked bulky, with a hood made of uneven patches of dark and light brown rabbit fur. Song Su put it on directly. The fur at the edges rubbed against her neck, a little prickly, but it did block some cold wind. She looked down. Her legs were still in that beginner's shorts, bare and exposed, and the wind made her skin prickle with cold. On her feet were the long boots given in the previous quest, made of stiff cowhide. She tugged at the hem of her clothes, feeling that her look was a bit too eye-catching. She fastened the hat to cover her red, cold ears. Well, better than freezing. She glanced at her attribute panel. Song Su, level 7, health, 120/100, stamina, 140/120, experience, 1080/1200, basic attributes, intelligence, 12, spirit, 14, luck, 10 points, 425. She was about to reach level 8. Holding her short bow, she carried the remaining 7 frogs and once again slipped into the withered grass, searching for the scarecrow's gathering spot. 2 full days and nights passed. In the end, only 1 frog was left to draw the monsters. 2 scarecrow elites were defeated, and the 2 treasure chests opened revealed a small cabin blueprint and a skill fragment. Carrots and sand onions were collected in large quantities. Even the bouncing rabbit was casually killed over 30 times. Ding ding ding, a private message notification sounded again. Vicious stepmom. Voice message, 57 seconds. The girl named Lulu is very enthusiastic. Over the past 2 days, she kept sending private messages and trade offers. At first, Lulu was mining iron ore, and once she collected 50 pieces, she would send a message. Later, when she learned that Song Su needed wooden planks, she directly traded her iron ore for wood and sent it. Lulu's trades were one way. Sometimes Song Su didn't notice, and the items went straight into her bag. In this game, players can chat by typing or send voice messages, and for buying items, they can even video chat. Lulu was mining while chatting with Song Su through voice messages. So, besides resources, Song Su also learned all of Li's gossip. Over these 2 days, she found out Li's real name, age, phone number, and where she lives. Lulu lives next door in Jixing City, not far from her own city in Haixing. She is 2 years younger than Song Su, 26 years old. Last year, she was kicked in the head by a donkey, married a man who was divorced twice, and became a stepmother. To show sincerity, and because she didn't want to have children, she got a tubal ligation. She cares for the 7-year-old boy as if he were her own. But the boy learned to swear from his grandmother, which she couldn't tolerate, so she scolded him twice. As a result, her mother-in-law pointed her finger and called her vicious. Her husband also argued with her, without understanding the situation. Lulu was heartbroken and ran out angrily, but was hit by a drunk-driving truck and ended up in the ICU. In a life-and-death situation, she heard her husband and mother-in-law discussing giving up treatment. At that moment, she suddenly lost consciousness and entered the game. Fortunately, her real body remained stable and didn't die. But she became a high-level paraplegic, unable to move anything except her neck. She had used some points to regain consciousness for a short time. She was confined to her bed for eating, drinking, and bathroom needs. Her mother-in-law was too afraid to move her and would curse and pinch her. Her husband's disdainful look suggested that a divorce might be coming soon. Lulu has come to terms with it. She really doesn't want to die. Once she saves enough cross-dimensional transaction fees, she plans to heal herself. She also has various pills to boost her physical strength. Just a few taken out and eaten, and she's confident she can make that cruel man and the old woman who can't take care of themselves regret their actions. Her life almost slipped away just now. She can't let them get away easily. She doesn't know how much longer her body can hold on. Lulu gritted her teeth and said she was working hard to earn points and level up, all just to get revenge faster. Song Su was eating noodles and listening to Li's chatter. She lowered her voice and sent a voice message. "Girl, you're not a cruel stepmother. You're a very good stepmother." She paused for a moment and added, "Really, you're great. That man doesn't deserve you." There was silence on the other side for a moment. "Big sister, you're right." Li's voice sounded full of energy, like she'd been injected with chicken blood. "Then what do you need? Wooden planks? Iron ore? I'll go get them for you." "I don't need anything right now. You should stop mining so much." She glanced at Li's level, still at 2. "Focus on practicing your archery skills. Leveling up quickly is more important." "Is your skill archery?" "Big sister, I've been leveling up my shield axe skill. Maybe it's because I've been using an axe. I'll go buy a bow and try it out. No, since you've learned to use the axe, you should focus on practicing just that. Raise it to level 1 first. Okay. After ending the private chat, Song-Soo leaned against the makeshift campfire, watching the flickering flames. Lulu isn't a malicious person. Song-Soo isn't heartless. Although the other person might be so enthusiastic because of her skill effects. But she's holding a warm heart, coming close. She can't just turn her face away. Since that's the case, she'll accept it. Song-Soo used a cooking pot to fry a pot of greasy rabbit meat, then sent it along with the blueprint for the small wooden house to Lulu. Mama bag. Don't just mind, stay safe. If you're hungry, eat. Cruel stepmother. Big sister. I don't need to. I still have food, and this blueprint is very expensive now. You should use it to upgrade your gear. Mama bag. Stop talking nonsense.
Keep it.
Don't give me the materials you mine for now. Upgrade the wooden house first, or when the extreme cold tide comes, you might not be able to handle it. There was silence on the other side for a few seconds.
Cruel stepmother. Right?
Big sister, you're so good to me. I will upgrade quickly and not hold you back. Song-Soo turned off the panel and added a stick of firewood to the fire. The firelight reflected on her face, which showed no expression, but her eyes softened a little. In this strange game, having more people to support each other doesn't seem so bad. She looked at her experience bar. 0/2400. She just reached level 9, and killing the scarecrow no longer gives experience. A few gathering tasks appeared in her quest list. She used some rabbit meat to gather the materials and submitted the tasks directly. The reward was a sandwich and milk, which she didn't really need, but the tight leather pants were pretty good. At least she finally had pants to wear. There was one more kill task left. Go to the northern mountains and kill 30 jumping sheep. Reward: 3 emergency bandages, 60 points. Song-Soo glanced at the monitor screen of the little bear spying. Real time, 3:50 a.m. Her daughter hadn't kicked off the blanket again. Her face was rosy, still sleeping. She opened the system shop and chose to buy more wakefulness time. The countdown for the extreme cold tide was 10 hours left, so she had to hurry. She released the small cabin, took out a piece of roasted moth meat, and fed the remaining green-named frog to increase its friendliness. Then she found a grass vine and tied the frog at the door. Stay and guard honestly. The frog blinked and lay down without moving. Song-Soo slipped into the cabin, closed the door, lit the stove, and lay on the thatched bed. She chose to return. The world spun around her. When she opened her eyes, she immediately sat up and checked her stomach. Everything was still there. She tiptoed out of bed, washed briefly, then poured warm water to wipe her daughter's face and hands, changed her diaper, and fed her milk powder. This time, she exchanged 2 bottles of gene repair liquid. After finishing the milk powder, she gave it all to her daughter. The bag was a bit fuzzy, and her eyes weren't fully open. She tidied up and strapped her daughter to her chest with a carrier. The little one's head leaned on her shoulder, then fell asleep again. At 4:30 a.m., Song-Soo pushed open the roller shutter of the bun shop. She turned on the lights, boiled water, and kneaded dough. She took out the pork she bought yesterday from her big stomach and minced it. Next, she took out a large bunch of wild green onions she had gathered from the game. The green onion leaves are thin and long, with a gray-green color, and have a much stronger flavor than regular green onions. Carefully wash and chop them into small pieces. Mix the chopped green onions into the meat filling, add soy sauce, salt, and a little mushroom oil, then stir in one direction until well combined. The filling becomes stickier and more fragrant as you mix. She keeps working quickly, pinching off small dough balls, rolling out the wrappers, and wrapping the buns. Each plump bun is placed into the cooking pot. The cooking pots are simple to assemble. Song-Soo makes 3 at once, filling the entire stove. 2 pots are used for steaming buns and 1 for boiling soup. Although the stone pot is smaller than her usual steamer, it cooks very fast. Once the recipe is set, it automatically adjusts the temperature based on the ingredients, maximizing their flavor, which is quite extraordinary. Soon, The 4 pots are bubbling and steaming with hot vapor. After 5 minutes, the first batch of buns is ready. Song-soo lifts the lid, and a burst of white steam rushes out. The pork and green onion buns emit a rich aroma, filling the small shop instantly. The smell is so tempting that it makes people's stomachs rumble. Song-soo, not afraid of the heat, picks out one bun directly from the pot and takes a small bite. Her daughter is still napping in the stroller, so Song-soo picks out another bun and places it nearby to cool, waiting for her to wake up and eat. The first customer to come in is the owner of the neighboring supermarket. He sniffs the air, looking surprised. "Little Song, what filling did you make this morning? It smells so good. Pork and green onion." Song-soo smiles and plates the buns. "Would you like two?" The owner nods and takes a bun, ignoring the heat, and bites into it. The thin bun skin breaks open, and hot soup spills out. The unique aroma of green onions explodes in the mouth. The owner's eyes widen, and he quickly swallows a bite, blowing on the heat. "Wow, this is amazing. The filling in these buns is really well made. Give me 2 more." The frog oil boiled cabbage and tofu soup is even more popular today, and no one is drinking the millet porridge from the regular pot anymore. At 8:30, the first rush hour has passed. The prepared meat filling and dough are almost gone. Song-soo wiped the sweat from her forehead, looked at her daughter happily munching on a bun, and smiled. "Bao bao, is it tasty?" Her daughter blinked her big eyes and grinned. "Mom, so good." Song-soo came over to wipe her daughter's mouth and said, "Good girl. Eat slowly. Here, have some soup." Bao bao obediently opened her mouth and carefully leaned into the spoon. A smile appeared at the corner of Song-soo's eyes. "It's so nice." This time, her daughter drank 2 bottles of Gene Repair liquid. The effects are obvious and immediate. Her fingers and expressions are more lively, and she can even straighten her back. Just a few minutes after feeding her daughter, a rush of about 10 people burst into the shop. "Boss, are there still buns? I want 4. No, 6. A young man in a suit, panting heavily, led the way, followed by 7 or 8 men and women. "Yes, yes. That's the flavor. I smelled it all the way in the elevator. I want 10 too." Our department's Lao Li just ate one, and his expression was priceless. "It made me so hungry." "Boss, how do you make these buns? They smell so good. Look at this, you can see the oil through the bun skin. They look delicious." The lively chatter almost shook the roof. Song-soo quickly responded, "Yes, yes, yes. Just a moment. They'll be ready soon." The aroma of meat and scallions wafted out again. The group of office workers all took a deep breath. "This is the taste." "Hurry, hurry, boss. Pack mine first." Song-soo efficiently packed the buns and took their money. A girl wearing glasses couldn't wait and took a bite right away. Juice splattered a little, and she excitedly called to her friends, "Oh my God, you have to try this. The meat filling is amazing. So fragrant. I want to swallow my tongue." Another male colleague chewed faster, swallowing in a few bites, choking and pounding his chest, but still giving a thumbs up. "Delicious. Better than that century-old shop downstairs." "Boss, why does your scallion taste like ours from Shandong? So fragrant. And the meat filling, how do you make it?" "It's tender and smooth." While working, Song-soo smiled and replied, "It's just a simple recipe. The green onions I bought today are really good." The girl with glasses took another bite, her face full of joy. "If I could have buns like this every morning, even working overtime wouldn't bother me." "Boss, can we pre-order your buns? Our company has a team event tomorrow, and we want 100. Our department wants some too."
Song-soo lâu ghét.
"I'm afraid I can't take pre-orders. I can't make that many by myself. If you want some, come early tomorrow." In less than 20 minutes, all the buns and soup were sold out. Song-soo counted the money. It was more than 3 times her usual earnings. After washing her hands, she picked up her daughter and kissed her soft little cheek. "Bao bao, mommy made some money today. How about we buy you a new toy?" Her daughter giggled and reached out with her tiny, greasy hands to touch her mother's face. Song-soo didn't move away and let her do it. Sunlight streamed through the window, shining on the mother and daughter. Across the street, behind a big tree, a shabby old man wiped his nose with his sleeve and peeked around. Bao Bao rested her head on Song Su's shoulder. Through the glass door, she grinned and mumbled, "Papa?" Song Su's heart trembled, and she quickly turned around. Outside, cars and people passed by, but she didn't see anyone familiar. "Bao Bao, were you calling for Daddy? Do you miss him?" Bao Bao waved her little hand and pointed at her teddy bear. "Daddy, Daddy." "Good girl, Daddy will be back soon." Song Su kissed her daughter's forehead, holding back the ache in her heart. After tidying up the shop, she took her daughter to the hospital. The doctor held up the new brain scanned under the light, studying it carefully. "Miss Song, have you had any special treatment recently?" Song Su sat calmly. "No, I've just been eating and sleeping on time and keeping a peaceful mind." "A peaceful mind?" The doctor was so surprised he almost stuttered. "That can't explain this. This is incredible. Where's your husband? Didn't he come with you today?" Song Su's hands tightened slightly on her knees. "He's been busy with work lately. Doctor, I already know about my condition. Please, just tell me the truth." The doctor paused, looking at her with a complicated expression. "Since you already know, I will be direct," he said, pointing at the scan. "Your tumor is very aggressive, highly invasive, and surgery probably won't help. Based on your previous progress and location, our estimate of your survival time is not very hopeful." His gaze shifted to the child, and his voice slowed down. "So, when your husband came last time to sign for conservative treatment, as doctors, we should encourage active treatment. But considering your condition and family situation, the hospital also understands." He changed the topic and picked up the latest scan. "However, the results this time are very surprising. Look here. The tumor's pressure effect has decreased significantly, and the surrounding swelling has shrunk. Most importantly, the enhanced scan shows the tumor's blood supply has weakened." The doctor's eyes lit up with excitement. "Do you know? Your tumor is shrinking. This is almost a medical miracle. So I have to ask, did you take some medicine? Or go somewhere else for treatment?" Seeing the doctor so excited, Song Su slowly shook her head. "No, doctor, really I didn't. Then should I prescribe some common supportive medicines for you?" "No need, thank you." Walking out of the hospital building, the cold air filled her lungs. Song Su clenched the medical record bag tightly. She knew this wasn't a miracle. Thinking back to the small pills she had taken before, with a faint sweet aroma. Browsing the system shop, she roughly understood what they were. Basic clear heart pills. Cost 25 points in the shop, and after taking them, 1 negative status can be removed, and a small amount of stamina can be increased. Removing negative status. So, it cured her most deadly cancer in the real world. 25 points per pill. Liang Yan had exchanged a whole bottle for her. Thinking about the thousands of times the fee for the medicine, she wondered how much he had really paid for it. Song Su took a deep breath. The medicine can't stop. To fully cure her illness, she needed to go back and get another bottle of basic clear heart pills. Fortunately, her big appetite allowed her to smuggle them, or she really couldn't afford it. In the afternoon, she took her daughter to the supermarket. They chose a set of brightly colored building blocks and also picked up a musical enlightenment book that made different animal sounds. My daughter's thermal underwear is a bit short, so I bought a new set. After paying, I carried my things and went to the market. I bought pork, flour, and various fresh vegetables. Finally, I hesitated at a stall and bought a few pounds of regular green onions. Because of the silence rule, I need to pay attention to details. Back home, I opened the building blocks. My bag was immediately attracted by the colorful squares, and I reached out to grab them. Song Su watched her daughter, who was finally playing with toys, with a gentle look. After feeding her the afternoon meal, I played with her for a while. The little one got tired and started yawning. Song Su gently laid her daughter on the bed and patted her softly. Soon, her daughter fell asleep. Song Su sat by the bed and opened the system panel. Took a deep breath. Selected. Entered the game. After the familiar dizziness, Song Su calmly opened her eyes. She propped herself up with her arms and rubbed her stiff neck. The room was very warm now. She no longer lived in that small, 5-square-meter wooden hut. This was a roughly 15-square-meter rectangular room. The original wooden exterior walls had been replaced with neatly cut thick stone slabs, greatly improving insulation. The ceiling was higher, and the floor was made of polished pine wood, smooth to walk on barefoot. There were 2 regular square windows on the wall, but they were currently sealed with metal sheets from inside because no one had sold glass so far. The iron stove had been replaced with a built-in stone fireplace, twice as large as before, with a cooking pot on top. The fire inside was burning brightly, warming the entire house comfortably. Stonewood composite house, level 5. Durability, 680/800, space, 25 square meters. Description, a sturdy composite shelter that effectively resists harsh weather and common attacks, with good insulation. Cannot be upgraded currently due to lack of key materials, glass. This was her new home, upgraded with the materials she traded for over the past 2 days. Song-Soo stretched her shoulders and took a few steps inside. The floor was hard, and sleeping on it was a bit uncomfortable for her back. She opened the crafting menu. When she had enough materials, the grayed-out synthesis options would light up. Do you want to craft a spring mattress using 3 animal hides, 8 springs, and 20 straw? Yes, craft it. The materials disappear, and a double mattress appears in the crafting slot. Song-Soo places it near the fireplace where it's warmest. She lies down to try it. The back feels soft, and her waist and hips are supported. It's comfortable. She takes a long breath and looks at the ceiling beams for a few seconds. Then she quickly turns over and sits up. It's time to work. She pushes open the iron door. Outside, a toad is tied up and glances at her. Its friendliness level shows 55 out of 100. Song-Soo takes out a piece of roasted moth meat and throws it over. The toad flicks out its tongue and eats it, and its friendliness jumps back to 100. Song-Soo opens the map, checks the north direction, packs up her house, and sets out. The weather is colder than before, and her breath forms white mist on her eyelashes. After walking for about half an hour, she passes a bare rocky pit. She scans the area and sees a message at the bottom of the rock wall, iron ore, rich mine, comma. She stops and crafts a sturdy iron pickaxe. She remembers Lulu saying that rich iron ore isn't easy to find, especially this kind, which often contains treasure chests. She slides down to the bottom of the pit and swings her pickaxe with force. Clang! Her stamina is much higher than in real life, so the pickaxe sparks as she swings. After about 10 hits, the large rock cracks open, revealing shiny metallic ore inside. Obtained iron ore X2, her arm tingles from the recoil. Mining isn't easy. She shakes her hand and continues. Clang! Clang! Each hit requires full strength and costs 1 stamina point. Sweat beads on her forehead, and she takes off her rabbit fur coat's hat. By the 5th piece, her stamina drops nearly 30 points. She stops and pulls out a sausage from her bag, eating a few bites. Her stamina begins to slowly recover. While eating, she thinks that Lulu probably used all her stamina mining, which is why she's only level 2. Most players are now at levels 3 or 4. Someone like her, who relies on unlimited supplies to level up quickly, probably can't find another player like that in the whole server. After finishing the sausage, she swings her pickaxe again. Clang! The whole piece of ore was full of cracks and suddenly shattered, with rocks falling all around. Song-Soo instinctively took a half step back. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. The small stones that had fallen on the ground suddenly rolled together. The rocks rubbed against each other and gathered in one spot. In the blink of an eye, a small stone figure about knee-high stood wobbling. It had 2 hollow eyes facing Song-Soo and waved its right arm, swinging it toward her calf. Rock Golem LV5. It was so sudden. Song-Soo didn't have time to draw her bow. She quickly turned sideways and blocked with her iron pickaxe. Bang! Her arm went numb, and her health decreased by 8. The golem's other fist raised again. In a panic, Song-Soo instinctively threw a piece of iron ore she had just dug out at the golem's face. But unexpectedly, it opened its mouth and swallowed the ore. It slowly straightened up, mumbled, and licked its lips. The bright red name above its head turned light green. Rock Golem LV5, Friendship 100/100. It lowered its arm, tilted its head to look at Shang Su, and grinned, revealing a row of uneven stone teeth. Shang Su was stunned for a moment. Before she could react, the stone figure turned back into the pile of rocks and dug out a dark, black treasure chest. Then it waddled over on its short legs, raised the chest above its head.
Xiang Su.
Does this mean that anything she feeds it can trigger its skill? That's pretty good. Shang Su opened the black iron chest and found a small brass horn about the size of her palm. Breather, a one-time item. Depending on the amount of negative energy input, it can enlarge the target object for 30 minutes. It was well-made and quite cute, so Shang Su casually put it into her backpack. There were still many raw iron ores at the bottom of the stone pit. Shang Su looked at the small stone figure rubbing against her leg and kicked it. Your legs are almost bald from rubbing. You're so energetic. Can you help me mine? Gaga. The small stone figure nodded vigorously and turned to crash into the nearest rock. Shang Su reached out to give it the iron pickaxe but froze, watching it smash the big stone into two halves. She took a deep breath. This head is way too hard. She takes so long to break open a piece of raw stone, but others can do it with just one try. Shang Su ran over happily, collecting the 3 pieces of iron ore that had just broken on the ground.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Deep sounds echoed at the bottom of the pit. The stone figure kept hitting with more energy. Shang Su followed behind, picking up pieces. When she collected the 30th piece, there was a clear clink. A small stone figure smashed open a shell, revealing a corner of a black metal box inside. It carried the treasure chest, panting as it moved. It came to Shang Su, holding the chest high, as if asking for praise. Another one.
Amazing! Shang Su Price Gasu.
She opened the treasure chest. Skill Fragment X1, Silver Ring X1, increases attack speed by 3% when worn. Shang Su put on the ring and patted the small stone figure's head. Wow, its head was so hard it had a dent. But the stone figure didn't mind. It casually picked a few small stones from the ground, pressed them on its head, and quickly repaired the damage. Ding ding ding. Shang Su opened her private chat. Poisonous stepmother. Sister. My little wooden house is now level 2. Your roasted moth meat is so popular now, I swapped it for a set of plate armor and a shield, and I even got a very interesting recipe for you. Shang Su raised an eyebrow. Her vague suspicion became clearer. Previously, when she roasted moth meat for Lulu, Lulu ate it like a frog, and it triggered a skill effect immediately. But the mushrooms traded back and forth in the chat channel, and besides those who tried them early on and kept thanking her, no one contacted her again. Even the roasted moth meat Lulu sold didn't increase anyone's favorability. It seems the skill only triggers under certain conditions. It must be that she personally hands out the food and the other person eats it directly for the favorability to increase. Once traded, it just becomes an ordinary item. Lulu sent you a trade request. Shang Su withdrew her thoughts. A blueprint had already entered her backpack. Happy Toilet Rare Furniture. Description: slowly restores stamina when using the toilet, with a very low chance to trigger a flash of inspiration. Materials needed: 20 wood planks, 5 iron ore, 10 clay. Baba Mom. That's interesting. Thanks, girl. When you kill frogs, don't rush. Be careful. Vicious stepmom. Don't worry, sister. The coordinates you gave me are great. The frogs are spread out so I can handle 2 at once, 1 with an axe each. The armor is a bit heavy, so running is tough, but I can take hits. Baba Mom. The extreme cold tide is coming soon. Don't go out until then and see how things develop. Vicious stepmom. Got it. You be careful too, sister. She closed the private chat. Shang Su, with the frogs and the stone man, kept heading north. The land gradually rose higher, and the cold wind blew stronger. There are 3 hours left before the extreme cold tide. They bypassed a dead pine forest, and a steep cliff appeared in front of them. The cliff was almost vertical. About a dozen gray-brown goats jumped along the narrow ridges. Their hooves clung to the cracks in the rocks. They could easily leap over 3 or 4 meters. The distance was too far for arrows. The force would be gone by then.
Songsu squint.
She noticed that each time the jumping goats paused briefly, they would lower their heads to eat something growing in the cracks of the cliff. It was a plant growing along the wall, with stems about the thickness of chopsticks, bearing a few yellow-green flowers with purple spots. She activated her sight to see food details. Golden hairpin dendrobium, description, resembles golden branches or hairpins, tastes sweet and clear, rich in gel. Can be used in high-level dishes, significantly boosting their effects. Song Su's heart skipped a beat. She remembered this plant. A doctor had mentioned it when she was preparing traditional medicine for Baba Mom. Wild golden hairpin dendrobium is a protected plant. Market-bred ones are sold by weight, priced like gold. Now, the entire cliff crack in front of her was covered with this plant, growing like wild grass. The goats lowered their heads and chewed several stalks loudly. This plant could be used as bait or sold for money. The best part was, smuggling it with a big stomach wouldn't cost any handling fees. Song Su didn't climb up herself. She patted the little stone man and pointed at the frogs. Go and get those plants down. The frog kicked off with its back legs, leaping 3 meters high. It stuck out its tongue, grabbed a piece of the wall, and climbed up. The little stone man used hands and feet, moving slowly but steadily. As they moved, the goats on the cliff immediately got startled. A jumping sheep leapt into the air, and its hind legs suddenly kicked the little stone figure on the head.
Bang!
The little stone figure was knocked askew. It lost its grip and fell straight down. It rolled twice, then got up, shook its head, and broke one arm. It picked up its arm, pressed it against its shoulder, and seemed fine, then started climbing the cliff again. Things were worse on the frog side. The frog retracted its tongue, and a few pieces of stone slipped into its big mouth. Song Su quickly shouted, "Spit it out. That's medicinal herbs." The frog turned its head and spat. A few pieces of stone, almost chewed up, fell at Song Su's feet. Her eyes twitched. The stone was covered in sticky frog saliva, which has a numbing effect, slightly toxic, so it was no longer useful. Stop collecting them, come down. The frog croaked and jumped down. Now only the little stone figure remained. It had already climbed near a cluster of medicinal herbs, reached into the rock crevice, and pried out a root with soil attached. Then it swung its arm and threw it down to Song Su. She caught it perfectly, but also got a face full of dirt. The root was intact, with a slightly yellow stem that looked like wax, and the petals fluttered gently like jade butterflies. She shook off the dirt and stuffed it into her large bag. The little stone figure worked hard, tossing down bunch after bunch. The nearby jumping sheep were scared away. Song Su ran back and forth below, happily collecting. The roots quickly piled up in her big bag. 10 minutes until the extreme cold. People on the World Channel started flooding the chat, warning everyone to stay warm. Song Su released her stonewood combined shelter and went inside. She lit the fireplace, placed the cooking pot on it, added some water, and threw in a chicken she bought at the market, along with 2 fresh medicinal roots. She added her own seasonings, covered the pot, and let it cook automatically. Soon, steam rose, and a delicious aroma filled the air. A recipe appeared above the cooking pot. Golden dendrobium stewed chicken, deliciousness. Effects: restores 2 health points per second, 1 stamina per second, increases mental attribute by 20, lasts for 180 seconds. Note: cross-dimensional ingredient, non-tradable. Song Su's eyes widened in surprise. This was her first time making a 4-star dish. In just 3 minutes, her mental attribute increased by 20 points, doubling her maximum health, or even more. This attribute is really amazing. She served herself a bowl with both soup and meat, eating while enlarging the monitor screen of the little bear in the surveillance window. Then her hand paused. The baby in the crib, who had been sleeping, suddenly woke up. She was holding onto the railing, trembling as she stood, with her small hand reaching outside the bed. Song Su felt a sudden tightness in her chest and instinctively wanted to exit the game. At that moment, the system panel flashed a red message. Alert! The extreme cold tide has officially arrived. All awake players are forcibly recalled. Duration: 72 hours. During this period, players cannot leave the game. Crack, crack, crack. It sounded like ice cracking as it froze, scraping along the wall from above. Song Su cursed softly, and outside, a fierce wind began to blow. The wind howled like a terrifying scream. The regional chat channel flooded instantly. Long Xing Tian Xiaowo? What's that sound? My shed roof just got blown off. Little Pao Kai, help. I'm outside. My legs can't move. Blood is dripping. Brother Dao, damn. The wind is so strong. My house is shaking.
Macau Macau Lili, buisa shat. No.
The wood is cracking from the cold.
I'm buried. Ah.
The person who just sent the message quickly had their avatar turn gray. Song Su leaned against the wall, her face pale. Her feet were trembling too. The wall emitted a dull squeezing sound, and the metal on the window was scraped loudly. The sturdiness was rapidly decreasing. She glanced at the little bear on the monitor. The bag was half hanging over the railing, trembling slightly, then falling onto the big bed. She looked around blankly, then pouted, tears welling up. Song Su's heart clenched. This damn game, and now it won't let her exit. Suddenly, there was a loud bang from the window on the left. The metal sheet sealing the window was forcibly torn off by a huge force. A blast of cold air rushed in fiercely. Song Su shivered from the cold, rushed to the wall, and quickly operated the synthesis panel with her fingers. One layer of metal was not enough, so she added 2, then 3 layers. Keep making, keep making. Layer after layer of metal sealed the breach tightly. The cold wind was cut off forcefully, and frost formed on the metal sheets, stabilizing the house. Song Su steadied herself and looked again at the small bear on the screen. In the picture, the baby bed was empty. Bao Bao had already climbed beside her, curled up in her arms. The little one's face was pressed against her arm, one hand clutching her clothes, breathing evenly, and already asleep. Song Su let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, her daughter was asleep again. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to wake for over 7 hours, and the child would have been very frightened. She tidied up the spilled chicken soup, scooped another bowl, and ate it slowly. Vicious stepmom. Sister. Why aren't you replying to my messages? How are things on your side? Are you okay? Bao Bao's mom. I didn't see your message earlier.
I'm fine.
How about you? Vicious stepmom. Luckily, I had saved a lot of materials based on your advice. Just now, the wooden boards cracked from the cold. I spent some time patching the materials and upgraded the house to level 3. Otherwise, the durability would have almost dropped to 0. Bao Bao's mom. That's good to hear. It seems you can't go out these days. Are you eating enough? Vicious stepmom. Don't worry, sister. I still have plenty of meat skewers. Is your firewood enough? I'll share half with you. Knowing that the extreme cold was coming, Song Su had already stored half her backpack of firewood. She was about to reply that she didn't need any when suddenly, her private chat list flickered. Bao Bao's dad Song Su's hand froze midair, her pupils suddenly constricting. In the next second, a message popped up.
Bao Bao Shejat, why?
Is that you?
I'm Liang Yan.
A buzzing sound filled her mind, and her thoughts went blank. She almost trembled as she pulled up the input box and sent a voice message directly. Liang Yan? It's me. Where are you? Where have you gone? Say something. Bao Bao's dad. Wife, don't get upset. I'm not upset. How could I not be upset? You've been missing for 3 days. You didn't leave us a single message. You, at $%. Bao Bao's dad. Wife, listen to me. There's a silence rule in this game. I really couldn't tell you earlier. I've been in here for 3 days. What are you doing? Why didn't you send me a message earlier? With the 10-fold speed of time flow, can't you spare a moment to call me? Where are you right now?
Bao Bao Shejat,
I accidentally got killed by the boss, but don't worry. I have a resurrection cross, so I can come back to life once. What do you mean? What's a resurrection cross? Don't type to me, send me voice messages. No, let's do a video call instead. dad bag, sending voice messages wastes stamina points. As for the video, I have no points left. Can we just chat like this? Sad at JPG, I'll buy it. Just wait. Without hesitation, Song-soo opened the system shop and spent 10 points to buy a 10-minute video call. He used it immediately. The other person's face appeared on the screen. In the dim light, Liang Yan looked down, wearing a tattered cowhorn hat.
Liang Yan, Song-soo's queen.
Lift your head. Honey, I don't look good right now. Don't be shy. It's only 1 point per minute. Hurry up. The person on the screen hesitated for a moment, then slowly raised their hand and took off the hat. Song-soo's breath caught, and his eyes widened suddenly. Grayish hair, wrinkled face, drooping eyes, and a smile that looked so familiar. Honey, his voice was a little hoarse. Sorry, I've gotten old. Song-soo stared at him tightly, opened his mouth, and after a long pause, finally said, You're the beggar old man? I can't believe I didn't recognize you. She suddenly raised her voice, full of disbelief.
Liang Yan.
You. Liang Yan looked down, rubbing his big hands. Honey, don't get excited. I don't have much time left when I'm not in the game. Staying in the real world costs lifespan, and it's severe. So, I look like this. But don't worry, real world lifespan can also be exchanged with points. You'll find out later. Song-soo clenched his fists. I thought you were stuck in the game all this time. Why didn't you come to find me outside? He slumped his shoulders. I was afraid. I was worried you'd dislike me. Song-soo laughed angrily. Nonsense. When have I ever disliked you? Forget it, let's not talk about that now. Where are you now, in the real world? With your old look, how much life do you have left? Liang Yan replied, probably about a week. These days. I've been living under the bridge in the park. Actually, I wanted to go home. Song-soo interrupted. Nonsense. If you want to go home, come back. Next time you wake up, immediately appear in front of me. And what is the resurrection cross? What does it mean to be killed by the boss? How many levels are you now? Where are you? And how can I give you points? Liang Yan paused, suddenly covering his face. Wah wah, wife. Wah wah wah, I am so useless. Song-soo raised his fist, cracking his knuckles. Stop crying and talking nonsense, or I'll really hurt you. Answer my question quickly. Liang Yan looked up with tears streaming down his face. The resurrection cross is an item sold in the game shop. You can't see it now because you haven't entered the beginner village yet. Once you reach level 10 and go to Baichuan Plain, you'll be able to see it. I'm level 19 now in a dungeon called Taming Valley. I died under the boss and all my teammates ran away. If I revive, the steel-horned bull demon will stomp and I'll die again. Song-soo hurriedly said, What happened? Teammates? What teammates? I play solo, and how can I save you? Liang Yan suddenly crouched down, clutching his stomach. Wife, can you give me some food first? If I don't eat, I'll lose blood and die. Trade successful with dad's bag. Carrots, 25, milk, 7, sandwich bread 4, roasted moth meat, 139, spicy earth dragon snail stew, 118. Liang Yan's mouth formed a big O. Oh wow, my wife is amazing. She managed to gather so much food. This phosphorescent moth meat can even be roasted. Smells so good.
Wow.
There's milk and bread too. You must have opened a treasure chest, wife.
So tasty, so delicious.
He quickly stuffed food into his mouth, one bite after another. Song-soo's eyes reddened, but he said nothing. After Liang Yan ate until he was half full and the hunger buff disappeared, he finally took a deep breath. Wife, here's what happened. He sped up his speech, and Song-soo's expression gradually changed from concern to shock. It turns out that after reaching level 10, players get a quest to find a teleportation portal. Through this portal, they can reach the first open world, Baichuan Plain. On Baichuan Plain, there is a class change NPC. Completing their quests rewards you with skill cards. The game's classes are mainly 3 types: warrior, archer, and healer. You can specialize in one or mix and match. Liang Yan chose close combat with a sword and shield to maximize defense. His main role is to absorb damage and attract enemies' attention, giving teammates more room to attack. Each person can equip up to 6 skill cards. These cards can be mixed freely, and players can change skills anytime by spending points. Basic skill cards are all passive and can be upgraded up to level 10. However, the 4 special cards, JQK, cannot be obtained from regular treasure chests. They activate stronger skills, some active and some passive, and are very unique. Different players wearing these special cards will activate different skill effects. For example, Liang Yan's King of Clubs card activates a skill called Spirit of Lei Foam when worn. This skill includes 2 passive and 2 active abilities, making it very powerful. But Liang Yan took it off to give to Song Su, costing 10,000 points, and the fee to take it out of the game world was another 100,000 points. Song Su's eyes widened. You actually have so many points. Liang Yan patted his thigh. Don't mention it. I sold the help building token I finally got. That thing is hard to get, and the price will probably go up again. I had no choice but to sell it. Now I only have 3 points left. Just as Song Su was about to say something, the scene in front of him disappeared, and the video ended. After hesitating for a moment, he sent a message to Liang Yan. Song Su, I still have over 1,000 points. Let's save them and chat by typing. Liang Yan, okay, dear. I've been wanting to ask what skill you activated and how you leveled up so fast. Most people take a month, but you reached level 9 in just 3 days. Song Su immediately shared his attribute panel with him. After a brief pause, his private messages started scrolling quickly. Liang Yan, wow. Your luck attribute is already 10? How is that possible, Liang Yan? Mine was only 1. The highest I've seen is 3. You're practically a genius. No wonder you can activate such good skills. Liang Yan, big eater, can store unlimited food-related items? Damn, that's awesome. Like the butcher's knife skill? Can you use it once a day? 100% disassembly? My dear, this is so useful. Liang Yan, I was worried about how to safely lure that cow away from my body when you reach level 18. Liang Yan, but now there's no need to lure it at all. Liang Yan, if you ask it to perform shefting carving an ox, it will immediately show you a scene of dismemberment right on the spot. Liang Yan, and that Red Heart 2 card. You managed to get a group attack skill so easily. My goodness, if I had that at an auction, people would be fighting over it. It's so valuable, Liang Yan. I really made the right gamble with the King of Clubs. It's much better for you than for me. In critical moments, you really need your wife. Song Su watched him get so excited he couldn't speak clearly, and a small smile appeared on his face. Song Su, have I told you yet that the big stomach skill works well outside too? Liang Yan, what? No way, Song Su. It's true. The cabbage soup I made with toad oil was so tasty it sold out immediately. The big scallion bun I made sold over 200 in the morning. And the gene repair serum I brought out for my daughter doesn't even cost me points. Liang Yan. Oh my god. That's definitely a bug. Huh. Why are there so many people at the bakery door these days? We're going to be rich. But you must be careful not to reveal anything. If the system finds out, it might correct it. Especially with the medicine you're taking, be sure not to expose any game medicines in the real world. Song Su. Right. Speaking of medicine, I want to ask you, why didn't you tell me I had brain cancer? Song Su. Say something, Song Su. Don't pretend you're mute. Liang Yan. Wife, listen to my excuse. Actually, with your condition, if I had told you, you'd just get anxious and upset. Many people don't realize how serious it is until it gets worse. So I thought I'd hide it for now. Song Su. And then? Hide until I die, Liang Yan. No, wife. I actually knew about this game long ago. I just didn't log in before. Song Su. Huh? Explain clearly, Liang Yan. Wife, can you give me some firewood? My house is about to freeze to death. Song Su's forehead twitched as she sent him 99 bundles of dry wood. Liang Yan. Thanks, wife. Love you. Don't be angry. I really have no choice. When my mother was leaving, she told me never to enter the game unless absolutely necessary. Once I do, the people closest to me might be pulled into the game world. It's very dangerous, and my bag is so small. I was planning to wait until she was a bit older, but your illness can't wait. Wait. Your mom? Didn't she pass away when you were 5? Yes, she did. She died in real life because she chose to stay in the game as an NPC.
What?
Outside the house, the wind was howling fiercely, and the temperature had dropped to -70 degrees. Little stone figures were adding wood to the fireplace, while a red-eyed frog was snoring beside the fire. Song Su sat cross-legged on a mattress, talking with Liang Yan all day and night. By early morning on the third day, there were only 23 hours left before the extreme cold tide. Liang Yan's stamina was exhausted, so he went to rest. Song Su lay on the mattress, feeling a bit dazed. What Liang Yan said was even more unbelievable than entering the game world. She felt dizzy now. Ms. Zhao Mylin, Liang Yan's mother, was actually an NPC in this game. Their Zhao family for 18 generations had all been gamers. Starting from Zhao Mylin's wife, great-grandfather, the family members had been gradually chosen to enter the game. Some had died just a few days after entering, while others lasted longer. Over hundreds of years, the Zhao family's glory days, which could rival a wealthy nation, were already a thing of the past. But opportunities and dangers coexisted in the game. As time went on, the game became increasingly difficult. After several collapses, by the time it reached Zhao Mylin's father's generation, they finally realized that the game was not an opportunity, but a curse. To keep the family alive, Zhao Mylin was sent back to her homeland from their old Zhao family in Singapore as soon as she was born. The Zhao family arranged for honest foster parents for her, gave a large sum of money, and then cut all ties with Zhao Mylin, hoping she could grow up like an ordinary person. Her foster parents were truly good people and loved Zhao Mylin as if she were their own daughter. If Zhao Mylin's life had been smooth and peaceful, that would have been fine. But the key was that she met Liang Yan's father, Liang Zidong. Liang Zidong has been very handsome since he was a child, but he was often sick and well known as a sickly child in the village. Ms. Zhao Mylin was also a big romantic and would go to great lengths, even spending all her money, to treat him when she fell in love. When Liang Yan was 5 years old, Liang Zidong could no longer hold on. On his deathbed, Zhao Mylin experienced a strong emotional outburst and was immediately pulled into a game by the system. But before she could gather enough points to exchange for a life-saving medicine, Liang Zidong passed away. Zhao Mylin was overwhelmed with despair and didn't understand how to operate within the system, so she ended up staying in the game as a non-player character, NPC. Before leaving, she left a letter for Liang Yan. That letter was not ordinary. It was a sealed dream. 5-year-old Liang Yan dreamed of his mother, crying uncontrollably. He wanted to speak but couldn't, and what he said sounded like a whisper, impossible to hear clearly. Others thought the child was just shocked by losing his parents. But he kept having this dream for a whole month. Gradually, he understood his mother's instructions. He must not tell others, not even his grandparents. As a result, his personality was very strange when he was young, sometimes talking nonsense, sometimes crying all day. His adoptive parents, who were also his grandparents, raised him until he finished high school before passing away. Before she died, his grandmother gave him a deck of cards, saying it was left by Zhao Mylin. No one else could touch it, and he could only have it at the very end. Over time, Liang Yan almost forgot about his childhood. Since he received the deck, he started having that dream again. This time, he was older and finally understood Zhao Mylin's words clearly, as well as the rules of the game world. The game, Dawn Era, was an experiment launched by an advanced civilization on Earth to gather energy. Human souls are very powerful. Strong survival instincts, fighting spirit, and even love and hatred are all sources of high-level energy. After Zhao Mylin became an NPC, she was assigned to work in a map called Divine Fall Land, at levels 40 to 50. Once she signed a contract, she couldn't leave her location, and her memories would be sealed. Before signing, she did everything she could to send messages to young Liang Yan. Liang Yan knew he shouldn't open the deck casually, only if he felt he couldn't go on living should he do so. Later, he fell in love and got married, but his daughter was sick from birth. At that time, he had the idea of opening a poker card. However, He was afraid that since his daughter was very young, she might also get caught up in the game. The first 10 levels took place in a single-player village, so she had no chance of survival. It wasn't until Song-Soo was diagnosed with brain cancer that Liang Yan truly felt like the sky was falling. Without hesitation, he opened the poker card and touched a special Spade King. That night, he was chosen by the system. Later, Song-Soo learned most of what happened. Liang Yan entered the game and upgraded day and night, exchanging life-saving medicine for them both. Because he started with a special skill, his leveling was very fast. Between levels 10 and 20, he ranked among the top 20 in the world. The game also has a new map every 10 levels. Before level 10, it was single-player mode, and players couldn't form teams or use the auction house. Starting from Bai Chuan Plain, players could meet each other. That was the real danger. Killing in this game almost had no punishment, and it would also cause all items in the opponent's backpack to drop. His first kill, though justified as self-defense, left a big psychological shadow on him. He cried for over 2 hours while telling Song-Soo about that experience. Song-Soo felt helpless too. Although Liang Yan was tall and strong, looking like a rugged man with a beard, his eye sockets were very shallow, and he would cry when excited. Not only did he tear up watching touching short videos, but he also cried while arguing with others, classic tearful outbursts. Song-Soo rubbed her stiff neck. Liang Yan also mentioned some key rules. Game points couldn't be traded directly, so Song-Soo couldn't transfer points to him. But he put the food he traded to Song-Soo into the auction house and exchanged it for a resurrection cross and some time of clarity. Now, the cross was hanging around Song-Soo's neck, meant to save her life. He had one on himself, too. With the cross, even if he died, his body could be preserved and his consciousness could return to reality. As long as he had enough clarity time, he could lie in the game for as long as he wanted. In extreme weather like a severe cold tide, all monsters would temporarily disappear, except for tamed pets. This gave him a chance to contact Song-Soo. But as soon as the extreme weather ended, the monster would instantly respawn. The steel main bull boss would appear right beside him in an instant. If it stepped on him, he would turn into a cross again. His real-life lifespan wouldn't last much longer. Song-Soo needed to level up quickly, because the minimum level to enter that dungeon was 18. As long as she could find a way to defeat that boss, Liang Yan could be safely revived. Level 18. She was only at level 9 now. Song-Soo anxiously watched the countdown. It was very hard to endure when she couldn't go out or do anything. In the screen showing the little bear peeking, her bag was lying in her arms, sleeping peacefully. Song-Soo opened the chat channel and looked for a while. Everyone was stuck inside, and trading was very busy. People were competing to buy firewood. She checked her inventory, kept enough dry wood for herself, and traded away the rest. She only kept tradable food. On Liang Yan's map, despite the high level, they still lacked food and water. The food sold quickly at the auction house, helping him exchange for more time to stay alert. Now she regretted using so much roasted moth meat to buy skill fragments. It's a pity that knowing early would have been better, but now it's too late to regret. While she was anxiously waiting for Liang Yan to wake up and contact her, Liang Yan was furious, eyes red with anger, shouting, "You old witch, I told you it's not possible. Don't even think about it." In the video in front of him, a beautiful woman dressed in a dark green qipao embroidered with gold thread, slightly tilting her head with a faint smile. Her name was Wu Fengming, the top healer in their entire district. "Liang Yan, you know who I am," Wu Fengming said calmly. "In the 20-level map, I make the rules. If you give me that K card, I'll let you stay by my side. Whatever you want, I can give it to you." She gently touched her smooth face. Why bother thinking about that short-lived world outside, with a woman who can't help you? Liang Yan's face turned pale. "I said no. It's not possible. You will die." Wu Fengming's smile faded slightly, her eyes turning cold. "When the last cross is used up, guess what? The system might not let you return to reality. Your soul will be forever trapped here, slowly fading away, with no chance of rebirth or reincarnation." She looked at Liang Yan's tense face, her tone softening a bit. Following me will be different. I can help you live well, and for a long time. What's so good about reality? A few decades pass in the blink of an eye. Here, we can stay young forever. My wife and kids are waiting for me outside, Liang Yan said through clenched teeth, glaring at her. Even if I die, I accept it. Wu Fengming's smile completely disappeared from her face. She stared at Liang Yan for a few seconds, as if examining someone ungrateful. All right, she sighed softly. I'll wait until you use the last cross. The scene cut out. Liang Yan angrily wiped his face, cursing inwardly. Damn old witch. I should have never teamed up with her. My mom was right. I must be careful with this beautiful woman in the game. Time is running out. Liang Yan looked at the raging ice storm outside the window. He clenched his teeth and pushed the door open, rushing out. His breath froze in the cold air, and his health started dropping rapidly. Fortunately, he reached the place where he died last time after just a few steps. A white cross about half a meter tall was stuck in the ground, surrounded by all the items he had dropped during his previous death. He quickly collected everything, turned around, and ran back into the house, slamming the door shut. He now had a negative buff, severe frostbite, health -10 per second. Inside, his health had dropped to a dangerous level. He took out a healing potion and a piece of bread, stuffing them into his mouth desperately. Once his health stabilized, he began to check his gear. A horned helmet, leather armor leggings, boots, 2 rings that boost defense, a necklace that increases health, 2 skill fragments, and various materials, all dumped into the trading interface. He almost forgot about the silver box. Large storage chest, description, placed inside the shelter, providing an additional 100 shared storage slots. He remembered Song Su said her backpack only had 20 slots now. She should be able to use this box. He selected everything, designated the trade partner. Mom's bag. He clicked send. Trade successful. On Song Su's side, she suddenly received a trade notification. Liang Yan, wife, did you get the items? Use them quickly. They're good stuff.
I don't need them for now.
Liang Yan, put that box inside the house, and your grid will be bigger. Liang Yan, it's a pity I have so few points. I can't take down the remaining 5 skill cards. Otherwise, I would give them to you. Liang Yan, in case something happens to me, these things shouldn't fall into the hands of outsiders. Song Su's nose twitched with emotion. Song Su, stop talking nonsense. You will definitely survive. Also, I've given you all the edible items I can trade. Hurry and put them up for auction to get more time to stay awake. Song Su, remember, once you're awake, go home immediately. Liang Yan, okay, I'll go home. Song Su lowered her head and started tidying up the items that had fallen to the ground because her backpack was full. The full set of cowhide armor was heavy. The hard helmet had 2 horns, but the inside was soft. The equipment and jewelry had good attributes, but they could only be worn at level 10. Fortunately, the large storage box she entered the house with added 100 slots to her inventory. Otherwise, she couldn't fit all these items. Along with the 2 skill fragments Liang Yan gave her. Her bag now had 4 more skill fragments. When choosing whether to activate a new basic skill or upgrade her existing Heart of Red 2, she didn't hesitate to upgrade. Liang Yan had said that group attack skills in this game were very rare. Upgrading her Heart of Red 2 would be a safe investment. But she later studied that the number of fragments needed for skill upgrades doubles each level. 2 Heart of Red 2 can be upgraded to Heart of Red 3, and 2 Heart of Red 3 to 4. The early levels seemed manageable, but reaching level 10 would require a lot more fragments. Song Su upgraded her Heart of Red 2 to Heart of Red 3. Chain Lightning could connect to 2 targets, meaning she could attack 3 monsters at once. But to upgrade to Heart of Red 4, she needed to gather 8 more fragments. Fortunately, fragments appeared in many places in this game. She needed to collect more and save them for later. While organizing the messy materials, Song Su found 32 pieces of glass. Upgrading her house to level 6 only needed 10 pieces. A smile couldn't help but appear on her face. She immediately opened the house upgrade menu and selected to upgrade. The pinewood floor beneath her trembled slightly, and a wonderful scene unfolded before her eyes. The stone slabs on the surrounding walls became thick and smooth, shining with a jade-like luster. The original roof beams above her head lifted upward, and new wooden structures rapidly formed. In just a few seconds, the indoor space expanded to more than double its original height. Sturdy small villa, level 6. Durability, 1500/1500. Area, 160 square meters. Description, a comfortable and strong composite villa with excellent defense and insulation, combining beauty and convenience for living. Song-soo stood still, looking at the house that had been completely transformed. She was a bit stunned. She didn't expect the change from level 5 to level 6 to be so significant. On the first floor, several new walls appeared, dividing the space into a living room, kitchen, and balcony area. The original window openings were fitted with clear glass, and outside, heavy snow was falling. The house was empty, with no furniture, making it look new and spacious. She went upstairs along the wooden staircase. On the second floor, there was a bedroom and a small bathroom. The bedroom had a beautiful curved floor-to-ceiling window, and the large mattress she had made earlier was now placed there. The bathroom was a bit small, with only a simple wooden toilet inside. Suddenly, Song-soo remembered the happy toilet that Lu had given her before. She took it out of her backpack and replaced the old one. A round, pink toilet appeared. The lid had a smiling yellow face printed on it. Song-soo sat on it and found it quite comfortable. Previously, she had been going to the bathroom outdoors with no clothes on, so this was much more convenient. However, this toilet had a special feature. It could trigger a flash of inspiration randomly. She sat for a while but didn't feel anything special, so she pulled up her pants and stood up. Baghdad. Wife, it's almost time. Bag Mom, where are you? Do you need me to pick you up? Baghdad, I still have a few yuan in my pocket. I'll take the bus home. Wait for me at home. Bag Mom. Okay, stay safe. Beep beep. Global announcement. The extreme cold tide has ended. There are 173 players remaining in the beginner canyon. Please level up quickly. The howling wind outside suddenly stopped. Song-soo slowly pushed open the door. The 3-day raging snowstorm had completely disappeared, and a dull morning light reappeared in the sky. She knew that the monsters on Liang Yan's side had already respawned because his avatar had turned gray. She quickly exchanged for 2 bottles of gene medicine and put 20 calming pills into her large bag. After adding 10 more hours of wakefulness and feeding the stone man and the toad, she lay back on the mattress and closed her eyes. She exited the game. A familiar dizziness hit her. Outside the window, it was just dawn. The extremely cold 3 days of gaming had only passed about 7 hours in real life. She turned her head to look at her daughter. Her bag was still sleeping, with her small face pressed against her arm. Song-soo gently got up, pulled back a corner of the curtain, and looked down. The neighborhood was empty, with no one in sight. She rubbed her aching temples and swallowed all 20 pills of Qingxinwan. The medicine from the game had no side effects. After taking it, she felt much clearer, and the headache disappeared. She took out half a chicken from her large bag and grabbed a small handful of jinchai dihu, then rinsed rice and put it in a pot to cook chicken porridge. The porridge was bubbling hot, with the aroma of medicine blending with the smell of rice, slowly drifting out. Soon there was a ding-dong sound. The doorbell rang. Song-soo's heart jumped, almost dropping the spoon into the pot. She hurried to the door and pulled it open. Liang Yan was standing outside, hunched over, with his head lowered. He was wearing a tattered cotton-padded coat, barefoot, with his red toes curled on the cold cement ground. Song-soo reached out and pulled him inside, quickly closing the door behind him. You, she said angrily and anxiously. Are you crazy? Not even wearing shoes when you go out. Liang Yan staggered a bit from her pull, looked up, and his voice was hoarse. Woo-woo. Wife, go back inside and don't cry. Liang Yan pouted, full of grievance.
It was urgent at the time. I was too old and scared you, so
I ran. Song-soo's hands trembled with pain. She reached out and took off the foul-smelling cotton coat from him. Liang Yan stiffened but didn't move. Can you still move? Let me help you take a shower. Liang Yan quickly raised his hands. Yes, yes. I can do it myself. He limped into the bathroom, dragging the slippers Song-soo threw at him, hunched over. Soon, water sounds came from inside. Song-soo turned back to the kitchen, took out some hot pork and scallion buns from her large bag, and placed them on a plate. She chopped a big scallion and took a piece of tofu to make a small dish of scallion tofu. After a while, the bathroom door opened slightly. Liang Yan poked his head out, his wet hair sticking to his tired face. "Honey, could you bring me a piece of clothing?" he whispered. Song-soo turned around and handed him a set of pajamas. The clothes looked empty on Liang Yan's body. "Come eat," Song-soo said, turning to serve porridge with red eyes. Liang Yan sat at the table, staring at the steaming food in front of him, saliva gathering in his mouth. He took a spoonful of porridge first, then started eating quickly. He swallowed 2 or 3 buns in just a few bites, choking and stretching his neck. "Eat slowly, no one's rushing you," she said gently. Liang Yan mumbled in agreement, but didn't slow down much. As he ate, his eyes turned red again. "No matter how much I level up in the game, I can't change what's happening outside. I haven't eaten properly in almost 2 days.
I'm starving."
Song-soo sat beside him silently. She picked up a bun, split it open, and blew on the hot filling inside. Then she put the half with more filling into Liang Yan's bowl. Liang Yan wiped his eyes with his sleeve, then carefully bit into the bun, chewing seriously. "You're so stubborn," Song-soo said softly. "You sent me all your skill cards, so why aren't you rushing home? Otherwise, you're just suffering for nothing." Liang Yan looked at her carefully, unsure if she was serious. "I'm not sure if you can really enter the game. I'm afraid it might break the rules." "Idiot," Song-soo scolded him gently. "When has our shop ever had so many customers?"
Think about it.
"Never mind that. What are you planning to do next?" Liang Yan put down his spoon. "I'd rather die outside than go back into the game. If I go in again, I'll die immediately. I can't even come back." Song-soo's heart tightened. "How much longer do you have left?" "I can't say exactly, but I feel like my body is reaching its limit. Still, I've used your food to stay awake for 8 more days." "All right," Song-soo said almost without stopping. "Then stay at home and watch the bag carefully. I'll go back into the game and level up as fast as I can." Liang Yan's eyes turned red again.
Honey, I'm useless.
"If I had been stronger, I wouldn't have let you get so deep into this game." "Stop saying those useless things." Song-soo added another bowl of porridge. "Right now, I need 2,400 experience points to go from level 9 to level 10. Do you know how much experience is needed to reach level 18? Liang Yan quickly nodded. "I calculated before, from level 0 to 18, it's about 157,000 experience points." He paused and lowered his voice. "Time is too short, wife. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Even if," he sniffed, "even if I die, it's okay. You can still change your medicines on your own. I can still come back to see you and our daughter. There's nothing to regret." "Bah, don't talk nonsense." Song-soo glared at him. "You know I can bring real-world things into the game, right? These ordinary foods have good attributes inside." She pointed at the steamed buns on the table. "Although I can't trade them, I can eat them myself. My stamina is always full, so I don't need to sleep and can keep going non-stop." Liang Yan's eyes widened. "These foods can restore stamina," Song-soo nodded. "Even this bun can restore 2 points of stamina per second for 20 seconds. Liang Yan's breathing grew heavier.
Wow.
This game is really strict about stamina. I haven't seen any shop items or dishes that directly increase stamina yet." Song-soo nodded. "The only problem now is lighting at night. You know about the night demons, right? When they get close, the torches tend to go out easily." Liang Yan thought for a moment. "When you reach level 10 and enter Baichuan Plain, the shop will refresh a new lighting tool called the Firefly Lamp." He gestured. "That lamp has a cover. You catch live fireflies and put them inside, and it will stay lit. If you feed them some nectar or do regularly, fireflies can live a long time, and the lamp won't go out. It's better than a torch." "Okay, I'll buy it when the time comes." Liang Yan looked at his wife's serious face and started to pout again. "But even so, leveling from 8 to 18 in 8 days is too hard." Song-soo didn't reply. She got up to clear the dishes. "It's all about effort. Don't dawdle. Soon the baby will wake up. Take good care of her. My new mini spy bear has 7 days of durability left. If anything happens, just call me and I'll come out. I understand, wife. This is the money I earned these days. You can use it first. The shop will be closed for now. Song-Soo handed him her phone, which Liang Yan knew the password for.
No ordering takeout.
It's bad for your health, Song-Soo warned again as she turned her head. The cooking pot is reserved for you. If you're hungry, cook for yourself. I've left ingredients in the fridge for you. Liang Yan continued to nod obediently. Song-Soo gently tousled his messy, white hair. Eat well, keep company with your daughter. I'll be back soon. Liang Yan responded with a small, like a little wife. He usually speaks little in front of others, but when alone with her, he becomes like a child, often acting spoiled. Song-Soo is used to this. She affectionately pinched his slack face, then returned to the bedroom. Bao Bao was still sleeping. Song-Soo gently kissed her face. Bao Bao's long eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes, saw her mother, and smiled happily. Baby is awake, Song-Soo said, lifting her carefully and opening the gene repair serum to feed her. Liang Yan stood at the bedroom door, leaning on the frame, watching eagerly, but not daring to come in. Song-Soo looked back at him and said to her daughter, Bao Bao, look, this is your grandpa. Mom is a little tired and wants to rest for a while. Grandpa will play with your building blocks, okay? Bao Bao blinked her big eyes, curious, and looked around. She tilted her head for a few seconds, then suddenly stretched out her little arm and clearly called out, Baba. Both Song-Soo and Liang Yan were stunned. Bao Bao, what did you call him? Song-Soo asked cautiously. Bao Bao pointed at Liang Yan and giggled. Daddy. Daddy, hug. Tears suddenly welled up in Liang Yan's eyes. He hurriedly wiped them with his sleeve. Hey, my girl still recognizes me. Song-Soo's heart also fluttered. She waved her hand to signal him to come over. Liang Yan carefully approached the bed. Bao Bao wasn't afraid at all. She pounced into his arms. Liang Yan quickly caught her. Song-Soo felt relieved and gave him a meaningful look. It's all yours now. Liang Yan nodded, his eyes still red, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift. Song-Soo lay back on the bed, pulled the blanket over her. Liang Yan slightly turned to the side, wanting to kiss her like before. But when his gaze fell on his hands, covered with age spots, he paused. That wife, take care of everything, don't push yourself too hard. Bao Bao still needs you. Song-Soo kept her eyes closed and replied softly, I understand. Then she took a deep breath and entered the game. The fire in the fireplace was still warm, and the room's warmth hadn't faded. The little stone person stayed by the bed, and when she woke up, it immediately stood up excitedly. The stones in its body clattered loudly as it ran downstairs. Song-Soo followed and pushed open the door. A cold breeze hit her face, but it was much milder than during the extreme cold tide. On the rocky wall, the gray-brown jumping sheep reappeared, skillfully leaping between the rocks.
Song-Soo's queen.
She took a handful of golden needle dendrobium from her large bag and placed it on the edge of the cliff. The tender stems and leaves swayed in the breeze, giving off a faint medicinal scent. She hid quietly, waiting. Soon, a jumping sheep was attracted by the aroma of the dendrobium. It made a few light jumps from above and landed near the stone platform. It looked around cautiously, then slowly approached. Now was the time. Song-Soo focused her mind, locking her gaze. She wanted to see how effective that skill really was. She activated the skill, Butcher's Knife to cut cattle. A strange force shot out, and her stamina dropped suddenly by 100 points. The lively jumping sheep seemed to glitch, with small mosaic blocks appearing all over its body. Next second, clatter. No blood splattered, and the whole sheep, intact, quietly dissolved in front of Song-Soo. The thick, cully sheepskin lay flat on the rock. On the skin were neatly arranged pieces of meat, almost like art. 4 sturdy lamb legs, marbled lamb chops, tender tenderloin. Each piece was cut cleanly. Nearby, the internal organs, sheep heart, liver, stomach, were also fully separated, without a drop of blood. Next to the sheepskin, there were a few more items. A pair of curved jumping sheep horns, indicating a crafted material. A silver-level sheep tooth ring made from a tooth, which added 1 luck when worn. Liang Yan once said that equipment that can increase luck is very rare in this game, so Song Su quickly put it on her hand. Her luck attribute became 11. There was also a neatly stacked set of sheepskin clothing. Hats, short jackets, pants, boots, made of soft fur, wearable at level 8. Wearing the whole set could activate a special defense attribute of 10. Song Su couldn't help but smile. She thought this skill would be very useful, but she didn't expect it to be so powerful. All the items that jumping sheep could drop should be here. She put her equipment into her backpack and all the ingredients into her large stomach bag. Then she hid and ate a bun to restore her stamina while waiting. Her stamina quickly refilled, but unfortunately, the butcher's skill could only be used once a day. Another jumping sheep jumped down. She drew her bow and shot, working with the frog and small stone creature. In just a few moves, she defeated the sheep. But after it died, it only dropped a small piece of lean meat about the size of a palm, and the body disappeared. What a waste. Such a fat sheep, when peeled with her skill, yielded about 200 pounds of meat. But normal killing only gave her a tiny piece of meat. Song Su cursed as she finished the task. Task complete. Kill jumping sheep. Rewards: 3 emergency bandages, 30 points. Song Su checked the item description. Emergency bandage, description: stick it on an open wound to instantly restore 100 health. Single-use item. The attribute was quite good. It wasn't sold in the shop, so it seemed to be a special reward for the task. Curious, Song Su took out one from her bag. Her expression froze for a moment. It was soft, made of non-woven fabric, rectangular, pinkish-white, with adhesive on the back. The size and shape. It looked just like a sanitary pad. She tried to put it into her large stomach bag, but found it wouldn't fit. Silently, Song Su put it back into her backpack. Right now, she was still half a level away from level 10. Once she cleared most of the jumping sheep on this cliff, her points would be close to 1500. It was just past noon. Seeing her experience bar finally fill up, she leveled up to level 10. The system prompt appeared. New task issued. Find the teleportation portal. Hint: the portal appears at a random location on the map and stays active for 24 hours. Be sure to find and enter it within the time limit, or the system will erase you. Finally, this task appeared. Not only was the location random, but it was also time-limited. If she couldn't find it, she would die. Other ordinary players might feel very nervous. But Song Su was completely unfazed. Liang Yan had already completed this task before, and later their group summarized it. There are actually only 2 locations where the portal refreshes, one in the middle of the Straw Man's grassland, and the other at the Frog King's spawn point in the Toad Swamp. As long as you're quick, you can definitely find them. Song Su changed into the level 10 leather armor set Liang Yan gave her. She ran quickly toward the Toad Swamp while opening a private chat to find Lulo. Song Su, I've reached level 10. Hurry up too. Lulo responded almost instantly. My goddess, how did you level up so fast? I thought I was quick enough. I'm already level 5 now, almost catching up with that guy Daogo who brags in the channel every day. I didn't expect you to be already level 10? Boo-hoo, I guess I'll never catch up to you. Song Su, stop talking, do you need food? Lula, not really. I haven't finished eating what you gave me. Plus I've been fighting on my own. It's enough to last a long time. I'm currently farming in the Toad Swamp. This thing is really hard to fight, tough health, and annoying to deal with. Song Su glanced at her nearly full backpack. She put the leather set into her trade bag and sent it over. There was silence on the other side for a few seconds.
Lulu, cease.
This is too valuable. Don't you need this high-level gear yourself? Song Su, I have some. It's safer for you to wear it. Lula, sis, you're so kind to me. I'll definitely repay you someday. Song Su, alright, I'll wait. How's your skill fragment collection going? Lula, I've collected 3 so far. Song Su, once you have enough, combine them.
Don't keep them.
What career path do you want to follow in the future? Lu responded quickly this time. Fighting hard is the way to go. And I need to be able to withstand hits and survive. I want to practice melee combat, swinging big axes, and holding shields. This choice is similar to Liang Yan's.
Shangsu, note that.
Okay. When you activate skill fragments in the future, prioritize the spade suit, which focuses on defense. Lulu. Got it, I'll choose the spade suit. Song Su reminded her a few more times to stay safe, then closed the private chat. She ran all the way to the toad swamp.
Met puddles, witte reeds.
The frogs she had killed earlier had respawned. There were quite a few here and there. Song Su held her bow and arrow, leading the little stone man as she moved forward to fight. The only remaining green toad is responsible for collecting the corpses. Whenever it encounters a female toad, it uses its tongue to pull her to the owner's feet, making it easier for Song Su to pick them up. When they reached the place where the Toad King respawns, the scene was the same as before. No shining door, as described by Liang Yan. Her heart sank a little, and she turned around to rush toward the straw man plane. Her stamina was quickly draining from running, so she chewed on a ham sausage while sprinting. They arrived. Earlier, when she was farming straw men here, she didn't trigger the boss, so she needed to look around again. According to Liang Yan, the boss respawn point is densely packed with small monsters. The stone golem was the first to charge forward with a loud clattering, swinging its hard fists and jumping to land a critical hit on a straw man's knee. -49. Seeing that it could cripple a straw man with just 2 hits, Song Su's eyes lit up. This little creature's attack power was quite high. Unfortunately, she only encountered one. If she could gather dozens of them like the toads, that would be incredible. Putting aside her fantasies, she drew her bow and shot an arrow. The first straw man she hit didn't take much damage, but the 2 blue electric arcs forked out with a crack, jumping to zap the 2 nearby straw men, turning them blackened and charred. The first straw man finally reacted, slowly dragging itself toward her. Song Su started running, continuing deeper into the grassland. The lightning chain from the Red Heart 3 skill was very effective among the dense group of monsters. She no longer needed to kill them one by one, just aiming at one, and the chain lightning would automatically jump to surrounding enemies, harvesting them all. Soon, she found the place Liang Yan described deep in the plain. One glance was enough to make her hairs stand on end. The entire field was filled with straw men, all standing silently in one direction, motionless. Song Su moved carefully, trying not to disturb them, her brows tightly furrowed. There were too many. Her arrows wouldn't be enough. She quickly opened the system shop and bought 200 of the cheapest normal arrows, costing -20 points. Ignoring her discomfort, she pointed at the small stone figure. You handle attracting the monsters. I'll do the killing. The stone figure nodded, raising its fists and rushing into the monster group.
Bang bang, sus sus sus.
Sizzle and crackle. What a display of sparks and lightning. I don't know how much time passed, but finally, the scarecrow hedgehog, which had been used as a target, was also hammered to death by the little stone person. Song Su was soaked all over, and she didn't have time to pick up the scattered cores. She took out a bottle of mineral water, just about to drink. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and the withered grass within 100 meters around fell over in all directions. Startled, Song Su quickly stepped back. A large crack appeared in the ground, and a huge body about 3 meters tall, made of thick grass ropes and torn cloth, crawled out from underground. It held a rusty, giant sickle, and its 2 dark green eyes stared wide like glass balls. Wheatfield Guardian, LV-12, boss. Before Song Su could give an order, the little stone person punched the scarecrow directly on its foot. -3. Song Su turned and ran. Chain lightning needs multiple targets, but there were no other monsters nearby. Whoosh, the little stone person was hit and flew through the air, landing in front of her in a parabola. Song Su looked back. The scarecrow boss was striding with long legs, rushing toward her. It swung its sickle, about to cut her. Song Su rolled aside, and the sickle brushed past her back, smashing into the ground. Boss paused for a moment, looked down at the strange-smelling liquid on its arms and legs, and brought its hand close to its face. Its bright green eyes flickered a few times. Below the red health bar on its head, suddenly a small yellow text appeared. Wheatfield Watcher LV12 Friendship. 50 out of 100. Its attack stopped. Song Su gasped for breath, her heart pounding. Does this guy like to drink white wine? Should have said so earlier. She took out another bucket, watched the scarecrow's movements, slowly unscrewed the lid, and placed it on the ground, then quickly stepped back. The scarecrow eagerly took a step forward, bent down, and clumsily held the barrel. It brought the barrel to its face, sniffed, then suddenly raised its hand and poured all the liquid over its head. Friendship. 100 out of 100. Its name instantly turned a soft green. It turned to Song Su and gently waved at her. Seeing that Song Su wasn't coming over, the scarecrow got anxious, stomped its foot, and started to run toward her. Gaga gaga. A small stone figure suddenly rushed out from nowhere, broke one of its legs, and its head suddenly collided with the scarecrow. It grabbed the scarecrow's heel tightly, preventing it from approaching Song Su. The scarecrow looked down in confusion, seemed to understand something, gently picked it up, and examined it closely. Then it showed a look of disgust, waved its big hand, and with a whoosh, threw it far away.
Song Su, who?
The scarecrow scratched its head. It had gone against its owner's wishes. Feeling a bit embarrassed, it didn't know how to express itself. It was so tall and mighty. Could it still be worse than that broken stone? Or did the owner prefer small things? The scarecrow rubbed its big hands. The towering figure, about 3 meters tall, made rustling sounds as it quickly shrank in front of Song Su. A few seconds later, a tiny scarecrow doll, only half a meter tall, made of golden straw, appeared before her. It wore a small, tattered hat askew on its head and held a tiny sickle in its hand. Song Su was stunned. It jumped a couple of times, then trotted over to her feet, stretched out its 2 small straw arms, and affectionately hugged her leg, looked up, and with a crooked mouth, smiled. Song Su was speechless. Although she didn't receive a kill reward, she surprisingly tamed a boss as a pet.
And
it was quite a good deal. There is a pet-carrying slot for sale in the shop, but it's not cheap. She had thought about buying one for the little stone creature because it was both cute and useful. Now, it seems she might need to buy another one. She took the little scarecrow off her leg and placed it on the ground. Don't bully the little stone creature anymore. Also, quickly pick up the items dropped. If you do well, I might consider taking you along. The tiny scarecrow's eyes lit up with a green glow, and it nodded vigorously. Then, it darted into the bushes. Song Su also quickly stood up and started searching carefully. This open space was very wide, and at first glance, she didn't see anything that looked like a door. It shouldn't be like this. Liang Yan had said that the door would glow, and once she reached the spot, she would see it immediately. The countdown on the system panel was still ticking. Remaining time, 47 minutes and 15 seconds. Song Su's heart sank. Liang Yan's information couldn't be wrong. She had checked both fixed points, but found nothing. Could it be that her door is different and appears in a hidden corner? She stood still, forcing herself to stay calm. It's impossible to search the entire map thoroughly now. There's not enough time.
Wait.
If it was truly completely random, new players wouldn't be able to find it within 24 hours. That wouldn't make sense with the game's logic. Liang Yan and their team's conclusion should be correct. This thing must appear in a special place. She took a deep breath to calm herself. She activated her See to Eat skill. Because she was worried her vision would be disturbed while fighting monsters, she hadn't used the skill before. Especially in this grassland, even a single blade of grass had annotations. Now, as soon as she activated it, countless text messages appeared before her eyes. She widened her eyes and carefully picked out the special messages among the many texts. Soon, she found a small character door in the center nearby. She ran over and couldn't help but curse softly. Why is this door not on the surface but underground? Before she could think further, she shouted to the scarecrow dragging the little stone creature over. Come quickly, dig here. She casually stuffed a piece of iron ore into the half-damaged little stone creature's mouth. The small stone man's short legs grew slowly, and the scarecrow became a bit larger. It lowered its head and started digging the soil frantically. Dirt splattered everywhere. The countdown continued to tick down. 00:36:48, 00:28:11, 00:19:03. Finally, Song-Su used a hoe and the scarecrow together to dig out a nearly 1-meter deep hole. At the bottom of the hole, a faint blue glow appeared, forming the outline of a spinning ring.
Portal found it.
Song-Su reached out and touched the glowing screen. Enter the portal. Target area: Baichuan Plain, levels 10 to 20. Warning: once entered, you cannot return to the beginner canyon. Song-Su quickly swapped 2 pet slots on her panel, looked at the red-eyed toad still clinging to her heels, and clenched her hoe tightly. Just as she was about to turn the hoe into toad oil, the toad happened to lift its head, blinking its big red eyes and croaking. Song-Su's heart softened instantly. They had been together for several days. It wasn't a big deal. It's just 100 points. She could fight a few more monsters if needed. 3 pet slots appeared on her panel. With a wave of her hand, all 3 little creatures were stored inside, turning into a small, immobile icon. Then she touched the portal and confirmed her entry. The glowing screen instantly swallowed her. Her vision was filled with blue. At the edge of the bushes, a man in a gray long robe shook his head. He softly said on the other end of the video, "She found it. I followed your instructions, moved the portal spawn point further down, and added visual shielding. That's the limit of what I can do. Any more obvious interference would be flagged as abnormal by the system. If that happens, I might not be able to protect myself.
I hope you understand."
Wu Fengming in the video sneered. "No problem.
Just a bit of luck.
Even if she reaches Baichuan Plain, I will make her understand that some luck only leads to a faster death." Baichuan Plain. The dizziness from teleporting faded away. Song-Su stomped her foot on the solid ground, then bent down to pick up a small piece of stone. The small stone was sharp-edged and shone with a black metallic luster. When she brushed her finger over it, it was dark. "Is this
coal?"
She looked up at the tall, black mountain that reached into the clouds. She activated her scanning skill and was momentarily stunned. The entire mountain was made of large and small coal or stones. If it were an ordinary coal mine, she wouldn't be so surprised. But this mountain had no rock layers or waste rock. It was all solid coal, as if it had been mined out and piled here. Liang Yan once said that the Baichuan Plain is called a plain because there are no tall mountains visible from anywhere. The whole map was filled with winding, rugged rivers, and there were far fewer creatures on land than in the rivers. When players first arrive at Baichuan Plain, they enter a place called Baichuan Town, where they can find NPCs to change jobs and get quests. But looking around, besides the huge coal mountain in front of her, there was no one else. No signs of life. The 3 moons in the sky were half closed, the light was dim, and it was almost night. Song-Su picked up several large pieces of coal and placed them near the house. After putting the coal into the fireplace, the flames suddenly grew brighter and hotter. Her eyes lit up. What good coal! Liang Yan, who was already level 18, still used wood for heating because they had never found other fuel in the game. If she discovered such a large coal mountain, she might be in for a big surprise. She thought maybe her luck was playing a part again. Wife. Are you busy? In the screen showing the little bear, Bao Bao was crying loudly, and Liang Yan was calling her. Song-Su quickly enlarged the screen. She saw Liang Yan sitting on the sofa, holding the little bear in one hand and gently patting Bao Bao with the other, muttering, "Wife, if you're not busy, I want to tell you a couple of things. Our daughter is bored at home and insists on going out. I plan to take her for a walk downstairs." Bao Bao lowered her little hand that was wiping tears and sniffed, pointing outside the door. Go for a walk, Mom, Bao Bao. Wiping away her daughter's spit, Song-Su pinched her small nose and asked, "Are you saying it's time to sell the buns at the shop?" Bao Bao nodded quickly. "Oh, Bao Bao knows it's time to earn money," Song-Su said with a smile. "But Mom is tired and wants to sleep." Let's let the buns in the shop rest for a few days, okay? Bao Bao pointed with her little hand. Dad, go. Just as Song Su was about to continue persuading, Liang Yan slapped his forehead. So Bao Bao wants to go to the shop? Sure, I'll take you. Song Su shook his head. Can your body handle it? It's better to stay at home and rest. I'm really fine. Liang Yan stood up straight, straightening his back. I just move a bit slower now, but I still have strength. It won't affect my work. He rubbed his daughter's soft hair. Look, Bao Bao is used to staying in the shop during the day. Suddenly being locked at home makes her anxious. I promise to watch over her well, and I can also sell a few more baskets of buns. Seeing her daughter's eager face, Song Su nodded. All right, if you feel tired, come back immediately. Bao Bao can watch TV for a while. Mom will go prepare some things. She turned on the TV and beckoned Liang Yan over. The two went to the kitchen. She took out half a sheep leg, some carrots, and the leftover large green onions from the big stomach, piling them on the table. There are 3 cooking pots in the shop. Be careful when cooking, Song Su warned. Usually no one lifts the back kitchen curtain, but stay alert. Don't worry, wife. I know what's important. Liang Yan rolled up his sleeves and started organizing the ingredients.
Oh.
Is this jumping lamb? So fatty. Did you use your skills to kill it? Song Su nodded. Yes, I only processed one, but it's enough for us to sell for a few days. Haha, this meat will make the buns smell so good. By the way, how's your side? Reached level 10 yet? Song Su nodded and briefly described the black mountain she saw after teleporting. Suddenly, Liang Yan's lamb leg fell into the basin with a clatter. He spun around quickly.
A coal mountain?
In the Baichuan plain. Yeah, it looks like someone deliberately piled it up, Song Su nodded. Liang Yan opened his mouth but couldn't speak for a moment. What's wrong? Song Su saw his face turn pale and comforted him. Maybe not everyone was born in a small town. Look at my luck, such a big coal mountain. It must give us a lot of points, right? Liang Yan's face changed and he hesitated. We've never seen a mountain like that. How far is it from the town? Wife, I need to tell you something. Don't be angry. Tell me. Actually, there was a female healer in our team named Wu Fengming. She seems to have taken a liking to me. Liang Yan didn't dare look at Song Su and hurriedly said, but don't misunderstand. She just likes my card. And she's an NPC. She's been in the game since the Republic era. I have nothing to do with her. Really? Song Su said nothing, just looked at him quietly. Liang Yan became more nervous, almost crying as he spoke. Really? Trust me, wife. I was forced to team up with her in the game. She's strong and knows many secret strategies. But I later found out her abilities are limited. Besides knowing more, she's no different from regular players. If she hadn't shown her cards to me, I wouldn't have guessed she's the administrator of Baichuan Plain. Song Su replied calmly. I don't doubt you. Liang Yan was surprised. I doubt you kept this from me. Liang Yan scratched his head. At first, I was afraid you'd get angry if you found out. I was waiting for the right time to tell you. I didn't expect. Song Su sighed. Forget it, now's not the time to talk about this. Wu Fengming is the administrator of the 20-level map, right? Yes, Baichuan Plain is under her control. Liang Yan nodded. But she might be bored and chose to participate in the game as a player. Once she becomes a player, she's bound by system rules. I didn't expect her to have such authority. The fact that you were thrown to Maishin must be her doing. Since she can't kill me directly, it shows her authority isn't that great, Song Su said calmly as he stood up. We'll face whatever comes step by step. I'll go to Maishin to check the situation first. Be very careful. Wife, Liang Yan's hands trembled slightly. I've never even heard of that place. If something feels wrong, run immediately. If you can't, log out directly. Don't try to tough it out. Log out? Song Su raised an eyebrow. And then what? After our stamina runs out, we'll both be erased by the system. No, Liang Yan hurriedly said. I have a friend who owes me a life. I know where he lives in real life. If I find him, he'll definitely risk his life to save you. Then why didn't you contact him earlier? His level isn't as high as mine. Bringing him here would be like sending him to his death. And Liang Yan looked down. All our money is with you. I don't have enough to buy a ticket. Song Su patted his hand. All right, I got it. We won't trouble others unless it's really necessary. Take your time at the shop, don't rush. Keep an eye on the baby. She can crawl now, so don't let her fall. No problem. We've got little bear with us, and my wife's supervision is constant. Liang Yan straightened his back proudly. Song Su said nothing more, went back to her room, closed the door, and returned to her game. Only 3 minutes had passed in the game. She opened the door of the villa and walked toward the coal mountain, keeping her skill active. After about 10 minutes, she reached the foot of the mountain. She reached out and touched a piece of coal. The coal disappeared, and an icon appeared in her backpack. Refined coal, X1. Soon, one slot was full. Refined coal X99. As she continued collecting, she checked her system panel. The auction house and ranking pages were now available. The world chat channel was scrolling so fast it was almost unreadable, showing 38,042 players online. Li Gooden just arrived at Baichuan Plains. Any pros here? Need help. Jizi Shui, level 12 warrior looking for a steady team. Can tank or deal damage. Spade skill activated. Dreaming across time. Silver bracers, listed in the auction house. Buyout price 800 points. Grab it fast. Amandi, helping new players level up. Guaranteed 500 experience per day. Payment in recovery food. Total health must be at least 500. Negotiable. Fourth brother. Buying shields above black iron level. Must have attributes. TZ. Selling bronze dagger. Usable at level 8. Attack speed 2. Song Su quickly scanned through the messages. Thanks to her good memory, she caught a lot of useful information. Equipment here was roughly divided into 3 tiers: bronze, black iron, and silver. There should also be gold level gear. Liang Yan had mentioned that Wu Fengming owned one, though it was rare in level 20 maps. Currently, most items on the market were bronze. Black iron was considered high quality, and silver was even rarer. She listed her old rabbit fur jacket, black leather pants, and beginner boots for sale. If all sold, she could earn 130 points. Each person could list up to 5 items and remove them anytime. Listing was free, but the system took a 5% fee after sale. Then she quickly browsed through the prices of various materials. She was carefully considering what price to set for the high-quality coal in her hand. Suddenly, a stone on the hillside moved slightly. She looked at it again, making sure it wasn't a trick of her eyes. Yes, something was really moving. Song Su took a few steps back and released the stone figure and the scarecrow from her pet enclosure. "Did you see that?" She pointed upward. "Go see what it is. Be careful." The small stone figure patted its chest confidently, indicating it was fine. The scarecrow jumped onto the stone figure's neck, and the two quickly scampered up. Song Su looked up and activated her See to Eat ability. A line of small white text flickered and moved. Night Spirit. Coal mine spirit, not edible. Neutral attitude. Feeds on coal dust. Afraid of fire. The two small creatures had already reached halfway up the hill. The stone figure reached out first to grab the small black shadow. With a snap, it puzzledly opened its hand and looked at the black powder in its palm, unable to believe it had just caught its target. The scarecrow on its neck snorted. It pulled a thin, golden straw from itself and waved it. The straw instantly wrapped up the other black mass trying to escape. It patted the stone figure's head, signaling it to go down. The stone figure obediently slid down. Back on the ground, Song Su took the straw from the proud scarecrow, who was standing with her hands on her hips, and examined it closely. The tiny creature was about the size of a ping-pong ball, covered in dark, fine fur. Its thin arms and legs, like matchsticks, were kicking hard. It had no nose or mouth on its round head, only a pair of large, expressive eyes. It looked at Song Su pitifully and made tiny squeaking sounds. Earlier, when the small stone figure killed one, it didn't gain any experience. Neutral creatures weren't threatening, so Song Su untied the scarecrow and released it. The little thing paused for a moment, then squeaked and slipped into a crack, disappearing. Song Su paid no mind and continued to bend down and pick up coal chunks. Behind a protruding coal rock nearby, A small black head peeked out quietly, with big eyes secretly watching. Song-Soo pretended not to see it and kept working with her hands. After collecting nearly 500 pieces of coal in 10 groups, she felt it was enough and continued walking along the foot of the mountain. After about 15 minutes, she reached the entrance of a mine. Activating the skill to scan, I see a green indicator deeper inside, but it's too far away to read clearly. Usually, green indicates edible ingredients. She walks toward the cave entrance, curious to see what could be growing inside the coal mountain. A small spirit that was secretly following jumps up nervously and quickly disappears with a flash. Inside, it's darker, and the air is filled with cold, damp coal dust. Not wanting to risk an explosion, Song-Soo bought a glow-in-the-dark lantern filled with fireflies at the auction house. After walking a few dozen meters, the ground becomes damp, and faintly glowing moss appears on the walls. Further inside, she reaches an open space. On the ground, sparse low plants grow, about half a foot tall. Their leaves are thin, long, dark green, and hanging from the branches are a few tiny, shiny black peppers. Targeting for food. Earth Pulse chili. Description: a mutated chili that grows deep in coal mines. Eating it can immediately cure frostbite and is a valuable ingredient for cooking or cold resistance potions. Can it cure frostbite? Song-Soo's eyes brighten, and she starts collecting. Halfway through, her stamina drops below 50. She stops, feeds a piece of iron ore to the little stone figure, and pours a small amount of white wine into the eager straw man. The two small creatures happily retreat to digest. Song-Soo takes a bucket of instant noodles from her bag, adds some hot chicken broth. When she adds the seasoning packet, the aroma quickly fills the cold, damp mine. She opens her chopsticks, ready to eat. Suddenly, an unprovoked cold wind blows from deep within the cave. Song-Soo's hair stands on end, and she suddenly looks up. The air in front of her ripples like water. A semi-transparent, greenish ghost slowly appears. He wears an old-fashioned short shirt, has white hair, a face full of wrinkles and dirt, and grayish-blue skin. The scariest part is his eyes, bright red. The ghostly old man stares fixedly at the bucket of instant noodles in Song-Soo's hands. Seeing a ghost for the first time, Song-Soo is startled and immediately activates her sight to see. Meng Rong LV? Description: an ancient guardian of the Baichuan Plain, exiled here. An old existence. Non-living entity, not edible. Note: extremely eager for real-world food and harboring deep resentment toward the current administrator, Wu Fengming. Song-Soo looked at the skill prompt, her mind racing. Non-living entity, then the skill of butchering cattle won't work. Wu Fengming's enemy? Also extremely eager for food. She tentatively extended the fragrant instant noodle container toward him. Meng Rong floated over eagerly, took the container, and took a deep breath. Then, he suddenly tilted the entire container into his mouth. Delicious. This is what humans eat. Food from a human world is getting tastier. Meng Rong looked happy. Anything else? I'm still hungry. In this broken mountain, besides those fiery peppers that burn my throat, there's not even a single blade of grass. I haven't tasted anything else in a long time. Seeing the 2% favorability indicator above his head, Song-Soo nodded and took out another can of luncheon meat from her bag, opening it to hand over. Meng Rong took it, ate 2 bites, and chewed loudly. Not bad, not bad. Has a solid meaty flavor. Meng Rong, clearly still hungry, showed no shame. Song-Soo had no choice but to keep digging into her supplies. A dozen large buns, one by one. Digging. A big pot of rice along with half a roasted chicken was all eaten up. Keep digging. Until the last half bowl of egg noodles, not a drop of broth was left. Song-Soo glanced at the top of his head. His favorability was 37%. He really can eat. So much, yet still less than 50%. Meng Rong let out a burp, looked at her slightly twisted face, and laughed loudly. Haha. The girl is worried. Don't worry, I won't eat for nothing. Here, take this as my meal money. He threw something over. Song-Soo hurriedly caught it. A thin, pitch-black charcoal stick, about the length of a finger, with a sharp tip. Disguise charcoal pen unregistered item. Not edible. Disguise? Song Su fiddled with the pen and asked, Senior, how do I use this? Open your attribute panel. Write whatever you want to change. The effect lasts for 24 hours. Following his instructions, she brought up her panel. Holding the charcoal pen, she gently wrote 2 characters in the ID field. The characters, Long, became blurry, overlaying her writing. Then she changed her gender from female to male. A strange, twisting sensation suddenly came over her body. She watched in shock as her height increased, her shoulders widened, her chest flattened, and her feminine curves disappeared. The skin on her face began tightening, and she reached up to feel a rough beard on her chin.
This.
Song Su looked at her sharp, large hands, feeling overwhelmed. The effect was so complete that even her voice had changed. Thank you, Senior, she said carefully, hiding her surprise, and sincerely thanked Meng Rong. This device was much more valuable than those consumables. Almost immediately after her ID changed, the avatar of her bag mom in the list turned gray. In less than 3 seconds, the private chat channel started flashing wildly.
Lule, siste?
Why is your avatar gray? Don't scare me, sister. Lula. Say something, sister. Did something happen to you? Lulu. Please don't die, sister. I haven't repaid you yet.
Lule, sobi.
Song Su felt a warm feeling inside, but she couldn't reply now. If she did, it would reveal the existence of the device, because Long would see it. Meng Rong had warned her seriously. This thing hasn't been approved by the system yet. Just use it yourself. Don't show it off everywhere.
Shangsu not that obedini.
Meng Rong continued. Wu Fengming threw you here on purpose. She's got a plan, hoping I'd kill you. She really thinks I'm crazy, huh? He moved closer, examining Song Su's new appearance. Too bad, she missed one thing, Meng Rong said with a strange smile. I just did a little favor for the system, and now that my position is restored, I can't break the rules and go kill a regular player. Again? Song Su's heart skipped a beat. She asked carefully, You did a favor for the system? Meng Rong shot her a sidelong glance and casually waved his hand in the air. A dark shadow suddenly darted out from the depths of the mine, twisting into a terrifying figure nearly 2 meters tall. As soon as it appeared, the temperature around them dropped a few degrees. The little stone creature and the scarecrow immediately stood alert, blocking in front of Song Su. Night Demon! Song Su instinctively took a half step back, but Meng Rong chuckled and snapped his fingers again. The terrifying night demon dispersed like smoke, merging back into the shadows.
See that?
Meng Rong's tone carried a hint of pride. This thing was made by me out of boredom, using a night demon and a bit of my old martial training to refine a spell. I didn't expect it to fill the gap for enough threats at night, and the system is quite satisfied. He paused. Just because of this, my mistakes are somewhat forgiven. Maybe one day, the system will move me out of this coal mountain, so. He looked at Song Su. Girl, I won't hurt you. If you agree to help me, I will give you this coal mountain. Song Su didn't dare refuse, nor did she agree directly. Her mind raced quickly, and suddenly her stomach growled. She smiled shyly. It's an honor to be noticed by you. I'm just a bit hungry. Let's get some food first, and we can talk while eating. Meng Rong's eyes lit up. Good, good. She skillfully built a small campfire in the open space. Then she took a lamb leg, pierced it with an iron arrow, and placed it over the fire. She also took out salt, cumin, chili powder, and a small jar of sesame seeds. The lamb roasted with sizzling sounds, oil dripping down. Meng Rong sniffed and stared intently at the gradually golden lamb leg. Song Su turned the lamb, saying, You should see that I'm only level 10, not very strong. I don't know what exactly you want me to do to help. She pointed and asked, and about the coal mountain, you said you wanted to give it to me, but I noticed such fuel isn't traded in the market. Do you think selling it might break any rules? She looked at Meng Rong. I don't trust empty promises. Senior, if we want to cooperate, it's better to be clear first. This girl is quite cautious, he said, sitting across from the campfire. What I want you to do is simple. Just take back my key from Wu Fengming. Meng Rong shook his head. Wu Fengming now has a new body and a new purpose. It seems she has a new goal. Song Su paused his lamb leg and asked, "What do you mean?" Meng Rong patiently explained, "Map administrators don't have real bodies. They exist as spirits, able to move instantly anywhere. They fix map bugs and designed training rooms suitable for players' levels. Now called dungeons, as long as the map stays stable, the system sends us the energy needed to survive." He recalled, "Hundreds of years ago, I designed a martial arts dungeon that players loved. It trained many strong soldiers who moved on to level 30 maps. Later, humans entered the Steam Age, and the rules of the game world changed. Still, I did well. I guard this world like a god. Maybe because it's been so long, I feel more lonely." Until Wu Fengming appeared, he took a deep breath. "She is smart, beautiful, ambitious, and understands human nature. She is so lively. The food she makes is unlike anything I've seen, both beautiful and delicious." Song Su rubbed his forehead. No need for him to say more. He could guess the rest. Sure enough, the old spirit's eyes started to shimmer with tears. "I reshaped my body to be with her, entering the game as a player. I leveled up with her from level 10, guiding her along the way. But I didn't expect that gentle knife to cut so deeply, cutting into her humanity. When she learned that administrators can live forever, she became ambitious. The system rules say that anyone with evil points can never be promoted or hired, so she couldn't attack me directly. Unexpectedly, she pretended to be flirtatious with others, making me catch her in the act. In anger, I killed that player. From then on, I lost my administrator status. I was naive then, thinking I could stay by her side forever as a player, but she..." Meng Rong choked, almost unable to speak, blood and tears streaming down his old face. Song Su handed him a large piece of lamb. "Please, my condolences." Meng Rong sniffed, took the lamb, and put it in his mouth. "She appeared suddenly during the system's judgment of me, sacrificed her soul, and became the new administrator. I handed over my nearly perfect key to her. I feel so helpless in my heart." Meng Rong saw her cutting slowly, so he snatched the lamb leg and angrily took a bite. "This woman is untrustworthy and plays tricks on me. After she became an administrator, the first thing she did was imprison me on this edge of the world, hoping I would die alone." He chuckled at himself. "She didn't realize that this coal mountain was my backup plan from years ago. Now that I've returned to my ghost state, I can survive by designing small monsters and gathering some energy." Song Su looked at his empty hand and stayed silent for a moment. Then, he quietly took out another lamb chop to roast. "So, girl, you should understand now. Wu Fengming's current power is no different from that of an ordinary player. Even if he has some privileges, he wouldn't dare attack players directly. He'd just play sneaky." Song Su pouted and turned the lamb chop. "Playing sneaky isn't enough. I'm only level 10, with just 150 health points. I saw the leaderboard earlier. Wu Fengming is already level 19. What does a low level matter?" Meng Rong sneered. "I'll set up a special training room for you, and I guarantee you'll level up quickly." Song Su's eyes lit up. "Really? As long as you can handle it. Once you reach the top level, you can come out," Meng Rong said confidently. "This coal mountain is my territory. Designing a training room is easy. Top level? What level is that?" Song Su gasped. Meng Rong rolled his eyes. "What are you thinking? The top level in Bichuan Plain is 20. Oh, so once I level up, I can kill her and take back the key?" "No," Meng Rong shook his head. "You can't truly kill her. If she dies, her body disappears, but her consciousness immediately returns to her ghostly administrator form. It'll be more convenient for you to cause trouble then." Song Su frowned. "Then what should I do?" Meng Rong lowered his voice. "You need to find a way to make her break the rules just like she did to me before." Song Su fell into thought. "Make her attack players directly?" Meng Rong looked at her approvingly. "Girl, you're smart. Or you could have her do something that clearly favors herself and harms the overall balance of the map. That's difficult." Song Su shook her head. "She's so clever. That's why you need to think hard." "I believe in you," Meng Rong said, tossing the clean lamb leg bone aside. "Level up first. When your strength is enough and you can get into her circle, you'll have your chance." Song Su nodded decisively. "All right, I'll do my best." Let's focus on leveling up first. Meng Rong chuckled. Good. Then let's sign a. When the parchment floated over, Song Su pushed it back. I can't sign it. I can only promise to do my best. If I fail, there's nothing I can do. Meng Rong's smile froze. You little girl, are you playing tricks on me? The campfire flickered wildly as Meng Rong's body swelled like an inflating balloon. His eyes glowed red, and a suffocating pressure filled the air. Aren't you afraid I'll lose control and end you right now? At the same moment, the little straw figure grew rapidly until it stood 3 meters tall, even taller than Meng Rong, shielding Song Su behind it. The stone creature raised its fist and charged forward from beneath the straw figure, but the straw figure rolled its eyes and shot out strands of straw, pulling it back. Song Su patted the straw figure, signaling it to shrink, and smiled helplessly. You won't do that, senior. Both of you calm down. Meng Rong paused. Song Su looked at him and said slowly, You've held yourself together for so many years without losing your mind. Would you really lose control because of me? Besides, if I die, who will bring you food? Who will listen to your stories? Who will help you defeat Wu Fengming? She paused, her tone sincere. I'm not refusing to sign, because I don't want to help you. I'm grateful for your support and willing to try my best. But signing a contract, that's too risky. This old man could make a disguised pencil. Who knew if he could create something that could change the rules themselves? Meng Rong was a cunning old fox, and she wasn't naive either. Her top priority was to level up quickly and rescue Liang Yan. If everything went well, they could leave the Baichuan Plains and move to a higher-level area, escaping Wu Fengming's threat. But if she had the chance, she would still try to fulfill her promise to Meng Rong and repay his kindness, as long as she could keep herself safe. Senior, cooperation doesn't have to be bound by a piece of paper. Since I've accepted your help, I'll naturally do my best. Let's see how things go. If I fail, you'll only lose a bit of your investment and can scold me for it. But if I sign a contract and still fail, the punishment will only harm me. What good would that do you? It would just add another trapped soul for Wu Fengming to laugh at. Meng Rong stared at her small but straight-standing figure. A hint of admiration appeared in his eyes. He waved away the sheepskin paper. Sharp-tongued and clever, not bad at all. Fine. He floated back across the campfire. Let's see how long you can last in my training room. Don't cry for your mother or beg me to let you out. The lamb chops were almost done. Song Su handed one to Meng Rong. Thank you, senior. Heh, you're thanking me too early. I was planning to make a simple version, but now I see you're quite clever. I think I should make it more challenging. He glanced at the scarecrow standing beside Song Su. I believe you can hold on, especially with a level 12 boss as your helper, he sneered. But girl, a word of advice. Your 2 pets look impressive now, but they won't be useful later. Song Su raised an eyebrow. Why? Because their levels are locked. They can't level up. When they reach level 5 and start fighting monsters, they won't even defend themselves. One hit and they'll fall apart. Song Su shrugged casually. I think it's fine now. We'll see about the future when it comes. Meng Rong didn't say more. He floated to the side of the mine wall and pointed his finger, drawing in the air. Light and lines crossed at his fingertip, quickly forming the outline of a heavy stone door. Go inside, Meng Rong gestured invitingly. This is a special single-player dungeon I designed for you. Time flows differently inside, and there are plenty of monsters. If you can't hold on, just shout for help. I'll pull you out. Song Su approached the stone door. A message flashed before her eyes. Night Demon Trial, level requirement. 10 to 20, dungeon difficulty. Hard, note. Temporary dungeon, not registered in the system. Please choose carefully. Song Su stepped forward. The stone door silently closed behind her. Meng Rong shook his head. This girl is too powerful now. Oh no. My disguise pen seems to have run out of uses. It's over. I've really messed up this time. In the modern world, at Ping and Baozi's shop, Liang Yan placed his daughter on her special little chair. The bag skillfully grabbed the audiobook in front of her and started playing, babbling happily. Liang Yan went into the kitchen. Looking at the 3 cooking pots lined up, he rolled up his sleeves. He didn't start chopping the filling for the buns like Song-soo did. He poured all the ingredients and seasonings directly into the cooking pot. Then he selected the dumplings recipe on the virtual panel above the pot lid. In the past, Song-soo would place the prepared raw dumplings into the steamer, which took about 3 minutes. Now, he simply threw the ingredients in and let the automatic cooker do its work. It takes about 15 minutes. Liang Yan thought this was very convenient. He wiped his hands, returned to the front hall, and sat on a small stool next to his daughter to listen to an audiobook with her. Baba's pronunciation was a bit off, and soon, the two of them were laughing happily. After sitting for a little while, the shop door was pushed open. Aunt Wang peeked in, smiling happily. Oh, the door is finally open. Xiao Song, a bowl of cabbage and tofu soup, and 10 pork and scallion buns to go. Hey, where's Xiao Song? Liang Yan stood up. Sorry, Auntie. Today, we only have lamb-filled buns, and the soup is also lamb soup. Aunt Wang rolled her eyes. Who are you? Who do you call Auntie? Liang Yan slapped his forehead and quickly changed his words. Oh, sorry, miss. Big sister.
Sorry about that.
Xiao Song is resting today. I'm her relative here to help. Aunt Wang finally relaxed. Relatives, huh? Okay. Why only lamb? I love your pork and scallion buns. Lamb isn't as fragrant as pork and has a gamey smell. That's not always the case. Today's lamb is guaranteed not to be gamey and is especially fragrant. Would you like to try one first? If you don't like it, it's free. Aunt Wang was skeptical but went over to Baba. All right, I'll play with Baba for a bit. You go pack one for me. Liang Yan went into the kitchen. The first cooking pot finished its cycle, and he opened the lid. He picked up a steaming, snow-white, large bun with 18 pleats and placed it on a plate, then quickly returned. Try this. Aunt Wang took the bun, blew on it, and took a small bite. The dough was soft yet chewy, with a unique wheat aroma. As she bit through the dough, hot, flavorful broth immediately burst out. She instinctively took a sip. She was scalded, her face twisting, but she didn't spit it out because the broth was rich and full-bodied, with no gamey smell of lamb. The meat filling was a perfect mix of fatty and lean, delicate and chewy, mixed with soft, sticky diced carrots, creating a layered taste that made her eyes widen. Wow! She took another big bite, nodding repeatedly. Delicious. Really delicious. Not at all gamey. Fragrant. Wow, this smells amazing. She quickly finished one and licked the oil from the corner of her mouth, saying, Really delicious. Your cooking skills are excellent. I want 10 of these lamb-filled buns. Pack them up. Also, a bowl of lamb soup. Sure. 10 yuan each for the buns, 25 yuan for the soup. Just scan the QR code over there. Aunt Wang froze in surprise. How much? 10 yuan each? Aren't your meat buns usually 2 yuan? Liang Yan smiled and said, That's the price for regular meat buns. You just tasted the difference. These are made with high-quality, free-range lamb from the grasslands. 10 yuan isn't expensive. If you think it's too much, consider the first bun as a free sample. No problem. Aunt Wang hesitated for a few seconds, then gritted her teeth. Okay, I'll take 5. And the lamb soup too. Got it. The soup will be ready in 3 minutes. Please wait a moment. She scanned the QR code and paid, then sat aside to wait for the soup. Just then, the shop door was pushed open again. 5 or 6 familiar customers from nearby entered loudly. Boss. Finally open. It was closed this morning. I thought you were taking a break today. I'll take 20 pork and scallion buns. Pack them up. I want 8, plus 2 bowls of tofu soup. Aunt Wang sat in the corner, smiling warmly. Stop shouting. We don't have pork and scallion buns today. Only lamb-filled buns, 10 yuan each. The shop suddenly quieted down. Lamb? 10 yuan. That's too expensive. Pork buns are only 2 yuan each. Exactly. What's so special about lamb that it's so pricey? Aunt Wang chuckled. Yes, it's expensive. I ordered 5 myself. Her words sparked curiosity among the customers. At the same time, Liang Yan brought out 3 trays of buns, all arranged neatly at the serving counter. Each bun looked exactly the same, like they were made on an assembly line, with perfect folds. People leaned in to look, unable to hide their amazement. A young man, unable to resist the tempting aroma, waved his hand. Give me one to try first. Liang Yan quickly picked one and handed it over. The young man took a bite, chewed twice. The thin, soft dough was tender, and the lamb inside was fresh and tender. The carrots melted in his mouth. With one bite, the delicious aroma hit him right in the head. The steamed bun hadn't been swallowed yet when he suddenly reached out and slapped the table. Boss, I want 5 too. Pack them up. This made the others unable to sit still. Are they really that delicious? Give me one to try. Pack 2 for me. I want one. Your skills are amazing. The skin is so thin, and the filling is so plentiful. Liang Yan was busy, moving quickly to take money, grab buns, serve soup, and pack everything. Though slow, his movements were steady, and he kept smiling. Aunt Wang carried 5 buns and a bowl of lamb soup, walking quickly back home. As soon as she entered, she called out, "Old man, come out quickly. Little treasure, let's eat the buns while they're hot." Her husband slowly came out of the study, adjusting his reading glasses. Buns? Still the pork and green onion ones. In the bedroom, her little grandson's impatient voice was heard. "Grandma, I don't want buns. My mom buys me buns every morning at home. I've had enough." Her husband nodded too. "If he doesn't want to eat, forget it. I'll fry him an egg and some rice later." Aunt Wang ignored them and opened the bag directly. The rich aroma instantly spread out. Her husband sniffed, and his steps involuntarily moved closer. "What's inside?" "Doesn't seem like pork. It's lamb," Aunt Wang said, handing him one. "Try it." Her husband hesitated, then took a bite. His eyes slowly widened, chewing faster and faster, reaching into the bag for another. Aunt Wang grabbed a hot bun and hurried into the bedroom. The little grandson was lying on the bed playing on his phone, not looking up. "Little treasure, come try a bite. Otherwise, your grandpa will eat them all," Aunt Wang said, holding the bun near his mouth. The grandson frowned but had no choice, biting the bun and putting it in his mouth. He chewed twice, then stopped. Chewed a few more times. Then, he suddenly threw down his phone, grabbed the bun from Grandma's hand, and took a big bite. Aunt Wang smiled warmly. "Grandma didn't lie to you, right? It's delicious. Hom. So tasty." When he ran out of the bedroom, he saw his grandpa's hand holding the last bun in the bag.
Grandpa,
"Save one for me," he shouted as he ran over. The old man quickly grabbed the last bun, holding it high. "Hey, do you understand the story of Kong Rong giving way to others? Grandpa didn't eat breakfast this morning. I'm a kid. You have to love children." The little grandson jumped up to reach. Aunt Wang watched with a mix of laughter and tears, patting her husband. "You're such a big kid. Hurry up and give him some." Grandpa helplessly handed over the steamed bun, opened the soup bowl, and took a sip. The soup was milky white, with a few pieces of green scallions floating on top. It was rich and tasty, with no strong smell. The lamb was cooked until very tender, melting in the mouth with a burst of fresh flavor that filled the nose. The little grandson finished the bun in a few bites and leaned over. "Grandpa, is the soup good?" "It's okay," Grandpa said, moving the bowl closer to himself. "Let me try." The grandson reached out. "It's just one bowl. Grandpa hasn't had enough yet. I just want a sip." Not even half a sip. The grandpa and grandson started a second round of sharing the soup. Aunt Wang, both annoyed and amused, said, "Enough. Stop fighting. I'll go buy a few more." Her husband immediately nodded. "Yes. Buy more." The little grandson also nodded eagerly. "Right. Buy more. 10 yuan each." "How many should I buy, old man?" Grandpa hesitated. "Wow, that's expensive."
then.
"How about 6 more? The 3 of us can each have 2. The grandson was not satisfied. "2 aren't enough. I want 4, Grandma 4, and buy 12 more." Grandpa stared. 10 yuan each. That's 120 yuan. "How much lamb can we buy with that? I'll use my New Year money." The grandson ran to open his school bag. Aunt Wang picked up her phone and keys. "Enough arguing. I'll go buy 20 more. When your parents come, they can try some too. Today, we're splurging a little." Hurrying back to Ping and Bun Shop, Aunt Wang found Liang Yan already packing up the counter, ready to close. "Hey, Wait a moment. She rushed over, grabbing the door frame. Why are you closing? Where are the buns? Liang Yan straightened up, wiping sweat from his forehead. Sorry, we're sold out. Sold out? Aunt Wang couldn't believe it. It's only a few o'clock. When I left, there were still plenty. More people came later and they bought everything quickly. Liang Yan pointed to the empty steamers and soup buckets. Really, it's all gone. Aunt Wang stomped her foot in frustration. What time do you guys open? Can you not be so unpredictable every day? We can't even keep up with what we want to eat. Liang Yan thought for a moment. Let's do 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. 5 o'clock? Okay. I got it. Grandma Wang left feeling a bit annoyed. Liang Yan locked the shop door, picked up the slightly sleepy bag, and boarded the bus home. On the bus, he hugged his daughter, looked out the window at the passing city scenes, and thought to himself, that jumping sheep is really delicious. Today's smell was so good that even he couldn't help but swallow. Bobo finished not only one bun, but also drank a small bowl of meat soup. But it was a bit too little. His wife brought back half a piece of lamb, and today they sold almost a third of it. Just roughly calculating, in less than 2 hours, they made nearly 2,000 yuan. Buns costing 10 yuan each were still in high demand. If he had sold 21, would someone have bought them? He felt a bit guilty for being so greedy, but he also thought that the lamb was hard to come by. Liang Yan frowned. In the game world, deep inside Coal Mountain, the dark red space slightly twisted, with an endless night sky in the distance. The hot air carried a smell of sulfur. Song Su leaned against a black rock, gasping heavily. Her bow was broken, its durability gone, shattered into pieces. Right now, she was stuffing food into her mouth while quickly browsing the auction house, trying to buy a suitable weapon. On the open ground ahead, a scarecrow was inflated to its maximum size, running across the field with long legs, trying to escape. Behind it, a group of small monsters, all black and only half a meter tall, followed. Young Knight Demon LV-15, HP 2000/2000, the scarecrow, holding its torn shorts, dragged a slow-moving little monster behind it, glancing angrily at the small stone figure hiding behind its owner. Waste. The little stone figure sat cross-legged, looking aggrieved. There was nothing it could do. It was only level 5, 10 levels lower than the monsters. When it appeared, the monsters ignored it. One kick sent it flying, unable to even attract attention. Song Su quickly bit into half a chocolate bar, her fingers swiftly scrolling through the auction interface. Black Iron Long Bow level 10, attack 22 to 35, durability 80/80ths, quiver built-in 80-slot arrow storage, price 200 points. The durability is quite high. This is the one to get. Confirm purchase, points minus 200. The long bow is heavy in her hands. She immediately loads the iron arrows she bought earlier into the quiver. She turns around, knocks an arrow, pulls back fully. Whoosh. Trigger skill. Heart 3. Minus 191. Minus 172. Minus 163. A series of damage numbers pop up, much stronger than her previous hunting short bow. The 3 small monsters being attacked instantly change direction and run toward Song Su. The scarecrow's pressure eases a little, but 5 small night demons still follow behind. If touched, they can snatch away a big handful of grass. These small monsters have high attack and health, but their only weakness is slow speed. Song Su starts jogging, kite-flying with the 3 monsters. After shooting about 10 arrows, 1 juvenile night demon falls, scattering the night spirits everywhere. They scatter and run in all directions, leaving behind 2 earth vein peppers. A small stone golem quickly rushes over, picks up a pepper, and runs back behind the rocks. To show it's useful, it arranges the peppers neatly. Song Su glances at the system prompt. Experience 700, points 150. Although these small monsters are tough to kill, the rewards are quite good. Defeating one is like taking down a mini-boss. But she hasn't had a chance to breathe yet. Suddenly, 4 more monsters spawn ahead. Plus the 5 still behind the scarecrow that haven't been dealt with, the total on the field becomes 11. Song Su's eyes twitch, and she turns to run. When she first entered, Monsters spawned one by one. After she finished fighting, new ones appeared. Later, they spawned two at a time. Now, regardless of whether she kills them all, for more spawn every hour. This is really frustrating. Song Su's stamina fluctuates like an elevator, going up and down. She keeps pulling out food to eat while running, then quickly turns back to shoot a few arrows once she gains some distance. One juvenile night demon after another falls, and her experience bar visibly rises rapidly. LV11, experience points 700/4800 LV12, experience points 2100/6400 LV13, experience points 7000/9000. I don't know how much time has passed, but the monsters now appear 16 times per hour. Song Su looked at the dense black little monsters, feeling her throat dry. Sweat ran into her eyes, causing a stinging sensation. Her arms trembled from constantly drawing the bow. The scarecrow's health was almost gone, so she had to recall it to her pet slot to let it rest. Grinding her teeth, she raised her bow again. Run, shoot, eat. Never give up. In the coal mine cave, beside the remaining campfire embers, Meng Rong slowly chewed the meat strips on the lamb chop, savoring the taste. On the light screen in front of him, Song Su was desperately fleeing. TSK, this girl has strong resilience. She is hope, Meng Rong said with admiration in his eyes. He casually threw away the finished bones and beckoned into the darkness. A tall night demon silently appeared behind him, bowing slightly. The last group of newcomers lost too many. Only 1 in 10 survived. No one can enter the plains. Be more careful with the next group, Meng Rong said calmly. Just scare them a little, sharpen their minds. Once I recover my identity and the players are gone, where will I get my contributions? The night demon lowered its head further, indicating understanding. Meng Rong's gaze returned to the light screen. I've used so much energy. Girl, you better give me some hope. In the center of Baichuan Plain Town, inside an old-fashioned medical clinic, Wu Fengming leaned on a soft bed, the system panel flickering faintly before him. On his friends list, Liang Yan's avatar was lit up but showed as offline, meaning he was spending his awake time in the real world. Another avatar, recently followed by her, Song Su, had already turned gray. She controlled the corner of her mouth, feeling a bit amused. That crazy old Meng Rong really is more insane. He even dares to attack a level 10 novice. It's good she died. Less trouble. She closed the panel, rubbed her eyes to make them redder, and let out a weak cough. Wang Shui immediately moved closer. Mingming, your eyes are swollen. Did you not rest well last night? Are you still worried about Brother Liang? Wu Fengming forced a smile, sat up, and quietly moved further away from the chubby man with big ears. How can I not worry? It's been days, and we still haven't heard from him, she said, turning her head to look at the scar-faced man sitting nearby. Qi Ting, has Brother Liang contacted you? Qi Ting wiped his longbow, pausing briefly. No, he hasn't, Wu Fengming sighed. Maybe something urgent at home. He really has a lot on his plate in real life. Perhaps he had no choice. She studied Qi Ting's expression and softly added, I just didn't expect him to sell the guild creation token without telling us. If he needed points, he could have asked us. We could have helped. Wang Shui immediately nodded. Yeah, Brother Liang's actions are a bit careless. He doesn't seem to take us seriously, Qi Ting frowned slightly. The guild creation token was a treasure they discovered early on from a hidden treasure chest. They had agreed to gather enough points to establish their own guild. After creating the guild, they could chat across different zones, and members in the same map could teleport to each other, which was very convenient. But Liang Yan disappeared without a word, and even sold the guild creation token last time they logged in. That token was auctioned for 100,000 points, and everyone saw it. Since then, Liang Yan had been staying in the real world, probably exchanging a lot of time for clarity. Wu Fengming's explanation seemed reasonable, but Qi Ting didn't believe it. They had been through many life and death moments as a team. He knew Liang Yan was loyal and dependable, unless something more serious forced him to do this. But what could be so urgent that he didn't even have time to explain? Just sending a private message. Why couldn't he do that? Qi Ting's hands clenched slightly as he looked at Wang Shui. Brother Liang isn't that kind of person. Wu Fengming saw Qi Ting's reaction and sneered inwardly. But on her face, she still looked worried. Right now, we can't contact Liang Yan. Without the main tank, the boss fight in Niuming Valley will be impossible for just the three of us. Maybe we should wait for now. Wang Shuai rubbed his hands together. I've contacted 2 level 17 warriors and 1 level 18 archer recently. They can level up first. When the time comes, we'll see who's stronger and let them go. Wu Fengming nodded and said, Sigh, I still hope Brother Liang comes back soon. Qi Ting couldn't sit still anymore and suddenly stood up. I'll go ask around again. If I can't get into Fengming Valley, so be it. Wang Shuai hurriedly said, Don't. Lao Qi, if the sand hourglass explodes, we'll be in trouble. Qi Ting waved his hand, put away his longbow, and turned to leave. Wu Fengming's eyes darkened. She had been on the Bai Chuan Plain for so many years, but this was the first time she saw a golden bow. Liang Yan had directly assigned it to Qi Ting without even asking her. It's so annoying. She hasn't even played as an archer yet. Qi Ting, wait, Wu Fengming said softly. You're about to reach level 20, right? Qi Ting stopped and nodded. Are you planning to level up and then leave? Not going to Moling Valley anymore? Qi Ting continued to nod. Yes, the nightmare level dungeon is too hard. If I can't beat it, so be it. I'll think about it after reaching level 30. Wu Fengming frowned and advised. No. The dungeons in higher level maps are definitely more difficult. It's better to stay on the Bai Chuan Plain to level up. We can dominate the leaderboard. We have all the resources we need. Wang Shuai quickly agreed. Yes, Qi Ting, Ming is right. Higher level maps are too dangerous. It's more comfortable here. Qi Ting waved his hand. Haven't you noticed that the points from monsters are decreasing? Staying here forever isn't a good plan. I'm going to level up first. After saying that, he lifted the curtain and turned to leave the clinic. Huh? You. The curtain fell, and Wu Fengming leaned back in anger. Wang Shuai immediately stepped forward with concern. Ming, don't worry. Even if they all leave, I'm still here. As long as you don't leave, I'll stay with you forever. Wu Fengming weakly smiled at him.
Infine.
I just need a rest because my stamina is too low. You can go out first. After sending Wang Shuai away, her smile faded, and only cold calculation remained in her eyes. If it weren't for her advice, these kids brought out by Liang Yan, could they have even made it into the top 10 on the Bai Chuan Plain leaderboard on their own? Now that they're getting confident, they want to go solo? They really don't know their place. Deep inside the coal mountain, looking at her experience bar, Song Su chewed hard on a compressed biscuit and kicked off the ground, running with all her might. LV 18, experience points, 40,000/42,000. Sweat made her hair stick to her forehead, and each breath felt like a burning pain. Small monsters crowded from all sides, so she had to run around in the biggest circle. Her black iron longbow's durability was gone. She was using a wooden hunting bow bought temporarily from the auction house, which had lower attack power. But she didn't have time to choose a better weapon because the scarecrow's health was recovering too slowly. The small monsters were getting faster and faster. Just when a young night demon almost hit her, Song Su dodged sideways and shot an arrow back. Lightning chains crackled through the air, killing 3 monsters with that shot. Song Su kept running and looked for a chance to shoot again. At that moment, Liang Yan's voice came from the monitor screen showing the small bear. Honey, I can't sleep. I wonder how things are on your side. Is everything going well? I'm so bored. Song Su took a quick glance. It was midnight at home. Bao Bao was already asleep, and Liang Yan was cuddling the small bear on the sofa. Honey, if you're not busy, could you come back for a couple of minutes? I miss you so much. Song Su rolled her eyes and sped up her steps. Seeing no response for a while, Liang Yan muttered to himself, Hey, maybe I should tell you about my old gaming stories. Song Su focused and shot another arrow. Although her stamina could keep replenishing, with over a dozen packs of compressed biscuits, she felt her mind was on high alert from fighting monsters for so long, and her brain was a bit numb. Hearing Liang Yan's voice made her feel more alert. I remember when I first arrived at Baichuan Plain, I formed a small team. At first, there were 5 of us. Me, Wang Shuai, Qi Ting, Xiao Lu, and Lu Feng. I was the main tank, Wang Shuai was the deputy tank, Qi Ting and Xiao Lu were archers, and Lu Feng was the healer. Song Su took a sip from her mineral water and kept running. Later, Lu Feng died. Liang Yan's voice lowered for a moment. Wu Fengming joined us. She was at a higher level and much stronger in battle, so we naturally accepted her. Song Su made a sharp turn and quickly bit into another piece of compressed biscuit. Then I started to notice something was off about Wu Fengming. She seemed to have known the location of the hidden treasure chest for a long time, always finding it exactly. She also tricked me into revealing my skills. Liang Yan snorted. Can I really tell others the secret cards my mom gave me? Song Su slightly smiled. Good, you still have some brains. She treated Liang Yan as background noise, listening while drawing her bow to shoot arrows. Later, she suggested going to Taming Valley. At that time, we were only level 18, able to enter dungeons, but they were quite difficult. Xiao Lu was a bit worried, since it was a nightmare-level dungeon. Song Su's eyes sharpened. Taming Valley, the dungeon where Liang Yan died. Wu Fengming said he had found a quick, clear strategy for the dungeon. As long as we worked together, it wouldn't be a big problem. Liang Yan sighed. Our team was one of the strongest in the entire area back then, so we decided to go. Song Su kept shooting arrows, taking out 2 low-health mini-bosses. Suddenly, her health and stamina fully recovered. Finally, she reached level 19. That dungeon boss had a chance to drop a sand hourglass. You know what a sand hourglass is, right? It's a tool that stores time for staying alert, which can be traded. If we defeat the boss, the reward sand hourglass contains 10,000 seconds of alertness time. Each of us could get 2,000 seconds.
Song Su said.
10,000 seconds of alertness time?
No wonder. I'm tempted.
Liang Yan's voice was full of bitterness. In the dungeon, she was very familiar with the terrain. When we entered, we were level 18, and by the time we reached the boss, we were level 19 with no significant loss. Song Su's heart started to race. Suddenly, 60 small monsters appeared ahead. In desperation, she threw out a scarecrow that was half-healed. As soon as the scarecrow landed, it saw 60 pairs of glowing red eyes. It was so scared it covered its cracking head and ran away, long legs pounding away. Liang Yan's voice continued. Things went smoothly at first, but when we fought the boss, I realized what a nightmare-level dungeon really meant. It was just too hard. Xiao Lu died. Liang Yan was silent for a few seconds. In the end, we were all left with just a sliver of health. If the boss had used one more big attack, we would have all been wiped out. Song Su was breathing quickly because she was distracted and got grabbed. A cut appeared on her back armor. Her health points, 75/240. She let out a muffled sound and immediately pressed a bandage on the wound. Liang Yan said, then, somehow, time suddenly froze. My teammates and the boss were all frozen in place. Only Wu Fengming and I could move. Song Su's wound healed quickly, and her health increased. She clenched her teeth, turned, and shot an arrow while shouting to the straw man, "Help me block them." The straw man on her left swung out golden straw, instantly tripping a few small night demons trying to catch her. Liang Yan was still talking. At that moment, she suddenly told me she was an administrator with high authority and even advised me to stay and not go back. Exactly. Bah, that old witch is just dreaming. She said if I gave her the K card, she'd let me stay with her and grow old together. Liang Yan spat. Players drop items when they die, but skills don't unless you unbind them yourself. She probably guessed that the skill card I had wasn't ordinary and wanted to take it. Song Su's eyes turned cold as she tightened her grip on her bow. She turned and shot an arrow into the night demon's eye. -322 critical hit. -301 critical hit. -288 critical hit. Ultimate Archery Advanced Archery Proficiency Max Effect can shoot 3 arrows at once. Damage increased by 20%. Critical hit rate increased by 20%. Unknowingly, her archery proficiency had maxed out. Song Su was about to try it out. Liang Yan's voice suddenly sounded a bit awkward. Then she tried to use a beauty trick to get me to agree. Song Su's hand trembled as she drew her bow. Time froze and then, she was about to do this? Wu Fengming really is capable. Liang Yan coughed twice. But don't worry, I definitely won't let her succeed. I pushed her down right then and there. Song Su's mouth twitched, unsure whether to be angry or to laugh. Then that woman went berserk. I don't know what happened, but she and her teammates disappeared. The boss's health suddenly refilled, as if the dungeon had reset, and all the monsters I'd killed reappeared. And then I died. A sharp pain clenched in Song Su's heart. I didn't dare to contact my teammates again. First, I was afraid they had already betrayed Wu Fengming. Even if they hadn't betrayed him, I was worried that if I spoke out, they might impulsively attack Wu Fengming, and there would be no chance of winning. Liang Yan kept talking about his loyalty, saying he was truly innocent and had protected her purity. Song Su looked at her experience bar. She was only halfway to level 20. She took a deep breath, pushed all distracting thoughts aside, running, stopping suddenly, drawing her bow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows shot at the nearest 3 night demons. The arrows cut through the air, and when they hit the demons, 3 lightning chains triggered simultaneously. Crackling sounds. -210. -198. -205. -192. A series of damage numbers appeared above the 9 night demons' heads. The satisfying quick display of damage made Song Su feel energized. Her eyes brightened. She knocked another arrow and shot again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows at a time, greatly increasing her efficiency. Just as she was getting into the rhythm of killing, another wave of small monsters appeared ahead. A dense swarm, probably over 100. Damn. Too many. She was running out of space to escape. The scarecrow, nervous, suddenly shouted out loud, sounding like a hoarse old crow. Seeing herself about to be surrounded, Song Su's eyes turned red. Just a little more, she really didn't want to leave. In her desperation, she caught sight of a small stone figure hiding in the corner, trembling while hugging a chili. She quickly ran over, bent down, reached out, and grabbed the smooth head of the little stone figure. Get on. Before it could protest, Song Su swung her arm and threw it out like a shot put. As it hit the ground, a small horn descended from the sky. Punching bag, a one-time item. Depending on the amount of negative energy input, it can enlarge the target object and lasts for 30 minutes. This was something Song Su had casually thrown into her backpack when opening a treasure chest earlier. She didn't expect to use it now. A golden light flashed on the little stone figure, activating the item. But it didn't enlarge. It needed negative energy input. How to input? Seeing the encircling night demons raising their claws, the little stone figure was in danger. Song Su's mind went blank, and she blurted out toward the small stone figure. Liang Yan is a fool. He's just a pig brain. Buzz. The small stone figure's body visibly expanded at a rapid speed. Song Su's eyes lit up. She kept running while pointing at the stone figure. Some random single woman comes up, and you dare to team up with her. And you still call yourself the leader. What kind of leader are you? Buzz. The stone figure grew even larger, now about 2 meters tall. It seemed to realize something was wrong, looking down in confusion at the ground beneath its feet. Song Su cursed more fiercely, using a beauty trick. Just a stumble, and that's it? Why don't you just twist her head off and kick it like a ball? Are you saving it for the new year? Always talking about your wife, but when it really matters, someone just comes along. You're so stupid. Just give up. Buzz. Buzz. The stone figure inflated wildly, like a balloon. In the blink of an eye, it exceeded 5 meters, turning into a small stone giant. It lifted its leg and kicked the little night demon that was about to attack. Bang! -588. The little night demon was knocked back, losing a third of its health bar. Song Su's eyes shone even brighter. And that old gung guy who ran away that day. Don't think I won't recognize him just because he's wearing a mask. Next time I catch him, I'll squeeze all the stuffing out of his bun. And those 2 neighbors downstairs, do they have no shame? Yelling day and night, non-stop. It's driving me crazy. Don't they know to close the windows? Buzz. 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 The The size of the stone figure began terrifyingly increasing. 6 meters, 8 meters, 10 meters. What kind of broken dungeon is this? Killing monsters non-stop. Old Meng, if you want to kill me, just say so. Why make it so complicated? Is this called a difficult dungeon? Even nightmare-level monsters can't stop it. Not even giving me a moment to breathe. Do you think I'm a robot? All these good things are better fed to dogs. When Song Su finished cursing and stopped to catch her breath, the small stone figure had already transformed into a towering mountain-like giant of nearly 30 meters. It was covered in rough, hard black rocks, with red light flickering at its joints, and its movements stirred a dull wind. The young night demons were now tiny, like ants. The little stone figure raised a huge thumb at Song Su, then lifted its foot. It stomped down heavily.
Boom!
The ground shook violently. Several young night demons, unable to dodge in time, were instantly defeated. Experience 700, points 150. Experience 700, points 150. Song Su stared in shock. That was incredibly powerful. The stone figure seemed to enjoy stomping. It took heavy steps, starting to walk around. Every step caused the ground to shake. Song Su's pressure suddenly eased. Her experience points started to increase rapidly. Level 19, experience 27, 000/55, 000 level 19, experience 35, 000/55, 000. Finally, when the stone figure crushed the last 2 night demons hiding in the corner into sparks, a bright golden glow of level up burst out from Song Su. Congratulations! Player Chunglong has reached level 20. You have met the minimum requirements to enter the Four Symbols realm, maps level 20 to 30. Please find the Wandering Merchant to complete the quest, and a teleportation portal will be open for you. Level 20. Finally here, Song Su was overjoyed. Haha. Before she finished laughing, the scene in front of her suddenly started to shatter like glass. Her laughter caught in her throat. She reached out both hands toward the stone figure and the scarecrow. Collect! A blinding white light flashed. She staggered and found herself back inside the Coal Mountain Cave. The campfire was still burning, but it was green. Meng Rong sat across from the fire, glaring. You reckless girl. Do you know how much energy it costs me to maintain that dungeon? You made such a big stone lump. It even destabilized my spatial structure. And you dare to scold me? How much I've sacrificed for you. Ungrateful. Pay the points. Pay my energy. Song Su steadied herself and quickly checked her status. Level, LV 20. Health, 250/250 stamina, 270 out of 270 skills. Born Foodie, Advanced Archery, Hearts 3. Pets, Wheat Field Guardian, Rock Golem, Red-Eyed Toad.
Equipment, Slight.
Points, 36,850. She exhaled a long, tired breath and smiled slightly. Senior, please calm down. The situation was urgent at the time, and I spoke without thinking. I take back what I said about insulting you. Song Su bowed at a 90-degree angle.
Sorry about that.
Meng Rong snorted.
Song Su ge din.
Fortunately, I succeeded and didn't disappoint you. Meng Rong waved his sleeve. You're quite bold, girl. I won't bother with you. Song Su sat by the campfire and took a sip from her water bottle. How long was I inside? The dungeon's time flow was different. She felt like she had been inside for a long time, and she was mentally exhausted. Not long, Meng Rong said lazily. About 2 hours. 2 hours? 4 hours?
Song Su froze.
Level 20 in 4 hours. That's a terrifying speed. The administrator's abilities are truly deep and unpredictable. But Meng Rong's behavior fits someone who would break the game's balance for personal gain. If she knew such a big secret, could he really let himself go? Meng Rong raised his eyelids. Your eyes are spinning around. Are you thinking about the Coal Mountain? Don't worry. If I take out the coal now, Wu Fengming can connect you and me instantly. Let's talk later. When you bring back my secret key, you can take as much coal as you want. Song Su secretly rolled her eyes. Old fox. He said the coal mountain was a gift to her before, but now it's whatever she can carry. How big can her backpack be? But she didn't dare show her dissatisfaction. She clasped her fists politely. Experience is the best teacher. Your considerations are very thoughtful. Then let's not waste time. Walk east from here. Cross a dried-up riverbed, and you'll enter the normal Baichuan Plain. With your current level, it's not hard to join Wu Fuming's team. Meng Rong paused, with a hint of sarcasm. That woman likes to act holy. The biggest clinic in the town center is her base. It's easy to find.
Shangsu not dead.
Thank you for your guidance, senior. She turned to head toward the cave entrance.
Wait.
Meng Rong's voice sounded behind her. Song Su's heart tightened. She looked back. Meng Rong's green figure appeared faint under the firelight, and his voice was quieter. I don't know how long this trip will take. Do you have any food left? Of course, but only some dry biscuits now. If you want something else, I need to go home to get it. He waved his hand. Go ahead, go ahead. I'll watch over things. Remember to find some fresh food for me to try. Song Su happily agreed, found a corner, and sat against the rock wall. He closed his eyes and exited the game. Modern day, late at night. Next to him, the sound of even breathing from her bag. Song Su quietly sat up and gently pulled her blanket. He got out of bed barefoot and walked out of the bedroom. In the living room, only a dim wall lamp was on. Liang Yan was holding a small screen bear, curled up on the sofa, asleep. Song Su gently covered him with a blanket. Liang Yan blinked sleepily. Wife. Yes, Song Su whispered. I'm back. Liang Yan's eyes widened instantly, and all sleepiness disappeared. Wife, he sat up suddenly. Are you okay?
How are you?
What level are you now? Are you hurt? Oh. His movement was too quick, pulling at his lower back, and Liang Yan grimaced. Don't worry, I'm fine. Song Su said softly, patting his arm. I'm level 20 now. Liang Yan gasped. Level 20? How is that possible? Yeah, I had some luck. Song Su told him briefly about meeting Meng Rong and the process of leveling up in the solo dungeon. Liang Yan was stunned for a long time without speaking. He swallowed hard. My former admin is really amazing. Just one dungeon, and you reach level 20? It feels like a lucky break from the sky. Let's talk about that later. Do we have any food at home? Liang Yan nodded immediately. Yes, I bought a lot of groceries today. They're in the fridge. Song Su went to the fridge, opened the door. Milk, noodles, eggs, and some vegetables. He looked around. That's all? No meat. Liang Yan pointed to a small rack of ribs in the freezer. I bought some to make soup for the dog. Song Su shook his head. That's too little. I think I'll go to the morning market. Is the store still open today? Liang Yan nodded and said, I promised Aunt Wang I would open at 5 o'clock. Then hurry and get the bags ready. I'll wash my face and we'll leave together. Okay, got it. After the family of 3 finished packing, it was just 4:30. Bao Bao was still sleepy, so they put her on the small bed to continue sleeping. Liang Yan went to the kitchen and opened the cooking pot. While adding ingredients for lamb buns, he said to Song Su, who was wiping the floor, Honey, you can just leave the bags there. I'll wipe the floor when I have a moment. Song Su waved her hand and said, No rush. It's okay, I have time. Meng Rong is watching me, so it's safe. Liang Yan secretly looked at her expression and nodded. That's true. By the way, honey, about what I mumbled last night, you heard it, right? Song Su gave him a faint glance. Are you angry now? What am I angry about? Song Su said coldly. Are you upset because I didn't tell you that someone paused time and used a charm to make herself look better? Oh, I knew you'd be mad. Liang Yan quickly moved closer. I really didn't do anything with her. Please don't think too much. She's not even a match for a single hair of yours. Song Su rolled her eyes. Then why don't you tell me how she used her charm? Liang Yan's face turned red as he fiddled with his collar. No, I can't say. The review doesn't allow it. Pfft. Song Su reached out and pinched his ear. I knew your face attracts attention everywhere you go. After all these years, you still haven't changed. Oh, honey, be gentle. I swear I didn't do anything. I swear to heaven. Liang Yan tilted his head, grinning. I've been playing games for so long I haven't even washed my face. Wu Fengming likes me? That's definitely not because of my looks. Then why? Is it because you inherited your dad's handsome face? Or did she fall for your charm directly that hit the mark? Liang Yan's father was indeed very handsome when he was young. No wonder he managed to make his wife, Zhao Milin, spend everything to get him treatment. Liang Yan inherited his father's good looks, sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, broad shoulders, and a slim waist. When they first met, some girls even sent him love letters. Later, when he opened a bun shop, bold female customers even slipped their phone numbers into his apron pocket. "I'm innocent, honey," Liang Yan swore with his hand raised. "There's only you in my heart. I can't hold anyone else. I've never paid attention to those messy things. You're accusing me unfairly, boo-hoo." Song Su hid her smile and let go of his hand. Of course, she knew. Liang Yan looks like he attracts trouble, but deep down he's just like his mother, stubborn, loyal, and once he's set on someone, he goes all in. To avoid bad luck from those troublesome relationships, Liang Yan always keeps a serious face in front of others. Only at home, facing Song Su, does he act cute and pretend to be pitiful. "Alright, I wasn't even trying hard. Stop pretending." Liang Yan chuckled and lowered his hand from rubbing his eyes. "It's good that you're not angry. Look at me now, old and ugly. You can finally relax now, right? Relax? Don't be ridiculous. You can't keep using that face forever. Last time, didn't you say there was a longevity potion in the mall? Why can't I find it?" Liang Yan avoided her gaze. Maybe it's only sold in the high-level maps. I must have remembered wrong."
Wen.
"Are you lying to me? There's really no such thing as a longevity potion? Oh, come on. Such an awesome game would not sell it. It's probably just because we're too low-level to access it. By the way, honey, I have to tell you, yesterday our lamb buns were selling like crazy. 10 yuan each, and many people were fighting over them. They sold out in less than 2 hours. Some people didn't get any." He tried to change the subject. "Maybe we're running out of jumping lamb meat.
There's only half left."
I was thinking of buying some regular lamb meat. What do you think?" Seeing how pitiful he looked, Song Su took a deep breath. Forget it. If she kept asking, he might think she's criticizing his age. So, she went along with his topic. "Lamb meat? I still have some here. Let's sell that first." She waved her hand. A few dozen neatly cut jumping lamb pieces fell to the ground with a thud. Each piece was pure meat, weighing about 3 to 5 jin, stacked together, looking quite substantial. "This is from the jumping lambs we hunted before. Unfortunately, the skill can only be used once a day, so we wasted a lot of meat." Liang Yan gasped. "That's not enough? When I hunted jumping lambs, it was so hard. Those sheep jump high on cliffs, and even hit people. I almost got knocked off and died. Killing a few didn't even give me 1 piece of meat. You have so much." Song Su smiled and waved her hand again. Thousands of shiny black earth vein peppers appeared, piled into a small mountain. "This chili pepper can dispel frostbite in the game. It's of good quality. Keep it in the shop for use." Song Su advised, "It should be very spicy, so don't put in too much." Liang Yan stepped forward, picked a chili, broke it open, and smelled it. A very rich, spicy aroma filled his nose, instantly making him feel more alert.
"Wow.
This chili really has a strong flavor," Song Su nodded. "All right, the floor is cleaned. I'm going to the market. You pack these things up and put the chili in the storage room," she said as she headed outside. "By the way, Meng Rong also gave me a tool called Disguised Charcoal Pen, which can change your appearance and ID. It's quite useful. Unfortunately, Big Stomach can't carry it out, or I'd show you." Hearing this, Liang Yan's hand trembled. "There's such a thing. Yes, Meng Rong said he just designed it recently and it hasn't been approved by the system yet." Song Su opened the door. "So I owe him a favor. I'll buy him some good dishes at the early market. I'll be back in about half an hour. You hurry up, okay? J City only has one early market selling everything." This time, her shopping list was even bigger. A half pig, a sheep, dozens of pounds of beef and beef ribs, 10 whole chickens and ducks. A cart full of various vegetables and fruits. Boxes of seasonings like oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, pepper, and spices. hot pot base, ready-made braising packs, and large jars of sauce. 20 pounds each of dried tofu, water tofu, vermicelli, peanuts, and dried shrimp. Passing by a stall selling fried dough sticks, Song-soo bought all the freshly fried ones. She also bought chive pockets, meat and egg buns, vegetable dumplings, and sticky bean buns. She swallowed hard. She eats a lot in the game, but her real body hadn't had breakfast yet. Holding a fried cake in her mouth, she hurried to the seafood area. She ordered the shopkeeper to pack up crucian carp, catfish, big blackfish, knife fish, large shrimp, and crab claws, and had them delivered to the market entrance because she couldn't carry them all. After paying, Song-soo was about to look for her familiar delivery guy from the pile of tricycles at the market entrance. As she entered, she overheard some workers chatting. "Hey, did you hear? Old Kai's family had an accident." "Which old Kai?" "The one who just bought a new tricycle." "Yeah, him." "Sigh, his son is gone." "Huh? What happened?" "That kid was just in high school, wasn't he?" "That's right. I heard that recently. That kid got obsessed with some game." Old Kai was so worried he lost interest in everything, even pulling the cart, and kept sighing when he saw people. What happened later? Did the kid get into trouble? Not at all. Not only did he keep up with his studies, but he also won a national first prize in informatics competition. He was directly admitted to Tsinghua University without exams as a special case. Wow. That's impressive. Yes, that kid seems to have hit the jackpot. Soon after, he also won a second-place prize in a lottery, worth tens of thousands. Old Kai's wife has kidney disease and has been waiting for a donor. Now they have some money, and they say the matching process is looking good. Oh, it looks like things are finally getting better, so why did the accident happen? Exactly, everything's been going so well, but then the accident happened. I heard that everyone in the car was fine except for old Kai's son, who didn't make it. It's really sad. Oh my goodness. Why is luck so bad? Yesterday, I saw old Kai, and he looked like he had lost his soul. A few workers shook their heads, full of regret. Song-soo stood a few steps away, her fingers clenched and turning white. Before, when she heard similar stories, she just thought people were very lucky. But now, she didn't think that anymore. It all seemed like something a game player would do. If old Kai's son really was a player, then the car accident probably wasn't an accident. It seems that every day someone suddenly becomes rich, and many people also die unexpectedly. A cold feeling rose from her back. It turns out that players might be right around her. The gap between reality and the game is actually so small. Most people don't know about it, and some might never even touch it in their lives. "Miss, are you leaving?" A worker nearby saw her standing there for a while and asked. Song-soo snapped back to her senses. "Yes, master. Please help me load these, and a few boxes will be delivered later. Then, please send them to Fuchong Road Ping and Bun Shop." "Is that okay?" "No problem." After loading everything, Song-soo took a motorcycle and headed straight to the bun shop. From afar, she saw a line forming outside the shop. The shop was lit up. Liang Yan was wearing an apron and busy inside. "Sorry for the wait, everyone. Today we have lamb buns, 10 yuan each. Lamb soup, 25 yuan. The crowd waiting in line made a small noise of excitement. "Boss, can you sell a bit more today?" "I didn't get any yesterday." "Yeah, can you pack a little extra?" Liang Yan quickly packed some buns while smiling and replying, "I've prepared quite a few today. Don't worry, everyone will get some. There will also be spicy tofu filling later. Want to try it?" "Spicy tofu? Is it tasty?" "That filling sounds fresh. Give me one to try later." "I want one too." Song-soo got off her motorcycle, her eyes fixed on Liang Yan's gray hair, and sighed. Business is so busy she can hardly keep up alone. It seems she needs to hire someone else. But her family keeps many secrets, so hiring outsiders is very inconvenient. Shaking off her thoughts, she quickly walked inside, grabbed a bag, and started helping with packing. Liang Yan saw her and brightened up. "Little Song, you're back. Come inside quickly, Babor is looking for you." Song-soo glanced behind her and saw Babor reaching out with her hand, calling "Mama, Mama, Mama" nonstop. Song-soo hurried over, setting down the bag. "Mom, eat Babor." Babor held up the half bun she was chewing and brought it close to Song-soo's mouth. It's so delicious. Babwa is so good. Eat more, okay? Song-soo took a bite and gently patted her head with a smile. Seeing her mom eat, the little girl was very happy and obediently lowered her head to chew her bun. After the delivery person moved everything into the kitchen and warehouse, Song-soo closed the door and took a moment to rest. She checked the time in her mind. It was almost 6 o'clock. She had been in the real world for nearly 2 hours. In the game, over 20 hours had passed. She needed to go back quickly. There were many noodle bags in the warehouse. She casually spread them out and lay on top. A variety of items were spread out on the open ground inside the cave. This was only a small part. The rest was kept aside for her own use. Meng Rong was completely stunned. "Wow, so many!" he exclaimed, eyes wide. "Girl, how many points did you save up to buy all this?" Song-soo casually waved her hand. "You've helped me, so I think I should spend my points on this." She took out some materials and quickly assembled a few cooking pots. "Please light a few more fires. I'll start cooking right away." Meng Rong paused for a moment, then sniffed and said, "Girl, helping you is just a trade. We both get what we need. You don't owe me anything. I know it's a trade." Song-soo smiled. "This is my thanks, and it doesn't affect our future deals." Meng Rong didn't reply. After that, Song-soo didn't delay any longer. She picked a piece of pork, a bundle of rice noodles, and some seasonings, placing them into the first cooking pot. She chose the recipe, braised pork with noodles. In another pot, she added pork tenderloin, starch, and seasonings, selecting sweet and sour pork. In a third pot, she put vegetables, vermicelli, and onion ginger sauce, starting home-style cold dish. The fourth pot was for pork dumplings. Watching all 4 pots cook at the same time, she still had a few dishes she couldn't prepare yet. She was about to combine more cooking pots to speed up the process. "Girl," Meng Rong mumbled with a mouthful of food, "these pots are too slow. The efficiency isn't good." He waved his sleeve, and a faintly glowing blueprint floated over. "Here, I have a good one for you." Song-soo took the blueprint. Multi-layer cooking pot blueprint, rare. Required materials: 10 iron ingots, 5 copper ingots, 1 gold ingot, 1 fire element core. Effect: 3-layer cooking space, can handle 3 different recipes at once. Cooking time reduced by 50%. Slight improvement in food quality. Her eyes lit up. "Thank you, senior." She had iron ingots herself. Copper, gold, and fire element cores were available at the auction house. After gathering the materials, she looked at the gold ingot in her hand, unable to look away. Such a large piece of gold, like a brick, heavy and pressing down on her hand. If she took it home, her family could open a bun shop or just relax and do nothing. Seeing her eyes glued to the gold ingot, as if drooling, Meng Rong laughed loudly. "Are you thinking of taking the gold out?" Song-soo hurriedly nodded. Meng Rong immediately poured a bucket of cold water on her. "Stop dreaming. Even if you complete 10 solo dungeons, it wouldn't cover the transaction fee for taking out that piece." Song-soo raised an eyebrow in confusion. "Why, let me put it this way. All materials on Earth are limited. Even if you find an extra blade of grass, it violates the law of conservation of mass. The extra part naturally requires a fee." "Are you saying the extra material comes from?" Song-soo pointed upward. "But there?" Meng Rong nodded. "We call that a higher civilization world." Song-soo immediately became curious. "What is a higher civilization? How advanced? Are they aliens? What do they look like?" "Have you seen them?" Meng Rong choked on a sticky rice cake, rolled his eyes, swallowed, and waved at her. "I don't know that much. Just remember, that world's level of civilization is much higher than Earth. To them, humans are just small creatures they keep. If we couldn't provide energy, we'd have been abandoned long ago. Why? Why do they keep us? What happens if they abandon us?" Cough, 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 Meng Rong patted his chest. "Do you think the vast universe just happens to have a planet like Earth where we can breathe? It's not by chance. They created this environment for us. From another perspective, calling them creators isn't an exaggeration." "Ah? God." Song-soo looked shocked. "Don't call them gods. Stop listening to those foreign monkeys making up incest stories." Why not say they are Pengu or Yuanshi Tianzuan? Song Su looked confused. So, you mean everything in this game was provided by them, and to take it back to Earth, we have to pay a fee? Exactly. Wow, the fee is so high, Song Su sighed. High-level gods are really stingy. You're not teachable. Hurry up and cook. Got it. Song Su immediately started synthesizing. A large 3-layer iron pot, nearly a meter in diameter, appeared on the ground. The pot was engraved with intricate golden patterns. Song Su's eyes twitched. So much gold just for decoration? Oh well, maybe it has some magical purpose. Song Su rolled up her sleeves and got to work. On the top layer, she placed eggplant, potatoes, and green peppers, choosing the 3 fresh vegetables dish. The middle layer was fish-flavored shredded pork. The bottom layer was boiled fish. She covered the pot, and the cooking device started working. The 3 small progress bars moved very quickly, almost twice as fast as a traditional clay pot. In less than 2 minutes, ding,
Ding, ding.
3 clear beeps sounded in a row. Song Su immediately opened the lids of the 3 layers. A strong, fragrant aroma burst out instantly. The 3 fresh vegetables looked shiny and oily. The fish-flavored shredded pork was red with sauce. The boiled fish on the bottom was steaming hot, with a spicy and fragrant smell that hit the nose. Meng Rong was biting the last piece of fried dough stick when he caught the scent and was drawn over. Wow, it smells so good. What dishes are these? I've never seen them before. Song Su proudly nodded. Of course. These are famous dishes from our region. This is the 3 fresh vegetables, a Northeast specialty. While she was speaking, the other 4 dishes in the cooking pots were also ready. Song Su took out some large plates, quickly served the dishes, and placed them in front of Meng Rong. She also brought him a plate of dumplings. Senior, eat while it's hot. Meng Rong didn't hesitate and ate quickly. This time, he didn't just pour the food directly into his mouth but chewed faster. Song Su sat quietly nearby, watching him secretly, her eyes filled with admiration. Meng Rong level. Affinity 49% awe. He was so close to reaching pet status. Why was it stuck here? After a while, Meng Rong finally put down his chopsticks. Burp, I'm full. I really can't eat anymore. The young lady's cooking is excellent, Song Su smiled. You're too kind. It's the pot here that makes the food so delicious and easy to prepare. Ha ha, for advanced civilizations, these are just small tricks. The real good stuff. Meng Rong winked at her. You'll see when you go to higher level maps. Yes, I hope your words come true. She covered the remaining dishes, pointed to the leftover ingredients and seasonings nearby, and said, I'll leave these for you. When you want to eat, just make it yourself. I need to get ready to leave. Meng Rong looked at Song Su with shining eyes. Girl, this journey will be full of dangers. Be careful. You haven't taken your coal yet. When mentioning coal, Song Su suddenly snapped her fingers. By the way, can I take some coal for myself first? As long as I don't sell it and no one finds out, it should be fine. Meng Rong's moment of emotional warmth quickly disappeared. He helplessly waved his hand. Go ahead, take as much as you want. Song Su grinned. Thank you, senior. She turned around and quickly walked out of the cave. This coal is much better than firewood. No need to waste it. Plus, coal chunks are fuel, and her big stomach can hold them. She started picking out the large, shiny black coal pieces. A piece about the size of a watermelon weighs around 10 pounds. If she managed to collect 10,000 pieces, that would be about 70 or 80 tons. If used for herself, it could last a lifetime. But each piece had to be bent down to pick up, and collecting 10,000 would surely strain her back. Liang Yan was still waiting for her to save him. She decided to stop being greedy and just pick enough for now. She sped up her movements. Rustling sounds came from above. Song Su looked up. The ghost she had released earlier was tilting its head and blinking at her. It hopped a couple of times in place, making short squeaking sounds. Suddenly, countless coal spirits emerged from the surrounding piles of coal. A dark mass rushed toward her. Song Su was startled and quickly stepped back. But they didn't come close to her. Instead, they hurriedly pushed and rolled the coal chunks toward her feet. In the blink of an eye, her feet were crowded with coal, leaving no space to move. Song Su was stunned, but then smiled. These little creatures were quite grateful. She sat cross-legged and began collecting the coal chunks into her big stomach. In less than half an hour, her stomach was filled with a small black mountain. The coal mountain in front of her had a small hole dug out by them. That's enough. I have to go now. Thank you all. Song Su stood up, brushed off the coal dust on her, and waved to the ghost spirits. They squeaked and quickly disappeared back into the coal pile. Inside the cave, Meng Rong chewed on some crispy pork, smiling softly. This girl, she is kind-hearted, but also a little clever. However, her luck is really good. She can even attract elemental spirits' friendliness. Such a fortunate chance. Tsk. Suddenly, a nearly starving night demon appeared on the ground beside him. It weakly knelt on the ground and bowed to Meng Rong. Meng Rong glared at it. Fool! 3 days and you haven't even tasted a hint of a player's fear. The night demon trembled all over and lowered its head even more. Meng Rong kicked a piece of coal over. Eat up, eat up. The more you eat, the dumber you get. Can't you learn from your brothers and sisters how to scare people? Song Su walked east along the coal hill for about half an hour. Ahead, she saw a dried-up riverbed. On this side, no grass grew. On the opposite bank, it was lush and green. The river looked like a sudden dividing line. She followed the gentle slope down to the riverbed. When she reached the middle, the space in front of her seemed to twist slightly. It was as if she had passed through a thin film. She instinctively looked back. The coal hill had disappeared, replaced by an endless desert. It was her first time seeing such a strange scene, so she took a few steps back. But the scenery didn't change at all. No matter how she jumped back and forth, she couldn't see the coal hill from before, even if she ran back to the riverbank. Oh no! She forgot to ask that old man how to get back. Ding, ding, ding. A private message notification sounded. Meng Rong, what are you wandering around for? Regret taking too little? Digging more will just take my old hideout away. Chenglong, no, you misunderstood. I found out I can't go back after coming here. How can I find you later? Meng Rong, I've added you as a friend. Use this. Song Su obediently added him to her friends list. Meng Rong, remember, a small forked grass will refresh in the middle of the riverbed every morning. That's a bug point. Find it, then walk around it 3 times, and you'll see the coal hill.
Song Su. Okay.
Crossing the riverbed, the air became much clearer, and the sulfur smell was completely gone. She walked along the river for about 15 minutes more, and a forest appeared on the right side of the path. The sound of rushing water came from the trees. Song Su's eyes lit up, and she rushed into the woods. Not far ahead, she found a clear, bottom-visible creek. Seeing is believing. High strontium freshwater. Bacteria content less than or equal to 500 CFU/M superscript 3. Safe to drink. Her bag is filled with mineral water, but making it into food makes trading difficult. Now she's glad. She quickly takes out an empty bottle and starts pouring water in. Just as she's filling 2 boxes with creek water and preparing to leave, she suddenly feels ripples on the water surface, moving so fast it's hard to see clearly. She quickly opens her eyes to scan the water surface. Several transparent shadows are darting through the water very quickly. Clean river crayfish LV.11. Neutral creature. Description: very transparent body, hard to see clearly, rich in active proteins and water energy, tasty meat, a rare ingredient for high-level dishes, and it can remove fatigue buffs. The crayfish move so fast in the water that it's hard to see them clearly. Catching one is a bit difficult. Song Su's eyes widen as she keeps her focus on a crayfish hiding behind a crack in the rocks. More information appears. Clean river crayfish. Loves sweet food, can be baited with honey. So, it likes sweet things. She saw someone selling these crayfish at an auction before, with a high price, 25 to 35 points per crayfish. She thought at the time, these crayfish are really expensive. Now she understands, the bait is the costly part. In the game, ingredients with a sweet taste are rare. Items like honey are hard to get, and always expensive. But she's not worried. She bought several boxes of sugar before and still has a dozen unopened bags. Song-soo immediately takes out a bag of sugar, tears a small hole, and pours in half. In the next second, the calm water surface instantly boils. A swarm of crayfish rushes out wildly from cracks and water plants. The water splashes and jumps, creating a spectacular scene. Song-soo is thrilled. She quickly takes out a net, aims at the densest area of crayfish, and scoops them up. Splash! The net sinks into the water, heavy with catch. At the bottom, 7 or 8 crayfish are desperately jumping and struggling. She catches one, looks at it. It looks transparent in water, but its body is actually a semi-transparent blue. Each one is longer than her palm, and with its antennae, almost as long as her forearm. Her bag and Liang Yan both love eating crayfish. These are big and thick, sure to be a hit. Song-soo continued to set the nets for fishing. Unexpectedly, just after the second net was placed, the net was damaged by a crayfish. She looked at her remaining points. 38,850. She opened the shop and quickly searched under tools, fishing. Submersible fish cage. Effect. After being placed in water, it automatically captures small aquatic creatures. Bait is needed. Can hold up to 50 units at a time. Durability. 100/100. Price. 75 points each, that's the one. Song-soo bought 4 of them, took them out of her bag, and threw them into the water one by one. The 4 cages sank to the bottom. She quickly sprinkled some sugar. Immediately, the transparent shrimp-like shadows rushed into the cages. The sky gradually darkened. She decided to build a bonfire by the creek and hung a glow-in-the-dark lamp on a nearby tree branch. Song-soo sat by the fire, paying attention to system prompts and checking her equipment. The leather armor set Liang Yan gave her was almost worn out from the solo dungeon, so she needed to prepare a new one. About 10 minutes later.
Ding!
Your submerged fish cage has reached capacity, 50/50ths. Please collect the catch promptly. Song-soo immediately stood up, grabbed the rope connected to the cage, and pulled hard. The heavy cage broke the water surface. Inside, countless clear, shiny river crabs were packed tightly. She poured the crabs into a large basin she prepared, then threw the cage back into the water. Soon, the other cages also indicated they were full. Several hours later, all the large basins were filled with crabs, stacked high, creating a spectacular sight. A smile appeared on Song-soo's face. If the lamb buns are sold out, she might sell crab-filled buns instead. They would definitely be more popular. She glanced at the small bear on her screen. Liang Yan was still working in the shop, and her bag was fine. She continued to set the cages and opened the chat channel to check private messages. The top messages were all from Lula. "Sujia, are you still alive?" I asked around, and everyone said if the avatar is gray, it means you're dead. I don't believe it, you're so amazing. Sujia, you promised to make me something delicious. Boo-hoo, you can't break your promise. I almost got attacked by a scarecrow today, but I survived. Sister Sue, I reached level 8. The latest message was a voice message sent a few hours ago. Sister Sue, I miss you. Song-soo felt a little emotional. This silly girl, wait a bit longer. After rescuing Liang Yan, I will contact her. She quickly looked through the world chat channel. Many people were forming teams, trading, or chatting casually. She scanned quickly. One team invitation caught her attention. Wang Dashui, looking for a strong main tank and a high-level archer for a fixed team to clear Neoming Valley Nightmare. Requirements. Level 18. Good gear, good awareness, willing to follow commands. Song-soo's eyes sharpened. Wang Dashui? This should be a teammate Liang Yan mentioned before. She clicked on Wang Dashui's avatar and chose private chat. Cheng Long, level 20 archer applying. A few seconds after she sent the message, he replied very quickly. Wang Dashui, level 20 archer? Bro, where did you come from? I haven't seen you on the leaderboard. Song-soo had already prepared her reply. Cheng Long, solo player, not into team play, no leaderboard login. Wang Dashui, wow, really? The top 1,000 on the leaderboard get daily system rewards points like a salary. You actually resist ranking? Cheng Long, Yeah, I need points now to clear Nyoming Valley, but I don't have a fixed team. Wang Dashui. Honestly, bro, you probably know everyone in the country, right? Chung Long, just a coincidence. Wang Dashui. Haha, I thought I met an idol. Nyoming Valley is tough. How's your gear? Skills? Chung Long. Average gear. Skills are advanced arrow techniques and the Heart of Red 3, a group attack skill. Wang Dashui. Group attack. That's good. Our team's healer is Wu Fengming, the best in the district, and our main damage dealer is Qi Ting, the top archer. I'm the secondary tank. We're missing a main tank. If you're really level 20 and have steady damage output, you can try out. Chung Long. When and where? Wang Dashui. In 3 days at noon, meet at the town center medical clinic. Chung Long. Okay. Song Su closed the chat window and carefully lifted several full fishing cages. She emptied the shrimp and collected the cages. The only downside of the big stomach is that it can't hold living creatures. She has to wait until the shrimps die before she can put them inside. After a quick check, she collected at least 2,000 claw shrimps this time. They were piled up like a small mountain. She waved her hand, and all the shrimps that had just died from lack of water went into the big stomach. She needed to wait a few more minutes for the rest. After gathering all the shrimps, she extinguished the fire and carried a glowworm lantern toward the town, setting out overnight. Deep inside her pocket, a small black coal moved slightly, hiding even deeper. At Ping and Bun Shop, before 7 a.m., a long line was already forming outside. The air was filled with a spicy aroma that made noses tingle. Liang Yan, wearing an apron, was sweating on his forehead. He carried baskets of buns from the kitchen. The spicy tofu buns are ready. 5 yuan each. Who wanted some earlier? Me. I want 5. 10. I want 10. Give me 5 tofu buns and 5 lamb buns. And me. Pack 10 of each. Liang Yan was busy, sweat dripping down his temples and soaking his collar. But he was happy inside. He didn't expect the spicy buns he made on a whim to be so popular. Just a few drops of sesame oil, half a chili, 3 pieces of tofu, some animal fat, and frog oil made the buns taste surprisingly good. Right after he handed a bun to a young man in front, the young man took a big bite eagerly. The hot, spicy, fragrant juice exploded in his mouth. He couldn't help but suck in air, giving a thumbs up and gesturing as he ate. Boss, your chili oil is amazing. So fragrant. How do you make it? Secret recipe, secret recipe. Liang Yan grinned and kept working. Many customers, like him, couldn't resist eating right at the door after buying, and the delicious smell drifted far away. Not far off, Ding Chong, the owner of the wonton shop, was squatting at his shop entrance smoking. The smell made his stomach rumble with hunger. He sniffed and stood up, strolling to the end of the bun line. He looked at the price sign. Spicy tofu buns, 5 yuan? Ding Chong was surprised. A tofu bun selling for 5 yuan was quite expensive. Everyone who bought earlier looked very happy, with red faces and dripping mouths, clearly enjoying their food. Ding Chong swallowed hard. Getting up early and working late every day, maybe treating himself once in a while isn't too much? Seeing how they looked, the food must be really good. He waited in line for 10 minutes before it was his turn. 2 tofu buns, please. Okay, 10 yuan. Scan here. Ding Chong paid and carried the buns back to his shop. No one was there, so he sat behind the counter and opened the package. The buns had thin skins and big fillings. Each fold was carefully made, and their perfect shape was impressive. In the middle, a deep fold was oozing red oil, giving off a spicy aroma. He carefully bit into a bun. The tofu was soaked in red oil, and as he took a bite, hot, spicy juice burst out. He quickly took a sip. Wow, so spicy, but it smells so good. The soft dough, the spicy tofu with a little numbing sensation, and that strange, mixed aroma burned from his tongue down to his stomach, making him feel warm all over. How can they make tofu buns so delicious? His own wontons weren't bad either, but why didn't he have any repeat customers? He finished 1 bun quickly, still wanting more, and reached for the second. Just then, his wife peeked in from behind the curtain. What's that delicious smell? I can smell it from back here. Honey, you have to try this. It's so good. Ding Chong handed her the half-eaten bun, voice hoarse with excitement. Really tasty. Good grief. His wife rolled her eyes. It's early morning, and the shop isn't even open yet. You went out to spend money. If you're hungry, I can make you some wontons. She was about to put the bun in her mouth, but stopped. Her eyes widened slowly. She took a big bite again.
Ugh.
She covered her mouth, coughing from the spiciness, but her eyes sparkled with surprise. Where did you buy this? Ding Chong pointed across the street. Ping and Bun Shop. Then this woman, who weighed about 240 pounds, moved with surprising agility, like a gust of wind rushing out of the shop. As soon as she reached the place, she was stunned by the long line in front. Really? It's only early, and there's already a queue? It seems that everyone who wanted breakfast came here this morning. The boss lady feels a bit sad inside, but she speaks cheerfully. She wants to say something, but can't find the words. The front of the line is very lively. Give me 20.
No, Seti.
Pack it to go. I want some with lamb and some with tofu too. Hurry up, boss. The boss lady gets anxious and loudly calls out. Can you all stop buying so much? There are so many people behind you. The line is noisy and busy. Liang Yan is busy scratching his head. An auntie delivering tofu rides her tricycle, coming twice this morning. What are you making today? The whole street smells so good. Wow, I almost can't keep up with my tofu supply. Liang Yan gives her a bun and smiles. Thank you for your hard work. Try this tofu-filled one. I'll bother you again tomorrow. Oh, you're too kind, she says, taking the big, round bun. She praises, your skills are really good. The buns look so nice. By the way, where are Xiao Liang and his wife? I haven't seen them in days. Liang Yan laughs. They had some family matters to attend to. They went back home. I'm just helping out here. Oh, I see. I thought he looked a lot like Xiao Liang. Are you his father? She says, biting into her bun. The soft bun skin, steamed with spicy oil, softens as she bites. She opens her eyes wide in surprise. So delicious. So tasty. Seeing her nodding happily, Liang Yan smiles. From early morning to afternoon, people kept coming to buy buns. Liang Yan hardly sat down to rest. His back hurt badly, so he leaned on the counter for a moment. He listens to the constant payment notifications on his phone and feels happy inside. He estimates that today's sales probably reached around 7 or 8,000 yuan. By evening, the sky darkens. Liang Yan bows politely to the people in line. Sorry, everyone. We've sold out of buns today. A disappointed sigh spreads through the line, and they start to leave slowly. Liang Yan supports his aching back and slowly moves behind the counter to sit down. He takes a deep breath. His eyes are a bit dizzy, and his hands and feet feel weak. But it's all worth it. He opens his phone to check today's earnings. It's over 7,300 yuan. After deducting costs for tofu, flour, and other supplies, he has made at least 6,500 yuan profit. Today's earnings equal what I made in the past month. Looking at my sleeping daughter in the crib, Liang Yan's eyes soften. It's so good. As long as I work hard, my daughter's future will be bright. He struggles to stand up and begins cleaning. First, he moves the dishes and steaming baskets to the back kitchen for washing. Then he wipes the tables and mops the floor. By the time he finishes tidying up, it's already completely dark outside. He walks to the small storage room door, gently pushes it open, and steps inside. Song Su was originally sleeping on a hard mat. Now she's lying on a soft cushion with a small blanket covering her. Liang Yan sits beside her, gently squeezes her hand, and says, "Wife, are you busy? It's time to close up. If you're not free, we don't have to go back tonight. I'll sleep on the shop floor." Her fingers twitch slightly in his palm, and Song Su opens her eyes with a tired look. Closing up? Yeah, everything's sold out. We're closed. Liang Yan looks at her with concern. This place is too hard. I'm worried you won't sleep well tonight. If you're free, you should go home and rest. Seeing how he can barely straighten his waist, Song Su gets up and stretches her muscles. You can't sleep on the shop floor like this. Come on, let's pack up and go home. Song Su goes to the kitchen, opens the freezer, and takes a look. Half of the lamb has been sold, and she waves her hand to fill the empty space with crayfish. Liang Yan follows her, stumbling in surprise. His face shows shock.
Wow.
So many crayfish. Did you pass by Jinghe? Probably, but it's just a small creek, she replies. Jinghe is a big, clear river. If you encountered crayfish, they're probably from upstream. These crayfish are unique to Jinghe, Liang Yan says happily, grabbing one to look at. They're huge and fresh. The taste must be great. Tomorrow morning, I'll steam some with shrimp and eggs for Bao Bao. You could also make steamed buns with them. Song Su winks at him. I caught a lot, about 3,000 pounds. That should last for a while.
Wow.
Liang Yan opens his mouth wide. 3,000 pounds. That's amazing.
But
he frowns. Such big crayfish, one might not even fit in a bun. How much should we sell them for? I saw in the market before, a small crayfish like this costs around 150 yuan. Song Su gestures with her hand. If ours are this big, shouldn't they be worth 300 yuan? Liang Yan smiled and said, the price is definitely worth it, but in our small town, if I sell a bun for 300 yuan, do you think I would get beaten up? Song Su rolled his eyes and said, fool, does every bun have to contain a shrimp? Mix it into the filling with other ingredients, pork and shrimp, chives and shrimp, tofu and shrimp. Anything works. Haha, yes, my wife is the smartest. Liang Yan grinned happily and made a heart shape with his hands. Song Su pushed him gently and said, stop joking. Let's go home. In the bedroom. Liang Yan, after washing up, was so nervous he didn't know where to put his hands and feet. Especially when his fragrant wife lay down beside him. He even controlled his breathing, afraid of smelling old or strange. But his current physical condition seemed really poor, and he worried that. After Song Su lay down, he held one of Liang Yan's hands and spoke faster. I contacted Wang Shuai from your team. We'll go to fight the dungeon in 3 days. Huh. What? Liang Yan, lost in his thoughts, shivered. You contacted him. Seeing Song Su nod, Liang Yan frowned. It's been several days and no other team has gone to fight Neoming Valley. Yes, I saw them chatting. They said the dungeon is too hard. Many people can't get past the first level and are forced to quit. Wang Shuai said that after I join, our team still needs a main tank. Main tank? Liang Yan thought for a moment. Search the leaderboard for someone called La Shui Quan Xiao. Although the game system in real life can't be used, he could check. Song Su immediately opened the search. Yes, level 18, combat power ranked 937. That's him. When you go back, add him as a friend and invite him to join the dungeon run. Huh. Your friend? Yes, his name is Zheng Lichuan. He's a good guy and reliable. Let me tell you how I met him. Wait a moment, Song Su interrupted. I'll listen to you while I'm on the way in the game, or I'll waste time. Liang Yan clenched his hands a little, feeling a bit reluctant. Where are you now? I'm heading east along Jing River. There's a white birch forest ahead, and I've set up a house by the road. Liang Yan calculated and said, I know. There's a dungeon called the Mass Graveyard, where zombies and monsters often drop skill fragments. But the monsters in the birch forest are very scary, really frightening. You should go around them quickly, walk faster, and you can reach Baichuan town by tomorrow afternoon. Okay. Song Su closed her eyes and her consciousness returned to the game. When she opened her eyes again, she felt much better. She stretched lazily and went downstairs. In the kitchen, the scarecrow was taking the sizzling cooking pot off the stove. He lifted the lid and dumped the roasted, fragrant crayfish onto the floor. A small stone figure was busy with a bowl of raw shrimp, working hard. It pinched off the shrimp's head and removed the vein, making its tiny fingers more and more skillful. Seeing she was awake, the small stone figure excitedly tapped the bowl in its hand. It seemed to say, Look, I made so many. The scarecrow rolled its eyes and pointed at the roasted crayfish on the ground, hoarsely saying, Master, collect, collect. Since the scarecrow drank white wine 4 times, it suddenly started talking. Song Su couldn't quite understand why it evolved, but it was a good thing overall. She waved her hand and stored the roasted crayfish, then listed them on the auction house. Removing the head and the vein made the roasted crayfish 2-star quality, which was 5 points more expensive than selling them raw. She set the price at 40 points per crayfish and listed 50 of them. She waved her hand and said, "No more for now. We're ready to leave." Just then, Liang Yan's voice rang in her ear. "Wife, when I first arrived at Baichuan Plain, I was around level 12 or 13. Once, I went to a northern mine to do a quest. While packing her things, Song Su listened to him. When she reached the door, she also put the toad guarding the door into her pet inventory. It was just dawn. She walked along the small path. A cool breeze blew, and the trees rustled. If Liang Yan hadn't told her, she wouldn't have felt scared. But now, looking into the deep woods and thinking about zombies inside, she got goosebumps and hurried to walk faster. Liang Yan said, "When we reached the rocky area, I saw a few people surrounding a player. That was Zheng Lichuan. I've heard of those people. They only target players who are just trying to survive. They steal materials, kill for gear." Zheng Lichuan was lying there, covered in blood. "Do you remember when I told you I killed someone for the first time in a game? That was the time. I couldn't stand it, stepped in to stop a fight, and things got out of hand. I fought hard. 3 ran away, and 1 died." Zheng Lichuan was lucky to survive. Song Su pursed his lips. Liang Yan usually gives money to beggars on the street. Even when he sees a stray cat that has been run over, he still cries. A few years ago, he was scammed out of over 10,000 yuan after helping an old man, but he still has a soft heart. Later, Zheng Lichuan decided to trust me. Liang Yan continued muttering, "He is honest and straightforward. When he finds good minerals or rare fish, he always asks if I need them. If I don't want them, he sells them. He levels up slowly because he's afraid of dying." Song Su took out a roasted prawn and ate while walking. Actually, he's not cowardly. He just can't afford to die in real life. He has blood cancer, leukemia, which is serious. It's hard for him to earn points and buy medicine. He's reluctant to spend money on gear or skill cards. He also has a son only 5 or 6 years old. His wife left early. If he dies, no one will take care of the child. So, I think this person is trustworthy. Despite his difficulties, he still wants to repay me. You should contact him and say you're my friend and need his help. If he can come, that's great. If not, forget it. This way, we can see what kind of person he really is. In the game, Song Su opened a private chat and sent a friend request to Zheng Lichuan. "P.S. I'm a friend introduced by Liang Yan. Please accept." At that moment, a woman's desperate cry for help came from deep within the birch forest on the left. "Help!" Song Su stopped in his tracks. His brows furrowed. Suddenly, a young girl's heart-wrenching scream. "Mom! Mom, don't go. Wait for me." Her voice sounded very young. Could it be that this game really pulls in such young players? She spun around and ran into the birch woods. From outside, the forest looked bright and white, but once inside, it suddenly felt darker. The air was thick with an inexplicable heat. The crying was not far ahead. She quietly drew her bow and arrow, approaching carefully. Soon, she saw a scene that made her scalp tingle. It was a group of paper figures carrying a bright red sedan chair. The paper faces had twisted features, painted with red cheeks, and their feet floated 3 inches above the ground as they moved lightly forward. From inside the sedan, faint cries for help could be heard. Not far behind, a thin little girl dressed in ancient clothes was staggering to catch up. She kept falling and struggling to get up, reaching out her small hand toward the sedan. "Mom, don't take my mom away." A cold shiver ran down Song Su's back. This was incredibly strange. She quickly decided to turn around and leave. The little girl didn't seem like a normal child, who would wear ancient clothes. After taking a few steps back, she circled around a sturdy, white birch tree. Suddenly, the girl appeared right in front of her, kneeling stiffly. Her face was streaked with tears, and she stared at Song Su with wide eyes. "Please help me save my mom. They want to take her. Please." At the same time, a system message popped up. "Congratulations. You have triggered a hidden quest. Paper Bride, level 15. Rewards: 1 random skill card, 1 silver treasure chest, 2,000 experience points, 500 points. Would you like to accept? Skill card, not fragments. And it's random. Maybe I could get a flower card? Song Su's heart skipped a beat. Liang Yan said these hidden quests often had great rewards, but they were hard to find. But this is a level 15 quest, and she's already level 20. She decided to do it. The little girl was still kowtowing. Song Su spoke. Okay, I'll help you save her. The girl looked up happily. Really? Thank you. My mom is in that sedan chair. Quest accepted. Paper bride. Please complete it within 3 hours. Countdown. 2 hours, 59 minutes, and 58 seconds without hesitation. Song Su slipped behind a tree, drew her bow, and aimed. She targeted the back of the last paper figure. Whoosh! 3 arrows shot out in quick succession, hitting 1 paper figure in the back. Minus 410 critical hit. Minus 392 critical hit. Minus 370 critical hit. With her level advantage, the critical hit chance was higher. The paper figure's health bar instantly emptied, turning into a pile of torn paper.
This is not the end.
3 lightning chains shot out and crackled, damaging the paper dolls in front. Minus 288. Minus 265. Minus 201. Although the paper dolls weren't instantly killed, their health bars dropped sharply. After being attacked, their names turned red, and they all stopped and floated towards Song Su. Song Su took the lead, never giving them a chance to get close. Swish, crackle, crackle in less than a minute. Only torn paper remained, swirling away in the wind. Song Su looked up and saw the sedan chair had lost support and was falling to the ground at an angle. She looked at the quest bar, feeling confused. The quest still hadn't shown as completed. She turned back toward the girl NPC, who seemed scared stiff. Paper dolls are gone, what now? The little girl suddenly shook her head, trembling as she pointed at the sedan chair. Mommy is still inside, please save her. Song Su frowned. This is really troublesome. She took a deep breath and walked toward the sedan chair. After a few steps, she sensed something was wrong. These NPCs aren't stupid. The sedan stopped, so why isn't her mom coming out herself? Plus, that papier-mâché sedan looked very creepy. Song Su instinctively activated her eye ability and took a quick look. Fox-faced bride, LV.18 Elite. Health, 5200/5200. Description: a fox demon trapped in a ritual by dark magic, mentally close to breaking down, very aggressive. Level 18 Elite Monster. Song Su understood why the hidden quest offered such a rich reward. There was a trap. She took a deep breath, knocked her arrow, and aimed at the curtain of the sedan. Suddenly, she shot 3 arrows. A sharp scream erupted from inside the sedan.
Boom!
The paper sedan exploded. A woman in a bright red wedding dress slowly stood up. Her shoulders were thin, and her neck was delicate. But on top of her shoulders was a huge fox head. The head was completely disproportionate to her body, wider than her shoulders, with glowing green eyes staring directly at Song Su. Fox-faced bride. She raised her hand, her fingers thin and claw-like, with long, black, sharp nails. A strange growl came from her throat. Then, suddenly, a figure rushed straight towards Song Su. Song Su turned and ran, waving his hand at the same time. The scarecrow instantly expanded, blocking the path. The small stone creature squeaked and charged at the fox-faced bride, swinging its fists to attack. A frog jumped and landed on the head of the fox-faced bride. The fox-faced bride was distracted by the 3 small monsters and froze for a moment. Then she became angry and grabbed the frog on her head, throwing it away. The frog croaked and hit the scarecrow. The scarecrow tried to catch it, but the frog passed through its hand and made a big hole in the straw on its chest. Minus 290. The scarecrow's health dropped sharply, leaving only a little. The small stone creature was kicked away by the fox-faced bride, flying in a parabola and landing near Song Su's feet. Crack, crack, crack. Its body split open from the middle. At this moment, Song Su took the chance to step back to a safe distance. He turned around and drew his bow. 3 arrows shot in quick succession. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The fox-faced bride twisted her body backward at a strange 180-degree angle. 2 arrows narrowly missed her. The 3rd arrow hit her thigh. -512. Critical hit. The damage was good. One shot took away nearly a tenth of her health. Song Su's spirit lifted, and he kept shooting arrows. He used the trees to hide and shot through the gaps, aiming carefully. If he hit her, great. If not, she would have to dodge. -310. -298. -333. She became more frantic, howling loudly. Song Su had a trait. The more nervous he was, the steadier he became, never missing his step. When the boss's health bar dropped to only 10%, it suddenly glowed red and roared in pain. Song Su's pupils shrank. This wasn't good. She was about to unleash a powerful attack. He quickly performed a move like butchering a cow, attacking instantly. In the next second, the boss, screaming, suddenly exploded into pieces of bright red paper. Song Su took out a prawn and stuffed it into his mouth, then recalled all 3 nearly dead pets. A little girl hiding far away ran over crying.
Mom.
Where did Mom go? You killed my mom. Song Su still had half a shrimp in his mouth, watching helplessly as the little girl began to mutate in place. Coffin-born fox spirit LV.19 boss. Health. 12,000/12,000. Description. A twisted symbiotic creature born from the resentment of a wronged fox spirit, revived inside a coffin, extremely fierce. Song Su threw away the remaining half of the shrimp, cursing loudly. This is really pushing it. Just a simple task, and it keeps turning upside down. Unexpectedly, the shrimp tail, perfectly aligned, hit the opening of the little girl's split mouth.
Slap.
The little girl, no, the transforming mini-boss, licked her forked tongue, and the shrimp tail was not swallowed. Coffin-born fox spirit, LV.19 boss, friendliness. 61 out of 100. Song Su looked at the green name above the boss's head and twitched his mouth. What is this? A hidden solution? The little girl stopped her mutation. Her mouth gradually closed back to normal. She licked her lips and pitifully said, "Uncle, I'm hungry." Song Su. She was silent for 2 seconds, then threw out a roasted shrimp again. The little girl cheered, caught it with both hands, and eagerly put it into her mouth.
Ding.
Congratulations on completing the hidden task. Paper doll wedding. Reward. 1 random skill card, 1 silver treasure chest, 2,000 experience points, 500 points. Would you like to claim now? Yes/no. Song Su carefully watched her actions while choosing yes. The reward was received. She didn't rush to check. After finishing the second shrimp, she was licking her fingers. Song Su quickly bought a pet slot, intending to put her into his backpack. He tried several times but failed. "Uncle," the little girl whispered, "you can't take me away." "I have to stay here." Song Su raised an eyebrow. "Why? I'm an NPC for this hidden task, and I signed a 500-year contract with the system," the girl said sadly, lowering her head. "I have to make sure this task always exists, so I can't go out with you, but they've all been broken by me." "What are you going to do?" Song Su asked, pointing at the scattered paper scraps. At this point, the little girl pouted. "Paper figures are easy to make, but making mom is hard. It shouldn't have to be like this." As the girl spoke sadly, Song Su finally understood what had happened. It turned out that when the boss's health dropped to 10%, the fox-faced bride would turn back into the girl's mother. Then the mother and daughter would hug and cry, and the quest would be completed. Normally, when players reached that point, the boss would enter a diamond mode, losing only 1 point of health per hit. But Song Su had been too nervous and used a skill that defeated the boss instantly. That made things troublesome. The little girl had to go back and make another mother out of paper. "Sorry," Song Su said awkwardly, scratching her head. "I didn't know that's how it worked." The little girl's eyes sparkled as she looked at Song Su. "But you're really amazing. I like you. Can we be friends?"
Song Su not dead. Ding.
You have established a friendly relationship with Coffin Fox Spirit. A new special icon appeared in the friend list. It showed a little girl in ancient clothes holding a paper figure with a note beside her name. Affection, 100/100. The girl smiled brightly and winked at her. A trade notification popped up. Spiritual paper figure times 10. This is my gift for you. They're very obedient. Song-soo looked at the new stack of paper figures in her inventory. Spiritual paper figure LV.15, single-use item. Health, 1000/1000. Attack, 120 to 240. Defense, 55. Effect, a creation infused with faint spiritual energy. Can follow simple commands. Song-soo's eyes lit up. The paper figures had pretty high attack power, almost as strong as hers. Good thing she hadn't fought them earlier, or she would have been defeated in seconds. Thank you, Song-soo said to the girl. I really like them. You're welcome. The girl twisted her fingers shyly. I'm going back to fix my mom now. Uncle, if you get more tasty food, can you send me some? No problem. The girl smiled happily, waved, and skipped away into the forest. Finally, it was over. Song-soo let out a long breath and finally had time to check her quest rewards. She opened her backpack. She selected a random skill card and used it. Fireworks exploded as a playing card floated in the air, slowly flipping over. The Jack of Clubs. What a special card. Song-soo eagerly checked the skill description. Jack of Clubs, Heart Booster, skill description, point and poke, quick effect, no healing. Instantly restores 10% of the target's maximum health. Stamina cost, 10 points. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Song-soo's eyes lit up. It's great that she received an active healing skill. At her current level, active skills are rare, especially healing ones. Usually, players restore health in two ways. One is eating food that increases health, and the other is buying potions from the shop. The cheapest bandage costs 15 points. It adds 2 health per second for 10 seconds, which is hardly useful in battle. A better option is a small healing potion, which adds 5 health per second for 10 seconds, costing 75 points. She has 250 health now. Drinking 5 would cost 375 points, too expensive and too slow to save her in critical moments. Looking at higher-level options, there's a rejuvenation pill that instantly restores 10% of maximum health, costing 100 points. Its effect is exactly the same as her Jack of Clubs. Her heart was pounding. This means each time she uses the skill, she saves 100 points. With only a 30-second cooldown and stamina that recovers easily, she's making a big profit. A new syringe icon with a plum blossom pattern appeared in her skill bar. She nodded with satisfaction. Next, she opened a silver treasure chest. A flash of light. Received 10 copper ingots, 2 gold ingots, 1 skill fragment, 1 fox for cloak, and 1 close your eyes game. Items from high-level map chests are always plentiful. Song-soo happily stored the materials, then looked at the new equipment and items. Fox fur cloak, silver level. Defense 15, movement speed 5%, evasion rate 3%. Description: made from soft fur infused with fox spirit energy, lightweight and warm, can muffle sounds when moving. She took out the cloak and shook it. The long white fur coat feels very soft. It is simple and long, with a white clasp at the collar, giving it a slightly traditional style. She fastened the buttons, and the coat draped down to her knees. Not only does it keep her warm, but it also looks nice. Both men and women can wear it. This was her first time wearing a mink fur coat. Song-soo was a bit surprised, but then she opened a glasses case called Close Your Eyes When It Gets Dark. Inside was a pair of black sunglasses. Close your eyes when it gets dark, single-use prop. Effect: when worn, all targets within 30 meters will be in complete darkness for 10 seconds. The wearer is unaffected. She carefully put the box away. The effect of this item looks like a smoke bomb. Definitely a good tool for escaping. She checked the time and realized she had been delayed for nearly an hour. She needed to hurry. She emerged from the woods. After running less than 100 meters, she stopped. She took out a spirit paper doll. With a flick, the small white paper fluttered and instantly stood up as if inflated, now taller than the current 1.9-meter tall Jackie Chan, by half a head. It still had 2 red cheeks, but its features looked much better. At least the nose and eyes were straight. Song Soo patted its stiff cardboard-like shoulder. Squat down. The paper doll pouted and obediently squatted. Song Soo jumped onto its back and pointed forward. Let's go. Target. Baichuan Town. The paper doll suddenly floated 3 inches high and moved quickly in the direction she indicated, with no friction. Its speed was like riding a bicycle. Song Soo's cloak fluttered loudly in the wind. She tightened her collar and took out a chicken neck to chew while checking her private messages. Zheng Lichuan replied. Laxit Xiao. Hello. Sorry, I just got back into the game. Laxit Xiao. What happened to Brother Liang? I haven't been able to contact him for several days. Laxit Xiao. Bro, can you reply when you see this? Laxit Xiao. Bro, are you there? Song Soo hurriedly responded. Qinglong. Yes, I'm here. I'm Liang Yan's friend. I need your help. Laxit Xiao. Hello. Liang's friend is my friend too. What do you need? Just tell me. Qinglong. Did you see Wang Shuai's recruitment message? I want to go to Nyoming Valley with them. We're missing a main tank. Can you come? There was a pause on the other side for a few seconds. The snow has completely melted. Is that the nightmare dungeon from level 18? Bro, you're praising me too much. I can handle small monsters okay, but for those high-difficulty dungeons, my strength isn't enough. Qinglong, I'll cover all your gear, and I can also help you collect some skill fragments. Laxikeshao, it's not about the gear. Mainly, their team is the best in the whole server, Wu Yizhe, Qi Ting, and others. If I join them, it's not appropriate. Plus, that's Brother Liang's regular team. I only joined when he was away, so it's not very good. Laxikeshao, I also have some saved-up ores, herbs, and a bit of food. If you need, I can give all of it to you. Song Soo hesitated for a moment, then continued typing. Qinglong, I don't lack materials. Honestly, Brother Liang Yan is now trapped in the Nyoming Valley dungeon, and only the last resurrection cross remains. I need to go in and save him. Laxikeshao. What? Brother Liang is in Nyoming Valley? Qinglong. Yes, I need someone who can absolutely stand with me inside the dungeon. I don't trust anyone else. Laxikeshao. Others. You mean Wu Yizhe and the others? Qinglong. Liang Yan went into the dungeon with them. Do you think it's an accident? The reply was quick and firm. Laxikeshao. Damn. I knew that girl was suspicious. I'm going. Laxikeshao. When? Where do we meet? Qinglong. In 3 days at noon, outside the town center clinic. I'll trade you the gear and skill fragments in advance. Laxikeshao. Thanks, Brother Cheng, but I don't need it. Qinglong. Laxikeshao. After selling all my materials, I have enough to buy gear. I'll boost my strength. Qinglong. Actually, you don't need to do that. I can help you. Laxikeshao. This life was given to me by Brother Liang. If I can help him, I'm willing to risk my life for it. Laxikeshao. If I get hurt, please, when you have time, go visit my son at the orphanage. Just make sure he's not bullied. I've already contacted the orphanage. His name is Zheng Fong, and the address is. She closed the chat window, and Song Soo was silent for a long time. A man who values loyalty can sometimes truly impress others. After eating and drinking, she began checking her pet status. The little stone creature and the red-eyed toad were inside, slowly recovering their health. Where is the straw man? She looked through her backpack again. It was not there. Remember, she quickly put all 3 of them away in an emergency. Could she have missed one? Her mind quickly scanned the pile of supplies inside her large stomach bag. Soon, she saw the familiar figure on a big pile of coal. A small golden straw man, lying flat on the coal, completely still. Had it been put inside the large stomach bag? No way, is it dead? Song Soo immediately took out the small straw man and shook it in her palm. Its 2 bean-like eyes blinked, and it hoarsely said, "Wine." Song Soo sighed in relief, glad it was alive. She poured a bottle cap of white liquor over its head, then put it back into the large stomach bag. By checking the detailed item information, she saw a new line of small text: Wheatfield Guardian Material Check. Made of dried plant fibers and a small amount of metal, meets fuel storage standards. Song Su smiled slightly. What a happy surprise. She was worried there were no helpers in the shop. She tied herself and the paper person together with a strap on her cloak to keep them secure. Then she closed her eyes. Modern-day bedroom. Liang Yan was just drifting into sleep when Song Su shook him awake.
Wife.
What's wrong? He was startled and quickly turned on the bedside lamp. Did you encounter danger? No, I brought you a good thing. She handed the straw man into his arms. Liang Yan looked down. It was a tiny straw man, about the size of his palm, holding a small hat that was about to fall off, staring at him with big eyes. Liang Yan. What is this? Wheatfield Guardian, that little boss, Song Su said quickly in a panic. I put it in the large stomach bag and brought it out. It's pretty smart, can do work. See if it can be useful in the shop, but be careful not to let others see. After saying that, she tapped the small head of the straw man. Listen to him. Don't run around. The little straw man nodded sadly.
Huh?
Do you think this thing can grow bigger? Liang Yan hadn't finished speaking when Song Su suddenly flopped onto the pillow and fell asleep. Liang Yan. The little straw man curled up into a ball, looking very aggrieved. Liang Yan smiled happily. I heard you like to drink, he lowered his voice. How about we have a drink together? The scarecrow's head tilted up slightly, its small eyes shining green. Liang Yan quietly took it off the bed and went to the kitchen, closing the door. He took out half a bottle of strong liquor from the cabinet and set out 2 small cups. The scarecrow sat cross-legged at the dining table. Liang Yan poured 2 glasses of wine. Come on, shall we have a toast? Liang Yan raised his cup. The scarecrow stretched out a thin straw, rolled up the cup, and suddenly poured wine all over itself. Then it pushed the empty cup back. Liang Yan watched in shock. Your way of drinking is quite bold. He pushed his own cup forward. It's all for you. Go ahead and drink. The scarecrow was unreserved, rolling the cup again and pouring. 1 glass after another. Soon the bottle was empty. Liang Yan picked up the bottle and shook it. It's gone. The scarecrow lowered its small head again. Liang Yan thought for a moment. How about I buy some good drinks tomorrow? White wine, beer, red wine. Enough for everyone. The scarecrow immediately lifted its head, its small mouth opening wide. Really? Liang Yan chuckled. You can talk too, just learned not very good, the scarecrow said, fiddling with its mouth.
Here.
It's a bit rough. Liang Yan laughed. What's wrong with a rough guy? I think it's pretty good. The little scarecrow snorted. I'm not a guy. I'm a girl. Girl? How do you know that? The scarecrow lifted its short skirt. Look, I don't have a you know. Liang Yan rubbed his forehead, amused and helpless. Maybe I overlooked it. Does a scarecrow have genders? I am a girl, the scarecrow emphasized, lifting its chin. All right, Ms. Watcher. Tomorrow you help me with some chores, and tonight I'll buy you some drinks. Deal. The scarecrow nodded. Early the next morning, before dawn, Liang Yan tucked his wife into bed. He carried the still-sleeping bag and the scarecrow in his pocket to Ping and Baozi's shop. He opened the door, turned on the light. He settled the bag on the crib and covered it with a small blanket. Then he went to the back kitchen, took out the scarecrow from his pocket, and shook it. Ms. Watcher, time to start work. The small scarecrow jumped to the ground and grew to the same height as Liang Yan. Liang Yan pointed and said, all the ingredients are in the freezer. After steaming each batch, you help me pick them out and place them at the serving area. Then add ingredients to the cooking pot, but don't add too much to avoid waste. Do you understand? The scarecrow nodded quickly. Simple. The owner taught me. I will do it. If anyone approaches, you must hide immediately. Don't do anything else, Liang Yan said seriously. Absolutely do not let humans find out about you. Understand? The scarecrow raised its hand and made an OK sign, mimicking Song Su. Liang Yan moved a stool and carefully covered all the kitchen glass with leftover frosted stickers, sealing it tightly. It was exactly 5 a.m. Ping and Bun Shop open on time. Soon after, Aunt Wang stepped inside.
Oh.
You're opening so early today. Let me see what fillings you have. There were several signs hanging on the wall. Spicy tofu bun, 5 yuan each. Lamb and carrot, 10 yuan each. Pork and shrimp bun, 25 yuan each. Millet porridge, 1 yuan. Tofu soup, 10 yuan. Lamb soup, 25 yuan.
Wow.
New filling? Pork and shrimp? That's so expensive. Freshwater prawns are costly. Once you try it, you won't regret it, Liang Yan explained with a smile. Want to try one? If you don't like it, it's free. Aunt Wang waved her hand. I know it's good, but 25 yuan is too much. I'll just take 5 lamb and 5 spicy tofu buns. Liang Yan nodded and quickly packed 10 buns for her to take away. Soon, more and more customers came to buy buns. Some hesitated for a long time, finally choosing only tofu or lamb. Liang Yan understood. In this small northern city, seafood is already rare. The seafood delivered here is either dead or frozen. Fresh live seafood is hard to find. Liang Yan was not in a hurry. If they couldn't sell all the buns, he could just keep them for his wife. While packing, he kept an eye on the kitchen. The scarecrow wore a chef's hat and apron. Through the frosted glass, it looked almost like a person. He walked to the serving area just as the scarecrow handed out a basket of lamb buns. It wore gloves, so you couldn't see the straw that was supporting it. Liang Yan secretly nodded in approval. This small boss may seem low-level, but surprisingly, he is quite smart. Around 7 o'clock, a group of office workers arrived.
Boss.
Do you have new fillings today? Pork and shrimp? Wow, that's expensive, exclaimed a young girl wearing glasses. Fresh shrimp packed on the spot. Liang Yan smiled. You'll see it's worth it once you try. Hearing this, the girl swallowed hard. She knew the dumplings were delicious, but they were very pricey. For dumplings cost 100 yuan.
Then,
I'll have 1 shrimp filling and 4 spicy tofu dumplings, she said through gritted teeth. Got it. Liang Yan turned to start packing. The hot, plump, steaming dumplings were placed into a plastic bag. The girl swallowed again, took the bag, and picked out the shrimp-filled dumpling. This dumpling skin was thinner than the others, revealing the white and pink filling inside. She blew on it gently, then carefully bit a small opening. Snap! The delicious broth burst out instantly. She took a sip, her eyes widening in surprise. It was an indescribably fresh taste. Sweet and light with a hint of ocean flavor. Rich but not greasy, so fresh it made her scalp tingle. Wow. Forgetting the heat, she took a big bite. Wow, this shrimp even has yolk. The orange shrimp yolk mixed with pork, the fatty and lean part smooth and soaked with the essence of fresh shrimp. One bite almost made her taste buds explode. She finished the whole dumpling in a few bites, feeling both satisfied and amazed. Liang Yan smiled. Tastes good, right? She nodded vigorously. Give me 2 more shrimp dumplings. The man in line behind her became curious. Young lady, are shrimp dumplings really that good? 25 yuan each, huh? You're really willing to spend. The girl wiped her mouth. So delicious. Totally worth it. Those who hadn't bought shrimp dumplings started to hesitate.
Boss.
I'll have 1 pork and shrimp dumpling too. I want 1 lamb and 1 shrimp. Soon, Liang Yan was busy without a moment's rest. Just as he turned to go to the back kitchen to get the steaming baskets, a soft, slightly childish voice called out. Big sister, scan here. Thank you, Grandma. That's 60 yuan in total, Uncle. Be careful. It's hot. Liang Yan carried the steaming basket, but suddenly stopped in his tracks. Bags don't know when they stood up from the baby bed. She stepped on the bed, half her body leaning on the cash register. Her small face was pink and smooth, with big shiny eyes blinking as she carefully pointed at the customers. Her delicate features looked like a porcelain doll, and with her serious little adult look, she was very adorable and made people's hearts melt.
Oh.
Little baby finally woke up? Every time I come, you're sleeping so soundly, a regular customer said with a smile, voice softening naturally. Bags nodded hard, her chubby cheeks trembling a little, and she sweetly smiled. Yes. Bags is awake. She stretched out her small, chubby finger and pretended to count. Big brother, 3 lamb, 3 tofu, 45. Oh my. She's so smart. And so pretty too. A young woman nearby covered her mouth in surprise, her eyes shining. So cute, boss. Your adorable granddaughter is really charming. So pretty and clever. Only Aunt Wong at the back looked shocked, covering her mouth. When will this child's illness get better? Her eyes suddenly filled with tears. That's great. Truly a blessing from heaven. If Xiao Liang and his wife knew, they'd be so happy. Bags was a little shy from the praise, but still tried to straighten her small body, speaking in a baby voice to the next customer. Sister, how many buns do you want? The woman being asked looked at her sweet, obedient face and smiled widely, showing her teeth. 4. 2 shrimp, 2 lamb. Bags carefully counted on her fingers, her focused side profile captivating. 25 plus 25 equals 50. 10 plus 10 is 20. Total 70. Yes, yes. You're so good, baby. The woman smiled happily as she scanned and paid, wishing she could buy more. Liang Yan carried the heavy steamer, but felt as light as floating on clouds. A warm rush hit his nose, and his vision blurred instantly. He quickly lowered his head and wiped his eyes with his sleeve. Finally, his daughter's illness was finally cured. Before he could feel truly excited, the shop door was pushed open again. 2 middle-aged men in suits entered, looking tired, followed by 2 young people carrying briefcases. Just this? Looks pretty ordinary, one said. The calm and confident man leading the group glanced at the shop and frowned slightly. Mr. Wang, our local colleagues highly recommend this place. They say the buns are exceptional, especially fresh out of the steamer, the assistant quickly explained. We've been working overnight, and most other restaurants haven't opened yet. Would you like to have some warm food to start? The man called Mr. Wang didn't say much. He walked over to look at the sign. Spicy tofu 5 yuan, lamb 10 yuan, pork with shrimp 25 yuan. He raised an eyebrow. This small place, the buns are quite expensive. Just try it. Since we're here, another colleague had already sat down. All right, we're all starving. Watch out, someone said. Boss, 2 shrimp and pork buns and 4 tofu ones, the assistant said. Hurry up a bit. Is there any soup? Yes, yes. Liang Yan wiped his red eyes and replied. We have cabbage tofu soup and lamb soup. Which one would you like? 2 bowls of the same, please. Soon, steaming hot buns were brought to the table. Mr. Wang picked up a pork and shrimp bun and took a bite. The moment his teeth broke through the thin skin, his eyes lit up. Inside was crunchy, firm shrimp, full of fresh flavor. Wow. He looked surprised. This isn't just ordinary shrimp. Liang Yan just brought over a bowl of soup and smiled. You noticed? We found some very fresh lobsters at the market today, so we bought a few to try. Lobsters, Mr. Wang exclaimed. Using lobsters to steam buns? No wonder they taste so fresh. But boss, such high-quality shrimp at 25 yuan each. Won't that be a loss? His voice was loud enough to attract the attention of other customers. Liang Yan modestly nodded. The filling isn't available every day. We just happened to get some today. It's not a loss, since we also add pork. We're not making much profit, mainly just letting everyone try something new. Mr. Wang gave a thumbs up. You have a good eye. Next to him, a colleague took a bite of a lamb bun. After a moment, he couldn't help but praise. I've heard northern lamb is delicious, but now I really taste it. It's not gamey at all, and very fragrant, the assistant chuckled. This is our most famous bun. If you like it, you should take some home. Mr. Wang nodded and said, You all are thoughtful. Please pack some of the shrimp and lamb for me. I want to take them home for the boss to try. The assistant's eyes lit up. Boss, please pack 50 shrimp and 50 lamb dishes. Liang Yan grinned. Got it. As he turned to pack the food, his hands trembled a little. 50 shrimp dishes cost 1,250 yuan. 50 lamb dishes cost 500 yuan. Including what they already ate, this bill exceeds 2,000 yuan. What does that mean? This is the most upscale restaurant in City J. A big table of dishes usually costs around this much. After seeing them off, Liang Yan felt no more back pain or leg ache. He felt full of energy. The lively atmosphere in the restaurant continued until after 1 p.m. While the restaurant was empty, Liang Yan wiped the table and smiled as he teased Bao Bao. Sweetheart, How did you suddenly think of helping Dad serve the customers? And your math is really good. When did you learn that? Bao Bao tilted her head. I saw Dad was busy, so I wanted to help. Math is so easy. I learned it just by thinking. Her little face was full of pride, as if saying, praise me. Liang Yan gently pinched her small face.
Bao Bao is so smart.
What about multiplication? What's 3 times 4? 3 times 4 is 12. Bao Bao raised her little hand. I've seen it on TV. It's so easy. Now give me a harder one, Dad. Liang Yan looked shocked. 7 times 9. 7 times 9 is 63. Oh, so easy. Bao Bao swung her pigtails proudly. What's 123 times 764? Bao Bao froze. She lowered her head, fiddling with her fingers, her small eyebrows furrowing. 9,300. No, 9,392. Liang Yan quickly took out a calculator and pressed a few buttons. 93, 972. He gasped in disbelief, staring at his daughter. Bao Bao, how did you become a little genius? Bao Bao looked at him curiously. I don't know. I just woke up, and it's like there were stars shining in my head. Then I knew everything. She gestured with her hands. Those stars are red. They look so pretty. Dad, when can I go to school? I want to play with my friends. Liang Yan was stunned for a moment, then suddenly turned pale. He threw away the cloth, rushed to his daughter, and his hands trembling slightly as he held her shoulders. You just said there were stars shining in your head? What kind of stars? How many?
Bao Bao pouted her lip.
They are shiny stars. Red ones.
There are. 1, 2, 3. 10 of them.
No, including the ones in the corner. There are 12. Liang Yan's heart sank suddenly. He quickly tore off a piece of scrap paper and took out a crayon, placing it in his daughter's hand. Bao Bao, draw it, just draw it. He tried to keep his voice calm to avoid frightening her. Draw the stars you saw in your head. What they look like. Dad wants to see too. Bao Bao took the crayon, her little face serious. The tip of the crayon moved across the paper. First, a crooked rectangle. Then, 10 roughly the same size diamonds in the middle. Finally, in the top left and bottom right corners, she squeezed in 2 smaller diamond-shaped blocks.
Done.
She held up the paper. It looks like this. Liang Yan only glanced at it and felt as if his whole body suddenly turned cold. 10 diamonds? Within just a few seconds, cold sweat soaked his back.
Buzz, buzz, buzz.
His phone in his pocket vibrated wildly. He hurriedly took out the phone. As soon as he answered, Song Su's frightened voice burst out. Liang Yan, what's going on?
Bao Bao đi.
How could she? How could it be 10 diamonds? Why does she have a skill card? I don't know. Liang Yan's voice also sounded hoarse. Wife, I really don't know.
Just now, she suddenly.
Song Su interrupted him. I saw it. I'm asking if she might be pulled into the game? Don't panic. Stay calm first. Liang Yan took a deep breath. Calm down, wife. I've never heard of awakening a skill card before entering the game. We need to observe more. I'll take her home right now. Come back immediately, get a taxi. Song Su's voice trembled uncontrollably. Okay. Don't worry, I'll be right there. Liang Yan hung up, his fingers still trembling. He forced a stiff smile and looked at his daughter, who was looking at him with confusion. Bao Bao, we're closing early today. Let's go home and play games, okay?
Zets. Bao Bao imeditan ke lapet happily.
Liang Yan quickly packed his things. He turned off the gas, locked the back kitchen door, and put the scarecrow into his pocket. He told a few customers who were about to enter, Sorry, we're closed today. They looked surprised. Hey? Boss, don't close yet. I see you still have buns. Sorry, something urgent at home, Liang Yan said with a smile, politely asking them to leave. Then he pulled down the rolling door. He didn't care about their murmurs and ran off with his daughter. At this moment, Song Su was in the game, standing beside a big river called Muling. The paper figure had been running with Song Su on its back for a whole day and night. Crossing this river would lead to Baichuan town. They arrived a day earlier than expected. Without saying a word, she returned to the game, grabbed the paper figure's neck to stop it. Then she entered a house nearby, slammed the door shut, and collapsed to sleep. The paper figure's nose was pressed against the outside of the door. After a while, it turned around, blocking the door with its body, standing still. When Liang Yan got home, the door was open. Song-Soo quickly took her daughter into her arms, looking worried.
Bao Bao, are you feeling well now? Bao Bao got in.
Mom, you're awake. I feel fine. Bao Bao feels really good. Song-Soo sat her on the sofa, gently rubbing her forehead. What about here? Does it hurt? Do you feel dizzy? Do you want to sleep? Bao Bao shook her head quickly. I'm not tired. Dad promised to play with me. Right, Liang Yan said as he took off his shoes. I'll come right away. Playing with building blocks, he nervously ran to the bedroom, brought back the blocks, and placed them on the coffee table. He started stacking them while giving Song-Soo a subtle look. Song-Soo glared at him. Why are you going to the kitchen? The game cards are all out. Can the silence rule still work? Liang Yan sat back down, still a bit shaky. Yeah, I guess so. What's going on? Why did the child suddenly? Song-Soo's voice trembled. Liang Yan grabbed his hair.
I
don't know. Even if I bring the skill card into the real world, it costs a fortune in fees, just like the one I gave you before. And it can't be activated outside. You have to be in the game. I've never seen a situation like this before. He paused, his voice starting to choke up. But usually, once you touch a skill card, there's a high chance you'll be pulled into the game as a player. Song-Soo's face instantly turned pale. That's too much, she shouted. Isn't it enough that both of us are trapped? She's only 5 years old. How can she survive, huh? Mom and Dad, what are you talking about? Bao Bao put down his building blocks, looking at her with confusion. Song-Soo's anger was quickly replaced by sadness. She took a few deep breaths and shook her head. It's okay, sweetheart, she said, holding Bao Bao's hand. Mom will teach you a poem, okay? Okay, Bao Bao nodded happily. Gigi fu Gigi. Mulan weaves at the door. Song-Soo recited the poem very quickly, then looked at Bao Bao. Bao Bao blinked and pointed to his nose. Is it my turn now? Seeing her nod, he cheerfully started repeating, chicken, chicken, and chicken again. In their shocked expressions, Bao Bao recited the entire poem perfectly, word for word. Wow, Liang Yan said, trembling. Is this because you inherited your good memory? Song-Soo nodded, adjusted her position, and sat with her daughter on her lap, facing each other. Bao Bao, listen to Mom, she said softly. If one day you find yourself in a strange place, with many moons in the sky, surrounded by forests or big rocks, and everything feels unfamiliar, don't be afraid, don't cry. Bao Bao nodded as if he understood, but also as if he didn't. Some words or a voice might come into your mind, telling you what to do. Just follow what it says. Your first task will be to build a small house. Her voice started to waver. You'll need to find moss, grass, and small branches. She couldn't continue. Tears suddenly burst out, falling heavily. She looked at Liang Yan, her voice breaking. What should I do? She can't even break small branches. How will she survive? Liang Yan's tears flowed even more fiercely. He reached out and hugged his wife and daughter tightly, crying loudly. Just then, Bao Bao moved slightly, trying to push out her little head, and hurriedly said, Mom and Dad, why are you crying? Who said I can't break small branches? Song-Soo and Liang Yan both froze, looking down at her. The bag broke free and stood in front of the coffee table, puffing out her small chest. She quickly gathered the scattered building blocks. Then her little hand moved. It was not the speed she used just now to play with the blocks. It was so fast that a blur was about to appear. Click, click, click. As her small hand moved, she rapidly stacked the blocks. A simple little house was built in just 5 seconds. Liang Yan's jaw dropped. Song-Soo covered her mouth. Just as the house was about to be finished, the bag suddenly stopped. Got it. Her eyes shone brightly as she grabbed a block and placed it on the table. Bang! Her small hand didn't hit hard, just a gentle tap. That block was flattened instantly. The living room fell silent. Only the heavy, uneven breathing of 3 people could be heard. The bag looked at the broken block, then at her stunned parents, and pouted. Mom and Dad, the blocks are broken. I didn't do it on purpose. I just felt it, and then it was like this. Song-soo snapped out of her shock and quickly hugged her daughter. It's okay, sweetheart. It's fine if the blocks are broken. She kissed her daughter's hair. Tell Mom, how did you use that skill? Do you see a big screen in your mind? Are there a lot of words written there? No, the bag shook her head in her mom's arms. I just want to be fast when I need to, and then when the little star lights up, I can just pop it. She mimicked the action of hitting the blocks. Liang Yan looked at his wife, both of them filled with the same shock. The ability to control speed and critical hits, like Square Piece 10, actually works in real life? All right, I need to ask someone what's going on, Liang Yan said hoarsely. Honey, I'm going back now. Song-soo's face turned pale as she stood up. I'll find Meng Rong. He should know. You stay with the bag, in the game world, by the Muling River. Song-soo climbed up from the ground and opened the chat interface. She clicked on the icon, Meng Rong, 49% favorability, and sent a message. Meng Rong. Girl, are you in the town now? Chunglong. Not yet. I'm at the river. Something urgent I need to ask about. Meng Rong. Go ahead. Chunglong. In our game, do they randomly pick kids to be players? If a kid gets chosen, do they go into the beginner's canyon like adults? Is there any extra protection for them? Meng Rong. What kid? That bug was fixed over 100 years ago. Anyone under 16 can't enter at all. Where did you see a kid? If there is one, it's probably an NPC. Song-soo's finger froze. Meng Rong. Haha, is a quest confusing you? Is it Xiao Huzi or someone else? Tell me the name and I'll help you. Chunglong. It's my daughter. She's only 5. Just now, in real life, she suddenly used the 10 of diamonds skill. After sending the message, there was silence on the other side for several seconds. Meng Rong. No way. Meng Rong. That can't be. Meng Rong. Skill cards are created by the rules of the game world. They can't be activated or used outside. That's a strict rule. Unless. Chunglong. Unless what? Meng Rong. Unless there's a bug or someone with higher authority intervening. Meng Rong. If it really is a rule bug, once detected, the authorities can correct the data, even erase it. Song-soo felt a cold shiver run down his spine. Chunglong. Who are the authorities? How do they erase things? Do they erase skills or people? Meng Rong. You can think of them as administrators of the real world. Their way of cleaning up could be deleting memories, stripping skills, or even deleting people directly. Song-soo clenched his fists tightly. Chunglong. My daughter is only 5. I don't even understand how this happened suddenly. Meng Rong. Don't worry first. Meng Rong. It's just a 10 of diamonds. How much trouble can it cause? Do you think the authorities are so free? Meng Rong. They monitor material conservation, causal logic chains, or large-scale cognitive alterations, big anomalies that threaten the foundation of the world. Meng Rong. Your daughter's little superpower can't even splash water in the real world. As long as she doesn't get the idea to perform stunts like tearing ghosts with her bare hands or creating nuclear fusion, the authorities wouldn't bother with her. The bag was just a little faster, with a burst of strength. In the real world, this difference isn't much from those talented athletes born with super strength. As long as you don't break the limits of common sense. Jackie Chan. I understand. Thank you, Senior. Meng Rong. I've been catching up with your private assistant all day, and that's all the thanks I get? Jackie Chan. I can't trade the food I have. Should I bring some back when I return? Meng Rong. When will that be? I'll send someone to pick it up tonight. You should hurry and get going. Be careful of water ghosts when crossing the river. Don't get pulled under. Jackie Chan. Okay. Song-soo closed the chat window and let out a deep breath. Luckily, as long as she stays low-key, her daughter is safe for now. But why did the bag suddenly activate the skill card? Did her family trigger some kind of bug? Worrying won't help. It's getting dark in the game. She checked the time. 18 hours until the scheduled meeting. The last of her alertness potion was almost gone, with less than 5 minutes left. The durability of the peak screen little bear was also running out. Song-soo quickly restocked at the shop and bought 50 more calming pills. Leaning against the wall, she closed her eyes. When she opened them again, she was in her bedroom at home. In the living room, Liang Yan's gentle voice came through. So, our little bag is like a small superhero, a bit more special than other kids. But this is our secret, right? Just like Spider-Man has to hide his identity. You have to promise Dad not to tell anyone you're a little superhero. If bad guys find out, they might force you to do chores every day, and if you don't listen, they might not give you food. Song-Soo couldn't help but smile as she walked out. The bag was hugging its knees, looking serious. Bag won't tell. No one will know. Good girl. Song-Soo sat beside her. She handed the new peak screen little bear to the bag. Look, I brought you a new friend.
Wow.
Thanks, Mom. The bag immediately hugged it, not wanting to let go. Song-Soo looked at the paused Spider-Man movie on the TV and casually pressed play. Keep watching, bag. She leaned close to Liang Yan's ear and quickly repeated what she had said to Meng Rong. Liang Yan's eyebrows gradually relaxed. You scared me. As long as I don't get into the game, that's fine. Keep a low profile. Let's stay low-key. Song-Soo nodded, opened the medicine bottle, took 2 pills herself, and handed the rest to Liang Yan. She gestured to Liang Yan. You should take some too. Liang Yan instinctively shook his head. I'm feeling fine. Why should I take it? It's so expensive. Song-Soo raised an eyebrow. What's expensive? Don't forget I don't charge a fee for selling goods. Liang Yan slapped his forehead. Right. I forgot about that. I haven't tried the game medicine in real life yet, so I want to see what it tastes like. He poured out a pill and put it in his mouth. As soon as it entered, he smelled a fresh, fragrant scent, even more pleasant than gum. He frowned. Seems like I don't feel much. He moved his waist a bit and was surprised. Hey, it really works. My back doesn't hurt anymore. That's good. Song-Soo looked at the time. I'm heading back now. It's getting dark in the game. Liang Yan stood up and walked with her toward the bedroom. Did you say you're near the Muling River? Don't cross the river tonight. Wait until morning. Why? There's a water ghost in that river. It's not very strong, but at night, it floats to the surface and drags people underwater. It's safer to take a boat during the day. A boat. Song-Soo opened the game shop and searched for boats. A simple bamboo raft costs 50 points, has low durability and slow speed, and can carry 1 person. A black boat costs 220 points, has average durability, medium speed, and can seat 2 people. There's even a small speedboat? Why are they selling speedboats? That's pretty expensive, 15,000 points, Song-Soo exclaimed. Is there a sea in Baichuan Plain? Do we need this? It's not the sea, Liang Yan explained. South of the small town, there's Songjiang River. I heard there's a monster spawn point in the middle of the river. Some people took small boats there, but they got overturned by high-level water monsters after a short distance. The speedboat is safer, but 15,000 points is too much for most teams right now. Song-Soo lay down.
Got it.
You should rest early too. Brush your bag and brush your teeth. After saying that, she closed her eyes. In the game world, by the Muling River, Song-Soo opened her eyes. It was completely dark outside, and inside the house, she couldn't see her hand in front of her face. She took out a glow-in-the-dark lamp and sprinkled some biscuit crumbs inside. The firefly's glow became even brighter. Then she added some coal and dry wood to the stove, preparing to light the grass. Crack, crack, crack. A faint sound came from outside.
Song-Soo pauset, lidt stand gafao.
The sound stopped. Only the sound of the river wind blowing through the reeds remained. She thought she had heard wrong and continued to focus on lighting the fire. The grass caught fire, and the flames rose. At that moment, she suddenly felt her body grow cold.
Whoosh!
A pale shadow flashed past the glass. Immediately after, strange hissing and crackling sounds came from outside. Song-Soo's neck hair stood on end. She walked to the window, turned sideways, and hid behind the wall to look outside. Not far away, a white paper figure was struggling. Its lower half was wrapped in a twisted black shadow. In just a few seconds, the black shadow reached its neck. With a hissing sound, the paper figure disintegrated into a pile of paper scraps. Song-Soo's heart tightened. Night Demon. It slowly stood up from the shadow, raised a smoky hand, and reached toward the small house. A thin layer of white frost appeared instantly on the security door. It used its fingers to scratch the door panel, making a grating sound that was hard to bear. According to the rules, night demons cannot enter the shelter. Why was it scratching the door? While Song-Soo was thinking, a small black ball suddenly jumped out of her pocket onto the windowsill. The little black ball, a mischievous spirit, crossed its arms and loudly shouted toward the night demon. Gigi, Gigi, Gigi. The night demon's scratching stopped abruptly. They stared at each other in silence for a few seconds. In Song-Soo's surprised eyes, the twisted body of the night demon began to shrink and condense. In just a few breaths, it transformed into a figure wearing ancient armor, with a blurry but roughly human face. Then it obediently lay on the ground, burying its face in its arms, like a large dog that had been scolded and admitted its mistake. Song-Soo.
Ding.
A notification sound from a friend message appeared. Meng Rong. Girl, I sent a night demon to find you. It should be here soon. Give it some food and ask it to bring something back for me. Song-Soo's mouth twitched. She was too panicked earlier and almost forgot that these night demons were originally made by him. Chung Long, Senior, the one you sent, is lying outside my door. If I get closer, will it attack me? Getting bitten by it can really hurt. Meng Rong. Haha. Don't worry, it's just scaring you a little. With my orders, it can't hurt you. Song-Soo breathed a sigh of relief. She opened the window, and cold wind mixed with the dampness of the river water blew in. The night demon lying on the ground immediately lifted its head and bowed to her with clasped hands. Song-Soo took the last unopened box of chocolates from her big bag and threw it forcefully onto the ground in front of the night demon. Here, this is for General Meng. The night demon's eyes fixed on the beautiful red box, and it slowly reached out its hand. But then, its chin started to drool heavily. The sticky, transparent liquid dripped onto the ground and instantly froze into ice. Song-Soo couldn't help but laugh and cry. This is for General Meng. Don't steal it. Here, I'll give you this one. She thought the night demon was hungry, so she took out half a chocolate bar she had left and threw it toward it. The night demon opened its big mouth and bit down directly, then quickly tore open the plastic wrapping in front of Song-Soo's surprised eyes. It threw away the chocolate inside and stuffed the plastic wrapper into its mouth, eating happily.
Huh?
Song-Soo opened her mouth, still not sure what is happening. Suddenly, the name above the night demon's had changed instantly. Night Demon LV99, Affinity 100 out of 100, she slapped her forehead. Oh no, she accidentally captured Meng Rong's messenger. He probably wouldn't be angry, right? Song-Soo tried to beckon the night demon with a wave of her hand. The night demon happily ran to the window, knelt down again with a thud, and opened its mouth wide, as if waiting to be fed. The small spirit demon was also stunned. It froze in place, its big black and white eyes looking at the night demon, then at Song-Soo. She shrugged. No choice, sister is too charming. She then pulled out all the torn packaging she had stored in her big bag. Cardboard boxes, plastic bags, all were dumped in front of the night demon. In the next second, the night demon grinned widely, grabbed the packaging, and frantically stuffed it into its mouth. While chewing, it made smacking sounds. In the blink of an eye, it ate all those things completely, then opened its mouth again, revealing a hollow throat. Song-Soo waved her hand. That's all. Hurry, and take the things back. Don't eat that box. If you want more later, come find me again. Hearing this, the night demon's dark eyes lit up, and it bowed deeply to her. Then it turned into a shadow, wrapping around the box of chocolates, and disappeared in an instant. Song-Soo looked down at Xiaoyu. And you, what's going on with you? Xiaoyu chirped. Chirp. Chirp, chirp. Silly human, I only came to protect you, because I was afraid the night demon might bully you. Can you speak properly? Xiaoyu rolled its eyes, huffed, and jumped out the window, vanishing into the night. Early the next morning, Song-Soo spent 220 points to exchange for a small black-roofed boat. The boat was narrow, with a small canopy shaped like a scholar's hat. The bow was pointed, the stern rounded, and a wooden oar was fixed on each side. To keep her clothes dry, She stored her fox fur cloak in her backpack and nimbly jumped aboard. The boat dipped slightly under her weight. She grabbed the oars and began to row. The little boat rocked gently as it glided toward the wide river. Rowing by hand was harder than she expected, and her stamina dropped quickly. She took out a piece of compressed biscuit, eating as she rowed. Her eyes swept over the clear water. Green-haired water ghost LV.14, green-haired water ghost LV.14, green-haired water ghost, elite, LV.17. Countless red names crowded beneath the surface, making her skin prickle. Fortunately, these water ghosts didn't come out during the day. She quickened her pace. After a while, the oar suddenly hit something with a thud. Song Su looked down. A water ghost was just below the surface, gripping her oar tightly. Its swollen body was pale, and green algae clung to its head. When it noticed her gaze, it grinned, showing a chilling smile. Song Su gasped and pulled hard on the oar. The water ghost pulled back with equal force. The boat began to rock, and more water ghosts gathered around. Cursing under her breath, Song Su let go of the oar. She quickly spent 30 points in the shop to buy another one. Gritting her teeth, she rowed with all her strength. The boat sliced through the water, speeding forward. Gradually, the outline of the opposite shore came into view. She glanced down at the riverbed again, her eyes narrowing. At the bottom of the river, a line of small golden characters flickered. Hidden sunken treasure chest. Unlocks at level 15. It's a hidden treasure chest. The help tokens Liang Yan sold earlier were from this kind of chest. 10,000 points. Song Su was tempted. But the chest was surrounded by a dense crowd of green-haired water ghosts. Song Su is afraid of water. She doesn't even dare to touch water in real life, let alone now. She stopped paddling and stared at the chest, a thought flashing through her mind. She tore the remaining cookies in her hand, then waved her hand. She dropped the compressed cookies into the water, letting them sink slowly. Suddenly, the fattest water ghost twisted and lunged toward the cookie. Just as the cookie was shoved into its mouth, a skill was triggered. Food connoisseur, green-haired water ghost, elite, LV.17, friendship 100 out of 100. The name above its head turned green instantly. It paused briefly, then fixed its gaze on the few red-named water ghosts nearby who were fighting over cookie crumbs. In the next second, it pounced with claws bared. Claws tore, teeth bit. The water below instantly turned chaotic. Muddy sludge surged up. Points 30, points 30, points 30. A prompt appeared on Song Su's system interface. She had already reached level 20. Her experience no longer increased, but her points kept jumping happily. She sat on the boat, continuing to tear cookies and throw them down. More green-named water ghosts appeared below, attacking the larger group deeper in. The water surface looked like it was boiling. Song Su held the rocking boat and watched for about 15 minutes. Finally, the green-named water ghosts achieved a great victory. The elite water ghost, with only half a health bar left, floated up, holding the treasure chest. Song Su leaned out, grabbed the iron ring on the edge of the chest, and pulled hard. Clatter! The chest was dragged onto the boat, causing it to sink suddenly. Thanks. Song Su waved to the water ghosts that couldn't surface. You can go now. The water ghosts looked at Song Su in confusion, then slowly sank and disappeared into the murky river water. Song Su directly opened the chest lid. A flash of light. Rewards: 20 copper ingots, 5 silver ingots, 3 gold ingots, 1 massage jade hand, 1 protective suit set without a guild invitation. Song Su felt a bit disappointed. She looked at the special medical equipment in her backpack. Protective suit set gold, required level, LV.20, defense, 120, absolute barrier, waterproof, windproof, self-cleaning, toxin resistance 20%, environmental adaptation, equipped with a temperature regulation matrix that maintains a comfortable temperature and provides fresh oxygen. Energy recovery. Using healer skills restores stamina 10 per second for 10 seconds. 3 attributes. A smile unconsciously appeared on Song Su's face. Is this what gold level gear looks like? It's incredibly powerful. She couldn't wait to put it on, but then the system popped up a new message. Conditions not met. Complete healer class change quest. Song Su's finger froze midair, then reluctantly stored the equipment away. Next, she looked at a new small item. Massage jade hand. Description: wise people avoid love. Turtles don't eat weights. Clingy people decorate life. And those stuck in the past repeat their mistakes. How to relieve worries. Only massage. Song Su's mouth twitched. She had seen this item in the entertainment category of the shop, priced at 698 points. She had once joked that no one would spend so many points on such a useless thing. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a reward for her. She selected the icon of the small hand and clicked to take it out. A pair of jade hands appeared in her large hand. They were made of jade, semi-transparent light green, and felt icy to the touch. The wrists were cut cleanly, smooth, and shiny like jade. The 10 fingers were long, beautiful, and delicate, almost like real ones. As soon as she held them, the fingers seemed to come alive, crawling up her arms to her shoulders. Shangsu. So creepy. She was about to put it back in her backpack when, in the next second, the thumb of the jade hand precisely pressed on a sore spot at the back of her neck.
Oh, ouch.
Hey, wait. The jade hand began rhythmically pressing and kneading, sometimes applying gentle pressure with the palm, sometimes lightly tapping with a hollow fist. This feels so comfortable. Song Su squinted and asked, "Can you press a little lower on the waist?" The gentle hand seemed to understand and quickly found the lumbar area, pressing softly. Song Su couldn't help but let out a satisfied sigh. All right then. Although it was a bit creepy, it was a free service. So worth it. With the professional touch of the hand, her rowing became lighter and more efficient. From afar, she saw the riverbank. Song Su put away the hand and stood up to stretch. Not far from the riverbank, 5 people were hiding in the bushes. The bald man licked his lips, greedily watching the approaching small boat. "Big brother, this doesn't look easy to steal," said the skinny monkey on his left, shrinking back. "It's tall and strong. Who's afraid?" spat the scar-faced man on his right. "There are 5 of us. He's just one. Look, he doesn't even have a piece of equipment, probably a newbie or just a casual player." The bald man lowered his voice. "Third brother is right. Better to be brave and risk it, or be timid and starve. That boat is worth over 200 points. With it, we can cross the river." He waved behind him. Same old rules. The bald man quickly divided the tasks. Old second and third go first. Old fourth and fifth hide and wait for the right moment. If needed, strike hard and fast. No leaving trouble behind. Got it? Follow Big Brother's lead. The 5 greedy eyes fixed on the increasingly close sheep on the river.
Shangsu's queen.
From a distance, she could see the names in the bushes, almost stacked up. Player ID, Ma Chang, LV.14, not edible. Player ID, Tianming, LV.13, not edible. Player ID, Chi Dakai, LV.13. Song Su stared at them, and after a few seconds, she saw more details. The highest level, 14, had 190 health points. She could deal nearly 500 damage with a critical hit. If her skill triggered, these 5 wouldn't last 2 shots. The small boat kept moving straight toward her. Song Su jumped off the boat. "Ha ha ha. Brothers. Nice boat." 3 people jumped out of the bushes. The leader, a bald man named Ma Chang, smiled awkwardly and said, "Brothers, can I borrow this for a bit?" Just for convenience. Behind him, 2 others approached, one with a bow, the other with a dagger, smiling mischievously as they moved closer. Song Su looked worried and took a small step back. "Big brothers, let's talk nicely. No need to fight." She reached into her bag while speaking. "I don't have much valuable, just some food. Please take it as a gift." The bald man snorted, about to say he didn't care for her food. Suddenly, the tall man in front pulled out a large bunch of skewers. But these weren't ordinary skewers. Each stick was filled with steaming hot shrimp. They were big, about the size of a palm, sprinkled with cumin and chili powder. The bald man hesitated, swallowing hard. The skinny monkey and scar-faced man stared wide-eyed. What is this? It smells so good. I made some snacks, Song-Su said, offering the skewers forward. Try some, brothers. They're still hot. The skinny monkey quickly grabbed a skewer, sniffed it deeply, then handed it to the bald man. Big brother, these are fresh river prawns. Smell really nice. The bald man took a bite eagerly, then handed a skewer to someone else. The hot, tasty shrimp burst in their mouths. Wow, so delicious. No wonder they sell for so much at the auction house. Truly top quality. The three ate quickly, praising the food. At this point, the bald man's eyes changed completely when looking at Song-Su. Brother, he suddenly patted her shoulder loudly. Your cooking skills are amazing. Truly incredible. How do you make it so tasty? Song-Su looked at their friendly expressions and smiled slightly. Just added a little seasoning. Wow. I knew it. Ma Chong's face lit up with a big smile. Seasoning isn't cheap. Are you a cooking player? Impressive. Yeah. What's your name, brother? Let's add each other as friends. Chenlong. The bald man stepped closer. Great name. Did I scare you just now? We were just joking. No harm meant. Just teasing you. Song-Su raised an eyebrow. Really? I thought you were trying to take my boat. The bald man stood on tiptoe, trying to pat Song-Su's shoulder, but couldn't reach. He laughed loudly. No way. I felt like we were old friends the moment I saw you. Meeting you must be fate. Come on, I'll go with you to town and buy you a drink. Let's have a good chat. The thin man and the one with the scar both nodded quickly, walking beside Song-Su on either side, their attitudes so friendly it almost seemed flattering. In the grass nearby, two men, old 4 and old 5, looked at each other. What's going on? Are they serious or just pretending? Should we still go? Old 5 stood up quietly. Forget it. Let's just follow them. The group walked along the dirt path by the river toward the small town. The bald man kept talking nonstop. Let me tell you, I know that town well. See that tall wooden building over there? That's the mayor's office. Useless place just for show. He pointed to the other side. That area with the smoke is the blacksmith shop. You can fix your gear there. Oh, and the blacksmith is the NPC who helps warriors change classes. The thin man added, Brother Chung, if you want to become an archer, go to the Peace Inn and find an NPC named Wanderer. His quest is easy. You can finish it in a day. The scarred man joined in, but don't stay at the inn. It's too expensive. You can rent a small plot of land from a broker to build your own shelter. But be careful. There are lots of people around, and if you're not careful, your stuff might get stolen. The bald man patted his chest. Why stay there and pay rent? Just build your place next to ours. No one will dare touch it. You live where? Right outside the town walls, very close. Want to visit our camp first? The bald man pointed ahead. Song-Su nodded and asked, I heard we can choose from many professions? The bald man shook his head. Brother Chung, take my advice. Don't try to do more than one job. Why not? Song-Su asked. The thin man quickly replied, if you try to do everything, you won't be good at anything. After you change your class, you'll see a skill mastery icon on your panel. For example, I became an archer, so every time I use a bow skill, my archery mastery increases. The scarred man gestured as he spoke. Right, the higher your mastery, the stronger your skills. Like my taunt. When I first became a warrior, it only worked on one monster. Now that my mastery is level 2, it affects a wider area. If you practice to level 3, I heard you can also gain some slowing effects. The bald man added, but the problem is our stamina is limited. We only have so many skill uses per day. Think about it, you're training as a warrior, and also as a healer. In the end, the warrior can't hold up, and the healer can't heal enough blood. Who would want you in their team? Just a pure burden. Only solo players who can't find a fixed team, or casual players trying to save on potions, would do part-time jobs. Anyone aiming to improve must focus on one profession and train it hard. So, brother, specialization is the way to go. If you use cooking to make money and focus on building a shield warrior, you'll definitely become a favorite in the team. Yeah. Like my older brother, He stands in front, and even players 3 levels higher don't dare to attack him. The skinny monkey gave a thumbs up. Song Su raised an eyebrow in surprise. Why? Hey, my brother is really good at skills, Scarface said enviously. His spade card is already level 9. It has a built-in counterattack effect. Song Su couldn't help but gasp. Level 9? How many level 9 skills can there be in Bai Chuan Plain? That would require 512 fragments in total. Their levels aren't high, yet they have so many fragments. Seeing her shocked expression, the skinny monkey laughed loudly. Impressive, right? I tell you, the little archer we dealt with last time in the small forest to the east is probably level 17 or 18, and he's wielding a silver bow. He even tried to resist, shooting an arrow at my brother, which bounced back and took half his health. The bald man's face was filled with pride as he said, "Thanks to the brother's help." That's right. When my big brother is strong, we're awesome. The skinny monkey flattered, and the others behind him, Lao Si and Lao Wu, quickly agreed. As they spoke, they arrived at their camp. A simple fence surrounded the open space, with 4 houses inside. 2 level 3 wooden houses, 1 level 4, and the largest one a level 5 stone house. At the gate, a crooked wooden sign read, "Private Territory. Trespassers die." A pure white forest snow wolf was chained to a wooden stake. When it saw its owner return, it growled softly, and the chain rattled. "De Hui, be quiet," the bald man scolded, then proudly said to Song Su, "This wolf is a level 12 mini-elite. I've raised it for a long time. Come on, let's go inside my house and sit." It's cold outside. The room was simply furnished, with a large bed, a few wooden chests, and an iron stove in the center burning a small fire. On the wall hung a round shield and several weapons. Baldy took out half a bottle of cheap beer from a box and handed a few wooden cups to his friends. "Come on, brothers, try this. It's strong, and each sip adds 10 points of energy." Song Su took the cup. "Big brother, this house is pretty good. If we upgrade it once more, it could become a small villa, right? Ha ha ha. Upgrading costs a lot of materials. When we find a better place, we'll just swap it out." "Swap?" The skinny monkey laughed loudly. "Exactly. We just steal it. Last month, we took down several rich targets. Because they had gained a lot of favor, these people started talking more freely. They boasted about their brave acts of killing and looting. This house originally belonged to a diligent player. They killed a player and gained many materials and skill fragments. The house without an owner could be claimed as their own. The cruelest part was they didn't kill the player directly. Instead, they chopped off all 4 limbs. In the game, a dead player's body disappears after 5 minutes unless there's a resurrection cross. They fed the player's limbs to wolves, claiming it saved money on buying meat. As they spoke, they began to praise themselves. Baldy put his arm around Old Five and excitedly told how they tortured a lone female player. That woman cried, "TSK," and in the end, she begged us to end her quickly. Haha. They recounted their ruthless, inhumane deeds with pride. A cold light flickered in Song Su's eyes. No wonder he could reach the black spade 9. Over 500 fragments. How many people had they killed to get them? And they always prioritized upgrading Baldy. These animals truly deserve to die. It's a pity that killing doesn't drop the already bound skill cards. He really wanted Baldy's black spade 9. How could he make him take the card apart? While chatting with them superficially, Song Su's mind was racing. He noticed that Baldy's favor level was dropping faster than others, now down to 85 to 100. She smiled and said, "Big brother, you guys are really strong. I only have a skill called Red Heart 2, so I can't compare with you. The skill fragments on the market are expensive and hard to get. I wonder if you could lend me a few, so I can level up." As she spoke, she quietly watched the bald man's head. Her favorability rating dropped by 5 points again. The bald man chuckled. "Haha, brother, you're still young. Take your time. Skill fragments, you can't rush. They come with time." The others nodded in agreement, but their eyes looked a bit distracted.
Song Su understood.
Some people may have full favorability and be willing to call you brothers, sharing food and drinks without issue. But once you touch what they care about most, they become very cautious. Song Su forced a smile, finished the cheap beer in his cup, and stood up. Thanks for the drink, big brother. I need to go to the bathroom. Haha, go ahead. The bald man waved his hand, not suspecting anything. Song Su turned toward the door. Just as her left hand was about to touch the doorframe, she suddenly twisted her wrist. A fat green toad appeared out of nowhere and slapped onto the fifth person's face with a loud smack.
Whoa.
What is that? The fifth person was so scared he nearly fainted, scrambling to grab at it. Now's the time. Song Su suddenly turned sideways and drew her bow to shoot. 3 iron arrows whistled sharply toward the scar-faced man. The scar-face's pupils shrank, and he only managed to raise his arm.
Puff, puff, puff.
-297. -282. -270. The scar-face's health bar emptied instantly, and he was knocked backward, crashing heavily onto the floor. At the moment he fell, 3 electric chains precisely linked the bald man, the skinny monkey, and the fifth person pulling the toad. It is a crack. -145. -138. -151. The bald man let out a scream, leaving only bloodshot eyes. Song Su didn't shoot him earlier because she was worried about causing too much damage and triggering a counterattack, which would be dangerous. But at this moment, the bald man didn't show the expected counterattack effect. Song Su felt relieved. Sure enough, counterattack only reflected physical damage. Lightning chains didn't count. Meanwhile, the fifth person suddenly collapsed stiffly to the ground with a loud thud. His health was already low, and the lightning chain finished him off. The skinny monkey was shocked and screamed as he was electrocuted. The entire attack lasted only a few seconds. The bald man froze in place. Looking at the bodies of the scar-faced man and the fourth brother, he broke out in cold sweat. Brother. It was a misunderstanding. We're from the same family. Please forgive us, the bald man stammered, trembling. The skinny monkey, tears streaming down his face, kowtowed. Brother Chung, Grandpa Chung, please spare us. The fifth brother had just taken off the toad and was trembling on the ground. All their goodwill towards him had disappeared. All right, Song Su said slowly, pointing his arrow between them. Take off your skill cards and give them to me. I might consider. What? The fifth brother shouted in shock. Without the skill cards, it's the same as being dead. Then go die. Song Su drew a rusty short sword and threw it. Ugh. The fifth brother's last bit of health was drained, and he collapsed completely. The skinny monkey screamed in fear, and his pants instantly became wet. He scrambled to kneel and begged. I give. Don't kill me. He hurriedly accessed the system interface, using all his points to unbind. A few seconds later, he held up a Spade 5 card. Here you go. Song Su didn't take it and looked at the bald man. The bald man's face was as white as paper, his lips trembling. I don't have enough points to unbind the Spade 9. Song Su snorted coldly, aiming his arrow at his eye.
Sell.
I'll sell something. Right now. The bald man was terrified and frantically started to operate. Soon, all his clothes and hat disappeared, and he held a Spade 9 tightly in his hand. It's unbound now. Brother Chung, I'll give you my skill. Can you really let us go? Song Su raised an eyebrow. What do you think? The bald man trembled. He knew deep down that the chance of being spared was very slim. Should he just fight to the death? That thought appeared, but his survival instinct suppressed it fiercely. What can you do? He was left with only a sliver of health, and the enemy's arrow was on the string. One loose finger, and he would be dead. If he died, it would be completely over. Happy little New Year to the babies. Please give me some hints to speed up the updates. Heartfelt thanks. Giving up skills means in the game, you become just a piece of mud that anyone can step on. But if I don't give them up, I'll die immediately. What if this kid only wants the skills and doesn't care about my life? What if he thinks I'm no threat without the skills and doesn't bother to kill me? It's a gamble. Brother Chung, Grandfather Chinglong. The bald man, tears streaming down his face, desperately kowtowed. I was blind. I was fooled. I deserve to die. I deserve to die. He kept kowtowing and slapped himself hard on the face with his empty left hand. I'll give you my skills. I'll give you everything I have. Just please spare my life. My mother is still at home. I can't die, Brother Chung. I swear. I will stay far away from you in the future and never appear in front of you again. Whenever I see you, I'll walk around. If I lose my skill card, I'll be nothing. Killing me would dirty your hands. He begged while crying, but his eyes were fixed on Song Su's toes, muscles tense. He was truly begging for his life. He really wanted to survive. But if there was even a tiny chance to fight back. Song Su frowned as she watched his performance. If she weren't afraid he'd instantly rebind his skills, she wouldn't have the patience to listen to his nonsense. She said, "You think I'm you? Throw the card over and I'll leave. Try to delay me again?" Yes, yes, yes. The bald man quickly raised his skill card along with the skinny monkeys. The red-eyed toad croaked and used its tongue to pull the card towards Song Su. Song Su smiled satisfied and pushed open the wooden door. At that moment, Song Su suddenly turned around. All three moved almost at the same time. The bald man jumped up from the ground, grabbing a large axe from the wall and swinging it over. The skinny monkey drew his bow and arrow. Even the forest snow wolf outside the door lunged at her. In the next second, Song Su's arrow was already flying. An arrow pierced through the bald man's throat, blood beads sticking to the wooden wall behind him. The skinny monkey had 2 arrows stuck in him, eyes wide with death. The forest snow wolf was hit by a chain of lightning, losing half its health. Song Su shot at another arrow. Although it was her first time killing someone, she felt no discomfort. Maybe because she believed these people deserved it. Or perhaps because the disgusting green-haired water ghost she saw this morning made these corpses seem small in comparison. Then came the happy time of cleaning up the battlefield. After the 5 bodies disappeared, everything in her backpack spilled out. There were all kinds of materials, medicines, and equipment. Plus, the materials she got from breaking down the house, almost filling her backpack. She hummed a song as she headed toward the town entrance. It had only been 2 hours since she met the bald man, but she had already gained a playing card 5, a spade 9, 24 skill fragments, and other miscellaneous items. She also learned a lot of information. In this game, stamina is a key resource. It limits the ability of ordinary players to master multiple professions. But she was different. She could keep eating and restoring her stamina. Not just part-time jobs, she could do 3 professions at once. In the distance, a girl in her late teens or early 20s covered her mouth, her eyes wide with surprise. Seeing that tall, strong figure, her heart was pounding. Finally, someone was taking care of those bad people. And that person was so handsome. The girl bit her lip, unable to stop her wild thoughts. What's his name? He's so powerful. He must be famous in the game, right? I wonder if he has a partner. A low earthen wall, a busy crowd. Various shouts mixed with the clanging sounds of blacksmiths filled the air. She stepped into the crowd smoothly. On her left was a fairly large blacksmith shop, where a shirtless NPC swung a hammer with a blank stare. He only spoke his fixed lines when someone approached. On her right was a tailor shop, with a middle-aged female NPC in a traditional dress standing at the door, while several players gathered around her to accept quests. Further ahead were material shops, furniture stores, and, surprisingly, a 2-story supermarket. She looked inside the supermarket. There were many items, even toilet paper, toothbrushes, and foot baths. The NPCs inside were dressed in all sorts of ways. Some looked like ancient farmers in rough cloth short shirts. Others resembled shop clerks from the Republican era, wearing kipeos. Song Su went in to buy a toothbrush and used 35 points. Actually, bringing items from real life into the game is possible, but the handling fee is more than 10 times higher than buying directly here. She used to scrub with her fingers, but she couldn't clean between her teeth well. Everything else was okay, but not having a toothbrush was really hard to bear. As for the toothpaste costing 70 points per tube, Song Su decided to keep using salt for disinfection. She looked at the young, beautiful cashier. She looked almost real, just a bit stiff in her expressions. Her conversations were usually limited to a few fixed lines. When asked questions outside her script, she would start repeating herself. Song Su left the supermarket, thinking, Could these NPCs have once been players? Like Meng Rong, who signed some contract with the system, and her soul was forever trapped here? And her mother-in-law, Zhao Mylin, whom she had never met. According to Liang Yan, after signing the contract, she would lose her memory. What is her current state now? Is she also somewhere, repeating the same actions every day like these NPCs? If so, what's the point of it all? She shook her head and refocused on reality. On the street, besides NPCs, there were many hurried players. Someone was shouting loudly, forming a team. Need a main tank for the Black Wind Cave. Skilled players only. Someone was squatting by the roadside, selling materials or low-level gear. Song Su's eyes scanned the sign across the street.
Pinganin?
Maybe she should switch to an archer. The building outside looked old-fashioned, but inside it resembled a modern hotel lobby. The bartender behind the counter waved mechanically. Guest, please register here if you're staying. Song Su ignored him, activated her skills to scan around, then walked toward the man in the corner, wearing a feathered crown and a full beard. Hello, I want to change to an archer. The wanderer looked at Song Su's face, moving his lips. Go to the pine forest in the west. Bring back 10 white-headed goose feathers. Only after completing this task can you learn advanced skills. Okay. Notification. Successfully accepted the Archer class change quest. White-headed goose feathers. 0/10. Quest duration. None. Song Su checked the time. There were over 4 hours before her appointment with Wang Shuai. The pine forest is not far away. I should have enough time. She keeps walking quickly toward the blacksmith shop. Inside, it is very crowded with people. She originally planned to also accept the soldier's job change quest, but there are so many people in line. Never mind, I will come back later. Just as she is about to turn around and leave, she suddenly hears a clear, cheerful shout. Hey, handsome?
Oh,
that handsome guy? Wait up, Song Su pauses. Yes, it's you. Zhao Xianhua waves at him. Are you looking for the blacksmith? Come here. Song Su turns around. A girl with a high ponytail, about 18 or 19 years old, is waving vigorously at her, smiling brightly. She points to the spot in front of her, signaling Song Su to come over. There is only one person ahead of her, about to be served. Hey, what does that mean? Cutting in line. A burly man with a rough face complains loudly from behind. Exactly, do you understand the rules of queuing? Others behind are also unhappy. Zhao Xianhua crosses her arms. What about cutting in line? I can give him my spot for him, right? She turns to smile at Song Su. Handsome, come quickly. I'm not in a hurry. I'll rejoin the back of the line. Song Su strokes his chin. Handsome? She hasn't even looked in a mirror. She only knows this body is quite tall. Confirming that she is calling him, Song Su walks over and stands in the spot she has given up. Thanks. You're welcome. Zhao Xianhua hurriedly waves her hand, then lowers her head and moves to the end of the line. Being handsome is such a big deal, huh? Exactly, wherever he goes, he's popular. Someone behind mutters sarcastically. Song Su remains expressionless, standing still. Soon, the person ahead of her finishes repairing their equipment and leaves. Song Su approaches the blacksmith. I want to change my job. The blacksmith speaks. Prove your strength. Go to the northern broken stone slope and hunt 30 ancient rooster beasts. Bring back their tough shells. Ding. Successfully accepted the soldier job change quest. Tough shell. 0/30. Quest duration none. So it's a job change quest. Didn't expect a rookie. Thought he'd be more impressive. Song Su glances back at him with a calm look. Player ID. Dinggua Qing. Level 15. Not edible. She looked away and turned to leave the door. As she passed the back of the team, she nodded to the girl she saw earlier. Thanks, goodbye. Zhao Xianhua's eyes lit up and her smile grew wider. You're welcome. Take care, handsome. She watched the tall, strong figure walk away, her cheeks turning red. She mumbled, he still looks so handsome when he turns around. Suddenly, she slapped her forehead in frustration. Oh no! I forgot to add him as a friend. She hurriedly pushed through the crowd to catch up. On the busy street, there was no sign of him. Zhao Xianhua looked disappointed and slumped her shoulders. That guy's legs are so long and he runs so fast. Song-soo was indeed jogging all the way. They had now reached the entrance of the clinic. Before entering, they heard noisy voices inside. Jingjing, please help. My brother was bitten by a snake. Jingjing, I have this wound. Inside the clinic, 7 or 8 players gathered, all injured and looking anxious. In the center of them was a woman dressed in a dark green qipao with a graceful figure. Her features were delicate and beautiful, her skin snow-white, her long hair loosely tied, and she wore a gentle smile on her red lips. She was treating a player's shoulder wound. It was the first time Song-soo saw a healer at work. She reached out her hand, and a white lotus appeared in her palm. She gently pressed the lotus onto the person's shoulder, and the wound began to heal visibly fast. Done. Wu Fengming nodded. Next. Thank you. Thank you, Jingjing. The player blushed and gratefully took out a roasted fish. Wu Fengming gently patted his hand, speaking softly. No need. Keep it for yourself. Everyone is struggling to survive here, so helping a little is enough. The player's face turned even redder, and his heart pounded. Jingjing is so beautiful. Her heart is even more beautiful. Yeah, I heard Jingjing's healing skill has advanced to a high level. She can heal 3 people at once. That's amazing. Finally got some stamina, and she's healing us for free. Jingjing is so kind. The surrounding players were talking excitedly. Wu Fengming lowered her eyes slightly, seeming a bit shy. Everyone's too kind. I was just helping out to practice my skills, she said softly. Line up properly and prioritize the seriously injured. Song-soo didn't move closer. She went to a quiet counter nearby, quickly accepting the healer job transfer quest from the NPC. At that moment, Wu Fengming whispered, Wang Shui, is it about time? Have the archer and main tank you arranged arrived? Wang Shui quickly replied, Don't worry. Chen Long said they will arrive on time. I also checked with La Shui. They sold all their materials to buy gear and are very determined. They should be on their way. That's good. Wu Fengming nodded gently. Nyoming Valley is quite tough. I hope they won't let us down. The players around looked at her with envy. You're actually going to Nyoming Valley? That's so impressive. Yeah, I heard that dungeon is very hard. Many people try to clear it, but can't even get past the first level. With Sister Ming there, it should be fine this time. I wonder who's lucky enough to team up with Ming for the dungeon. Boo-hoo, I want to go too. Forget it. Your defense isn't strong enough to handle even small monsters hitting you. Song-soo slightly curled her lips and turned away from the healer shop. If it weren't for Meng Rong telling her, she would have thought Wu Fengming was a good person. Actually, she enjoyed the feeling of being admired and pursued by others. When someone less perceptive started chasing her, she would reject them firmly. This caused strong emotional reactions among the players. As an administrator, they needed to gather players' emotional energy to exchange for more system privileges. Meng Rong liked to scare people, and Wu Fengming enjoyed playing with flirtation. She quickly left the town. First, she needed to complete the recent archer quest. At the town entrance, Song-soo threw out a smart paper doll. The paper doll landed and started to swell. Song-soo made it squat and then sat on its shoulder. This way, she could eat without using her hands. The paper doll stood up, and she suddenly clenched her thighs tightly. The paper doll was 2 meters tall, and she was nearly 1 meter 90. Together, it was quite tall. The paper doll floated quickly eastward. A few players on the roadside saw this and stared in shock. Wow, what is this? A new mount. Made of paper. This guy is really good at playing. Where did he find it? Song-soo remained calm. Just now in the town, she saw a player riding a big, fat black pig showing off. She was a bit interested in that pig. She wondered where it was caught. It was so fat. She took out a bowl of hot dumplings, eating while upgrading her skills. Earlier, after robbing the bald man, she got 24 skill fragments and she upgraded the heart skill to level 5. Then, she disassembled the spade 5, gaining 32 fragments. She directly upgraded heart 5 to heart 6. Heart 6, match game, skill description. After each normal attack hits, it bounces to 5 nearby enemies, dealing 85% damage to each. PS. Damage to wet targets increases by 15%. Song Su's eyes lit up as she looked at the black spade 9 in her hand. If she disassembled it, she would get 512 fragments. Even if she used all of them to upgrade heart, she wouldn't reach level 10. In her current map, her damage output was already enough. The only weakness was her defense. After thinking for a moment, she activated the black spade 9. A new icon flashed on the system screen. Spade 9, play safe. Skill description. When taking fatal damage, health is forcibly locked at 1 point and a shield lasts for 9 seconds, during which no damage can be received. Movement speed 90%, health recovery 9%. Cooldown 24 hours. Song Su looked at the skill description, a slight smile appearing. Invincible for 9 seconds and able to recover health faster. This is her life-saving move. She happily stuffed the last dumpling into her mouth. More than 10 minutes later, the paper figure floated to a high ground at the edge of the forest and stopped. The wind was strong, and Song Su tightened her cloak. There were already dozens of players gathered on the high ground, each with a bow, occupying advantageous positions. This was the spawn point for the white-browed goose. As Song Su approached, she heard a rough voice shout, "Hey, newcomer, do you understand the rules? Get to the back." A bearded middle-aged man with 2 companions glared at Song Su, raised his chin, and pointed to a corner nearby. "There's space over there. Go practice first and don't get in the way here." Most other players were used to this and said nothing. The best spot was in the middle, so first come, first served. It was normal for later players to be pushed aside. Song Su didn't speak. He quietly moved to the side. The area was low-lying with bushes blocking the view, so only a small patch of sky was visible. Next to him, a young archer looked worried, holding a simple bow. He glanced at Song Su, sighed, and muttered softly, "This spot is impossible to shoot from." Song Su didn't reply. He took out a black iron longbow and checked its durability. He waited about 10 minutes. "Here they come," someone shouted from the high ground. In the distant sky, a moving black appeared. It quickly approached. It was a flock of geese. Over a dozen large, white-headed geese flew in formation toward the high ground, making a puff-puff sound as they flew. "Get ready." Players quickly knocked their bows, tense. Song Su squinted and slowly drew her bowstring. 3 iron arrows were knocked. The young archer next to her watched her shoot 3 arrows at once, stunned for a moment. In the center of the high ground, experienced players had already started shooting. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 7 or 8 arrows flew toward the flock. Most missed, but 2 arrows barely grazed the geese's wings, causing a little blood to spray out, making the geese cry out and fly higher. "Damn, the wind is too strong. Yeah, today's weather isn't good." Others also started shooting. The arrows wobbled and missed more often because of the strong wind, making their accuracy very low. Just as the flock was about to fly past the high ground, Song Su released her bowstring. Buzz. The bowstring vibrated loudly. 3 iron arrows shot out against the wind. They sped through the turbulence and hit the 3 largest white-headed geese. -487. -401. -374. The 3 big geese fell straight down. But that wasn't all. 3 lightning bolts exploded in the air, instantly spreading to other geese nearby. Crack, crack, crack. A dense array of damage numbers appeared instantly. On the high ground, everything was silent. The players who had been shouting just moments ago were now all wide-eyed, mouths open in surprise. That group of wild geese was almost completely wiped out, falling one after another. The beginner who had been pushed into the corner slowly lowered his bow. He was walking over here. He started collecting the fallen geese. The bearded man opened his mouth, staring intently at the figure bending down to pick up the geese. His bow slipped from his hand and clattered to the ground. A nearby teammate's throat moved as he spoke. That was skill, another teammate whispered. It's the effect of a skill card. Just one move? Someone trembled as they responded. That passive skill is so powerful. And it's a group attack. Song Su had already reached the white-headed goose. While watching the other players' actions, she reached out to pick up items. Liang Yan had said that monsters killed in the game have no protection, so anyone can pick up their items. But such looting behavior is generally frowned upon and not common. Obtained. White-headed goose feather 1. White-headed goose meat 2. Basic arrow feathers 5. She was quick, finishing one, and immediately moving to the next. She was worried someone might try to steal. But clearly, she was overthinking. That group of people had no such intention. Wow, I told him to stay back just now. The bearded man's face turned pale, then green. He won't turn around and shoot me with an arrow, right? Maybe we should leave first and come back tomorrow? Let's go, quick. A few of them hurried down the hillside without looking back. The others whispered among themselves. I heard that the red heart card has a chance to produce lightning chains. That must be it, right? Definitely.
Did you see?
Just now, 3 lightning bolts struck. 1 lightning chain hit several monsters.
5.
1 lightning bolt killed 5 monsters. So that's the red heart 6?
Wow.
How many fragments would that be? Big boss. It's definitely a big boss. Song Su paid no mind to all that and quickly collected the fallen items. In this round, she had defeated a total of 18 monsters. The white-headed goose feathers instantly increased to 18/10, exceeding the quota. She stood up straight, her gaze sweeping over the players who were nervously watching her. Everyone who met her eyes felt a little uncomfortable. Someone lowered their head, pretending to organize their quiver, while another turned to look at the sky. Song Su let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, no one came to steal anything. She turned around and walked down to the lower ground.
Wow. Someone exhaled deeply.
That scared me. I thought he was going to clear the area. Clear the area? If he wanted to, he could do it with one move. We'd all be lying on the ground now. Yeah, we've actually met a good person. Stop talking. Get ready. The next wave is coming. Half an hour later, the paper figure floated to a misty lakeside. Song Su put away the paper figure and opened her eyes to see. Near the wet grass by the lake, many faint green text hints appeared. She walked over and squatted down. She parted the wild grass, revealing small plants that looked like 4-leaf clovers, giving off a cool, sweet scent. Honeydew mint. Description: a special fragrant herb from the Baichuan plain. Eating it directly restores 45 health points. Making a sachet with it can help keep away mosquitoes. It's a good find. Song Su took out her hoe and started digging. Suddenly, a hissing sound came from the grass nearby. A small venomous snake, about the thickness of a wrist, darted out straight at the mint in her hand. Song Su had already seen it and quickly swung her hoe back. The snake's head was crushed. Minus 211 damage. Obtained. Venomous snake, meat X1. This stuff can be cooked and eaten, but Song Su decided to sell the snake meat at the auction house. Having it in her backpack for too long made her uneasy. She wasn't afraid of many things, but she was definitely scared of these cold, slippery worms. She kept digging for the mint. With her eyes on her food, the sneaky venomous snakes couldn't get close enough to attack. In less than 20 minutes, she had gathered all the honeydew mint from this area. Healer class upgrade task. Honeydew mint, 293 30ths, completed. 2.5 hours remaining. Next stop, Shattered Rock Slope. The paper figure once again bowed and floated northward, carrying her. Shattered Rock Slope was a rugged area filled with jagged stones. From afar, she could hear the echoing crowing of roosters. Song Su looked ahead. A giant ancient rooster was being chased by a group of players. That chicken is really big, like a small calf. Its long tail feathers are raised high, and its chest muscles are bulging like 2 hard iron weights. Its entire body is covered with shiny black feathers that look like metal. Ancient giant chicken LV.13, edible, high health and defense, for meat, recommended for long cooking. On the hillside, a dozen players are attacking the lone giant chicken. Their plan is clear. One person runs around with the rooster, while others attack its rear. After running for a while, the chicken's health only drops by 1 bar. Song Su estimated that at this pace, it would take at least 7 or 8 days for the group to complete the task. Song Su didn't join the chaos. She looked around and then toward the deeper part of the hillside. There, the number of giant chickens had clearly increased, with countless red monster names everywhere. She moved her ankle, then stepped forward into the deeper part of the hillside. 10 minutes later, the players who were fighting monsters heard the noise and looked over. Wow, what's going on over there? Why are the chickens so loud? Looks like someone went in. Are they crazy? That's the densest area for monsters. If more than 3 come together, we'll be defeated. Why are they heading to the center? Probably a reckless newbie looking for trouble. Don't bother, just keep attacking. They exchanged a few words, then focused back on attacking the confused giant chicken in front of them. At this moment, a large group of giant chickens was behind Song Su. She quickly turned around and shot 3 arrows. Damage numbers appeared in the air at the same time. The chickens clucked loudly, and the giant chickens stomped their thick legs, chasing after Song Su with a strong wind. The scene was impressive, but Song Su was completely calm. Compared to Meng Rong's solo dungeon, this was like playing house. She even had time to wonder why there were no mother hens. With her long legs, she moved swiftly, creating a safe distance before shooting again. 3 iron arrows shot out in a fan shape. -488, -462, -435. 3 lightning chains exploded simultaneously. Each lightning chain jumped 5 more times. In an instant, the chickens' bodies flickered with electric light, crackling loudly and flashing everywhere.
Damn.
What's going on over there? A player carrying a shield staggered in surprise, nearly getting scratched by the giant chicken's claw. His teammates stared in shock at the slope lit up by lightning. Is someone farming there? Impossible. There are so many giant chickens there. Are they crazy? It's true, listen. They couldn't see the exact battle, but every time a chicken died, it let out a mournful cry. Now, the sounds had merged into a loud chorus. It was like disturbing a beehive, making everyone feel uneasy. Song Su's pace remained steady. No matter how she moved, her aim and strength with the bow stayed perfect. This instinct was honed in Meng Rong's intense training room, where hundreds of small night demons had sharpened her skills. In just 5 minutes, over 100 giant chickens had all been killed. Song Su exhaled slightly, put away her longbow, and prepared to go pick up the quest items. Suddenly, a sharp, loud scream burst out from behind a huge rock. Doggy. The air over the rocky slope seemed to shake. Far away, the player teams all turned in shock. A large, fat mother hen suddenly leapt out from behind the rock, crashing down onto the rocky slope, causing stones to fly everywhere. It was nearly 3 meters tall, covered in dark red, thick feathers. Its eyes were blood red, shining with fierce anger. Although it was a hen, its body was much stronger than the rooster's. Its beak and claws gleamed with a metallic shine, sharp as steel blades. Ancestor Roar Giant Chicken LV.20 Hidden Boss. Description: tough meat, edible, recommended for slow cooking. Skills: rapid peck, steel charge, feather storm. Song Su's eyes lit up. So, the mother hen was a boss. Without hesitation, she grabbed the prepared food bag from her big stomach. She swung her arm and threw it high.
Bang!
The bag burst open in the giant chicken's beak. Golden millet spilled down its throat. The ancestor Roar Giant Chicken choked on the millet, blinking its blood-red eyes. Then, its expression gradually turned confused. Ancestor Roar Giant Chicken. Affinity 100/100. Song Su grinned and waved at it. The large hen lowered its head and came over, gently rubbing against Song Su's hand with its big head. Its movements were so light that it seemed afraid of knocking her over. In the distance, a few curious players who came to watch the scene froze in place. No way. Why isn't the boss killing him? What's going on? Wow. It looks like he's got it as a pet. Did he throw a beast taming lock? I didn't see it. Beast taming locks only catch small normal monsters. This is a level 20 hidden boss. How is that possible? Then how did he catch it? I don't know what he threw out. The group looked at each other, all confused. At this moment, Song Su was reaching out her hand. Zooming, sit. The hen folded its sturdy legs, sat down on the ground, and obediently settled. Stand. The hen immediately stood up, head held high. Lie down. The hen puffed up its rear and lowered its chest to the ground, completely obedient. Song Su was very pleased and turned around to start cleaning up the battlefield. The giant chicken's body was scattered all over the ground. She walked over, bent down, and reached out her hand. Obtained. Chicken meat times 8. Obtained. Hard shell times 1. Obtained. Beast tendons times 2. She moved quickly, collecting one after another, like harvesting crops. A group of experienced players watched from afar, helplessly seeing all the materials being swept away by her alone. Someone swallowed hard, trying to keep calm. Someone instinctively took a step forward, wanting to secretly grab a piece of the nearby chicken meat. Zooming's giant chicken suddenly let out a loud squawk, raising its neck and glaring with red eyes. That person hurriedly retracted his hand, crouching in the grass, not daring to move. After collecting the last one, Song Su clapped her hands. Besides the chicken meat, she also picked up many arrow feathers and some basic equipment. Obtained. Silver leather armor times 1. Obtained. Sharp iron sword times 1. Even the smallest insect is meat. Take everything. After tidying up, she walked to the side of the chicken's neck, lifted her leg, and smoothly turned to mount it. She grabbed the hard feathers around its neck. Let's go. Back to the town. Zooming's giant chicken cooed softly, stood up, and took steps with its thick legs like pillars. It ran forward with a loud clattering, stones flying everywhere, but its speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, she transformed into a dark red shadow, leaving behind a trail of swirling dust. A group of completely stunned players were left behind in the wind, looking confused. He really took the ride away. Damn, did I not wake up today? Hurry, get online. A great player has appeared on Baichuan Plain, outside the town. Song Su dismounted from her giant chicken, patting its big head. Let's go back now. With a thought, the giant chicken disappeared on the spot, vanishing into her pet inventory. She stepped into the town and headed straight to the nearest blacksmith shop. As she entered, she frowned. It had been over 2 hours, and there were still so many people. Zhao Xianyue, standing at the front of the line, was idly fiddling with a bandage, muttering softly. TCH, someone kind and good-hearted, only cares about male players, ignores female players. Just as she finished muttering, she looked up and saw Song Su walking in. Her eyes lit up instantly.
Wow. Handsome.
You're back. She waved her hand excitedly. Are you here to see the blacksmith again? Come over here. I just got to the front of the line. Song Su glanced at her position, only 2 people away from the front, and shook her head. She couldn't keep being so shameless after waiting so long. No need, thanks. I'll come back another day. She turned to leave. Hey, don't go. Zhao Xianyue hurriedly called out, stepping out of the line and grabbing Song Su's sleeve. What are you so polite for? Anyway, I got injured today and can't do anything. Waiting in line is just to pass the time. You're so capable. You must be in a hurry, right? Her loud voice drew the attention of many nearby players. Did he come here just now? Looks like it, that rookie doing the transfer quest. Wow, he finished so quickly. No way. The warrior quest is the hardest. It takes at least 3 or 4 days to complete. Maybe he came to repair his gear. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Song Su tugged at her sleeve and looked at Zhao Xianyue's bandaged, blood-stained wrist. The girl was staring at her with bright eyes. She couldn't refuse. Song Su sighed softly, took out something, and handed it to Zhao Xianyue. Thanks. Here, this is for you. Zhao Xianyue looked down. It was a bandage with a red cross on it. That's so embarrassing. Her face instantly turned red, but she clenched the bandage tightly. This thing is rare now. You can't buy it in the shop. I got 3 from a quest before, but I used them all. Song Su raised an eyebrow. Your wrist is broken, so it's perfect for that. Such a small injury. Wasting it like that? Zhao Xianyue chuckled, carefully putting the emergency bandage away like a treasure. I'm keeping it as a collection. She looked up, blinking her eyes. Handsome. Can I add you as a friend? Song Su nodded. Sure. Zhao Xianhua quickly opened her system interface and sent a friend request with fast fingers. Song Su accepted immediately. Zhao Xianhua exclaimed loudly, "Oh my gosh, you're already level 20. Everyone around suddenly went quiet. All eyes focused on Song Su. In the level 10 to 20 map of Baichuan Plain, reaching level 20 means your experience is maxed out. You're at the highest level in this area.
Wow.
A level 20 expert. Only level 20 to do the job transfer quest? What's going on? I don't understand the world of top players. Whispers of surprise and envy spread among the crowd. Song Su gently pulled Zhao Xianhua's sleeve. Thanks, but I'm in a hurry. I'll go now. She walked to the blacksmith and submitted her quest. The blacksmith's dull face seemed to flicker with a hint of emotion, but it quickly returned to normal. He mechanically nodded. You're strong. Here's your reward. Congratulations on completing the warrior class change quest. You've gained the basic skill. Warrior specialization. Warrior specialization, passive, proficiency, 0/1000, effect. Your muscles and bones begin to adapt to combat training, increasing physical defense by 5% and maximum health by 10%. Note: being tough doesn't mean you should just stand there and take hits, right? Song Su nodded at Zhao Xianhua and quickly left the blacksmith shop. Zhao Xianhua covered her pounding chest, feeling dizzy, and went back to the end of the team to queue again. His nickname is Cheng Long. What a nice name. So he's already level 20. No wonder he's so powerful. He also gave me a bandage.
Ah.
What should I say in my first private message to not seem too obvious? Song Su doesn't know what the young girl is thinking, so he speeds up and completes the job transfer tasks for Archer and Healer. Archer specialization. Attack speed increased by 5%, critical hit increased by 3%. Healer specialization. Healing effectiveness increased by 5%, stamina consumption decreased by 3%. Below the attribute panel, two small icons light up. Song Su looks over them and nods in satisfaction. Pretty good. After more than 2 hours of tasks, gaining so many attribute bonuses, it was worth it. She doesn't know how long normal players take to do a job transfer quest. Running back and forth through maps, preparing supplies, sharing quest items, fighting monsters while saving stamina. Maybe just the time wasted on the road is enough for her to do it all over again. She opens the private chat channel and sees Zheng Lichuan's message. She looks up at the clinic across diagonally. At the entrance of the tea house stands a middle-aged man. He wears a brand new leather armor, looks a bit thin, and is looking this way. She walks over. Has the snow completely melted? Zheng Lichuan's eyes brighten. Brother Cheng, no, you're so young. Song Su smiles. Sorry, I arrived late. No, I got here early. Zheng Lichuan quickly shifts aside. We said meet at 12, and it's only half an hour away. Come on, let's go inside. Song Su follows him into a private, elegant room and sits down. Zheng Lichuan asks an NPC for a pot of tea worth 50 points. Song Su frowns. Does this tea have any special effects? Zheng Lichuan shakes his head with a smile. No. It's no different from regular tea. It's just that this room has a minimum spending requirement. Song Su feels it's a bit luxurious, but Zheng Lichuan lowers his voice. I want to talk to you alone first. What's really going on with Brother Liang? Song Su picks up the teacup, but doesn't drink. Zheng Lichuan quickly waves his hand. Bro, I don't mean I don't trust you. It's just that these days I haven't figured it out. When Wang Shuai called people, he said it was for clearing the dungeon. Clearing the dungeon? Isn't that something they haven't done before? And Qi Ting, he's been asking around about Brother Liang's news, as if they've never been in that dungeon before, as if they have no idea that Brother Liang is inside. This is Wu Fengming, Song Su said calmly. Zheng Lichuan stiffened. Her skills are a bit special. Song Su looked up. Liang Yan told me himself that they did a dungeon together. Xiao Lu died, Liang Yan was trapped, and only the three of them came out. After they came out, Wang Shuai and Qi Ting seemed to have forgotten everything, but Wu Fengming's reaction was, smack. Zheng Lichuan slammed the table. Her reaction is very abnormal. She used to chase after Brother Liang all the time. She didn't care about those young men anymore. Now that Brother Liang's life is uncertain, she's not sad at all. She immediately started healing people for free. She must know what's going on. Yes, Song-Soo gave him a look of approval. So, when we go into the dungeon later, you should act like this. In the real world, it was 4 a.m. The alarm clock rang. Liang Yan opened his eyes. His first thought was to look at the person beside him. Song-Soo was still sleeping. He leaned over to kiss her, but he bumped into a bulging bag. He turned on the light and saw a big black plastic bag in her hand, filled with green leaves. Liang Yan sniffed and looked surprised.
Mint and mint.
You picked so many. Carefully, he took the bag from Song-Soo's hand and gently rubbed her face. It was probably while he was sleeping that Song-Soo woke up quickly, saw him asleep, left the things, and went back to sleep. She probably didn't waste even a second. He tiptoed out of bed with the bag. After washing up and getting dressed, he woke up his daughter, and they headed straight to the bun shop. Ping Bun Shop. At 5 o'clock sharp, the rolling door was pulled up, and the aroma rushed out eagerly. The first batch of regular customers was already waiting at the door. Boss, what filling today? Do you have shrimp? My grandson has been talking about it all night. Liang Yan, wearing an apron, brought out steaming buns. Same as usual, lamb and carrot, pork and shrimp, spicy tofu. All available. Great. Give me 5 of one kind. Pack to go. I want 5 tofu ones I'll eat here. And me, I want lamb and a bowl of lamb soup. Sorry, no lamb soup today. We made red bean paste. Would you like to try some? Red bean paste. Customers stretch their necks to look and ask, what kind is it? Is it tasty? Liang Yan lifts the lid of the insulated container, and a light, fresh aroma wafts out. Inside is a thick, dark brown bean paste soup, cooked very smoothly, almost without any lumps. A few green mint leaves float on top. This sweet fragrance mixed with coolness fills the air, making people feel refreshed and eager to taste. Wow, this looks so good. The customer pauses for a moment before saying, come on, give me a bowl. I want one too, to go. Soon, several small tables in the bun shop are full. Later customers who are in a hurry can only take their food to go. This red bean paste is so delicious. I've never had it this thick before. It's a little sweet, but not too much. After drinking it, my throat feels so comfortable. Isn't this bowl, costing 10 yuan, way better than those milk teas? Liang Yan keeps busy, smiling and greeting customers. Bao Bao is also busy. She cheerfully helps with the bills. Uncle, 5 tofu buns cost 25 yuan. The bean paste drink is 10 yuan, total 35 yuan. Do you want to scan the code or pay cash? The customer is surprised. Wow, little girl, you're so clever. Bao Bao smiles and waits until all the customers have paid. Then she quickly runs to the back kitchen with her short legs. Auntie Chow Chow, I need a cloth. Her dad said that the new auntie working here is shy and shouldn't watch her work. If she needs anything, just ask directly. She also remembers to call her dad, Grandpa, outside. Whoosh. A cloth is thrown from the serving window into her hand. She sees a little girl, not yet as tall as the table legs, standing on a stool to clear the table after customers finish eating. She stacks bowls and plates quickly, carefully carrying them to the back kitchen with her short legs. Wow, this little girl is so sensible. Look at her, acting so grown-up. She's so adorable. She's so capable. When she grows up, she'll be amazing. She'll definitely be a top student. Customers praise her one after another. Liang Yan keeps busy, but also watches his daughter with a soft heart. Today's business is even busier than yesterday. The red bean paste is cooked in large buckets, and so many people are taking it away that they almost run out. Before 8 o'clock, the last few baskets of buns are sold out. Boss, 2 more with shrimp, please. A working person hurried over. Sorry, we're sold out, Liang Yan said, wiping his sweat. The next batch will be at noon. Really? So early? They're all gone. The worker looked disappointed, staring at the empty steamer. He swallowed hard. I couldn't get any yesterday. Boss, can you make a bit more tomorrow morning? I haven't tasted the shrimp yet. Try my best, Liang Yan replied with a smile. After seeing off the customer, Liang Yan pulled down half of the rolling door. It's not that he didn't want to earn more money. Today is the first day his daughter starts preschool. Last night, As he was about to sleep, his daughter snuggled in his arms and softly said she wanted to go to preschool and play with other children. Since she was born, she had never interacted with children her age, let alone play together. Liang Yan agreed immediately. Sunshine Preschool. A colorful small building, a plastic playground, and several slides of different sizes. The director personally welcomed them. She was a middle-aged woman with glasses and a gentle smile. Hello, Mr. Liang. Our school's special features are bilingual teaching and swimming lessons. The basic fee is 5,000 yuan per month. Swimming and foreign teacher classes are optional, costing an additional 2,400 yuan. Liang Yan didn't hesitate. No problem. I'll take all of them. He looked down and patted his daughter's head. It's just that this is her first time away from home, so she's a little shy. Please take good care of her. The director nodded with a smile. Don't worry. Every child needs some time to get used to it. We will pay special attention. After completing the paperwork, Liang Yan carried his bag to the door of the small classroom. Inside, 7 or 8 children had already arrived. The sound of crying was constant. A boy clung tightly to his mother's clothes, crying loudly. I don't want to go to preschool. I want to go home. Another little girl sat on the ground, with tears and a runny nose all over her face, clutching her father's leg and not letting go. Parents crouched at the door, trying to comfort and persuade, making the scene feel like a parting of life and death. Liang Yan also crouched down, speaking softly. Bag, do you remember what Daddy told you? The girl nodded seriously, counting on her fingers. 1. No using superpowers. 2. Be friendly and kind to other children. 3. If you have any problems, find the teacher. Liang Yan wanted to say more, but his throat felt tight. He opened his mouth, but only managed to say, Then I'll go? Okay. Bao Bao slid down from his knees and stood firmly. Grandpa, you should go now. I'm fine. She happily waved at him and then rushed into the classroom. Liang Yan looked back 3 times as he walked. When he reached the school gate, he couldn't help but wipe his eyes. Wow, this little one is so unfeeling, not even a bit sad to see me go. In the game world, at the entrance of Nioming Valley, a crack a few meters high opened in the gray-black mountain wall. Soft white light seeped through, flowing like mist, with gentle ripples along the edges. Wu Fengming had changed into a clean white doctor's coat, adjusted her sleeves, and looked sideways at Song Su. Brother Chenglong, this is our first teamwork. Please give me your guidance. She smiled softly, a small mole at the corner of her eyes slightly lifting with her smile. Song Su didn't speak, just nodded. Wang Shui eagerly moved forward. Ming Jie, stand behind me. Qi Ting silently stood aside, holding his bow. Zheng Lichuan clenched his shield tightly, his knuckles turning white. Let's go. Please give a little nudge with your lucky hand and encourage more updates, moi. The 5 figures disappeared one after another into the white light of the crack. Suddenly, the scene changed. Song Su squinted, momentarily stunned when he saw clearly. Blue sky and white clouds. Gentle slope and grass. A breeze swept through, causing the grass to ripple. Black and white cows scattered on the slope, lowing as they chewed grass. The scenery was beautiful, like a desktop wallpaper, not at all the dark, scary setting expected. A whistling tune drifted from somewhere, a relaxed countryside melody. Is this the first challenge? Zheng Lichuan's hand holding the shield froze. There's even background music. This is 2. Quiet. Qi Ting lowered his voice. The more beautiful the scene, the more dangerous the challenge. A gentle breeze blew. Ding, 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 the pleasant sound of bells rang out, and all the cows lifted their heads at once. They looked toward the east side of the slope. Even their tails remained still, as if turned to stone. Zheng Lichuan's Adam's apple moved, quietly blocking behind Song Su. On a large blue stone at the top of the hill, an old man with a limp sat. He had one pant leg rolled up and tied, leaning on a cane, squinting as he called out, Youngster, youngster, come help me. Wang Shui stepped forward first. Qi Ting, don't be so nervous. I've studied the first-level strategy. It's not that hard at the start. Qi Ting frowned but didn't speak. The others followed Wang Shui up the hill. The old cowherd smiled warmly and waved. Oh, you've finally come. My 7 calves are playful and ran off. Can you help me find them? Suddenly, a task prompt appeared in front of everyone. Trigger level. Bell shake slope. Task. Find the 7 lost calves. 0/7. Wu Fengming smiled gently and said softly, "Don't worry, old man. We'll help you find them." As the team leader, her words made everyone accept the task automatically. Wu Fengming tilted her head, her gaze falling on Song Shuiying's handsome side face. "Brother Chenglong, which way do you think we should go?" "Hey, why ask him? I know this." Wang Shui pointed at the herd of cows below the hill. "Where there are more cows, that's the way. They said once we find the big wooden barrel, we're good." Wu Fengming rolled her eyes silently and smiled, saying, "All right, let's go." The first wooden barrel was halfway up the mountain. From afar, they could see a large wooden barrel taller than a person standing among the cows. The big barrel was upside down on the ground, crushing a patch of grass. "Everyone pay attention. There might be something strange here," Wang Shui shouted. Before he finished, the nearest cow lifted its head, eyes turning bright red. Moo. It looked at everyone, then pawed the ground. 4 cows. 8 cows. 12 cows. The surrounding cows turned around, heads lowered, hoofs pounding like thunder, charging toward the group.
Damn.
They didn't say there would be so many. Wang Shui yelled, raising his shield and rushing forward. "Mingjia, fall back." Zhang Lichuan also stepped forward, holding his shield to meet them. Qi Ting had already drawn his long bow. A flash of gold, and an arrow pierced the shoulder of the lead cow. -789. Critical hit. Blood splattered. The cow mooed painfully and collapsed sideways, its hooves still kicking in the air. Song Su and Qi Ting almost shot their bows at the same time. She turned sideways, and 3 arrows flew out with a humming sound. -502. -498. -420. Then 3 white flashes exploded simultaneously. The lightning flickered like silver snakes dancing wildly, jumping among the herd. Each time they hit, damage numbers appeared. -337. -341. -329. -335. Crackling sounds filled the air with a smell of burnt flesh. Qi Ting's breath caught, and he looked at Song Su in disbelief. 5 jumps. And each jump still caused such high damage? His golden bow's single-shot damage was high, but it was slower at clearing enemies. Wang Shui was standing in front of a cow, shouting, "Wow! Is this a skill from Jackie Chan? Amazing!" Wu Fengming threw a white light at Wang Shui and turned to look at Song Su with surprise. "Brother Long's damage is so high." "What skill is that?" Song Su replied, "Red Heart 6. Wu Fengming's gaze shifted from Song Su's broad shoulders to his long fingers, and he smiled. "Wow, that's impressive. Passive skills that deal damage are rare. Brother Long, you're really lucky. Oh, come on. Stop chatting and focus on clearing the monsters," Wang Shui shouted. Qi Ting was shooting down cows that Song Su had already weakened to low health. Song Su raised an eyebrow and shot 3 more arrows. Sizzle and crackle. The battle ended. Each cow's corpse dropped a piece of beef and 2 bottles of milk. Wu Fengming smiled and started collecting them one by one. "I'll gather everything first, then split it with you guys later." Zhang Lichuan frowned. Seeing that Song Su didn't speak, he kept quiet. If they were a fixed team, it would be fine for the leader to pick up the loot. But since they weren't familiar with each other, they should take turns. Song Su ignored the meat and walked over to the wooden bucket. He squatted down and lifted the edge with force. Zhang Lichuan and Qi Ting immediately came over to help. The bucket was flipped over with a bang, and a small calf ran out, heading straight for the old cow herd on the mountain. Lost calf 1/7. They continued walking down, and the second bucket was nearby. Around them, 28 cows were guarding the area. This time, everyone kept their distance, and no one attacked. Song Su simply drew his bow and shot arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Everyone clapped, and the battle was over. The 4th bucket held 36 cows. The 5th and 6th buckets. No one needed to act. Song Su could handle the attack alone. The wooden buckets were far apart, and they circled around the grassy hillside, clearing 6 of them. Song Su didn't feel tired yet, but the others couldn't keep up their stamina. Wang Shuai sat down heavily, waving his hand. No, I can't do it anymore. This is too far, I'm exhausted. Take a break, rest a bit, Wu Fengming said, cheeks flushed from running. To fit in with the group, Song Su also gasped for breath and sat down, resting for half an hour to recover her stamina. During this time, Wu Fengming enthusiastically invited her to join their small team. Seeing her chest almost pressed against her arm, Song Su subtly shifted her body aside. I'm used to being a lone wanderer. Maybe later. She stood up and looked toward the highest hill. There, a dense herd of cows was gathered around the last bucket. She moved her wrist and said, I'm rested now. I'll go clear the monsters first. Then she strode forward. Hey? Why so urgent? Wang Shuai reached out toward her back, but then let his hand fall. Wow, his stamina recovers really fast. Did he use a special item? Wu Fengming squinted at her distant figure. Probably. Zheng Lichuan gritted his teeth and ran after her. Wait for me, brother. I'll go with you. Qi Ting, who was drinking water, frowned slightly. The main tank they hired didn't seem very experienced. He wondered if they could hold out later. At this moment, Song Su was nearing the herd. There were the most dairy cows here, at least 100. She waved at Zheng Lichuan, signaling him to stay back, then found the best angle and drew her bow to shoot. Meanwhile, she started moving skillfully, dodging and shooting amid Zheng Lichuan's excited shouts. Gathering the monsters, sprinting, shooting, dodging, rolling, shooting again. Zzz, a flash of lightning, and the dairy cows fell one after another. Soon the others caught up. Wang Shuai, panting, waved his hand.
Hold on.
Don't open the buckets yet. There's a reason for that. Song Su paused and looked at him. Wang Shuai explained, many people had fought here before, and under that barrel, dozens of young calves were trapped. When we lifted the wooden barrel, they started to run. Only one was real. If it escapes, the mission will fail. He pointed at Zheng Lichuan. We need to shout as loudly as possible to distract the little monsters when the barrel is lifted. Cheng Long and Qi Ting, you two must kill every calf that tries to run away. Everyone nodded and began to take their positions. When the barrel was lifted, everyone took a deep breath. The bottom of the barrel was packed with tiny calves, no bigger than a palm. They looked like big mice, wet all over, with black bean-sized eyes. They paused for a moment. Wang Shuai cursed and stomped his foot hard. Damn it! No one said the calves would be so small. A ripple of shockwaves spread from his feet, knocking out about a third of the calves nearby. Zheng Lichuan roared and slammed his shield onto the ground. Group taunt. Another third of the little monsters were pulled toward him firmly. But calves could also bump into people. A large burst of damage, marked as -1 to 2, appeared above Zheng Lichuan's head. His face turned pale. He looked around. Wu Fengming was throwing a lotus-shaped charm at him, shouting, healing spell, go. 58 health points. The remaining dozen or so calves suddenly scattered and ran very fast. Wang Shuai shouted, shoot quickly. Qi Ting drew his bow. One calf fell to the ground and disappeared in a flash of light. It was a fake. He gritted his teeth and kept shooting arrow after arrow. The calves stunned by Wang Shuai also started attacking. His health dropped quickly, and a blue vein bulged on his forehead.
Damn.
Chenglong, why aren't you shooting? Zheng Lichuan pushed his shield forward, holding off dozens of calves. He glanced at Song Su, who was still staring blankly. His group taunt effect was about to wear off, and the calves could turn and run at any moment. Song Su, who had been still, finally drew her bow. Her arrow tip moved slowly. She aimed at the fastest calf on the west side, which was about to escape from view. Swish, the arrow shot straight like a silver line, pinning the calf to the ground.
Clang.
A brass-colored bell fell out of its body. Wind stopped. All the calves stopped at once and scattered like fireflies. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then looked at Song Su in disbelief.
Bro.
That was amazing. How did you know that one was real? Wang Shuai came over and suddenly patted Song Su on the shoulder. Yeah, you can shoot from so far. You're really accurate. Wu Fengming smiled as he moved closer. Next to them, Qi Ting silently gave a thumbs up. Song Su modestly waved his hand. I just observed for a bit and noticed that little calf had horns. Huh? Really? Wu Fengming raised an eyebrow in doubt. I didn't see that before. Maybe I was distracted or my eyes played tricks on me, Wang Shuai laughed. No wonder you're so good with a bow. Your eyes are sharp. He ran to where the little calf had fallen, picked up a copper bell, and shook it twice.
Ding ding.
A small, pure white calf slowly emerged from the shadow of a wooden bucket and ran toward the hilltop. The old herdsman appeared there unexpectedly. He was leading 7 calves behind him, waving at them. Youngsters. Thank you. See you next time. The system immediately updated the quest status. Congratulations. You completed the bell-ringing hill. Reward. Old herdsman's bell ×1. Next level entrance unlocked. Song Su was about to step toward the portal. Hey? Wait a minute. Wang Shuai grabbed her sleeve. It's almost dark. Are you in such a rush? Why the hurry? Wang Shuai took a deep breath. No one can finish a dungeon in one day. We should rest first and recover our stamina. Song Su paused. Zheng Lichuan was holding his shield, sweat on his forehead. Qi Ting was also panting heavily and Wu Fengming's face was pale. The stamina consumption inside the dungeon was twice as fast as outside. Song Su lowered her eyes. Yes. She was a bit too impatient. I was thinking of resting after entering the next level. Song Su scratched her head and explained. Wu Fengming's voice was gentle. Long Go rarely goes into dungeons, right? Think about it. What if the monsters appear right after we go to the next level? We'd be in trouble. Song Su nodded. You're right. I didn't think it through. Wu Fengming raised his hand. A 2-story small villa suddenly appeared, standing firmly on the grass. Compared to Song Su, this place is much prettier, with a small yard surrounded by a white-painted fence. Hanging on the wall are strings of dried herbs. Wang Shuai's eyes lit up. Sister Ming, your house has been upgraded again. I don't care. I want to sleep on your first-floor sofa tonight. Wu Fengming smiled softly. If you don't mind the hard bed, you can sleep there. What about Brother Long? Want to join? My sofa is very big and can help you recover your stamina faster. Song Su shook her head and looked at Zheng Lichuan. I'm staying with him. Tonight, we'll practice our tactics together. Zheng Lichuan quickly nodded. Yes, we should train together more. He then released his level 4 stone house. It was only 1 story, with simple doors and windows and some cracks on the walls. Qi Ting didn't say anything and released his house as well. The 3 houses formed a shallow semicircle on the grass. Before sleeping, they had dinner. A campfire was lit in Wu Fengming's small yard. Wang Shuai took the initiative to add firewood and set up a pot. Wu Fengming carried food out from inside. There were 2 frozen fish for pieces of beef and a bag of milk. Seeing the fish, Wang Shuai's eyes brightened. Haha, Sister Ming was right. She got a refrigerator earlier. Now we can eat fish anytime we want. Wu Fengming smiled slightly. Food in the backpack loses freshness quickly. A refrigerator makes things more convenient for us. As she spoke, she threw the beef into the pot and added some spices. Qi Ting used 2 arrows to roast fish. Zheng Lichuan swallowed hard and took out a piece of black bread from his bag to toast by the fire. Seeing this, Wu Fengming smiled. Shui, what are you doing? The food I brought is for everyone. Food is scarce in this game, so Zheng Lichuan quickly waved his hand.
No.
I'm fine with bread. Song Su simply didn't take anything. Her food was either smuggled from modern times or was 100% fresh. Wu Fengming, who was already quite cunning, was trying to figure her out. She didn't want to reveal her secrets. Happy Valentine's Day to my readers. Thank you for your support. I love you all. The meat was quite tasty, but it was a bit bland because there wasn't enough seasoning. I took only 1 bite and the whole piece of beef disappeared. Thanks. Wu Fengming smiled warmly at her. You don't seem very tired. How much stamina do you still have? Song Su glanced at her stamina bar, which showed 270/270. She calmly said, there are 51 left. Huh? You've killed so many monsters, and we're both down to about 20, yet you still have so much stamina. Wu Fengming looked surprised. Song Su paused, then raised her little left hand with her pinky finger. It was a simple-looking bone ring. Can this jewelry restore stamina? Yes. Wu Fengming's eyelashes fluttered slightly. She had spent 114 years on the Bichuan Plain, seeing items that added health, defense, or speed. But she had never seen jewelry that could restore stamina. Was there a new update from the system? Or was it a hidden drop? Her heart felt a little tickled, like being gently pricked by a tiny hook. It was a bit itchy. Wu Fengming stared at the bone ring. It looked nice. The more she looked, the better it seemed. She lowered her eyes and spoke casually, as if chatting about everyday things. Brother Long, where did you find this ring? I've been playing for a long time, but I've never seen jewelry that can restore stamina. In the Beginner's Canyon. Beginner's Canyon? Wu Fengming smiled. That must be new gear from the system. I've never seen anyone drop it before. Wang Shui saw she liked it and casually said, Hey, Chenglong, since it can restore stamina, why don't you give it to Sister Mingming? She's a healer and uses a lot of stamina. Song Su stood up and smiled. Sorry, I want to keep it for myself. After saying that, she turned and went back to her room. Wu Fengming wasn't upset. She smiled warmly and added a piece of meat to Wang Shui's plate. Oh, I didn't mean it like that. I was just asking. Look at what this has become. Night fell. The campfire gradually died out, leaving only a few faint red coals. Wu Fengming lay on her bed on the second floor, not sleeping. Her bedroom was small but very tidy. On the wall, there was a full display shelf, neatly arranged with jewelry. Rings, earrings, necklaces, brooches, bracelets. Some were set with gemstones, some engraved with runes, and others were plain, looking like broken iron pieces, but she polished them until they shone. 114 years. She collected an entire wall of items. Each one has a story, and each is unique. She turned over and remembered the bone ring. Can it regain stamina? Wu Fengming looked at the jewelry on the wall and smiled slightly. There is always a way. She can always get what she wants. Zheng Lichuan's room had 2 straw mats. His stamina was very low, and he was exhausted, snoring loudly. Song Su checked his condition, but didn't return to reality. In this game, being awake only shows the player is not in a state of control. When a character is offline, they lie there, and their stamina stays at the level it was when they logged out. It doesn't automatically recover. So, players who want to restore stamina need to sleep honestly in the game. Song Su leaned on her straw mat, staring at the dark ceiling. She took out a lollipop from her bag and put it in her mouth. She enlarged the monitor screen showing the little bear. She had seen Liang Yan take his daughter to kindergarten earlier, so she kept watching. The little bear was now inside her daughter's school bag. The bag hung on a hook at the back of the classroom, and her monitor could see the whole room. Song Su turned up the volume of the listening device. Then she almost went deaf. Wow. I want my mom. Grandma, come pick me up. Blah, I don't want to go to kindergarten. The room was full of crying children. 3 teachers were busy, one holding a child on the left, 2 comforting others on the right, and one holding onto a child's leg in the middle. It was chaos. Song Su squinted and found her daughter. In the middle of the classroom, the bag sat cross-legged on the mat, surrounded by 4 children. A little girl with pigtails was sniffling and wiping tears, her nose almost touching her mouth. The bag took out a tissue and handed it over. Don't cry. Mom will pick you up this afternoon. The little girl sniffed and surprisingly stopped crying. Next to her, a chubby little boy looked over with red eyes but gazed eagerly at the bag. Will you play with me? Sure, the bag nodded. What do you want to play? Building blocks. Okay. The chubby boy immediately stood up and happily ran to move the building blocks. Song Su was chewing a lollipop, with a slight smile on her face. Soon, the teacher began the lesson. On the small blackboard, there were pictures of various fruits. The teacher pointed to the pictures and helped the children read aloud. Bao Bao sat up straight, with her small hands neatly placed on her knees, reading very carefully. She was also holding the crying little girl's hand. Apple, apple, their tiny voices overlapped. Song Su stared at the screen. The lollipop slowly melted in her mouth, sweet and tasty. She opened a private message to Meng Rong. After receiving a reply, she smiled slightly. She closed her eyes and returned to reality. The next morning, she heard some movement from the next room and pushed the door open to go out. Qi Ting rubbed his eyes and greeted her. Morning. Song Su replied, Morning. I heard no one has entered the second level yet, is that right? Qi Ting put away his house and shook his head. No, someone has been in, but they haven't come out. Huh. Qi Ting took out a tattered towel, wiped his face, and said, When I first arrived at Baichuan Plain, a group of experts came to challenge this level. I heard they tried 4 times at the first level, and Song Su looked in the direction he pointed. In the distant sky, there was a cloud glowing with a greenish hue. Every dungeon has an emergency exit. Usually, if you can't beat it, you just run to the exit and leave. But that group went into the second level and didn't come out, which means they died inside. So we don't have any strategy at all? Qi Ting nodded. No one knows what the second level looks like. Be careful today. It won't be so easy. As they spoke, Zheng Lichuan and others also came out of the house one after another. The group prepared their gear and supplies and headed to the entrance of the second level. They stepped into the glow, and a dark tunnel appeared before them. It was narrow, tall, and deep. The walls on both sides were made of rusty steel beams, like ribs, extending inward in sections, with a huge spine of some unknown creature supporting the middle. The ground was a conveyor belt, but the black rubber belt had stopped, covered in a thick layer of dust, and stepping on it felt soft and bouncy. The air was filled with the smell of rust and a strange, sour scent.
Bang!
Thud. Heavy footsteps sounded from afar. With each step, the conveyor belt beneath trembled. Wang Shuai swallowed hard. This story is changing so damn fast. Zheng Lichuan held up his shield, his knuckles turning white. Qi Ting aimed his arrow, frowning. Song Su stared closely at the dark words. Copper spine zombie, bull-headed worker LV.18, not edible, description. Strong body, full damage only after breaking its defense, she kept watching. Method to break defense 1. Lead the target into the purification pool. Before she finished reading, the first monster appeared in sight. It had a human body, a bull head, and was unclothed. Its shoulders were high and bulging, like 2 lumps of flesh. Its skin was grayish-blue, peeling in large patches, revealing brown muscles underneath. It had no white in its eyes. Its eye sockets were filled with deep black. It's coming! Get ready! Zheng Lichuan shouted loudly and charged first. Qi Ting quickly followed, raising his hand and shooting an arrow. -7. Numbers popped up. Qi Ting hesitated for a moment. Song Su's second arrow also hit. It struck the monster's forehead. -4. Wang Shuai shouted in panic. What the heck? Why is the damage so low? Zheng Lichuan's shield collided with the monster, and he was pushed back with a loud bang. -102 health points. The monster kept walking forward steadily. Wu Fengming shouted just in time. This monster has a strong body. You need to break its defense first. Wang Shuai also raised his shield to block, asking, Break its defense? How do we do that? Wu Fengming hurriedly said. Let me think. Song Su shot another arrow. -6. Critical hit. Qi Ting's arrows kept hitting the same spot. -5. -4. -9. The monster swung its arm, pushing Zheng Lichuan and his shield against the wall. Wu Fengming performed a spell, a white light shining above his head. 176. Zheng Lichuan gasped for breath and charged again. 20 minutes passed. The monster's health bar was down to 11%. Song Su had already used her third quiver of arrows. Qi Ting's golden bow had lost 40% of its durability. Zheng Lichuan's shield had cracked, and every block made his arms go numb. Wang Shuai stopped talking, gulping down potion after potion. Wu Fengming's face had turned pale. Victory was finally in sight, until the monster, with only 10% of its health left, staggered a step. Then it turned around and slowly walked toward a nearby chemical pool bubbling with green foam. Industrial acid pool, the monster fell in with a splash. Acid splattered, and everyone watched in disbelief as its health bar rose from 10% to 32%, then 59%, then 88%. The monster stood up again, completely healed. Wang Shuai shouted in frustration. 40 minutes later, Zheng Lichuan's shield shattered completely. Wang Shuai's armor was dented, and the two of them held their ground, refusing to let the monster reach the chemical pool again. Qi Ting switched to his spare iron bow, unwilling to risk the golden one. Song Su's quiver was empty. The last arrow struck the monster in the throat. Health, 0%. The monster fell backward, its heavy body crashing onto the conveyor belt. No one spoke. Wang Shuai dropped to the ground, pulled off his helmet, and his hair, soaked with sweat, clung to his forehead. Is this dungeon even meant for humans to clear? He muttered. Zheng Lichuan leaned against the wall, took out a red potion he had been saving, and drank it in one go. Song Su looked down the long corridor, where 9 more identical monsters lurked in the darkness, and said nothing. Wu Fengming leaned against a steel frame, a faint smile tugging at her lips. It was time. Rubbing her wrist, she spoke softly, "Look over there." Everyone followed her gaze. On the left side of the corridor was a small side passage. Next to a welded-shut gate were 2 dirty iron barrels. A large yellow X was painted on them. Wang Shuai stumbled over. "What's this? Acid?" Wu Fengming said quietly, "Maybe this stage isn't meant to be beaten by force. Don't you think it's strange these barrels are here?" Wang Shuai froze. Song Su glanced sideways at her. She had noticed those barrels long ago, but she preferred to stay quiet. "I just wanted to see how Wu Fengming performs. Industrial acid barrel. Explodes when hit hard, can be moved and thrown." Wu Fengming stepped forward, crouched down, and pretended to study for a while, then said, "I think this thing might explode. Try throwing it over there." 3 minutes later, Wang Shuai carried the iron barrel and threw it forcefully at the gate Wu Fengming pointed to. Boom! Acid splashed everywhere, and the steel gate was corroded with a fierce hole, with smoke still rising from the edges. Wang Shuai looked happy and forced open the iron door handle. "There's a path behind. Come quickly." The others followed him inside. Inside was a pool. The water was clear and blue, reflecting the steel frame above, like a pure spring that shouldn't be here. Next to the pool was a copper plaque with clear writing. "Purification pool. Can remove the demon's dominant body state on the bull-headed monster. P.S. They used to be gentle bulls." Wang Shuai stared at the plaque, stunned for a moment. "Oh, I see. That's right. We found the right place." Zheng Lichuan also suddenly understood. Just lure the monster over. No need to fight so hard. This time, everything went smoothly. Zheng Lichuan held up a broken shield, went forward to attract the hatred of a bull-headed monster. He hit it, then stepped back, slowly leading the monster toward the purification pool. 5 meters. 3 meters. 1 meter. Zheng Lichuan suddenly retreated, and Wang Shuai pushed him hard. The monster fell into the water with a splash. Its dark eyes gradually turned brown from the top down. Its fierce expression softened, and it mooed. After its dominant body state disappeared, Qi Ting shot an arrow quickly. The monster instantly turned into a burst of light and vanished. With this success, the next steps were much easier. 9 monsters were all led into the pool and defeated. Congratulations! You cleared the copper spine corridor. Next level entrance is now open. At the end of the passage, an iron door slowly opened. Wang Shuai plopped down on the ground, leaning against the wall, gasping for breath. I can't go on. I need to rest for a bit." Everyone was exhausted, panting heavily. The narrow passage couldn't fit a house. Qi Ting created a small fire and made a simple sleeping bag. Wu Fengming took the sofa out of the house and pointed to the corner of the wall. "I'll sleep over there. Everyone rest quickly. Tomorrow should be the final challenge." Wang Shuai didn't bother making a sleeping bag. He just set up a simple shelter and crawled inside. Soon, snoring began. Song Su leaned against the wall, secretly watching Wu Fengming. Player ID, Wu Fengming, level 20, not edible, health, 350 to 350 stamina, 30 to 350 skills. Like observing other players, she could see basic information, but details like skills and points couldn't be displayed.
Songsu esa let sopti.
Liang Yan was right. Although Wu Fengming is an admin, her current role is a player. So, if her stamina is low, she still needs to sleep. Song Su closed her eyes, staying still with steady breathing, as if asleep. 1 hour. 2 hours. Once she was sure everyone was asleep, she quietly slipped out of her sleeping bag. If you don't like commenting, even a comma or 111 would let me know someone is watching. It keeps me motivated to keep going. Flies hands together, JPG. Song Su approached the purification pool and gently touched the water surface. Seeing is eating. Purification pool water contains faint purification power, not for direct drinking. It is a key ingredient for high-level purification potions. Song Su doesn't know the recipe for the high-level purification potion. But that's okay. She'll stockpile it first. Her finger moved slightly, and the water was poured into her large bag. The water level dropped about a quarter. The area was dimly lit, and without careful observation, it was hard to see. Song Su stood up silently, retreated to her corner, and slipped back into her sleeping bag. She closed her eyes. The passage remained filled with even breathing. Early on the third day, Qi Ting was awakened by a fragrant smell. He opened his eyes and saw Zheng Lichuan already sitting up, staring blankly at the campfire. Wang Shuai also poked his head out of his sleeping bag, sniffing hard. What's that delicious smell? Wu Fengming sat up from the sofa, her long hair loose, rubbing her eyes. Long Ge is cooking. Song Su sat cross-legged, holding a bunch of iron skewers. Each skewer had a grilled crayfish, its shell bright red, slightly charred at the edges, sizzling with oil. Song Su looked up and waved his hand. Everyone awake? Come over and have some food. Wang Shuai was the first to rush over. He took a crayfish from Song Su without peeling the shell and bit into it directly, chewing loudly. Smells so good. It really smells amazing. His eyes lit up. My brother is so generous. These crayfish are usually quite expensive. I feel so energized now. Seeing his affection meter at 100 out of 100, Song Su waved casually. I saw some at the auction house this morning, so I bought a few. Come on, Qi Ting. Don't be shy. Qi Ting came over and took the second one. Thanks. He carefully peeled the shell and slowly chewed the meat. As he chewed, his brow gradually relaxed. After finishing the last bite, he paused for a moment in silence. Then he looked at Song Su and sincerely said again, Thank you. Wu Fengming and Zheng Lichuan also took theirs to eat. Song Su glanced at Wu Fengming's head. Affection. 3 out of 100. Song Su's expression darkened slightly. She was similar to Meng Rong. Probably no matter how much she fed him, it wouldn't go beyond 50%. Wang Shuai had already started licking his fingers. While licking, he mumbled, Brother, this is too delicious. I've never had such tasty grilled shrimp. Zheng Lichuan nodded along. Yeah, even with the same cooking pot, everyone makes it differently. Cooking really depends on talent. Wu Fengming finished the last bite and wiped his hands with a cloth. Yeah, it's really good. I didn't expect Brother Long to be such a great cook. Whoever marries him will be lucky. Song Su smiled, stood up, and gathered the skewers. If you like it, we'll grill again next time. Pack up, it's time to go. The 5 of them finished tidying up and stood at the entrance of the next level. Looking at the pitch-black teleportation portal, Wang Shuai swallowed hard. Wu Fengming softly said, Usually when the portal is this color, the boss is inside. Are you all ready? Everyone nodded. Enter. The light swallowed their vision and then quickly faded. Then, everyone was stunned. Magnificent. This is the first word that came to Song Su's mind. A huge underground space, with a high dome so tall it's hard to see the top. Only faint glimmers in the darkness, maybe minerals or stars. Underfoot are cracked stone slabs, each as big as a millstone, with dark red moss growing in the cracks. In the distance stands a giant beast. Its body is like a small mountain, quietly lying in the center of the space. It wears dark gold armor, with 2 horns on its head, curved like spears. Its large cow-like head hangs low, breathing heavily with sparks flying from its nose and mouth. With each breath, the air around seems to tremble. Steel Mane Bull Demon LV.20, Boss Wang Shuai's mouth opened wide, but he could only manage to say, "Damn. It's bigger than a mountain?" Song Su's heart started to race. Not because of the boss. Her eyes swept to a flat stone slab not far from the beast's feet. There was a small cross planted there. Her pupils shrank. The others whispered quietly, "Did you see the emergency exit?"
No.
"I didn't see any green at all. Could it be a dead shell boss?" Zheng Lichuan asked softly, "What's a dead shell boss?" "If you don't defeat it, you can't leave. You have to kill the shell." "Wait, I'm a little nervous. Have you bought the potions?" "Let Lichuan go first if he can't hold on, then Wang Shuai will go." Wu Fengming pointed at some stone tablets sticking out in the open space. "Try to run around the tablets." The 5 of them prepared to move, when suddenly, Qi Ting paused. He pointed at the boss's feet. "That looks like there's a cross there?" His voice was very low, but everyone heard him. "No way, who could have died here?" Wang Shuai looked where he pointed and froze. "Wow, it really is. Who's so brave, holding on without reviving, a real tough guy." Zheng Lichuan quietly glanced at Song Su. She showed no expression. Only her hand holding the bow slightly whitened. Wang Shuai was still muttering. "Didn't they say last time they came to clear the Wild Ox Valley?" Wu Fengming softly said, "No matter who they are, it's not easy to hold on this long. Don't get distracted. After we defeat the boss, let's go check it out." The 5 of them prepared and slowly moved closer to the boss area. 100 meters. 50 meters. The giant beast was still lying down, breathing heavily. 30 meters. The steel horn bull demon slowly lifted its head. Its eyes opened, revealing 2 burning dark red flames. It stood up like a mountain moving. "Attack now," Zheng Lichuan shouted loudly, raising his shield and charging forward. Health, 100, 000/100, 000. First phase skill. Bull Demon Rage, skill tip. When it summons minions, quickly kill them. The best shooting point is at coordinates 79.314. Song Su looked at the increasingly detailed tips and quickly moved to the recommended coordinate. At the same time, the beast tilted its head up and let out a deafening roar. The sound waves swept over like a solid force, causing the stone slabs under Song Su to crack inch by inch, almost tripping her. Then, countless eyes suddenly lit up in the darkness around them. Dense red-eyed calves emerged from the shadows, rushing toward them. Summoning minions. Wang Shuai's face turned pale. "So many." Ji Ting shot rapidly, Song Su drew her bow, and 3 arrows flew at once. Lightning chains exploded among the herd, illuminating the entire space with electric light. -487. -452. -403. One by one, the minions fell, but more kept coming. Endless and unending. Happy New Year. Wishing all my readers and their families good health and prosperity. Thank you for your support. I see all your comments and truly appreciate them. With just the right amount of tension and focus on her face. 7 full minutes. Wu Fengming finally moved. She suddenly let out an "ah" and reached for her waist with her empty left hand, pulling out an object. The old cowherd's bell. "I almost forgot this prop. I'm so silly." She raised her hand and shook the bell. Ding ding, ding ding. The roar of the steel-horned bull demon suddenly stopped. Its huge head jerked sharply, as if struck hard by something. Its eyes became confused, like a real cow hearing the herdsman's bell for the first time. In that moment of distraction, its health bar suddenly dropped by a third. Wang Shuai's eyes widened. What the heck? He turned to look at the bell in Wu Fengming's hand. Is this the end of the first phase? Sister Mingming, you're so clever. Zheng Lichuan panted heavily, with his shield on the ground, muttering curses in his mind but not speaking. Soon, the steel-horned bull demon started to growl lowly. It lowered its head, with its horns aimed at them. The tips of its horns ignited with dark red flames. A strong sense of danger hit them. Song Su's breath caught, and he activated a scanning skill. Health 66, 666/100, 000. Second phase skill. Skyfire Stampede. Skill tip. Every 2 steps the bull demon takes, the third step must be a heavy stomp, causing a circular shockwave. Must jump to avoid. Zheng Lichuan finished using his taunt skill and turned to run. The boss charged toward Zheng Lichuan. Its massive hoof lifted and then fell. Thud. The first step cracked the stone slab. Thud. The second step made Zheng Lichuan stagger, nearly falling. When the boss lifted its leg for the third step, boom. At the moment the third step hit the ground, a visible shockwave exploded outward from the boss. Zheng Lichuan was hit, flying sideways and crashing heavily to the ground. -137. He lost half his health in one move, lying among broken stones, stunned for a second. Also caught in the shockwave was Qi Ting. He was originally drawing his bow but now fell to the ground. Song Su quickly pulled him up. "Run," Song Su shouted. "Get up and run out of the attack range." Everyone turned and ran outward, except Song Su, who kept getting closer to the boss. She ran while shooting arrows. Her steps were steady. Each time, she jumped high and landed perfectly between the boss's steps. Thud. She turned sideways, arrow ready on the bowstring. Thud. She kept running, arrow released. Boom. She leapt into the air. A shockwave swept past her feet, and she shot another arrow midair. She landed. At this moment, the boss's attention was fully on Song Su, who was dealing the most damage, while Zheng Lichuan scrambled out of the attack range. Xi Ting was knocked to the ground again, with only a little health left. He saw Song Su's quick movements, and his eyes sparkled. So that's how it is. Brother Chenglong reacts so fast. He struggled to get up, counting the boss's steps in his mind. When he reached the third step, he suddenly jumped up, releasing an arrow at the same time. -701. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Both of their arrows flew nonstop, and the boss's health bar started dropping quickly. "Xi Ting, watch out." Wang Shui shouted loudly as he saw the boss's third step about to land in the safe zone. Xi Ting didn't move. He stood still, pulling his bow to full draw. A golden glow gathered at the tip of the arrow, growing brighter and brighter. Red Heart 5, cloud-piercing arrow. The bowstring snapped with a sharp sound. The golden light shot through the space like a meteor, hitting the bull demon's right eye precisely. -2789. The bull demon roared in pain, staggered backward, and knelt on one knee. Its health dropped to 30%. The second phase ended. Xi Ting knelt on one knee, gasping heavily. "Awesome," Wang Shui shouted. "We passed the second phase. Brothers, it's our turn now." He and Zheng Lichuan, who was already at full health, roared as they charged back. The stun countdown above the giant beast's head still had 3 seconds. Suddenly, its armor started cracking, revealing bright red light through the fissures. Its burning eyes turned blood red. The third phase begins. Health 29, 800/100, 000. Third phase skill. Demon Blood Boil. Skill tips. Attack power increased by 100%. Attack speed increased by 50%. Every 10 seconds, release Magic Blood Impact, with damage decreasing over distance. The closer to the boss, the higher the damage. The only safe spot is at coordinates 55.147. Song Su's pupils suddenly shrank as she quickly looked at the cracked black tombstone behind the boss. She raised her leg to rush toward it, trying to shout for Zheng Lichuan. But it was too late. The giant beast roared to the sky, and a circle of blood-red ripples exploded outward from it. A blinding, hot blood-red light swept over Zheng Lichuan. -220. Zheng Lichuan was immediately knocked back, crashing into a stone pillar 10 meters away, with only a faint trace of health remaining. The light also swept over Wang Shui. -198. He screamed and collapsed to the ground. Song Su rolled on the spot, also unable to dodge. -212. Damn. Wang Shui, trembling, lay on the ground. How the hell do you dodge this? Zhang Lichuan took a sip of healing potion and struggled to get up. Laxu, what are you doing? Wang Shuai shouted. Zhang Lichuan rushed in front of Song Su, using his remaining health to block her. Brother Long, his voice was hoarse. I'll protect you. Song Su grabbed his wrist tightly. Protect what? Run. She pulled Zhang Lichuan toward the tombstone, rushing forward. 10 seconds. The boss lifted its head again. The blood-red light gathered once more. Li Ting picked up the bow and pulled it tight. His hands trembled. Stamina, 13. Health, 14%. Red heart 5. The light exploded. The second full-screen attack. Li Ting was hit first. Song Su and Zhang Lichuan had already hidden behind the tombstone, gasping heavily. She still had a trump card. Butcher's knife to cut cattle once used, the boss will definitely die. But she didn't move. Wu Fengming stood 20 meters away. She supported herself against a stone pillar, her face pale and trembling all over. She looked like everyone else, dying, scared, helpless. But Song Su saw her eyes. Those eyes held no fear, only patience. Waiting. Waiting for what? Waiting for them to die. Song Su's heart suddenly sank. She understood. Wu Fengming didn't really want to kill the boss. She didn't need that hourglass. What she was waiting for was probably the boss's near-death moment, so she could deliver the final blow. As for her teammates, she didn't care if they all died. A burst of light exploded. The third full-screen effect. Everyone closed their eyes. And then, nothing happened. Zhang Lichuan was the first to open his eyes, stunned. The huge beast, which still had over 10,000 health points, suddenly started to break apart from top to bottom. Countless tiny blocks shimmered with white light, falling down with a clatter. After 3 seconds, the steel-horned bull demon completely disappeared. All that was left were the items scattered on the ground. Equipment, materials, various chunks of meat, shining boxes, and a huge heart lying on the ground, still beating faintly. Steel-horned bull demon. Time to clock out, going home to eat dumplings. Happy New Year to everyone, and may you get rich next year. The entire underground space was silent, so quiet that you could hear your own heartbeat. Wang Shuai was lying on the ground, almost dropping his chin. Did I just say that? He rubbed his eyes. The boss was gone. Li Ting knelt on one knee, having just used his only resurrection cross. The glow of resurrection hadn't fully faded, and his health and stamina had recovered to 50%. He held his bow, maintaining a fully drawn stance. His mouth was slightly open, unsure of what to say. The most shocked was Wu Fengming. Her fingers trembled slightly. No way. How could the boss just die like that? Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Wang Shuai, confused, crawled out of the pit, laughing.
Truly divine intervention.
Who hid such a powerful skill? He looked at Wu Fengming with admiration. Mingming, it must be you. Did you learn a new skill? Wu Fengming rolled her eyes. Li Ting stood up, supporting his knee, then took a few more steps to the cross buried under the rubble and pulled at it. Hey, whose is this? Let me see. Wang Shuai ran overexcitedly. When he saw the name engraved on it, both of them were stunned.
Bao Zat?
Isn't that Liang Ge?
Damn.
How did Brother Liang die here? Wang Shuai looked shocked. When did he come to do the dungeon? At this moment, Song Su helped Zhang Lichuan walk out. She pretended not to know. Brother Liang, who is that? Qi Ting frowned. He was our main tank before, and he's been missing for almost a week. Who do you think it is? Wu Fengming staggered over from behind. Is it Liang Yan? No way. She covered her mouth, her eyes instantly turning red. No one has been able to contact him for so long. How could he be here? Wang Shuai slapped his forehead. I was wondering why he suddenly disappeared and couldn't even reply in private chat. Qi Ting squatted in front of the cross, reaching out to wipe off the dust. Level 19, death time. 7 days ago, he stood up and looked at Wu Fengming. Aren't you saying he had real-life issues? Tears were already welling up in Wu Fengming's eyes. I was just guessing. Wang Shuai scratched his head. Then why didn't Brother Liang tell us he was coming to this dungeon? Wu Fengming's voice was hoarse. Ting, I know you and Liang Yan are close, but The truth is right here. He hid from us and went to fight in Nioming Valley with others, and in the end, he hurt himself, she sniffed. I don't know what to say, but we have to face reality. Qi Ting looked down at the cross again. I don't believe it. His voice was very calm. I'm just going to wait here for him to come back to life and ask him myself. Wu Fengming was stunned. A Ting Yu. Qi Ting raised his hand and released his house. The dungeon mechanism is such that as long as someone is alive, the progress won't reset. It can last for 72 hours. He pushed open the door. I'll wait. Wang Shui scratched his head.
Then
I'll wait too. Brother Liang was at least our teammate. We can't just break up without knowing why. Song Su gave Zheng Lichuan a look. Zheng Lichuan also released his house. That's perfect.
just take a break.
I should go home and check on things. Wu Fengming took a deep breath. This was troublesome. Her original plan was for everyone to be killed by the boss, then she would strike the boss, wait for Liang Yan to revive, and face him alone. She would give the card and let him go. If you don't pay, the copy will refresh again. Anyway, everyone else is dead. She took all their equipment and no one knows what happened.
But now,
Everyone is alive, and the boss suddenly died. It was over 10,000 health points shattered into pieces. She still hasn't seen any skill that can do this. Is it Cheng Long or Zheng Lichuan? But there's no time to think now. Qi Ting said they need to wait for Liang Yan to revive. What if Liang Yan reveals the truth? She broke the rules. If more people find out, it could cause trouble. Her eyes swept over Qi Ting's golden bow and Cheng Long's bone ring. Forget it. She must get these two items first. Wu Fengming lowered her eyes. Her fingers moved gently. System message. You are attempting to use administrator privileges. Please confirm. She clicked confirm.
suddenly,
The whole world froze. Wang Shui raised his arm. His fingers stopped at his nose. Zheng Lichuan stepped one leg into the air, his breathing frozen. Song Su stood still beside Zheng Lichuan. The wind stopped. The heartbeat stopped. Everything stopped. Wu Fengming straightened her white coat sleeve. She walked to Song Su and looked up at her. That face is really handsome, but it's cold and uncomfortable. Wu Fengming stroked his large hand. Don't worry. Soon this ring will be mine. She stood up straight and walked to the cross. She opened the private chat channel. Wu Fengming. Liang Yan, I know you can see this. Wu Fengming. The boss is dead, and your last cross is left. This is my final chance for you. Wu Fengming. Come back, let's talk face to face. Give me the flower card, and I will let you and your teammates go. Wu Fengming. Otherwise, this time I will make sure they all pay the price. Oh, and there are 2 new kids too. A long silence. Then, the cross lit up. A white light rose from the cross, growing brighter and brighter. The light condensed into a human shape. Liang Yan, standing there. Wu Fengming looked at him and smiled. Yan, why do you look so much older? Liang Yan didn't speak. He turned his head and looked around. For people remained still, clearly indicating that time had once again stopped. Liang Yan smirked slightly, adding Meng Rong as a friend while saying, I won't give you the skill card. Liang Yan looked calm and said slowly, I didn't before, I won't now, and I won't in the future. If you cause us all to die, I won't give it to you. He desperately sent private messages to Meng Rong. Wu Fengming stared at him. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. She coldly smiled and said, Fine. She took a step back. That means you're asking for your own trouble. She raised her hand. Her finger lightly tapped in the air. I just need to make the boss refresh once, and all of you will die right here. She waited 3 seconds. Nothing happened. She tapped again. Still, nothing happened. Her smile froze.
top, top, top.
No response at all. System prompt. Your administrator privileges have been locked. Reason. Suspected violation of rules. Investigation in progress. Wu Fengming's face instantly turned pale. No, impossible. He, impossible. A voice came from the air. Wu Fengming suddenly turned her head. 10 meters away, the air began to twist. A dark green shadow of a soul slowly materialized. First a helmet, then shoulder armor, and finally that familiar general's armor. Meng Rong stood there, arms crossed, with a faint smile on his face. Fengming, he tilted his head. Long time no see. Wu Fengming's pupils contracted sharply.
You.
How did you come out? Thanks to you, Meng Rong said, snapping his fingers. Snap. A crack appeared out of nowhere in the void. A foot in black official boots stepped out from inside. Black official robe.
Pale face.
Slender eyes with vertical pupils. A red dot on the forehead. Holding a large, glowing book in his left hand and an ink-dripping brush in his right. The judge. He didn't even look at Wu Fengming, just lowered his head to flip through the book, lightly marking with his brush. Administrator Wu Fengming of Baichuan Plain, your illegal actions are confirmed. His voice was emotionless. Your permissions are revoked and all illegal gains are confiscated. Wu Fengming let out a sharp, piercing scream. The white light on her body flickered wildly. Equipment automatically detached, points plummeted, and skill icons turned gray one after another.
No. No.
I worked so hard to earn this. You can't. The judge ignored her and closed the book. He looked up and scanned the players present. Finally, his gaze settled on Liang Yan, with a faint red mark on his forehead that flickered slightly. Interesting, he stared at Liang Yan, inspecting him from head to toe. Huh, this old guy doesn't look anything like his mother. Liang Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. The judge turned to Meng Rong. I'm in a hurry. In the future, don't bother me with these small matters. If you can't handle it, just replace someone. Meng Rong quickly cupped his fists. Please, sir, I promise this will be the last time. I won't trouble you again. The judge waved his hand impatiently and turned to leave. Liang Yan called out, Excuse me, sir, did you just say my mother? Have you met her? Humph. The judge didn't stop, his voice drifting back. When you meet her, ask her when she plans to pay back what she owes me. Liang Yan looked confused, watching the crack close up. Meng Rong looked at Wu Fengming. She was slumped on the ground, only wearing a novice cloth shirt, her hair messy, face filled with disbelief and fear. All her 114 years of accumulation were gone. All of it. Fengming, Meng Rong asked as he knelt beside her. Does it hurt? Wu Fengming looked up with hollow eyes. That's how you treated me back then. Now you'll just have to feel it slowly. After saying that, he walked over to Song Su and patted her shoulder. The moment of time stopping was lifted. Song Su was stunned for a moment when she saw him, then quickly reacted. You're here. Is everything resolved? Meng Rong nodded. Before he could speak, a scream came from behind. Do you think I would willingly be an ordinary player, just hiding somewhere to survive like you? Wu Fengming, with disheveled hair and eyes full of a dying beast's glare, shouted. Damn. All of you. Go to hell. She raised her hand, and a red light appeared. Meng Rong's face changed. Not good. She still has the Queen of Hearts. Instant full screen. Run, girl, Song Su gasped. Wu Fengming was surrounded by the red light, which was spreading quickly. The first person affected was Wang Shuai, who was closest to her. Before Wang Shuai understood what was happening, he heard Wu Fengming shouting loudly for everyone to die. Suddenly, he was covered in the red light. Wang Shuai looked down at his hand. Starting from his fingertips, his skin turned black and charred, like paper burned by fire. Fengming, Sister Fengming. Before he finished speaking, the red light spread to his face. His expression of disbelief froze on his face. In the next second, he turned into a piece of charcoal and fell straight down.
Bang!
His body hit the ground and shattered into powder. From the powder, a lot of small things scattered everywhere. Liang Yan grabbed Song Su's wrist and dragged her to run. Song Su quickly pulled along the confused Zheng Lichuan. Behind them, the red light was getting faster. The hot breath licked their backs. After running only a few steps, Zheng Lichuan's clothes started to smoke at the edges. Liang Yan shouted, General Meng, you should do something. Meng Rong floated above them, anxiously wringing his hands.
No.
I can't interfere in player battles. That's the rule. Do you understand the rules? He pointed at the emergency exit ahead, glowing green.
Quick.
Just run out. The red light was already chasing Zheng Lichuan's ankles, causing him to stumble. It's too late, Song Su shouted, pulling away from Liang Yan, and took out a pair of sunglasses from her pocket.
She put them on.
What are you doing? Liang Yan yelled. Song Su didn't answer. After confirming her distance from Wu Fengming, she activated the item instantly. Darkness. Please close your eyes. Suddenly, the entire world plunged into absolute darkness. No light at all. No red light. No green exit light. Nothing. Wu Fengming's screams suddenly stopped. The red light disappeared. Song Su moved. In the darkness, the sound of an arrow flying through the air.
Puff.
An arrow pierced through a heart. The darkness receded. Wu Fengming stood still, eyes wide, blood pouring from her chest. She looked at Song Su, opened her mouth, and spat out a mouthful of blood, a strange smile spreading across her face. For Symbol's highway. You all must die. Bang. The corpse fell backward. A few shabby pieces of equipment scattered on the ground. Silence. Qi Ting held his bow, his hand trembling slightly. Almost, just a little more, and the red light would have burned him. Zhang Lichuan stared blankly at Song Su, surprised by how decisive he was. Liang Yan suddenly hugged Song Su tightly, crying out, "Wife, you scare me to death." Song Su stiffened completely. Qi Ting stumbled forward. Zhang Lichuan's mouth formed an O shape. Liang Yan didn't notice the two petrified gazes behind him, still hugging Song Su and crying and laughing. That was too dangerous. Just now, we almost didn't make it. Tears and snot covered Song Su's shoulder. Song Su took a deep breath. He patted Liang Yan gently, speaking softly. It's okay. It's all over now. Nothing's wrong anymore. Wah, you were so cool just now. Where did that sunglasses come from? I didn't know you had it.
Liang Yan.
From now on, don't do that again. Do you know my heart was about to jump out?
Liang Yan.
Song Su pushed his face away. Liang Yan was pushed back half a step, eyes red and looking at her with a sad expression. You're scolding me. You don't love me anymore. Song Su's temple throbbed. A loud thud sounded behind him. Qi Ting's golden bow fell to the ground. Zhang Lichuan swallowed hard. Brother Liang, are you okay? Liang Yan finally reacted. He looked up at Meng Rong, who was pinching his nose. There was a 3-second silence. How should I tell you guys? Liang Yan scratched his head. This is indeed my wife, but he's not a man. I'm straight, Song Su, expressionless, took off his now useless sunglasses. Stop talking. I used a prop. I'll be back to normal soon. Is there any problem? Qi Ting shook his head. Zhang Lichuan nodded vigorously. Meng Rong floated in the air and couldn't help but laugh. Girl, your taste in men. TSK. Liang Yan wiped his face. I was just in a rush. Meng Rong laughed even more happily. All right, let's pick up the things first, Song Su said, walking toward where the boss bull had disappeared to start collecting items. While picking up items, he said, I'll divide the loot into 3 parts. You two take one each, and I'll take one. Is that okay? Zhang Lichuan's mind was still rebooting. He stammered, No need. I don't want anything. Qi Ting also shook his head. I didn't do much. You guys keep it. He walked over to Liang Yan and looked him up and down. Liang Yan felt uncomfortable under his gaze and cleared his throat. Tingzi, Brother Liang, Qi Ting said with a slightly red eye. You disappeared so suddenly, didn't reply to private messages. I thought something happened to you in real life. I asked around, but no one knew anything. Liang Yan opened his mouth. Are you serious? Qi Ting's hand, holding a bow, trembled slightly. Did you really take me as a brother? Why didn't you leave me a message? What does this mean? Liang Yan pulled Qi Ting's shoulder into a hug. Bro, the situation was too urgent at the time. I was about to die under this boss's foot. I couldn't log out of the game. Qi Ting struggled but couldn't break free. What about your phone? He asked quietly. Don't you know my number? Couldn't you send me a message? Liang Yan scratched his head. I was worried I'd scare my wife. I ran so fast I didn't bring my phone. Qi Ting glared at him. Really? Liang Yan swore, raising his hand. I stayed under the bridge for several days. I almost starved to death. Qi Ting's mouth twitched. That's all? Yeah. Qi Ting punched his shoulder. Are you serious? Another punch. Do you even know? By the third punch, he couldn't hit anymore. His shoulder trembled slightly. I looked everywhere for you. Liang Yan couldn't hold back anymore and suddenly burst into tears. While crying, he comforted him. It's okay. It's okay. Zhang Lichuan watched this scene from the side. That Liang Ge who once blocked his way and killed a troublemaker with a single strike. The famous dad did on by Chuan Plain. At this moment, he was crying like a child. His face looked much older, with wrinkles showing. Zhang Lichuan's nose suddenly felt a bit sore. He leaned forward, and the three brothers were about to hug each other and cry. Suddenly, Song Su's voice came through. What are you guys fussing about? Hurry up and come get your gear. All three turned their heads at once. Song Su stood with her hands on her hips, looking impatient. Liang Yan trotted over happily. Coming, wife. Qi Ting and Zhang Lichuan exchanged a glance. Zhang Lichuan asked, Is she really a girl? Qi Ting nodded. Yes, Zhang Lichuan said, Brother Liang's wife. Qi Ting nodded again. Yes, Zhang Lichuan asked, How did you accept that so quickly? Qi Ting replied, I saw him squatting to pee. Zhang Lichuan was speechless. The two of them walked over to Song Su. Song Su looked up at them. With so much gear, see what you're missing? She pointed to the pile on the ground, speaking calmly, like she was dividing vegetables. Qi Ting looked at where she was pointing. Then he froze. The lid of a half-human-sized golden treasure chest was open, and the items inside were stacked so high they almost spilled out. Zhang Lichuan took a step forward, then stepped back, rubbing his eyes. Oh my God, his voice trembled. How is there so much? All professions included. He pointed at a few shining weapons, his hand trembling. No, it can't be. These are all gold-level weapons. He had seen gold equipment before. In the auction house, through the screen, with a string of zeros behind the price, he couldn't afford any. Qi Ting felt like he was dreaming, muttering, It feels like New Year's all over again. Song Su slightly curved her lips. Something like that. The skill of butchering an ox is perfect disassembly, stripping everything completely. So, as long as the boss drops items listed in the table, they can all be obtained. Liang Yan squatted down and started pulling things out one by one. First, a fist-sized hourglass, with golden light particles flowing inside. Time hourglass. Contains 10,000 hours of wakefulness at market price, 10 points per hour, which totals 100,000 points. Liang Yan whistled. 10,000 hours, 4 of us, 2,500 each. Qi Ting's eyelid twitched, and he quickly waved his hand. I don't need it. I'm single. What would I do with so much extra awake time? You guys take it. Liang Yan rolled his eyes. Still, you can't stay in the game all the time. Go out once in a while, relax, and have a good meal. As he spoke, he exchanged 3 empty hourglasses, transferred the awake time into them, and handed one to each of the other 2. Zhang Lichuan couldn't refuse and accepted the hourglass gratefully. Thanks, Brother Liang. I really made a big profit this time. Then Liang Yan took out a palm-sized token. It was dark gold, heavy, with the word guild engraved on the front and tiny characters covering the back.
A guild krisisen token?
Zhang Lichuan gasped. Liang Yan nodded with a smile. I sold one in a hurry before, but now I've got another. This one we'll keep for ourselves. Zhang Lichuan swallowed hard, another 100,000 points. Next, Song Su began taking out weapons. The first was a bow. It was dark gold all over, with fine silver patterns winding along its limbs. Windchaser Golden Bow Level Requirement 20 Attack Power 187 to 215 Attack Speed 50% Effect 25% chance to trigger a weak point critical hit. Durability 300/300ths. Qi Ting instinctively touched the Moonchaser on his back. His bow focused on critical hits, while this one focused on speed. A 50% boost. What did that mean? In the same time others shot 1 arrow, this bow could shoot 2. Song Su glanced at him. You want it?
Take it.
Qi Ting quickly waved his hands. No, my Moonchaser is enough. Sister-in-law, you should take it. You're good at group attacks. This bow suits you perfectly. Song Su didn't argue. She nodded. All right, I'll take the bow. The armor set is yours. She handed him the shining golden windchase set. Qi Ting tried to refuse again. Sister-in-law, that's too valuable. But Song Su had already taken out her own protective suit. It was a neatly folded white outfit that looked quite ordinary. She shook it open, put it on, and zipped it up to the top. Everyone's eyes widened instantly. It was dazzlingly white. The white outfit made her look like she was glowing. When the protective suit fit her perfectly, it seemed alive, automatically shrinking and adjusting, molding to her body shape inch by inch. Her shoulders were straight, with broad shoulders and narrow hips. Strong muscles were faintly visible under the shiny white fabric, full of power. She was already nearly 2 meters tall, and once she wore this suit, she looked even taller. Standing there, she looked like a top model in the world. Zhang Lichuan opened his mouth but couldn't speak for a moment. Liang Yan's eyes widened. Honey, you look so handsome, it's almost too much. Song Su looked down at herself and moved her arms a bit. It's okay, fits well. She looked up and saw that all three of them were staring at her. What's wrong? Zhang Lichuan swallowed hard. Sister-in-law, brother. This outfit of yours. Liang Yan nudged him. Don't make a fuss. Song Su patted her outfit and smiled. It's a gold level one. Got it from a treasure chest before. Qi Ting finally found his voice. This is also gold level. Song Su twirled her wrist, and the suit moved with her, without a single wrinkle. Yeah, I didn't expect it to adjust size automatically. Not bad. She pointed her chin at Qi Ting's handheld outfit. I'm a dual class with Bao and magic, so I don't need gear. You can keep it. Qi Ting nodded silently. Liang Yan leaned closer to Song Su and whispered, Honey, you wearing this? Song Su shot him a sidelong glance. What? It's nothing. Liang Yan quickly waved his hands. Just think, my wife looks so good. Handsome, elegant, wise, and full of spirit. Zhang Lichuan silently turned his head. Qi Ting also silently turned his head. The two exchanged glances. Zhang Lichuan. Getting used to it? Qi Ting. Almost there. Song Su had already picked up the next item. A nearly blinding golden shield. The shield was wider than her shoulders, entirely gold, with intricate runes carved all over its surface. The most amazing thing was that it was glowing on its own. Unbreakable golden shield, level requirement, 20, defense, 320, block rate 50%, special effect. Each successful block reflects 20% of damage back to the attacker. Durability, 500 out of 500. Seeing the shield handed over, Zhang Lichuan's knees went weak. Liang Yan smiled warmly at him. Hold it. Why are you just standing there? Zhang Lichuan's eyes turned red. He wanted to say it was too valuable. He wanted to say it should be given to brother Liang. But Liang Yan had already tucked the shield into his arms. Once in his hands, it felt heavy. Zhang Lichuan held it as if holding his life, eager to kiss it. The third weapon was a large golden sword. The blade was wide, with a cold gleam along the edge, and a roaring tiger was carved on the back. Roar of the Tiger, golden sword, level requirement, 20, attack power, 245 to 278, strength, 30, special effect, 20% chance to trigger tiger roar on attack, causing the target to be stunned for 2 seconds, durability, 300/300. Liang Yan held the sword in his left hand and the tiger roar set in his right, nodding with satisfaction. I'll keep this set. My clothes are all torn anyway. The last item was a pair of gloves. Everyone curiously gathered to look. The gloves were as thin as cicada wings, soft all over, woven with golden threads. Compassioned golden gloves, level requirement, 20, healing effect, 45%, special effect. Each healing has a 10% chance to trigger compassion, granting a shield that lasts 10 seconds and absorbs 200 damage. Song Su's eyes lit up. A 200-point shield was quite a lot. Her current health was only 275 points. She put on the gloves. Thin and close-fitting to the skin, almost unnoticeable. But on the attribute panel, the healing effect value jumped. Little sister-in-law, are you a dual healer with a bow? Zhang Lichuan scratched his head awkwardly. Then you know healing skills, right? Song Su looked at him. Zhang Lichuan's health bar was only half full. The damage from the red light chase earlier still not healed. Yes. She raised her hand to use the skill. Plum Blossom J, Heart-Strengthening Needle, instantly restores 10% of the target's maximum health. Stamina cost, 10 points. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Then Zhang Lichuan saw a large syringe appear in her hand. It was really big. It was thicker than his forearm, with a shiny needle that gleamed under the light and red measurement marks on the barrel. Zhang Lichuan's pupils shrank in shock. Wait a moment. It was too late. Song Su waved her hand. The syringe flew out of her hand, tracing a perfect parabola in the air. Then with a pop, it precisely pierced Zhang Lichuan's thigh. Zhang Lichuan stiffened all over. Qiting took a sharp breath. Zhang Lichuan slowly looked down at the trembling syringe on his thigh. Does it hurt? Qiting asked softly. Zhang Lichuan moved his leg. No, it doesn't hurt. As soon as he finished speaking, the syringe turned into white light and disappeared. A green number popped up above his head. Health 42. Not painful? Even with such a big needle. Qiting leaned in to look. It really doesn't hurt, Zhang Lichuan said, touching himself. It just felt cold for a moment, then it was gone. Song Su frowned. Good, no pain. This is my first time using it, but the effect is too weak. She counted on her fingers. A healer's specialty, the compassionate gloves plus skills, with so many healing bonuses. Why does it only add a little health? Liang Yan stepped closer and whispered comfortingly, Honey, you're already great. The small amount added is because Lichuan's health cap is low. It has nothing to do with you. Song Su was still calculating with her head bowed. Qiting quietly let out a breath of relief. His health bar was also just a little short of full. He looked up and met Song Su's gaze. Sister-in-law, wait, it'll be fine soon. Qiting's scalp tingled. He wanted to say he didn't need it, that he could eat something to recover. But Song Su had already raised her hand. Another large syringe appeared. Sister-in-law, I can take medicine myself. Pop. It was injected into his arm.
Qiting's mouth twitched.
Does it hurt? Zhang Lichuan said happily from beside him. Qiting moved his arm. It really doesn't hurt. He rubbed the spot where he was injected, looking complicated. Older sister-in-law, can't you change your style for this skill? He asked carefully. Maybe like flowers, petals, or lollipops. Song Su thought for a moment. It won't change, Qiting. 4 people, each received a set of top-tier equipment, plus the help order and 10,000 hours of alertness. Zhang Lichuan looked at the pile of remaining materials on the ground. There were many silver and black iron-level gear, with various materials stacked like a small mountain. He swallowed hard, still a bit in disbelief. Song Su was still tidying up that small mountain. There's even a blueprint for a speedboat. Should we sell it at the auction house? No, we won't sell it. Liang Yan shook his head. Let's build the speedboat ourselves. Song Su looked up at him. What are you planning? Liang Yan chuckled. Before moving to the next map, let's take a walk around Songjiang. Zhang Lichuan looked confused. Brother Liang, our experience is full. Why go there? Liang Yan confidently said, I love eating fish. Do you remember a few days ago, someone posted a silver fish spirit? The meat is delicious and the price is high. One can sell for over 100 points and it was caught in Songjiang. Qiting's eyes lit up. I know the silver fish spirit. Eating it can increase movement speed. When it hits the auction, it sells out instantly. No market, just demand. Liang Yan clapped his hands. Exactly. Anyway, we have the blueprint. The materials won't cost much. Let's stock up more. Whether to eat or sell, it's worth it. Zhang Lichuan remembered Song Su's grilled shrimp and swallowed. I agree. Qiting nodded too. Brother Liang is right. Song Su put away the blueprint. All right then, keep it for yourself. What is this? A small yard. On the ground lay a tiny model of a courtyard, glowing faintly. Sweetheart, keep this. You love growing flowers and vegetables, right? This is perfect for you. The two naturally had no objections. Qiting even took out a few rare seeds from his bag and handed them to Song Su. When preparing to leave the dungeon, the system popped up a message. Congratulations on clearing Nioming Valley Nightmare difficulty. Reward settlement in progress. Points 3,000, experience 20,000. Title earned, Conqueror of Neoming Valley, 30% increased damage against bovine monsters. Bonus reward, 8 skill fragments. Song Su glanced at the panel and casually closed it. She turned to look at Meng Rong, who was floating in midair. Senior. Meng Rong was smiling as he operated his own system screen. He looked up when he heard her. Girl, what's the matter? What does Wu Fengming mean by the Four Symbols Highway? Meng Rong stroked his beard. The Four Symbols Highway is a map for levels 20 to 30, mainly testing survival skills. You need to complete a set distance each day. Along the way, you'll find good things related to the four great beasts, but there are also dangerous monsters. With your current ability, it shouldn't be a problem. Song Su stared at him. Then why did she say we're all going to die? Meng Rong touched his chin. As far as I know, Wu Fengming has a cousin named Lin.
Something.
He went to the Four Symbols Highway a few years ago. A cold feeling hit Song Su. Could it be that I'll be targeted by the administrator as soon as I enter a new map? Meng Rong was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. Administrator? Girl, do you think administrators are chosen like picking vegetables? That guy has been in the game for less than 50 years. It's not easy to become an administrator. Plus, administrators of high-level maps are not so easily replaced. Song Su raised an eyebrow at him. Meng Rong. What's with that look? Song Su. Didn't you get replaced back then? Meng Rong's smile froze. That was. His face turned red. That was just a moment of carelessness. Besides, I was troubled by love. Heroes often can't resist beautiful women, you know. Song Su slightly curved her lips. Meng Rong waved angrily. All right, let's go. Stop bothering me. In the distance, Zheng Lichuan watched Song Su muttering to herself in the air, with a strange expression. He leaned toward Liang Yan and lowered his voice. Brother Liang. Yeah, who is my sister-in-law talking to? Liang Yan turned his head and looked at Meng Rong, who was floating in the air wearing ancient general armor. He was silent for 3 seconds. Brother Liang, Zheng Lichuan asked cautiously, how long has my sister-in-law been like this? Qingting also came over and lowered his voice. Is she under too much pressure? I know a real-life psychologist. Liang Yan chuckled awkwardly.
No.
Your sister-in-law has special talent. She can see things that ordinary people can't. Zheng Lichuan and Qi exchanged glances. Zheng Lichuan. Yin-yang eyes. Qi, are there ghosts in the game? Zheng Lichuan rubbed his arms, feeling a chill. Maybe there really are, Liang Yan. He took a deep breath. All right, let's go quickly. The group headed toward the exit of the dungeon. Passing by the spot where Wu Fengming's body disappeared, a few shabby pieces of equipment were scattered on the ground. Zheng Lichuan squatted down and looked through them. Is this hers? He said in disbelief. The top healer in the whole area, and this is all she left, he muttered. But even a small mosquito is meat. Do you guys want it? Liang Yan and Qi shook their heads. Zheng Lichuan collected all the junk gear. Qi walked over to where Wang Shuai had disappeared. There was more loot on the ground than from Wu Fengming. A shield he had used for a long time, a few bottles of potions and food that he didn't have time to drink, some skill fragments, and a level 4 house. Qi crouched down and picked up each item one by one. Wang Shuai is actually a pretty good guy, he sighed. Just not very smart. As soon as he sees a girl, he can't move. Do you want his house? If not, I'll dismantle it. Liang Yan looked at the pile of items and shook his head. I told him to stay away from Wu Fengming long ago. Men shouldn't see one woman and want another. You guys should learn from me, be faithful. Song Su happened to walk over and heard the last part. He smiled and patted Liang Yan on the shoulder.
Good job.
Keep it up. Liang Yan immediately straightened his back. Don't worry, wife. I only have you. I don't even look at other women. Zheng Lichuan. Qi silently turned away. The 4 of them exited the dungeon. A flash of white light, and they found themselves back at the Bichuan Plain, under the familiar gray-blue sky. They were standing at the entrance of the dungeon. Taking a breath of fresh air, everyone felt a sense of relief, as if they had escaped danger. What's the plan next? Qi asked. Liang Yan looked at Song Su. Listen to my wife. Song Su looked at the time and said, let's get ready. The bag will be picked up soon, and we need to be away for at least 5 hours. Zheng Lichuan nodded. Then I'll go home and check. Qi Ting also nodded. Yes, my outside body is getting smelly. I'll take a long bath. How about meeting in 2 days at noon, 12 o'clock? Zheng Lichuan asked. Sounds good. They each left their houses and logged out. Song Su opened her eyes, put on her clothes, and headed straight to the kindergarten. Meanwhile, in the back kitchen of the safe bun shop, Liang Yan crawled out from among a pile of flour bags, looking all white and powdery. He patted himself twice, and flour puffed into the air. Cough, cough. He had rushed into the game too quickly earlier. After closing the shop, he fell right into a pile of flour. He looked at his phone, quickly changed into clean clothes, and rode his electric scooter to the kindergarten. It was 3:55 p.m. Song Su and Liang Yan met at the kindergarten gate. 5 minutes later, the gate opened. Parents rushed in, and children were picked up one by one. Song Su and Liang Yan stood at the gate, watching the crowd gradually disperse. Liang Yan's face changed. Why isn't the bag coming out yet? Song Su held his hand. Don't worry, the bag is fine. She looked at the monitor screen showing the little bear. Her daughter was sitting in an office, a colorful book in front of her. 2 teachers beside her were whispering softly. The principal came out from the main door and waved at them. Mr. Liang, Miss Song, please come in the office. The bag sat on a small chair, drawing and coloring with crayons. The principal asked them to sit and poured them each a glass of water. Mr. Liang, MS. Song, we invited you here today to talk about the situation with the bag. Liang Yan became nervous. What's wrong? Did she cause trouble? No, the principal quickly waved her hands, smiling wider. The bag is so smart, she wouldn't cause trouble. This morning, we organized outdoor activities for the children. She pointed to the plastic playground outside. It was just running around the small track, running 1 lap. Liang Yan nodded. While other children run around once and are exhausted, your child, Bao Bao, ran 3 laps. She does run quite fast. The principal's expression became more subtle. But after 3 laps, she wasn't red in the face or out of breath. She even asked the teacher if she could run 1 more time. Liang Yan looked at Song Su. Song Su didn't say anything. The principal continued. Later, during a game, the teacher asked the children to pick up balls. When the balls were thrown, other children ran to pick them up and then came back. Your child, Bao Bao, already picked up 2. She opened a notebook on the table. Then we gave her a simple cognitive test, reaction speed, logical reasoning, spatial imagination. She looked up. Miss Song, Mr. Liang, I've been working in early childhood education for over 20 years. I've only seen 2 children as outstanding as your Bao Bao. Song Su raised an eyebrow. 2. The principal closed the notebook. Yes, one was specially recruited into a military-affiliated kindergarten in Beijing, and the other was sent abroad by her parents. She looked at Bao Bao with bright eyes. This child is truly one of a kind, an exceptional talent. The principal was both happy and a little reluctant. Honestly, I really like her. But if I keep her here, I might be delaying her future. I have an old classmate in Beijing who is the deputy director at a military-affiliated kindergarten. That kindergarten is filled with talented children from all over the country, with a special training system, the best teachers, and top resources. She paused, then said with some pain, If you're willing, I can help you get in touch. Song Su smiled slightly. Thank you for your kindness, but we don't need that. The principal was surprised. Miss Song, you might not fully understand how important that place is. It's a place where many parents would do anything to get in, and ordinary children can only dream of it. I know. Song Su looked at Bao Bao. But my daughter doesn't need to become a star or a genius. I just want her to be safe, healthy, and happy every day. The principal opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but then swallowed her words. Liang Yan nodded as well. Yes, we just want her to have a happy childhood. Whether she's a genius or not isn't important. The principal was silent for a moment, then smiled happily. That's good. If you leave her here with me, you can rest assured. I will take good care of her. Bao Bao slipped off the chair and walked up to the principal, looking up. Grandma Principal, can I come again tomorrow? The principal paused, then smiled like a blooming flower. Of course. I'll be waiting for you every day. Bao Bao nodded, put her crayon back into the pencil holder. Okay, I'm leaving now. Goodbye, Grandma Principal. She waved her hand and waddled toward the door on her short legs. Liang Yan and Song-Su followed behind. When they reached the door, Liang Yan looked back. The principal was still standing there, smiling warmly at Bao Bao's back. That look was like she was looking at her own granddaughter, full of genuine affection. Back home, Bao Bao changed into her little slippers and hurried to sit on the sofa. Song-Su turned on the TV, tuning to the news channel. Bao Bao immediately quieted down and stared at the screen. The couple went to the kitchen to prepare dinner.
Wife.
We can now play the game together, Liang Yan said, setting down his knife. We've saved a few thousand yuan, enough for now. Maybe we should take a break from work? Song-Su kept chopping without stopping. We can't stop now. Winter's coming soon and we need to buy a car. I'll find someone to help at the shop. Liang Yan scratched his head. But we still have ingredients and that scarecrow. Song-Su pulled out some beef from the pot. I have someone reliable. I'll contact her soon. Who? An unkind stepmother. Liang Yan grinned. Why such a strange name? Song-Su sliced the beef into thin pieces. She's actually a good person, tough on the outside but kind inside. She's grateful and always helpful. The best part is she's always liked me, so I trust her. Liang Yan scratched his head again. All right, I trust you.
Dinner was served.
Liang Yan picked Bao Bao up and sat her in a small chair, placing a piece of beef in her bowl. Here, sweetheart, eat some meat. Bao Bao stared at the TV and opened her mouth. Liang Yan whispered, Wife, look at her. She's more focused on the news than on cartoons. Song-Su watched her daughter with a big smile. You feed her first, I'll go play the game. Now? Yeah. I'll be back after I talk to Lele. Liang Yan nodded. Go ahead. I'll watch her. Song-Su went into the bedroom and lay down. Game world. Song-Su opened her eyes. The effect of her disguised charcoal pen had just worn off. She reopened the private chat channel. Mom bag. Lele, are you there? Meanwhile, near the cliff in the beginner canyon, Lula was holding a shield, chasing a jumping sheep that was running all over the place. The sheep jumped very high, and when it landed, it deliberately jumped onto her face, making her very annoyed. Stop running. Let me hit you once. Just once. The jumping sheep bleated and jumped even more happily. Lula was about to keep chasing when her private message alert suddenly sounded. She casually clicked it open and froze. 3 seconds later. What the heck? The jumping sheep was so scared by her shout that it slipped and fell. Lula didn't care about it at all, her fingers trembling with excitement. Bisiostamum, sis. Did I see that right? You're not dead. Oh my god. Vicious stepmom. Ah. I thought you were gone. I even burned paper for you. Song-Su's mouth twitched. Mom bag. Burning paper? Vicious stepmom. Yeah. In the game. That paper money is precious, meant to send your thoughts to loved ones. 1 point per sheet. I burned 10 sheets for you. Mumbai, Hanks. Vicious stepmom. My sister. So what were you doing before? Why did you suddenly disappear? Song-Su. Doing a dungeon, there was an issue, so I was delayed for a few days. Vicious stepmom. You scared me to death. Your avatar was gray. I thought the system had erased you.
Sobi. Glad you're okay.
Mom bag. I see you're level 10? What are you doing? Have you reached the new map? Vicious stepmom. Not yet, still a bit short of experience. Just need to kill 2 more jumping sheep. Mom bag. Okay, after level 10, there will be a quest to find a teleportation gate. When that happens, you should. Song-Su roughly explained to Lulo where the teleportation gate might appear. Lulo was so grateful she didn't know what to say, and directly traded over the more than 400 iron ores she had saved up recently. Song-Su didn't refuse. She needed a lot of iron ore to craft a speedboat. She also packed the leftover mantis shrimp and the equipment she replaced and sent them to her. Lulo was stunned when she received the items. Vicious stepmother. Wawa, sister, you keep giving me so many good things. I don't know how to thank you enough. Bag mom. Why not dedicate yourself to me? I run a bun shop in real life and need help. From now on, you can work with me. The other side was silent for a few seconds. Vicious stepmother. Sister, I really want to come to you, but my current situation. You know, bag mom. Yes, a high-level paralysis. Vicious stepmother. I can't move much now either. A few days ago, I took a calming pill, and my left hand has just started to recover. Bag mom. I'll bring you medicine tomorrow. Just come with me. Lulu was stunned, her finger hanging in the air. Vicious stepmother. Sister, do you know how many I need to take to get better? Bag mom. Would 20 pills be enough? Li's breath caught. Vicious stepmother. 20 pills cost 500 points. Plus handling fees, that's 5,000. Too expensive. She had saved up for so long just to take one pill out. Bag mom. You don't need to worry about points. I'll exchange them for you. The only question is, can you come with me? Li's eyes slowly turned red, tears suddenly spilling out. Bag mom, I know you're eager for revenge, but don't rush. I have something urgent. Food and accommodation are covered, and I can pay you 5,000 a month. Is that okay? Just say yes. Vicious stepmother. I want to cry, wah. Okay, I'll go. Bag mom, deal. I have your address. I'll come tomorrow morning. Get ready. Lulu looked at those words and cried again. Since she was a child, her father didn't love her, and her mother didn't care. Her parents each built their own families, afraid she'd call them for money. Lulu believed that life was about fighting for herself. She worked hard, earned her own money, and took good care of herself. She had thought that once she married, she'd have a home, and she even married a second husband on purpose. But instead of being moved by the heavens or earth, she only felt she had been fooled. Her whole family was like wolves. She wanted revenge, to torment them so badly they'd wish they were never born. But she no longer had a home, no place to live, no one to care for her. After revenge, maybe prison would be her final home. Now Sister Sue wants her. Sister Sue is asking her to come with her. She cried and laughed at the same time, looking like a fool. She turned off the private chat, tears streaming down her face as she smiled. She pointed at the jumping sheep that had already gotten up and was teasing her by sticking out its bottom. Little brat, she wiped her eyes. Today, I must teach you a lesson. In the real world, in City C, J Province. Lulu was lying on the bed, completely unaware, with a small, ugly teddy bear beside her pillow. Her mother-in-law, Wang Jinling, came in holding a bowl. Seeing that she was still asleep, she scolded, "This lazy girl sleeps over 20 hours a day, doesn't eat, and is wasting away." She set the bowl on the bedside table, splashing some soup. Lulu didn't move. Wang Jinling frowned and pinched her leg. Wasn't she better yesterday? Is she deaf today or just dead? I told you to eat. The door was pushed open again. Li's husband, Kai Hao, entered. In his early 30s, with a fair face and glasses. Smelling the strange smell in the room, he frowned tightly. Didn't I tell you to wash her? Why does she still smell so bad? Wang Jinling glared at him. She's your wife. Why don't you wash her? I have old arms and legs, taking care of the little one and her too. Kai Hao was tired of her nagging and waved his hand. The court might send someone tomorrow. Hurry up and tidy her up. It doesn't look good like this. The court? Wang Jinling's eyes lit up. Is the compensation coming? How much could it be? Kai Hao nodded. She has a first-degree disability. With the driver and insurance, it should be over $1 million. That much? Wang Jinling gasped. Your mother told you not to rush into divorce, right? If we divorce, can we still split the money? Kai Hao smiled slightly. I didn't expect so much money. Then I can buy a new car. His mother-in-law lowered her voice. But yesterday her hand seemed to move. Do you think it's still a first-degree disability? You must have seen it wrong. A high-level paralysis, can't move at all. I'm old but not blind. When I came in, she was playing with that broken doll, using only her left hand. Wang Jinling pointed at the teddy bear.
Kai Hao da wen.
When the people come tomorrow, hide her a bit. Also, the hospital's diagnosis and disability certificate are out, so it should be fine. He turned to leave but suddenly remembered something. He looked back and lowered his voice. Mom, don't pinch her anymore. The bruises are too obvious. The mother-in-law waved her hand. I understand. I know my limits. After saying that, She grabbed Lu Li's left hand and forcefully pressed it back under her. Stop moving when you shouldn't. She casually threw the little bear into the trash can. Such a ugly broken doll. I don't know where you found it. It's bad luck. In the new beginner canyon.
Lulu's lips curled slightly.
Waiting for the compensation? She sneered inwardly. Her mother wouldn't let them get a single penny. After packing her bag, the couple returned to the game. Suddenly, everything spun around. Liang Yan opened his eyes and looked at Song-Su beside him. His eyes brightened. Wife, you still look better as a girl. Song-Su glanced at him. Of course. Now go light the stove. It's a bit cold. She pushed open the wooden cabin door. The 3 big moons in the sky just barely opened their eyes, and a few birds flew past in the distance. Qi Ting and Zheng Lichuan's house was tightly shut, and they hadn't woken up yet. Song-Su walked to an open space and took out a miniature courtyard model from her backpack. She placed it on the ground. Wow, as soon as the model hit the ground, it started to expand. It was like a documentary sped up, with everything rapidly growing and forming within seconds. When she regained her senses, a courtyard had appeared before her. It wasn't big, but very detailed. White brick walls, short and just above waist height, with a view of the outside scenery. In front was a cobblestone path, winding toward a pavilion in the center. The pavilion's roof was made of thatched grass, with a stone table and 2 stone stools inside. On both sides of the path were 2 neat flower beds. The dark soil was loose and soft, but nothing was planted yet. Song-Su circled the courtyard, marveling. Liang Yan finished lighting the stove and came out, eyes bright.
Wow, wife.
This courtyard looks much better than Wu Fingming's. Song-Su nodded, squatted in front of the flower bed, and took out some seed packets given by Qi Ting from her backpack. The first packet was sprout ginger. It's a common seasoning in the Baichuan Plain. The auction house sells finished products, but not many sell seeds. Song-Su looked at it. This packet of seeds was worth about 200 points. The second packet contained flower seeds that could grow many kinds of blossoms. Song-Su didn't open the third one. Illusion grass seeds, highly poisonous, not edible, causes continuous damage when touched. Can be used to make poison. Liang Yan leaned over to take a look. Huh. Why did Qi Ting give you this thing? Song-Su asked. What thing? He picked it up last time we went on a mission. No one wanted it. You should just throw it away. Song-Su shook her head. Let's keep it. It might be useful later. Then she dug a small hole in the left garden bed and sprinkled in the sprouting ginger seeds. As soon as she covered them with soil, a transparent virtual panel appeared above the flower bed. Sprouting ginger growth progress. 0%. Current status. Needs water. Needs fertilizer. Liang Yan hurried out of the house with a bucket of water. Let me water it. He poured the water in, and the progress bar moved slightly. Sprouting ginger growth progress. 5%. Current status. Needs fertilizer. Liang Yan rubbed his chin. Too bad we didn't collect any fertilizer before. Where can we get some now? Song-Su twitched her lips and opened the system store. Basic fertilizer. 30 points per bag. Usable 10 times. Each use increases crop growth by 5% to 15%. 30 points for 10 uses, 3 points each time. Not bad. Song-Su clicked by, and a burlap sack appeared in her hands. Liang Yan took it and weighed it. Wow, so the store sells the stuff? It's a big bag. He opened it. Inside were grayish-brown granules with a faint earthy smell. Song-Su grabbed a handful and scattered it on the soil. The dark earth cracked open, and a tender green sprout pushed through, growing quickly before their eyes. This time, the sprouting ginger no longer showed any lack of water or fertilizer, and its growth progress reached 20%. Now, all they had to do was wait. She then tossed the flower seeds into the garden bed on the right. The 2 of them watered and fertilized together. Liang Yan's hand slipped, tearing a hole in the burlap sack. Fertilizer spilled onto the ground, and he gasped in dismay. Oh no, this bag is so flimsy. But the flower bed began to move. Tiny shoots sprouted one after another, climbing upward. Green leaves spread along the wall, and soon, plump flower buds began to appear. The thin membrane cracked open, and layers of colorful petals unfolded outward, stacking into large, vibrant flowers. Each flower was bigger than Liang Yan's face. Liang Yan was stunned. Song Su opened her mouth in surprise. So, adding more fertilizer can actually make flowers grow. The progress bar above the flower bed was full. The C is to eat prompt indicated that when these flowers bloom, they will attract certain insects to appear. Song Su pulled Liang Yan aside. Since these flowers attract insects, you should stand back. Before she finished, a faint buzzing sound came from the air. Many small yellow bugs slowly floated down from above. They were much smaller than normal bees, shining with a faint golden color, and their wings vibrated so fast they were almost invisible. The tiny bees flew around the flower bed twice, then dived into the flower's center to collect nectar. Liang Yan's eyes lit up. Honey, the bees are here. Honey sells for a high price, so maybe we can make our own in the future. Song Su quickly remembered items from the shop and nodded. She opened the shop and searched for honeycomb. Honeycomb normal, can hold 2,000 bees, produces 150 g of honey daily. Price, 400 points. Song Su clenched her teeth.
She clicked to buy.
A flash of white light appeared, and she placed a small wooden box the size of her palm against the wall. Just as she hung it up, the golden bees emerged from the flower center, flew around the hive twice, then went inside. More and more bees appeared, flying into the hive. Song Su stepped back 2 steps, smiling slightly. Nice, now we can eat our own honey. Liang Yan chuckled. Growing vegetables like this is so easy. Next time, let's bring some vegetable seeds. We won't need to buy vegetables from the store anymore. Song Su stood up. It's a pity the yard is a bit small. If we had 2 more flower beds, we could plant 2 fruit trees. Then we'd have fresh fruit to eat. Fruit, Zheng Lichuan, with a messy hairdo, peeked over from next door. Sister-in-law, I have some berries. Do you want some? Oh, and wild pears too. Song Su smiled and waved her hand. No need, no need. You're awake now, so call Qi Ting to come have breakfast. Zheng Lichuan responded with a nod and went to knock on Qi Ting's door. Song Su returned to her own room, rummaging through her big bag for things. She pulled out a pot of braised beef, which she had cooked the night before. There was a bowl of plain rice and a bottle of pickled vegetables. Just as she brought the food to the stone table, Zheng Lichuan and Qi Ting also came in. Seeing the food on the table, their eyes widened. Sister-in-law, did you bring ingredients from real life? That must have cost a lot. Song Su smiled and said, It's okay. Eating well gives us strength. Actually, she wanted to try something. In the past, when she grilled those lobsters, her teammates' affection levels increased immediately. But those were ingredients from the game. This time, she used real seasonings, rice, and pickled vegetables. Although she couldn't trade them, what if she just gave them directly to others to eat? Would they even be able to fit it in their mouths? In the yard, the stone table was set up. The smell of hot, delicious meat wafted into their noses. Zheng Lichuan swallowed hard. Liang Yan carried a few empty bowls and handed them over.
Come on, serve yourselves. Don't be shy.
Zheng Lichuan took a bowl. Thanks, brother and sister-in-law. I've never really eaten rice in the game before. Song Su scooped a piece of meat onto his plate. No problem. Eat up. After saying that, she quietly observed. She saw Zheng Lichuan chewed on the beef twice and froze. He chewed 2 more times. What's wrong? Song Su asked. Does it taste bad? Zheng Lichuan shook his head, still holding meat in his mouth, mumbling, It's not. This meat. It's still here. Qi Ting wanted to laugh, but suddenly froze as well. Yeah. Why is this meat still here after 1 bite? Normally, in the game, food disappears after 1 bite. But now, the meat was still there, with just a small bite taken out. I just ate a bite that added 30 health points. What about you? Zheng Lichuan asked. Qi Ting replied, I added 24. They looked at each other in surprise. Liang Yan explained with a smile, My wife added real seasonings to the beef. Look at this rice. Can't you eat it bite by bite? He took another mouthful of rice. Honey, don't say it. This rice tastes even better than outside. Big bites add 8 health points. Small bites add 2. Only then did they understand, and they started eating the meat one bite at a time. I added 35 points with this bite. Zhang Lichuan puffed out his cheeks. Qi Ting quickly took a big bite, unable to open his mouth fully, and gestured. 40. Liang Yan laughed loudly. All right, I figured it out. Eating a piece of beef the size of a fist can increase your health by 75, right? Wishing all the little readers a sweet and happy life. Almost there, eating like this feels so good. Yeah, eating like this before always made me feel like I was swallowing food without really tasting it. The three of them happily ate and joked around, but Song Su didn't speak. She looked at the beef in her bowl. She took a bite. Health 8, stamina 3. 1 second later. Health 8, stamina 3. Another second. Health 8, stamina 3. It continued for 5 seconds. Song Su's pupils slightly contracted. They finished eating without any surprise of gaining stamina, but she was the only one who did? She asked Liang Yan, check what the attributes of the marinated beef are. Liang Yan replied, it just adds health. It says 80 health. Oh, maybe my piece is bigger. Wait, there are 3 small question marks below. Chun, do you see them? Zhang Lichuan said, you didn't tell me, I didn't notice. Wow, they're really there. Qi Ting said, me too. What do those question marks mean? Song Su asked. Is there anything else? The 3 shook their heads. Song Su lowered her eyes. She probably understood what was happening. Only she is a born foodie. Maybe because of her skill, she absorbs food better than others? But she couldn't say that. Although Liang Yan trusted these 2 brothers very much, Song Su felt that people can hide their true intentions, and she shouldn't reveal her cards easily. She looked up, acting normal. Maybe it's because of the real ingredients. They don't appear in the game, and the system might not show everything? Zhang Lichuan suddenly understood. Your analysis makes sense. Liang Yan's eyes sparkled. He took another piece of meat and smiled. Who cares? As long as it tastes good. Come on, eat more. The pavilion was filled with a fragrant aroma. Bees buzzed around the flower garden. After eating, Song Su opened her backpack and took out the blueprint for the speedboat. All the materials were already gathered. She selected the blueprint, and a boat option appeared in the recipe. A flash of white light and a small silver speedboat model appeared in her palm. The streamlined boat has light blue patterns on its sides, which might be decorations or some kind of magic array. The cockpit is at the front, with 2 rows of soft seats behind it, fitting 5 people. On the side, there are a few life buoys hanging. Liang Yan looked at the small model and marveled. No wonder it's so expensive. It's really luxurious. By the banks of the Songjiang River, the water is churning and turbulent, and you can't see across to the other side. There are a few old wooden boats docked by the river, and a group of players standing on the shore, all wet. This boat is so broken. It fell apart just a little way out. No choice, it's so cheap. What should we do? Can it be repaired? Let's gather some materials and try. Before finishing, a few people arrived nearby. The leading woman wore a pure white protective suit from head to toe, the glowing white fabric making her look like she's shining. Her eyes are slightly upturned, sharp at the ends, with a straight nose, and she looks cold when she's not smiling. When she lifts her eyes, she looks full of energy. Next to her is an old man, older, but with a strong bone structure. He wears dark gold armor with tiger stripes flowing across it, carrying a large golden sword on his back. His weapons and gear look like a matching set. The old man is busy helping the energetic woman, and judging by his appearance, he's probably her father. Behind them is a tall archer, even more impressive. He is dressed entirely in shiny gold, and his bow also glows faintly with gold. Finally, there's a simple-looking man. He looks ordinary, but the shield on his back makes people gasp. The shield is covered with runes, and a glowing aura circles around its edge. The large shield shines brightly in the sunlight, almost blinding. The 4 of them stand together by the river, and the chatter from earlier suddenly quiets.
Wow.
Where did these big shots come from?
They're all max level, right?
Look at their gear, completely gold set. Oh my god. After the 4 of them leave in a speedboat, the crowd's noise grows louder again. Look at them. They have a speedboat now. They're so rich. I'm so jealous. On the river surface, the water deepens in color, shifting from blue to dark ink. The surrounding boats gradually increased in number. They were all simple wooden boats, and the players on them were busy fighting monsters that had emerged from the water. A few sharp-toothed fish-like monsters were attacking a small boat wildly, causing it to shake dangerously. "Row faster. Hurry up," shouted the players on the boat. Next to them, another boat was in the same situation. The players looked exhausted, and water was already inside their boat. At this moment, a silver speedboat zoomed past them. Splashes of water soaked the players. The speedboat kept moving forward. The number of small boats around them gradually decreased, and the water became wider. Song-Su stood at the front of the boat, opening her eyes to see clearly. Ahead, a dense pattern of glowing words appeared. "We've arrived." Liang Yan slowed down the boat, and everyone looked at the water surface. In front of them, a shimmering silver light appeared on the river. The silver glow shone from beneath the water, like a huge ribbon. Looking closely, it was full of fish. Thousands of small silver fish, about the size of a palm, gathered tightly and moved slowly with the current. They were all silver-white, flipping and jumping as they swam, making the water look like boiling mercury. Zhang Lichuan opened his mouth wide. "Wow, so many fish." Liang Yan stood up. "Hurry and buy fishing nets, let's catch some." Song-Su stared at the water below and gestured to Qi-Ting. "They're fishing and we're on alert. Watch out for that little elite over there." Qi-Ting looked in the direction she pointed. Among the silver fish, a larger figure was lurking. It was over a meter long, also silver-white, but its dorsal fin was raised high like a flag. Silver fish spirit, extremely delicious meat, edible. Cooking it grants a random speed boost. Song-Su's eyes lit up. "It's coming over." Qi-Ting drew his bow and aimed. "Leave it to me." Before he finished speaking, the silver fish spirit suddenly shot out from the depths of the fish school, rushing straight toward the speedboat. A white wave was cut through the water, moving at an astonishing speed. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. The silver fish spirit leapt out of the water, flipping in the air, and swung its huge tail forcefully toward the boat. Qi-Ting released his grip. A golden glow struck the silver fish spirit directly in the eyes. -889. The silver fish's health bar instantly emptied, and it fell from the sky with a loud thud. Song-Su quickly reached out and caught it. Meanwhile, Liang Yan had already thrown the fishing net into the water. "Spring. Help me." Zhang Lichuan grabbed the corner of the net with force. The two pulled together. The net surfaced from the water. A burst of silver light exploded, and over 100 silver fish wildly flailed their tails inside the net, their shiny scales dazzling and making it hard to keep eyes open. "Ha ha, this is so exciting." Liang Yan laughed, his mouth crooked with joy. Suddenly, the speedboat shook violently. Zhang Lichuan staggered and almost fell into the water. "Damn, there's another one under the boat." Liang Yan grabbed the railing and pointed to the side of the boat. Wife, shoot it." Song-Su leaned out, and a fish tail struck the back of the boat, creating a small crack about the size of a palm. The river water gurgled in, rushing inside. Without hesitation, she shot 3 arrows in quick succession, killing the silver fish spirit and electrocuting a nearby group of silver fish at the same time. Song-Su glanced at the crack. "We need 8 iron ingots and a bucket of glue to fix it." "Got it, sister-in-law." "I'll fix it. You guys keep fishing," Zhang Lichuan shouted. As more ordinary small fish were caught, the silver fish spirit began to spawn in large numbers again. Qi-Ting stood at the bow and shot another arrow. The silver fish spirit that just appeared was nailed to the water and died instantly. The third one lunged from the side. Song-Su stood up and shot an arrow. -701. The silver fish spirit flipped belly up. Liang Yan and Zhang Lichuan continued casting their nets. One net after another. The pile of silver fish in the cabin grew into small mountains, shimmering with silver light. Zhang Lichuan leaned against the boat's side, smiling from ear to ear. "Wow, today's a big harvest. We won't go hungry anymore." Qi-Ting leaned back in his seat, also smiling. Too bad we didn't get the Fish King, Liang Yan said. Otherwise, we could make a lot more money. Song Su checked the time. Only a little over 2 hours had passed in real life. But in the game, a whole day had gone by. This trip was quite fruitful, but the small speedboat's durability dropped too quickly, now down to 18%. It won't last much longer before it breaks. After coming ashore, Zheng Lichuan and Qi Ting planned to visit the player market to gather some materials, just in case the new map lacked resources, so they could stock up in advance. Song Su and Liang Yan hurried to Meishan under the cover of night. The giant rooster took a step forward, its dark red feathers gently fluttering in the night breeze. It ran quickly and steadily, almost as fast as a motorcycle. Liang Yan sat behind, holding Song Su's waist, with his face pressed against her back. The night wind howled past his ears. Looking at the dark surroundings, Liang Yan felt a bit nervous. He kept turning his head back, swinging the glow-in-the-dark lantern in his hand. The shadow behind them followed at a distance, neither too close nor too far. No matter how fast the giant rooster ran, it kept pace. Sweetheart, one lantern isn't bright enough. Maybe you should take out yours too. Song Su didn't look back. No need. Huh? Don't be so nervous. The one behind us is my pet. Liang Yan stared in surprise. He watched as Song Su threw the plastic wrapper of a sausage behind her. The black shadow quickly snatched the wrapper and rolled away with it. In less than 2 seconds, it was back, following them again. Liang Yan opened his mouth wide, looking at the back of his wife's head. Sweetheart, did you really tame the night demon? Song Su nodded. It can be stored in the pet inventory, and it's quite easy to care for. It loves to eat all kinds of flammable things. Liang Yan fell silent. In the game world, the highest level monster, LV-99 Night Demon, constantly chased players to attack. And now his wife kept it as a pet? He looked back again. The shadow was still following, even transforming into a face, grinning widely at him.
Liang Yan hu get Song Su tai de.
Honey, how many secrets do you still have? Song Su thought for a moment. Quite a few, Liang Yan. Ahead, a dry riverbed appeared faintly, and dawn was breaking. Song Su walked back and forth along the riverbed several times before finally finding a small sprout just emerging. In Liang Yan's surprised gaze, she circled around the little grass 3 times left and right. The air gradually rippled, and Song Su took his hand and stepped into the area. Meishan, a modest mine entrance, with a small campfire burning. Meng Rong leaned at the entrance, holding a bottle of wine, drinking. Seeing Song Su and Liang Yan approaching, his eyes lit up. Oh, the girl's here. What delicious food should I bring? Song Su rolled up her sleeves and walked over. There's fish and meat. I'll cook more for you today. After saying that, she started adding ingredients to the cooking pot. Meng Rong squinted his eyes. Go ahead, go ahead. I guess you won't be here much longer. He glanced at Liang Yan. Why are you always like this? It's embarrassing to take you out. Liang Yan chuckled. I used up my lifespan earlier. No worries, my wife doesn't mind. Tisei, what a pity. To change your lifespan, you'd need to go through at least 3 maps. Song Su's eyes lit up. Is there really something to change lifespan? Meng Rong nodded. Yes, once you reach level 50 in the land of Divine Ruin, the item will appear in the shop. But are you sure you want to go that far? Song Su smiled. Of course. Meng Rong sighed. It would be better if you stayed here with me. No need to worry about danger. Enjoy good food and comfort. I can walk freely on this map. Song Su looked at Liang Yan and smiled slightly. We need to go to the land of Divine Ruin. That's where my husband's family is. Meng Rong shook his head helplessly. Then you'd better hurry. Don't let this kid die before you get there. Song Su raised an eyebrow. Can you tell how much of his real life span he has left? Liang Yan looked surprised too. Meng Rong checked his fingers. Based on his current state, he probably has about half a year left, Song Su gasped. But he can still run and jump, and his body functions are fine. That's different. Once your lifespan is gone, being healthy doesn't matter, Meng Rong said, sniffing. What did you cook? It smells so good. Song Su lifted the lid. I made a silverfish soup, a simple home-style recipe. Good. Meng Rong smiled and waved his hand. It's time to keep our promise. Here, you can load as much coal as you can carry. Go ahead. Song Su grinned. All right, thank you, senior. While Meng Rong ate, Song Su took Liang Yan around the coal mountain. They chose a spot with the densest bituminous coal. She rolled up her sleeves and started working. All the coal blocks she touched quickly disappeared. Liang Yan held a shield over her head. Wife, is it okay to carry so much? Song Su nodded as she moved inside. No problem. Senior Meng is very generous. Coal Mountain is collapsing and shrinking at a visible speed. After half an hour, a small mountain peak completely disappears. Only a large deep hole remains, with a few scattered pieces of broken coal at the bottom. Meng Rong is holding a fishbone and frozen in place.
You
girl, how many empty boxes did you prepare? Song Su's eyes are curved with a smile. Not many, not many. 3 days later, a new product appears in the Baichuan Plain auction house. Refined coal. Burns longer, produces more heat, can be used for forging, cooking, and heating. Price: 50 points per piece. The World Chat channel is quickly flooded with messages. Where did this coal come from? I've never seen it before. Didn't you hear? There's a new dungeon at Coal Mountain and you get this after finishing it. Coal Mountain? Where is that? A new map, just over there. At the same time, Song Su, who has returned to the modern world, appears at the airport in Jishir City, Ji Province. Song Su walks out with her suitcase, pulls out her phone, and checks the navigation. Lu Li's home, 40 kilometers from the airport. She heads to the taxi waiting area and opens the car door. Driver, to Tsiyuan Community, Building 6, Room 302. The corridor is crowded with people. A judge in uniform, a clerk with a briefcase, an insurance company representative in a suit, and the driver who caused the accident, now with white hair after a sleepless night. Neighbors peek and whisper. Are these people from the court? Yes, I heard his wife was hit by a car and paralyzed. Today they're here for a court visit. Can they even hold a court visit at home? The service is really good now. Yeah, they call it. Oh, right, convenient justice. How much compensation can they get? Not sure, probably quite a lot. Inside the house. The living room has been temporarily turned into a simple courtroom. A folding table with a judge's sign on it. Several plastic stools on each side are full of people. Lulu lies on the sofa, looking pale, covered with a thin blanket. Next to her sits her lawyer, a woman in her 30s, wearing glasses, looking professional. Mother-in-law Wang Jinling squeezed in and pretended to hold and rub her left hand. Kai Hao stood behind the sofa, pretending to look at his phone, but his ears were alert. The judge cleared his throat. Plaintiff Lu Le is suing the defendant, driver Zhang Quan, and the defendant, Farron Insurance Company, over a traffic accident liability dispute. Today, we are here for an on-site mediation. The clerk opened a notebook, ready to take notes. The attorney stood up and began to speak. According to the traffic police report, the defendant Zhang Quan was driving while fatigued and bears the main responsibility. The plaintiff, Lu Le, crossed the road improperly and bears secondary responsibility. She took out a stack of documents. The plaintiff is 26 years old. The accident caused a neck injury, leading to full paralysis. She has been assessed as having a first-degree disability and has completely lost her ability to work. The total losses, including medical expenses, nursing care, future treatment, and disability compensation, amount to 1.29 million yuan. Wang Jinling's hand tightened. 1.29 million. The attorney continued. According to the mandatory and commercial insurance policies, the insurance company should first pay 200,000 yuan under the mandatory coverage. Of the remaining 1.09 million yuan, based on 70% responsibility, the insurance company will pay 763,000 yuan under the commercial policy limit of 1 million.
She paused.
In total, the insurance company will pay 963,000 yuan. The remaining amount will be borne by the defendant, Zhang Quan. The judge looked at the insurance company representative. The representative nodded. We agree to the payment. The room fell silent for a moment. Everyone looked at the truck driver. His lips trembled, and his hands shook.
I'll pay.
I accept the responsibility. He looked at Lulu, who was lying weakly on the sofa, and said in a trembling voice, Miss, it's my fault.
I'm so sorry.
He took out a bank card from his pocket. This is all my savings, 86,500 yuan. It's not enough, but I'll pay the rest little by little. I can still drive, I can still work, He couldn't continue. Tears ran down the wrinkles on his face. Lulu lay on the bed, looking at him.
Judge, she said softly.
Her voice was quiet, but everyone in the room heard it. I choose to give up the part beyond the insurance coverage. The judge froze for a moment. Ms. Liu? The acting lawyer looked at her in disbelief. Grandmother suddenly stood up. Are you crazy? Kaihao patted the sofa and pointed at Lu Li's nose. That's money. Over 200,000. And you just say no. Lulu ignored them. She looked at the driver. Do you have children at home? The driver was stunned.
Yes.
2 children, one in high school, the other just in elementary school. Lulu nodded. That's fine. I don't want the money anymore. Keep it for your children's education. Drive more carefully in the future, and don't drive when you're tired. The driver's eyes filled with tears. He suddenly knelt down with a thud. His knees hit the floor with a dull sound. He bowed his head to the ground. Miss Snow, benefactor, you are my savior. I'm sorry, Lula shook her head. Get up. I also have responsibility. I cried so much that day, I couldn't see clearly. The judge looked at Lulu deeply. Ms. Liu, are you sure? Lula nodded. The judge wrote a few words in his notebook. The parties voluntarily waive their right to claim compensation from the defendant personally. This is confirmed by the court. The insurance company representative looked impressed. Ms. Liu's generosity is very admirable. We have no objections. The compensation amount is 963,000 yuan. Grandmother Wang Jinling's face turned green. She suddenly stood up.
No.
Why should we give up the compensation? I don't agree. She grabbed Lu Li's arm tightly, her nails almost digging into her flesh. You're paralyzed. You'll need us to take care of you, for everything. Without money, how can we support you? Kaihao also rushed over, pointing at Lu Li's nose.
Yes.
She doesn't decide. She's sick now, her mind isn't clear. Our family doesn't agree. He turned to the judge, his voice urgent and angry. Judge, this is mental illness. What she says doesn't count. The judge's face darkened, and his eyes turned cold. Ms. Liu has been medically evaluated and is fully aware. She has complete civil capacity. Kaihao is speechless. Wang Jinling still refused to give up. She rushed to the edge of the sofa. Lele, listen to what Mom says. This money is for your treatment, so you can't refuse it. Besides, there's Dabo. How much will it cost to send Dabo to school in the future? You only have this one son, so you must take care of him. Lula looked at her and sneered. My son? The one who always points at me and calls me names? Forget it. That's your family's kid. I can't handle that. Kaihao's face turned bright red, and his veins on his neck bulged. He suddenly stepped forward and said, You old woman, just stop. Do you want to hit someone? This is disturbing the court order. If you do it again, you'll all be taken out. The judge shouted sternly, and 2 bailiffs quickly approached. Kaihao lowered his raised fist and adjusted his expression. I didn't mean to. I was just scaring her. She's not in her right mind now. The judge put down his pen. It seems like none of you are in your right minds. He looked at the insurance company representative. Remember, the compensation must be transferred directly into the plaintiff's account. The representative nodded quickly. Yes, 963,000 yuan. It will be transferred into Ms. Liu's personal account before noon today. Lu Li's lips curled into a slight smile. An hour later, the court staff left. The truck driver looked back as he left, with red eyes. Miss, you take good care of yourself. I will come to see you often. The neighbors in the corridor discussed quietly. That's over 90,000 yuan in compensation, quite a lot, an old man said, licking his lips. Quite a lot? With a serious injury and being paralyzed for life, what can this money do? A woman nearby shook her head. That's not fair to say. The driver isn't easy either, with 2 kids. Who do you think has it easy? That girl is only in her 20s. What will she do in the future? As they spoke, a middle-aged woman who had been listening quietly from behind the door lowered her voice. Didn't you hear? It was originally over 1,000,000 yuan, but the girl decided to waive the 20,000 yuan that the driver was supposed to get. Waived? Yes. She said she didn't want it. The corridor fell silent for 2 seconds. Is that true? Really? I heard it with my own ears. Everyone was stunned at the time. The old man almost dropped his cigarette. This girl. She's too kind-hearted. Kind-hearted? I think she's just a bit naive. Another overweight woman pursed her lips. Words can't be so harsh. Good people are rewarded. The overweight woman sneered. If good people are rewarded, how could she be bettered in? The neighbors finished their conversations and left, and the corridor became quiet. The door closed. Only 3 people remained inside. Wang Jinling was furious, rushing at Lulu, hitting and crying. Are you crazy? Over 200,000. Why did you just say you don't want it anymore? Kai Hao also rushed over, pointing at Lu Li's nose. Are you out of your mind? That's our family's money. You better find a way to get it back. Otherwise I'll make you. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock at the door. Kai Hao's raised hand suddenly stopped. His face changed, thinking it was the court officials returning again. He lowered his voice to Lula. Be honest with me. Don't talk nonsense in front of outsiders, or I won't be nice to you. After saying that, he adjusted his collar and went to open the door. Standing outside was a young woman. Tall, dressed in a black coat, with sharp features and a confident look. Kai Hao frowned. Who are you? Song Su replied calmly. I am Lu Li's friend. Friend? Kai Hao looked her up and down. You've got the wrong door, he said, taking a step back to close the door.
Duya.
Is that you, Xue Jie? Lu Li's voice came from inside, full of suppressed excitement. Come in quickly. I'm here. Song Su was about to step inside, but Kai Hao blocked the door with both hands. Sorry, Lulu isn't feeling well right now. It's not convenient for visitors. Move aside, Song Su said. Kai Hao didn't move. I told you she's not feeling well right now. Song Su reached out and grabbed his wrist. Kai Hao's face instantly changed. Her slender fingers were like iron tongs. A sharp pain shot through his wrist, as if it was about to be crushed. Kai Hao broke out in a cold sweat. Hey, let go. Song Su stared into his eyes. Are you going to move or not? Yes, I'll move, Kai Hao whispered, sidestepping. Song Su shook off his hand and strode inside, saying loudly, If you had let me in earlier, it would be over. I thought you didn't want me to come in, planning to imprison my friend. The court vehicle hasn't left yet, so please call her back for a chat. Kai Hao looked down at his wrist, holding it with his other hand. There were 5 finger marks on his wrist, with a purple circle around them. He looked up at the figure walking into the house. She wore a black coat, walked steadily, and kept her back straight.
Kai Hao xoa lao ne vào xin.
Who is this woman? Is she in the military? Or a martial artist? When did LV Lu become friends with someone like her? Wang Jinling sensed something was wrong, and quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Oh, it's just a misunderstanding. Since she's Lele's friend, please come in. Song Su reached the sofa. LV Lu was curled up on the sofa, small and thin, with greasy hair sticking to her scalp. Her face was pale yellow, with a few small moles on her nose. Her eyes sparkled with emotion, and she suddenly started crying. Sister, you really came to see me. Boo, boo, boo. Song Su nodded, took a thermos from her bag, and unscrewed the lid.
Drink this.
LV Lu didn't ask what it was. She took it and drank it all in one gulp. Wang Jinling leaned over, eyes spinning. What did you give her? She's sick now. She can't drink anything randomly. Song Su ignored her and just looked at LV Lu. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. LV Li's finger moved. Then she moved again. Finally, she supported herself with her arms and slowly sat up. Wang Jinling's eyes widened in shock. You. Kai Hao, holding his wrist, opened his mouth so wide he could fit an egg. LV Lu moved her legs to the edge of the sofa, feet on the ground. She stood up, took a few steps. Though slow, she was steady. She looked up at Song Su and smiled. Sister, I can stand up now. Wang Jinling finally found her voice and screamed, "How is that possible? You're pretending? You've been pretending all along?" Kai Hao rushed over, grabbing LV Li's arm. "You damn woman, deceiving us? Deceiving the insurance? Do you know that's illegal?" LV Li shook off his hand and sneered. "Pretending? Provincial hospital, the appraisal report is clear and official. Try to fake one if you dare." Kai Hao hesitated and said, "No, but how can you stand up? There must be a problem." Lulu ignored her and looked at Song Su. "Su Jia, let's go." Song Su nodded. The two headed for the door. Wang Jinling rushed forward and grabbed Li's sleeve. "Where are you going? You're part of the Kai family. Dare to leave and see what happens." Kai Hao also rushed over and blocked the door. "You can't go anywhere today. It's perfect. Later, we'll live a good life together." Lu chuckled. "Live a good life? You just want my compensation money, right? Don't worry, you won't get a penny." Kai Hao's face changed. "What? Your compensation? That's our shared property." Lulu forcefully shook off Wang Jinling's hand and bent down to pick up a piece of paper from the tea table drawer. A divorce agreement. The one Kai Hao forced her to sign before. "Sign this as I wrote before, and I'll let you go." "No way. Now that you're fine, I won't divorce." "Not divorce? Then wait for the court summons." "Su Jia, let's go." Kai Hao reached out to stop her, but Song Su stepped forward. Kai Hao froze, his hand stopping midair. Wang Jinling shouted loudly, "You can't leave. You lied about insurance. I'm going to report you." "Call the police. Lie about insurance." Song Su replied calmly. According to Article 12 of the Supreme People's Court's interpretation on legal issues in personal injury compensation cases, traffic accident disability compensation follows a fixed compensation principle. The compensation is a one-time payment. Once the disability compensation is awarded and paid, it won't be returned, even if the victim recovers, lives longer, or passes away later. She looked at Wang Jinling. "You can report it if you want." After a long explanation, Wang Jinling was stunned. Kai Hao was also stunned. Lulu looked at her with admiration. "Sister, you really know a lot." Song Su modestly waved her hand. Actually, she had just looked up some information on her phone during the taxi ride and was now repeating what she learned. Lula saw that Kai Hao still wasn't giving up, so she took out her phone. "Cui Hao, if you really don't agree to the divorce, that's fine. I'll post this video online so everyone can see what your family is really like. Oh, and I might as well report you for abuse too." As Lulu spoke, the video started playing. Wang Jinling and Kai Hao's faces instantly changed. Wang Jinling pinched and scolded her, even shown stabbing her with a needle. There was also Kai Hao, drunk, forcefully hitting Li's stomach. And Kai Hao's son, Debao, holding a glass of water, pouring it into Li's nose, laughing and saying he might really make her choke to death. The video kept playing. Kai Hao's face turned pale. He instinctively tried to grab the phone. "Damn woman, you even installed a surveillance camera at home." Song Su kicked him hard in the knee. Kai Hao yelped and fell to the ground like a dog. Song Su said, "Abuse, according to Article 260 of the criminal law, if the circumstances are serious, the sentence is 2 years. She looked at Lula. "Do you think these are serious enough?" Lula nodded repeatedly. "Very serious, very bad. Just watching it makes me angry. No, I have to report him. They should go to jail." Kai Hao's legs went weak. "Stop. I'll sign. I agree to the divorce. Isn't that enough?" Seeing him sign reluctantly, Lula linked arms with Song Su and walked away proudly. 2 days later, outside Ping and Bun Shop, a woman dressed in jeans and a white t-shirt, with her hair tied in a ponytail, got out of a taxi dragging a suitcase. Lula took a deep breath of J-City's air and smiled broadly. Actually, there are many ways to quietly get rid of him. But her sister said that killing him wouldn't be enough to vent her anger. People can only be free from suffering if they are alive. Now, besides making that family live in constant fear and regret, she was also planting a seed of a fantasy herb in a flower pot while packing her clothes. The seeds were something she begged her older sister to give her, pleading persistently. Although her sister only gave her 1 seed, it was enough. In the game, there is a continuous health drain effect, which in real life would definitely affect a person's health. It's not deadly, but it can cause discomfort. Lula happily looked up at the entrance of the bun shop. Wow, the line stretched all the way to the sidewalk. Steam was escaping from the door crack, and the delicious smell filled the street. Sister Sue was standing at the window, her hands moving nonstop. She was handing out buns, taking money, and giving change quickly and skillfully. Lula pulled her suitcase and strode over.
Sis.
I'm here. Song Sue looked up with a smile and waved. Come help out. Lula pushed her suitcase against the wall and rolled up her sleeves to start working. She used to be a waitress, so handling money, giving change, and serving buns was second nature to her. Beautiful lady, which one would you like? Spicy tofu? Sure. Lula glanced at the price list on the wall. 6 for 30 yuan. Take your time and go. Her smile revealed 2 small dimples, her eyes curved, and her freckles looked adorable. Although she wasn't very pretty, her cheerful smile made people feel comfortable. Boss lady, do you still have red bean paste? A young man in line called out.
Song Sue replied, yes.
We just made some fresh, don't worry. The young man smiled. Great. Please save me a bowl. My girlfriend almost broke up with me yesterday because she didn't get to try it. An older woman nearby chuckled. Their special red bean paste is really good. I've been hooked these past few days. Song Sue's hands kept moving, her lips curving slightly. It wasn't really a secret recipe, just regular red beans cooked in a pot, but the flavor was better. Adding a few mint leaves made it even tastier. Ding, the kitchen rang out with the order bell. Song Sue turned back and brought out the freshly steamed dumplings. An incredible fresh aroma suddenly exploded in the air. People in line stretched their necks to get closer. Are there new buns today? What's that fragrant filling? Song Sue smiled and replied, silver fish with scallions. But they're not buns, they're steamed dumplings, 3 yuan each. What kind of fish is silverfish? Are there many bones? An older woman asked. Someone nearby responded for Song Sue. I know, that's freshwater fish. It needs very clean water, so it's quite expensive in the market. People call silverfish fish ginseng. Song Sue nodded. Yes, the silverfish I brought in are very good. They are boneless and without spines, so everyone can eat them safely, including the elderly and children. As she spoke, she lifted the lid of the steamer. A burst of hot steam hit her face. When the mist cleared, everyone in front was stunned. The small steamed dumplings were neatly arranged, like tiny crescent moons pressed together. The thin, translucent wrappers revealed light blue filling and green scallions inside. Oh wow, lady boss. Your dumplings are like works of art. An older woman in front couldn't help but praise. Yes, look at the craftsmanship. Each one is exactly the same. Truly amazing. Quick, give me 10, I'll eat here. The man at the front couldn't wait. He scanned the code, took the disposable plate Song Sue handed him, and picked up one dumpling to eat. As he bit into it, hot, milky broth burst out. His eyes widened. A hot, sweet, flavorful juice flooded his mouth. It was so fresh and tasty, it almost made his tongue want to swallow. Is it delicious? Someone in line behind asked. The man didn't bother to reply. He took another small bite. This time, the inside filling was visible, fish meat, delicate and white, without any bones. Even the scallions looked shiny from the oil and broth. He stuffed the remaining half of the dumpling into his mouth, squinting happily. So tender, fresh, and smooth. Delicious, super delicious. The people behind were anxious, stomping their feet. Can you move to the side? We want to buy some too. Yes, give me 10. Pack them to go. I want 20. I want 50. Don't push too hard in front. We might miss out later. Song Sue kept handing out the dumplings, steaming more in the baskets. Don't worry, everyone. There's still plenty in the pot.